This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. John Hung discovered that his day had 24 more hours a month ago. The first thing that changed was his watch, which was a Seastar Automatic 3 mechanical watch produced by Swiss Tizot. It was given to him by his parents in Iceland on his 18th birthday. The Taobao order was placed very perfunctorily, and the seller shipped it, and the address bar was filled in with the wrong class. John Hung was too lazy to complain about these two people. Before he graduated from elementary school, these two gods couldn't wait to pack up and fly to Europe to start a new life. The two met at an academic exchange meeting. They are both theologians. As the name suggests, they are experts in studying religious mythology. It is naturally not easy to mix in this field in the great motherland where materialism is dominant. However, unlike those charlatans who swindle and deceive, John Hung's parents are indeed real. One of them graduated from Oxford University, majoring in Nordic and Greek mythology, and the other is a master's student at Durham University. He took Christian mythology as his research object and published several papers. It is said that he is quite influential in the industry. As a result, they couldn't make it after returning to China. It just so happened that Zhang's father Minter took on a big project and was short of manpower. After discussing it, the two of them left John Hung to his grandfather, and then they patted their butts and started their research life around the world. After that, they basically only went back home once a year. So John Hung spent his childhood with his grandfather, perhaps because they felt guilty. The two gods did not owe the old and the young anything in terms of spending, not counting tuition and accommodation fees. John Hung's living expenses for 1 year in college were as much as 30,000 yuan, which was not as good as those rich second generations who drove sports cars, but it was already very good among ordinary students. Let's get back to the point. The watch thing was quite strange. When John Hung woke up and subconsciously tried to check the time, he found that the scale on it had changed from 12 to 24. John Hung was stunned for a moment, then calmly put the watch back to its original place, covered himself with a quilt, and continued to sleep. As a result, an hour and a half later, the buddy on the bed sent him a text message, regretfully informing him that he was called up for advanced mathematics. Not a dream? John Hung spent 10 minutes washing up, sat at the desk under the bed, and turned on the computer. He first went to Taobao and searched for double-scale watches, pranks, and the search results showed sorry. No related products were found. So John Hung deleted the following prank. There was still no match. Wasn't it a prank? John Hung touched his chin. If you don't consider the 12 extra scales that appeared inexplicably, the time on the watch can match the time on the computer. After careful observation, John Hung finally confirmed that this 24-scale watch and the starfish he had been wearing before were the same thing, including the scratches on the bottom cover and the wrinkles on the strap. These details would definitely not be known to anyone except him, the original owner. Of course, it is not ruled out that some hardcore players can restore the details exactly by comparing with the real objects. But who would do this for a prank when they have nothing to do? Wouldn't it be better to go to the Forbidden City to repair cultural relics with such skills and spirit? In summary, John Hung knew that he had encountered something. Ordinary people would probably be scared to death when encountering such supernatural phenomena. But John Hung is not an ordinary person. He should thank his fairy parents for this. Other parents tell fairy tales about little rabbits and little squirrels to coax their children to sleep. But these two are good. They don't waste their professional knowledge. When John Hung was a child, he fell asleep listening to stories from Nordic mythology and the Bible. Although he did not live up to the 9-year compulsory education and became a glorious materialist, the foundation he laid in childhood is still there. John Hung's ability to accept such things is much stronger than ordinary people. To explain it with the concept in the popular board game Call of Cthulhu, his character's SN value drops very slowly. Compared with fear, he has a strong interest in what is happening to him. A normal watch has 12 scales, and 2 turns of the hour hand on it represent the time of 1 day. Now his 24-scale Shanghai with a global limited edition can complete a day with just 1 turn. From this point of view, it seems that it is not a big deal, and it is even a little bit interesting after getting used to it. But John Hung believes that whoever did all this would definitely not be satisfied with just changing his watch face. John Hung's intuition tells him that the really interesting things will probably happen after the hour hand completes a circle. There are about 15 hours left until the end of today, and John Hung certainly does not plan to be idle during this time. There is no need to go to the advanced mathematics class in the morning. Anyway, I have been called, and according to the professor's rules, the final exam score will automatically be deducted by 5 points. This wave can't be saved. John Hung simply went to the playground to make up for the missed morning run. When classmates talked about John Hung, they all thought he was amazing. After entering college, no one was willing to get up early. Only this guy could still insist on morning jogging. But he didn't sign up for the sports meeting, and rarely participated in other group activities. He especially didn't like parties. But if you get in touch with him, you will find that he is not as cold as he seems. On the contrary, he is quite interesting. There has been a rumor among girls that John Hung is versatile. Some people returned to school early after the holiday, and said that they saw him playing Paganini's Grand Etude the Bells alone in the piano room. This is a piano solo piece adapted by Liszt based on the theme of the Italian violinist Paganini's Violin Concerto No. 2 in B minor. It is famous for its difficulty in playing. It is written in rondo form. Every time the theme appears, a new playing method is changed, which is extremely challenging for the pianist's playing skills. Some people also said that they had seen him training at the archery hall outside of school. And according to the private disclosure of the boys who shared the same dormitory with John Hung, this guy seemed to be a member of a rock climbing club. All of the above are facts, but they are not true. John Hung is actually not as weird as everyone said. His morning jogging was forced by his grandfather. After getting used to it, he never gave it up. However, his speed and endurance are only slightly better than those of ordinary people, and they are completely incomparable with those specially recruited sports students. Archery is something he started to try recently on a whim. He has only taken 3 classes, which can barely be considered a beginner. Rock climbing is the kind of thing that the enthusiasm fades after registering and receiving the card, and they parted ways peacefully. He has been playing the only piano since he was a child, but his level is only about amateur level 8 or 9. He saved the Paganini Etude the clock on his mobile phone and played it in the piano room for himself. He didn't expect that he would do such a trick. Therefore, John Hung, who is not an ordinary person, is not that extraordinary. He is very interested in many things around him. But time is fair to everyone, whether you are willing to cherish it or not, whether you plan to make effective use of every minute, or just want to lie on the bed and cosplay as a salted fish. Everyone has only 24 hours to allocate every day, not a minute more or a second less. Chapter 2 Normal Distribution Calligraphy Selection. John Hung ran 7 laps around the playground, 2,800 meters. After finishing, he went to the public bathroom to take a shower, changed into a clean white t-shirt and jeans, and ate breakfast slowly in the cafeteria. Then, he went to the library with the Shaoshan mirror he had just finished reading. Like morning jogging, reading is also one of John Hung's habits. He maintains a speed of 1 book per week. However, unlike the morning jogging forced by his grandfather, reading can bring him a lot of fun. It is a kind of pastime, and he has always enjoyed it. In fact, if time was not limited, he would have liked to read a few more books every week. After returning the books at the service desk, John Hung took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He opened a small program called a random number generator, set an 8-digit number, and then, he enthusiastically rolled the points. It must be admitted that this guy is always regarded as a god for a reason. In any case, normal people would never show such a cool operation of rolling the points to choose books when borrowing books from the library. But John Hung has an advantage in reading. Or a quirk. Maybe it's because he has read so many books since he was a child. He is not picky about food or novels, and he is very resistant to poison. He can read everything from world classics to Long Ao Tian Xiaobeiwen, and even Jin Jiang Xiao style with great interest. Moreover, his condition is still getting worse. Today, he can even read Compendium of Materia Medica and Scientific Pig Farming Manual. He is basically incurable. In order to avoid the trouble of choosing books and enjoy the simple happiness of encountering good books, he created this set of normal distribution method for choosing books. Unfortunately, he failed to apply for the Campus Research Award, and there is no money for subsequent promotion. So the capital market always lacks vision. John Hung came to the corresponding bookshelf according to the last 2 digits of the number he rolled. This time his luck was pretty good. Although it was not the best literature, the business management was also quite interesting. At least much better than the water supply, heating, gas engineering bill of quantities pricing he rolled last month. He stretched out his finger, and pulled out the target from the bookshelf. Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. It looks like he can have a pleasant morning. John Hung found a seat near the window and sat down. Then started his leisurely reading time. Some people may not be able to help but complain when they see this. Is this okay? Will he just ignore his watch that has become a spirit? John Hung said that he really can't do anything about this matter. It is right to actively respond after the incident. But that must be something you can handle within your ability. For supernatural phenomena like this, when there are too few clues, perhaps doing nothing is the most correct choice. Haven't you seen those classic horror movies, where the mentors who were patted on the back in the dark old house, and turned around for you enthusiastically all died without exception? On the contrary, if you pretend it doesn't exist and walk calmly all the way to the end, it may just be a trip to the haunted house without any danger. So, in many cases, calmness is the most important thing. John Hung is very calm now. From the outside, you can never tell that he is in the middle of a supernatural event. He used the time he skipped classes to make up for the morning run, read The Wealth of Nations in the library for the whole morning, and honestly took the public elective course Critical Thinking in the afternoon. In the evening, he fulfilled his promise and invited his roommates to go to the food alley of Mensa University across the street to eat skewers. After that, he even had the mood to watch a few episodes of American TV series when he returned to the dormitory. Then at 11:30, the dormitory was powered off. Although John Hung's laptop had a built-in battery that could last for 3 or 4 hours. He did not disturb his roommates and decisively turned off the power. There was still half an hour left before the day was over. Other people's watches had already turned 2 circles. But the familiar yet unfamiliar starfish on his hand was just about to complete a full circle. What would happen? John Hung didn't know. Now all he could do was wait. John Hung put on his headphones, turned on his MP3, lay on the bed, and quietly spent the remaining half an hour of the day. Midnight. The 3 hands overlapped on time at the top of the dial. Paused for about a blink of an eye. And then the second hand continued to move. During this period, John Hung did not notice anything unusual. Was his guess wrong? He took off his headphones. But then he felt something was wrong. It was too quiet around him. Summer nights are always particularly lively. The small electric fan on the door creaked and shook its head. The mosquitoes buzzed annoyingly in my ears. The faucet in the bathroom next door was not tightened. The water dripped on the sink. The wild cats made a rustling sound when they ran through the flower bed downstairs. And of course the snoring of the bed across the street. All of this disappeared tonight. The whole world seemed to have suddenly lost all sounds and became unprecedentedly silent. If it weren't for the faint singing in the earphones on his chest, John Hung would even doubt whether he had lost his hearing. With the faint light of the MP3 screen, he looked at the time on the watch again. It is 0:01. Usually at this time, the dormitory opposite is still playing League of Legends online. And you can hear their cheers after completing wonderful kills or extreme escapes. In addition, John Hung also found another unusual thing. There is a date display on the right side of the starfish's dial. It stands to reason that the date on it should also change after midnight. But this time it is still stuck on yesterday. John Hung's heart moved, and he seemed to have thought of something. Tonight, he didn't take off his clothes when he went to bed, and jumped down directly from it. He turned on the computer, and the boot process was very smooth, taking less than 7 seconds. By the way, the QQ login interface popped up, but John Hung's attention was not on it. His eyes moved down to the toolbar, and the date and time on it were a bit dazzling. Midnight, September 20th, 2017. Is it really the last moment of yesterday? John Hung waited for a while. He didn't look at the time on the starfish, but pinched his pulse and counted 200 times. According to his 72 beats per minute, at least 2 minutes had passed. But the time on the desktop was still midnight. John Hung raised his eyebrows, but did not rush to make any conclusions. He walked to the bed opposite and pushed Chen Huadong, who was still sleeping soundly. The latter was the lightest sleeper in the whole dormitory. Usually, anyone who got out of bed to drink water at night would wake him up. However, this time, no matter how John Hung pushed him, he did not respond. Sorry, brother. Although I don't have a girlfriend, I am not the kind of person you imagine. John Hung put his fingers under the other's nostrils, and at the same time, he could still take the time to tease in this weird atmosphere. I can only say that this guy has a really good psychological quality. After 5 minutes, John Hung could not feel any breath. If this is also part of the prank, then Chen Huadong's breath-holding skill is too strong. He can enter the Guinness World Record. Since he has done it once, there is no need to worry about the second and third time. Zhang Heng then did the same thing and tried it under the noses of the remaining two roommates. The result was the same as Chen Huadong. Zhang Heng can basically conclude that he has indeed encountered a supernatural phenomenon that cannot be explained by science. He is now in a period of time that should not exist. To put it in an analogy, it is as if the river of time has split a tributary specifically for him. Chapter 3: A Still World. Zhang Heng pushed open the door of the dormitory. The corridor was quiet, a bit like a morgue in a hospital, with only his footsteps. The door of the dormitory opposite was not closed, and there was light coming from inside. Zhang Heng stuck his head in and looked, and saw four people who were concentrating on playing computer games. On the screen, their characters were chasing a low-health Annie over the tower, and the skills they used were suspended in the air, and the excited expressions on their faces were frozen at that moment, like four lifelike sculptures. Zhang Heng noticed the alarm clock on one of the desks, which also read midnight. Then he visited several other dormitories on this floor. Some of them had locked their doors before going to bed, so they could not enter. The dormitories that could be entered were all locked at the last moment of the day without exception. Someone was smoking in the washroom without telling the dorm Annie. The sparks on the cigarette were clearly visible, but they would not spread downwards, and the exhaled smoke was frozen at the mouth. Zhang Heng could not help but take out his mobile phone and took a picture of this magical scene. When he pressed the shutter, he discovered something interesting. In this world where time has stopped, not only have all people been paused, but all things have also been kept in the last second. Like the half-flying skill on the screen before, the static electric fan, and now this cigarette, but that never burns out. However, there are exceptions. In order to verify his guess, Zhang Heng pulled the cigarette out from the opponent's fingers. As a result, when the cigarette was in his hand, it continued to burn. Is that really the case? During this time when only he can move, things will return to normal once they are in his hands. Now this cigarette, as well as the previously normal mobile phone, computer and MP3, only the time displayed on them will not change. Moreover, his function of making anyone normal by touching them seems to have no effect on people. Chen Huadong, who he pushed for so long in the dormitory before, did not respond. Then what about other living things besides humans? Zhang Heng became interested, turned back and walked back to the dormitory, turned his mobile phone into flashlight mode, and got close to several roommates. 2 minutes later, he successfully found his target in the dark with 20 million soft-light dual cameras. This is the most common and most annoying animal around most people in summer. The mosquito. As long as one sneaks into the room, basically no one can have a peaceful night. Zhang Heng dormitory is on the 3rd floor, which is relatively low. At this height, mosquitoes don't need to take the elevator, and can move in directly with their bags. Therefore, everyone's methods of preventing mosquitoes are also varied. Some use mosquito coils, some apply mosquito repellent floral water, and some hang mosquito nets. But there are still often fish that slip through the net. Now this mosquito is lurking beside the pillow of the dormitory head Wei Jiangheng, waiting for an opportunity to go up and have a full meal. Unfortunately, its beautiful dream is doomed to fail tonight. Zhang Heng reached out, gently pinched one of the wings of the mosquito, caught it from the air, and placed it in the palm of his hand. As a result, the latter still maintained the posture of waving its arms and dancing, like a most dedicated actor, turning a blind eye to the fresh prey that was close to its mouth. It seems that animals can't do it either. After the experiment, Zhang Heng crushed it with his hand and achieved the achievement of eliminating harm for the people. Well, the dormitory building has been explored almost, and it's time to go out and take a look. After using the faucet in the washroom to destroy the body, Zhang Heng went down to the 1st floor. The dormitory aunt on duty was standing at the door with a large U-shaped lock in her hand, probably preparing to lock the door. This kind of thing can be regarded as a characteristic of colleges and universities. But different universities have great differences in dormitory management. Although Zhang Heng School has a rule of locking the door at 12 o'clock. If you really need to come back late for something, you can knock on the window to wake up the aunt on duty, register and go back to the dormitory. But if you do this frequently, you will be punished and criticized. Zhang Heng walked past the dormitory auntie calmly. If it was any other time, the auntie would definitely stop him and ask him where he was going at such a late hour. But now, She seemed to have suddenly gained the ability of perspective. Her eyes passed through John Hung's body and focused on the door handle, as if she didn't notice that a living person just passed by her. So John Hung walked out of the dormitory building slowly, looked up at the night sky above his head, walked through the empty campus, and finally arrived at the school gate. It was much busier here. John Hung's school was not big, but it had a good location, right on the 3rd Ring Road, with a road across the street. The nights in big cities were always particularly long. The pancake stand on the overpass was doing a booming business. Many white-collar workers had just left their offices at this time, and they were hungry and needed a midnight snack on their way home to replenish their energy. A sanitation worker not far away was sweeping the sidewalk with a broom in his hand. 2 bald uncles in suits and leather shoes were holding their phones under the platform while waiting for the late-night bus. Behind them, the girl with a bare hairpin in the 24-hour convenience store yawned a long time in front of the cashier. At midnight, they were all frozen in time. It was like a movie scene with the pause button pressed. The speeding cars on the road also stopped at this moment. John Hung had once gone to the station to pick up a friend and had seen the city at night, but this was the first time he had observed it so closely. He could see the chopped green onions sprinkled by the pancake boy, the calluses and dark faces of the sanitation workers, the greasy nose of the bald uncle, and the photo of his full moon daughter on the phone screen. The celebrity stickers secretly hidden under the cash register by the bare hairpin girl. All these details that were ignored in daily life were now presented to John Hung in their original form. It was like he was getting to know the city all over again. John Hung used WeChat to open a mobike and rode it around the city with great interest. He continued to test his own conjecture. When the hour hand on the starfish was about to finish its second circle, he returned to the dormitory before the dormitory ant locked the door. It was also midnight, and this time John Hung did not bring headphones. The next second, all the sounds flooded into his ears like a tide. Beautiful. This head is mine. Infinity Blade is finally out. Push the tower quickly. They don't dare to go up. No. I have to go home to replenish my blood first. The fan on the door was shaking its head with a creaking sound, and the call of wild cats came from outside the window. Someone was running through the corridor in slippers. John Hung, who hadn't slept for more than a day, was also tired at this time. After plugging in the dead mobile phone, he threw himself on the bed as quickly as possible and fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 4: A Small Test. Hey, have you heard about it? A senior sister from the communication department lied to the girls in the lower grades that there were internship opportunities in a big company. But when they got there, they found out that they were just drinking companions. Some of them were even forced to take nude photos. As a result, her roommate clearly saw her sleeping on the bed last night, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. I heard about it too. This incident alarmed all the girls in Building 2. Everyone searched the entire campus, but couldn't find her. Later, the police called the school and asked the school leaders to deal with it. I heard that someone reported all her dirty materials to the police. There were 2 photos that looked like they were taken right in front of them. But looking at the eyes and expressions of the people in the photos, it seemed that they couldn't see the camera in front of them. It was really weird. Speaking of weird things, the 12 o'clock legend of Walmart supermarket is even more terrifying. Right? What 12 o'clock legend? Don't you know? This matter has already exploded in the school forum. The Walmart supermarket closest to the library will definitely lose a bottle of Nestle coffee at 12 o'clock every Monday and Wednesday night. But there will be exactly $4.50 more in the cash register. This matter scared the 2 cashiers in the supermarket. They checked the surveillance and found that the coffee on the shelf suddenly disappeared, and there was no one in the picture. Wow. I get goosebumps when I hear you say that. A few chattering girls passed by John Hung, who was fiddling with a Sony mirrorless camera that he had just bought, since he discovered that his day had 24 extra hours a month ago. He has done many experiments and has basically mastered this ability. He just happened to encounter the incident with the senior sister in the media major, and tried his hand at it. Theoretically, if he is well prepared now, he can even start the Third World War. Of course, this would not do him any good. In addition, he could also walk down the street with a fire axe and smash all the ATMs, which would soon make him one of the top 100 richest people in the city. Or steal $1 from everyone's wallet and quickly get more than 20 million yuan with the least impact. But for now, he has no need for this. For a sophomore, 30,000 yuan a year is enough for living expenses, and he has nowhere to spend more. His family didn't need his support. Not to mention his parents, who were doing scientific research abroad. His grandfather was one of the first batch of college students after the college entrance examination was resumed in 1977. After graduation, he became a senior engineer of a National Water Conservancy project. He retired with a pension and a retirement home with a yard. He grew vegetables and played chess. He was quite satisfied with his current life. Moreover, after John Hung was familiar with his own abilities, he didn't need to break the law if he really wanted to make money. For example, the photography club he recently applied to join will have a photography competition with the theme of city impression next month. The senior in charge of external relations has attracted good sponsorship. The first prize is 5,000 yuan, plus a Canon EF17 to 40mm f/4L USM wide-angle zoom lens. The second and third place also have 3,000 yuan in prizes and prizes. John Hung started late and only attended 2 classes and 1 lecture in the photography club. He mainly relied on videos searched online and self-study, and his progress was just to composition and exposure. However, he couldn't resist the cooperation of his models. For ordinary photographers, fleeting wonderful moments are everywhere in John Hung's last 24 hours. Those static light and shadows don't even need any modification to be moving enough. Even though John Hung technology is still very raw, and he is confused about color temperature and depth of field, the city has a strange charm under his lens. John Hung picked 2 photos that he was satisfied with from his evening photography collection, and sent them to the club to register for the competition. He didn't necessarily want to win a prize, but mainly wanted to test his progress during this period. Since he found that he had 24 more hours a day a month ago, John Hung not only did not relax, but became busier. In the early days, it was mainly for various tests, such as whether the things he touched would always leave the time-stopping state, or would they return to stillness after leaving him for a certain period of time? For example, how far is the effective range of this time stop? Is it limited to this city? For this reason, he bought a plane ticket on Saturday to fly to a place 1,000 miles away. Such questions, most of which have been answered in experiments, and he has no good solution for the remaining difficult to verify ones for the time being. After that, he has to consider how to allocate the extra 24 hours. First of all, sleep is necessary, and midnight is the time for sleeping. When he first experienced this kind of thing, he could wander around the city for a whole day out of curiosity. But after getting used to it, it was no longer possible. In the last 24 hours when everyone was still, only the time on his wrist was still ticking. And at the same time, his various physiological needs were still objectively present. And he would still feel hunger, thirst, sleepiness, and fatigue after long-term activities as usual. Interesting. Does this also mean that I am aging twice as fast as ordinary people? John Hung looked at the person in the mirror thoughtfully. But he was afraid that he would not get the answer to this question in the short term. In short, after solving the problem of eating and sleeping, he still had about 14 hours left, which was enough for him to do many things. For example, reading. Perhaps influenced by his theological parents, he has always been interested in all kinds of strange knowledge. Before, due to time constraints, he could only read 1 book a week. Now he has made a new arrangement and set aside an extra 6 hours of reading time on Mondays and Wednesdays. The bright and spacious library has become his exclusive area. He does not need to reserve a seat in advance. And there are no weird neighbors. He can even walk freely between the bookshelves in pajamas and slippers. An interesting book, coupled with a cup of iced coffee, can make for a pleasant time. In addition, John Hung also picked up the rock climbing that he had given up after getting the card, and added photography to his list. He went to class during normal hours, and then practiced and consolidated what he learned in his own time. In addition, he has been practicing archery recently. His coach is amazed at his progress every week and even hopes that he can seriously consider the possibility of developing in this direction. Of course, John Hung's favorite activity is still the night tour in the city. Basically, he will take at least 2 hours every day to hang out outside. There are countless secrets hidden in the metropolis at night. With the help of those solidified time sections and the Sony camera in his hand, John Hung silently observes and records every corner of the city, just like browsing a series of stop-motion short films. Most of the time, he is just a quiet bystander, but occasionally he will change some plots that he doesn't like. These changes have nothing to do with good or evil. John Hung is not interested in playing the role of God or the devil. He is just simply enjoying his own moments. I'm curious. What would you do if you had 24 more hours a day? Chapter 5 Covenant. Thursday afternoon is John Hung legal time for daydreaming. At this time of the week, he usually doesn't arrange any work for himself, but finds a place he likes to stay and waste his life. This place can be a park, a temple, a museum. Of course, it can also be a maid cafe like now. Ignoring other factors, the latter is obviously the winner in terms of eye-catching. So this is also the place John Hung goes to most when he is daydreaming. A cup of forbidden love. With a plate of brother. I can't do it today. Thank you. John Hung ordered something serious, which he didn't know what it was. Okay, master. Wait a moment. The little maid with cat ears crossed her hands, hugged the tray to her chest, and said in a gentle tone, "Professional." John Hung gave a thumbs up in his heart. The maids in this shop are all college students who work part-time in nearby schools. They are very popular in the otaku circle. In comparison, the owner of the maid cafe in Chuinchi Road is very insincere. He invited a group of old ladies in their 30s and 40s to fill the number. It is said that when there were not enough people, he tried to do it himself, and tortured every customer in the store with his thick leg hair. It is better to say that they were tortured there than to eat there. While waiting for the meal, John Hung casually took a copy of Food Wars from the shelf nearby. He had just turned 2 pages when a voice came to his ear. What a pity! I still prefer his previous works. John Hung looked up and found that a stranger had appeared opposite him. He was a short old man wearing a tang suit but a top hat and a tie. This incongruous outfit made him look very strange. The eyes of the maid cafe were immediately attracted to him. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Seki Shun? He used to be a beat cartoonist. Then it seems my memory has not deceived me. The old man cracked his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. How have you been in the past month? John Hung. Are you satisfied with my little gift? Don't worry. The thing you are worried about does not exist. These 24 hours are extra and will not be deducted from your life. Did you do something to me? It must be admitted that the other party's opening remarks successfully attracted John Hung's attention. It's not easy for me to do this now. But since you are someone I value, I have to give you a gift. Right? The old man reached out and grabbed the forbidden love directly from the tray, startling the little maid who had just walked over. The latter looked at John Hung and asked with her eyes whether she needed to call the police. John Hung shook his head gently. I won't take advantage of you. You can still drink your drink after we finish talking. The old man muttered something that was a bit difficult to understand, and then said seriously, Now, let's get back to the point. I am quite satisfied with your performance this month, since the probation period has passed. Then let's talk about the conditions for becoming a regular employee. Conditions for becoming a regular employee? Yes. To put it simply, I need you to help me win the next game. This game itself can bring you rich rewards. In addition, you can continue to use the small gift I gave you. Seeing that John Hung seemed to want to say something, the old man waved his hand. I know your family situation, and money is not that tempting to you. Besides, it is easy to make money if you have this ability. But believe me, what this game can bring you will far exceed your imagination. What game? John Hung asked. In the distant past, we used war to resolve disputes. It was simple and effective. God, I miss those bloody and beautiful old times. However, the times have been developing. Civilized society should no longer use those barbaric and primitive means. Right? The old man drank the cup of forbidden love in his hand in one breath. So now we use the game to decide the winner. After all, the one sitting on the throne now is that annoying guy. Restricted by those ancient agreements, I can't reveal the content of the game to you in advance. Strictly speaking, our meeting this time is also prohibited. But don't worry. I can still deal with this little trouble. Since this game is so important, why don't you participate in it yourself? As I said before, we are restricted by some ancient conventions and cannot participate in person. You are like my agent. I put the chips on you. If you win, I win. If you lose, I lose. We are like grasshoppers on the same rope. However, my luck is not very good. The final rankings of the last few games are not good. The old man sighed. As you can see, I am getting weaker and weaker. So this time I decided to bet early. Although this is also very risky. After all, you may be eliminated halfway. Who are you? Zhang Hung brother was not available today, so he was also served. He was a plate of slightly burnt cookies, and the color looked suspicious. For now, you can regard me as your investor and partner. As for the future, I can only tell you one thing. The longer you persist in this game, the closer you will be to the truth of this world. Okay, we don't have much time. Now, tell me your answer. Zhang Hung looked into the old man's eyes. The other party just made a long series of speeches that sounded very childish, which was quite suitable for the atmosphere of the maid cafe. However, based on the fact that he could call out Zhang Hung's name and knew everything about him, this guy dressed a little funny was probably not joking. And Zhang Hung had to admit that the little gift he gave him was indeed very useful. This also made him interested in the game the other party was talking about. So after a moment Zhang Hung said, "It sounds interesting. How can I participate?" "It's very simple. Let me see which game point is closest to your school." The old man took out a Xiaomi mobile phone from the pocket of his tang suit, opened Baidu Maps, and clicked a few times. Sex in the City Bar. Game point number 137. Tonight at 11 o'clock. You won't regret your decision. Oh, I almost forgot. The old man stretched out a hand. The last step is to conclude an alliance. After shaking hands, you will be mine. Please don't use such ambiguous and bad words. I'm regretting it already. Zhang Hung also stretched out his right hand. Holding his hands together, Zhang Hung felt that he was touching a piece of cold and hard rock. The old man seemed to be in a good mood. Be careful of the agents of other guys, but you shouldn't encounter them in the early stages of the game. In addition, no matter what happens, you must prioritize survival. Wait, can people die in this game? Zhang Hung's eyelids jumped. No, it's just death in the game. In reality, it's more accurate to say that you disappear. Not only will your body disappear, but all your memories will also disappear. As if you never existed. I know a guy who happens to be very good at this kind of thing, the old man said in a calm tone, as if he remembered to buy a bag of salt before going out. Zhang Hung wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly became inexplicably dazed, and the next moment, the old man disappeared in front of him. The little maid not far away was holding a cup of crimson drink and walked quickly towards this side, revealing two cute little canine teeth when she smiled. "Master, your forbidden love. Please enjoy it slowly." Chapter 6 Game begins. Are you going out now? The dormitory head Wei Jianyang had just finished watching a movie with his girlfriend and returned to the dormitory at 9:45 p.m. He exuded the sour smell of love. He opened the door and saw Zhang Hung, who was wearing a sportswear and squatting on the ground tying his shoelaces. Yes, there is an event in the evening. Event? Is it a date? Wei Jianyang judged others by himself. And a mysterious smile of brother. I understand you appeared on his face. Chen Huadong, who was drinking Coke and watching a movie on the side, was shocked when he heard this. What? Mr. Zhang, isn't the person you like me? Ma Wei, the oldest in the dormitory, also put down his English book and couldn't help but say, Zhang Hung, you are so good. It should be easy for you to find a girlfriend. You are still single. If I wasn't in the same dormitory with you, I would have thought you were gay. Ma Wei's sigh was not without reason. His family conditions were the worst among the 4 people in the dormitory. Both his parents were honest farmers. When he was in high school, he liked a girl in his class, but he kept this feeling in his heart. It was not until the second semester of his freshman year that the 4 of them celebrated his birthday outside. He told the story after getting drunk that night. Only then did Zhang Hung and the others know that the girl had been admitted to the same city as him. So they urged Ma Wei to confess his love, but he shook his head and refused. The other 3 people in the dormitory knew Ma Wei's situation. They knew that he had to rely on national awards to pay for his tuition and reduce the burden on his family. He was the most diligent in his studies, spending every day in the library. In the remaining time, he worked part-time as a tutor to make money. He had no time to fall in love. However, other people can't help with this matter. Ma Wei has a strong self-esteem. When he and his roommates are doing activities together, he refuses all the requests from others to exempt him from the fees. Zhang Hung patted Ma Wei on the shoulder and said helplessly, Don't tease me. Tonight is not a date. I'm not gay. I just haven't met a girl I like yet. Chen Huadong raised the Coke in his hand. When you meet one, you must open your eyes to the brothers and see what kind of witch can win over our house grass. Mr. Zhang, After finally dealing with the 3 spectators, John Hung walked out of the school gate. It was already 10:05. If he hadn't found the string of numbers on his right arm while taking a shower, John Hung would have even suspected that what happened in the maid cafe this afternoon was just an illusion. He asked the cute maid with cat ears, and the latter was sure that he was the only one in that position from the time he entered the store to the time he left. The handsome and queen-like maid who was responsible for mixing drinks also said that she only mixed a cup of forbidden love during that time. Never question a bartender, because every drink is infused with something called love, and it is impossible for a person to forget his love, the latter said coolly. For the other people in the store, the conversation a few minutes ago was as if it had never happened. Speaking of which, the guy in a tang suit, a hat, and a tie seemed to have mentioned that this meeting was forbidden, but he would solve this problem. Therefore, John Hung guessed that this was probably what he called a solution. Time callback? John Hung was getting more and more curious about who the guy was. All his abilities seemed to be related to time, but now was not the time to think about such questions. He needed to deal with the upcoming game first. After leaving school, he followed the navigation on Baidu and took the subway to an industrial area outside the 5th Ring Road, and then jogged to warm himself up. At 10:45, he arrived outside the bar called Sex and the City. This place was a bit remote. John Hung saw several guys who looked like gangsters along the way. They were smoking and looking at him unkindly. There were also several drunk girls in cool clothes squatting on the curb and vomiting. John Hung didn't want to cause trouble, so he put on the hood of his sportswear and walked past them at a constant speed. The bar was more lively than he thought. Sex and the City was transformed from an abandoned factory, covering a large area. The rusty factory was covered with all kinds of weird graffiti, and luxury cars and supercars were parked in front of the door. This time was the best time for the bar business, and young people in the city came here from all directions. Before entering the door, deafening sound waves came from the factory, as if to tear people's souls apart. John Hung frowned. Although the uninvited guest who drank the same drink with him kept emphasizing that he should not reveal anything and would know everything when the game went deeper, there was still some vague information between the lines. In any case, his organization should be old and secretive enough. It was not the first time they held similar games, but the world did not know of their existence. This shows that they did a good job of keeping secrets. But now there are at least 700 or 800 people where John Hung is. Everywhere he looks, there are thighs and buttocks, and cool laser lights are moving with the DJ's music. If the so-called dangerous game is played here, John Hung dares to bet that there will be overwhelming videos on Douyin and YouTube the next day. So is there a mistake in the address? This is a common mistake made by most people, especially considering the other party's age. This kind of thing is not too surprising. Just then John Hung noticed the black shadow on the upper right. Strictly speaking, it can't be considered the second floor, but a huge container is fixed to the west wall by a steel structure. There is an iron ladder leading to it, and under the iron ladder stand 2 strong men in suits and sunglasses. A few drunk young men and women seem to want to run up to play, but were stopped by the 2 men. One of the second-generation rich people must have a very rich family. He threw a handful of banknotes on the other person's face. The people around found that the young man threw out a $100 bill, and immediately started to riot and rob. But the 2 strong men did not react. The second-generation rich man was a little angry, and he threw the wine in his hand on the faces of the 2 people. Maybe he was used to being arrogant, so he raised his foot and wanted to rush up. The next moment, no one could see what happened. His body suddenly flew backwards, knocking over several people and a wine table. In the end, he lay on the ground with a bloody face, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His companions were sobered up by the scene, and some men wanted to say some harsh words. But when they saw one of the guys slowly wiping his sunglasses, they finally backed off and hurried to the parking lot with the unconscious rich second generation. When the commotion subsided, the others looked at the 2 strong men with a hint of fear, and dared not approach them again. John Hung waited for another 5 minutes to make sure that no one was paying attention to this side, and then took a deep breath and walked up. 2 strong men in suits looked at him expressionlessly from behind their sunglasses. Their eyes made people feel cold. John Hung felt like he was facing 2 lions ready to hunt on the prairie. But his calmness worked again. He pulled up his sleeves and revealed the string of numbers on his arm. During this process, he was still a little worried. The miserable state of the rich second generation just now was quite unforgettable. Although Zhang Heng had previously guessed that the number on his arm was the entry ticket to the game, he did not rule out other possibilities. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. He did not follow the footsteps of the rich second generation and cosplay a human bowling ball in the air. After a while, the two iron tower-like figures stepped aside without saying a word, revealing the road behind them. Chapter 7. Survival on a Deserted Island. Zhang Heng walked up the iron ladder to the second floor and pushed open the blue iron door in front of him. Considering what he had seen along the way, and the group of young men and women downstairs who were swinging their bodies to release their youth, he originally thought that even if the iron house was not of the same style, it should be similar. But in fact, this place is more like a VIP lounge at an international airport. After pushing open the door, Zhang Heng felt like he had entered another world. With soft lights, red Persian carpets, leather sofas, silver tableware on the coffee table, and a variety of snacks and fruits on the self-service table, there was a small bar on the right. And when he closed the door behind him, he even heard a soft and soothing piano music. You have to know that the sound waves below are already over 100 decibels. Although Zhang Heng is not a related major, he is also very clear that the material structure like the container has almost no sound insulation effect. But now the fact is happening in front of us. When the iron door is closed, the noise outside the door is completely blocked at the other end. Perhaps because Zhang Heng has experienced even more incredible things. He has developed a certain immunity to similar things. He just hesitated for a moment and started again. "Welcome," the woman in a red evening gown behind the bar said. Zhang Heng looked around briefly. In addition to him, there were about a dozen people in the lounge. They were sitting in booths not far away. Some were chatting together, while others were alone. But the strange thing was that the closest person was only a few meters away from him. But he couldn't see the other person's face clearly. This was a very strange experience. He could feel that there was nothing wrong with his vision, and his retina could form a clear image. But then it seemed as if something was blocking the transmission of this information back to his brain. Zhang Heng didn't believe it. He tried to concentrate and felt that he was about to break through the invisible barrier. But the next moment, he felt nauseous in his abdomen and had to reach out to hold the bar to prevent himself from falling. At this time, a glass of lemonade was pushed in front of him. Relax. This is what every new player who has just arrived here will experience, unless the other party allows it. In Desire and the City, the appearance of the players is in an unrecognizable state by default. In fact, your voices have also been specially processed. What you hear is not the real voice. This is also to protect your safety to the greatest extent. But I can still see your appearance. Zhang Heng took the lemonade and thanked him. The light was dim just now, and his attention was on other people. It was not until then that he found that the face behind the bar looked familiar, although the other party changed clothes and put on lipstick, and the temperament was completely different from that in the daytime. Zhang Heng still recognized it. "You are the bartender in the maid cafe? Not bad. Your observation is sharper than I expected." The latter wiped the glass, still maintaining a bit of the daytime coldness. "No one stipulates that a person can only work one job a day. Right? By the way, I'm the receptionist here, and I don't need to hide my appearance like the players do." "Sorry. You've been repeating words like player and receptionist in my ear since I came in. But I'm sorry. I still don't know what game I'm going to play. Blackjack? Texas Hold'em? Three Kingdoms? Esports?" Zhang Heng sat on the high stool in front of the bar. "I usually don't like to brag about my employer in front of customers. In fact, I don't like to brag about them at any time. But this time I must say, congratulations, Mr. Zhang Heng. You are very lucky to be in the greatest game in human history. I can assure you that compared to it, the games you have played before are weak, and it will completely change your life. You can often hear this at the MLM seminars. It's not your fault. Doubt is human nature." The bartender was not angry when she heard this. "Answer me a question, Mr. Zhang Heng. What do you think makes a person who he is? DNA?" Zhang Heng took a sip of the lemonade in his hand. He didn't know why the bartender suddenly changed the topic. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Each of us has unique DNA. Some parts of our body have been coded since birth. Your appearance, family medical history. But fortunately, we still have many choices after that. You can go to college, work part-time, start a business, become a primary school teacher, or an astronaut." The bartender put down the crystal clear glass in her hand and spoke faster and faster. Putting aside those things that are already destined, let me change the question to a more accurate way. What do you think makes a person become who he is today? Such as why astronauts can walk in space, why boxers can knock down their opponents in the ring, and what makes teachers pick up teaching aids. Experience? Are you saying that experience and learning make us who we are today? John Hung quickly understood what the bartender wanted to say, and then he raised his eyebrows. But I still don't understand what this has to do with the game I'm about to participate in. However, this time he didn't get any answer, no matter how many words you describe. It's not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Mr. John Hung, your first round of the game has begun. Please cherish this rare and extraordinary experience. I look forward to seeing you again. The bartender's eyes flashed with a strange light. After she finished her last sentence, the hands of the clock on the wall just pointed to 11 o'clock. The next moment, a strong feeling of dizziness rushed to John Hung's head, making his vision blurry. Not good. Has he been tricked? John Hung's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the glass of lemonade. It was the only thing he had tasted. He had been on guard since the moment he stepped into the bar. However, perhaps because he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here, he relaxed his vigilance a little. He didn't know when the other party had made a move, and what kind of powerful anesthetic was put in it. Just a light sip would have such a terrible effect. He only felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier, and he could no longer support himself, and fell on the bar and lost consciousness. So it turns out that men can also be drugged? John Hung didn't know how long it had been. Maybe a few days, maybe a few hours, maybe just a few seconds. A strange voice came to his ears. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. Randomly drawing a new player copy for player number 07958. Drawing completed. Current copy is Desert Island Survival. You are on a cruise ship for a sea trip. When you are sailing near the equator, you encounter a terrible storm. The cruise ship deviates from the original route. At the same time, the radar, sonar, GPS and satellite phone on the ship all fail strangely. You lose your direction and sail aimlessly on the sea for another month. Unfortunately, you encounter another bigger storm. When the incident happened, you were standing on the deck. A huge wave swept you into the sea. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself lying on an unfamiliar beach. Mission goal: survive on this desert island for 40 days. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 20 days in this game. After 40 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Chapter 8. When John Hung opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar beach. The waves washed over his body, and a hermit crab carrying a conch shell slipped past him. John Hung was in a very bad state. He was thirsty, hungry, and exhausted since he woke up. It felt like he had been drifting on the sea for a few days. He found a dry place and sat down with his back against the rock wall, looking in the direction where he was washed. There was only endless seawater. What is this? A reality show shooting? Maybe it was the after effects of the glass of lemonade. Or maybe it was because he hadn't eaten for a long time. John Hung's brain was now groggy. He forced himself to calm down and began to think about everything that happened to him. According to the request of the weird guy in the tang suit, he became his agent and came to a bar called Sex and the city to participate in a mysterious game. He finally found the real owner, but was drugged by the other party and then thrown on a deserted island. So the question is, why did the other party do this? And what good does it do for them? And the mysterious voice that appeared in his mind before, which seemed to be a game login, was it his hallucination? If not, what's the point? His body is still the same body, but the sportswear on his body is gone, replaced by a pair of beach pants and a floral t-shirt. And the Swiss Army knife stuffed in his trouser pocket just in case is naturally gone. But the watch on his right hand is still there, and it is the only thing that is not lost. However, when John Hung's eyes fell on the dial, he was stunned. The date on the starfish did not change, and it still stayed on Thursday, the night he entered the Sex and the City bar, and the time on it was only 1 minute before he fainted. John Hung stared at it for a while, and found that the second hand had not moved. Is it broken? John Hung was a little surprised. He had done a lot of experiments before. This watch could not be adjusted. The time on it was always accurate. Only he could see the extra 12 scales. It could not be damaged by water or fire. It was so strong that it didn't look like something from this world. John Hung once tried to throw it from a building over 200 meters high to the concrete floor below. As a result, a small hole was smashed on the hard concrete floor. But the watch was safe and sound. He once thought that even if he hung up the watch, it would last until the end of the world. He didn't expect that it would lose power one day. However, John Hung's heart moved immediately afterwards. He remembered the mysterious voice that appeared in his mind not long ago. The other party mentioned the time flow rate of 480 at the end. John Hung raised his eyelids. Could it be that it really meant what it said? If someone else wanted to verify this, they might have to wait for 40 days. But for John Hung, he had other ways. He reached out and pressed his pulse. And after 20 minutes, he finally confirmed something horrible. The starfish on his hand was not broken. This watch is still running according to the time in the real world. But when converted, 1 second becomes 8 minutes. So, is this really just a game? John Hung was a little confused. The scenery in front of him was so real. The golden beach. The coconut trees swaying in the wind. The wet t-shirt sticking to his body. The uneven rocks hurting his back. The hunger and weakness wrapped around him, making him clearly feel the passing of life. In any case, the most urgent thing is to find a way to recover some physical strength. Now John Hung even began to have difficulty thinking. He knew that he had to eat and replenish water. However, although John Hung's mental quality was better than that of ordinary people, he was just an ordinary college student after all. As a modern person, he had no idea how to live on a deserted island. He couldn't tell whether a plant was edible or not, and didn't know how to hunt, find water, and build a shelter. Fortunately, he still knew coconut trees. At this moment, there were several coconut trees less than 20 meters away from his left-hand side, with some green coconuts growing on them. The coconut juice inside could moisturize his long-dried lips and throat, and the pulp could provide him with much-needed energy and vitamins. John Hung picked up a palm-sized stone from his feet and found a coconut tree that might have been blown crooked by the typhoon. He used the stone in his hand to smash the coconuts on it. There were 7 in total, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. This kind of thing would not be difficult at all under normal circumstances. But considering John Hung's current physical condition, he really spent a lot of effort to get those coconuts off the tree. And by the time he smashed the green coconuts on the rocks one by one and drank the coconut juice inside, half an hour had passed. Then John Hung scraped some coconut meat off with a stone and swallowed it. After doing all this, his strength finally recovered a little, and he could continue to think about his current situation. John Hung couldn't tell whether he was in a game or in reality. If all this was fake, it couldn't explain why his current senses and physical state were so real, nor could it explain the strange flow of time on his watch. But if he was still in reality, then how did the other party throw him from the city where he studied and lived to this deserted island in the blink of an eye? John Hung shook his head and decided to use the old method to put the unsolvable problem aside. Anyway, according to the old man in Tang suit, whether this is a game or reality, he must find a way to survive. Can an ordinary modern person living in the city really conquer this mysterious nature? John Hung showed a bitter smile. He has always been a very optimistic person, but facing the current situation, he did not think he could survive for 40 days on this completely unfamiliar island behind him. In fact, even 4 days is a bit difficult. He lacked knowledge and skills to survive in the wild, was in poor physical condition, and was alone. John Hung now really hoped that he was in the game, because a good game should not have any deadly situations. Especially this was just the novice level that had just started. As if in response to his expectations, 3 small black dots appeared in the distant waves the next moment. John Hung dropped the coconut shell in his hand and stood up. He ran to the beach at the fastest speed under the scorching sun above his head, and finally saw the 3 small black dots clearly. They turned out to be 3 people floating in the waves. All 3 of them were foreign men. One of them was wearing a full set of jackets and hiking boots, and there seemed to be a dagger hanging on his waist. But John Hung couldn't be sure because of the strong wind and waves. His expression was the calmest among the 3. In addition, there was a young man wearing only shorts, and with an expressionless face, and a bald uncle without any clothes. The 3 were in a very dangerous situation, although they tried to get closer to the island. For some unknown reason, they seemed to be able to only stay floating, and were constantly retreated by the waves. John Hung knew he had to make a choice. although he had recovered some strength from the coconuts. It was obviously unrealistic to save all 3 people at once. With his current strength, he could only try to rescue one of them. He finally chose the bald uncle who had nothing. The reason was simple. Because he was the closest to the beach among the 3. Chapter 9. When John Hung dragged the naked guy onto the beach, both of them were exhausted. John Hung didn't even know how he swam back the last section. After approaching the target man, he found out that the man's lumbar spine was injured and his thigh was cut by the reef. He couldn't move at all. No wonder he could only drift like a mineral water bottle. It was not easy to drag him back. During the journey, John Hung couldn't help but give up several times. But he didn't expect that this guy had a good mentality and kept cheering him up. John Hung finally gritted his teeth and pulled the guy ashore. The 2 of them lay on the beach for a while. And John Hung really didn't want to move a finger. If possible, he wanted to close his eyes and fall asleep right now. However, unexpectedly, only 2 minutes later, the naked guy spoke again. "Hey buddy, this won't work. We are not far from the equator now. The temperature at noon can reach 35 or 36 degrees. If this continues, we will soon be dehydrated. I take you to a cool place now." John Hung took 2 breaths, gathered some strength, dragged the man to a rock wall, and took off his t-shirt to bandage the wound on his thigh. After that, John Hung was really exhausted and couldn't even throw a stone. Fortunately, he picked up a few coconuts that fell on the ground a little further away. The naked guy saw John Hung preparing to smash the coconuts, opened his mouth, and hesitated to speak. I don't want to be too demanding, but if possible, please give me green coconuts. Coconuts like this one that fell on the ground are already old, and the milky white juice inside is likely to cause diarrhea after drinking. On a deserted island like this with nothing, this is very deadly. You seem to have a lot of knowledge about wilderness survival? I spent some time in the military and spent more than 2 years hiking through the Amazon rainforest. So yes, I think I can be considered an expert in wilderness survival. John Hung knew that he had made the right bet. Sure enough, in an excellent game, there would not be a level that would completely kill the player. He knew that the man in front of him was his hope of surviving on this deserted island. But this also made him curious about who the 2 guys were. After all, in terms of difficulty, rescuing the naked man is the easiest thing to do. And according to the consistent thinking of the game designer, the more you pay, the greater the reward you will get. However, John Hung did not regret it, as he knew his own physical condition best. It was already very difficult to save the naked man, and even if he could swim to the 2 people farther away, he would not have the strength to bring them back. What's more, the man in front of him with a severely receding hairline at least looked easy to get along with. As an enlightenment teacher, sometimes attitude is far more important than ability. Sure enough, he then heard the other party say, "Friend, can you help me find some green coconuts? My throat is too dry. I will teach you how to find water later." No problem. John Hung took advantage of this opportunity to lie down for a while and recovered some physical strength, just enough to meet the other party's needs. This time he smashed down 14 coconuts in one breath, gave 5 to the naked man, ate 3 himself, and stored the remaining 6 as food. The naked man looked much better after drinking coconut juice. He stretched out his hand. "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ed Wilson, a former British Army captain stationed in Afghanistan. Just call me Ed. Thank you very much for saving my life. John Hung, a Sion national, currently a sophomore." "You're welcome." John Hung and the former British Army captain stationed in Afghanistan shook hands in a friendly manner. After that, the latter's tone suddenly became low. "It's a pity for those 2 guys. There is no other land nearby except this small island. If they can't come up, they may be in danger. However, the man named Ed obviously has a good ability to adjust himself psychologically. He was only sad for a while before he regained his optimism. Okay, according to the agreement, I should fulfill the agreement and teach you how to find water. When I was at sea, I roughly estimated that this island should be about 12,000 hectares in size. I found some animal footprints near the bushes, which means there may be streams on the island. You can find it by following the animal footprints. But the bad news is that this also means that there may be predators on the island. Now it will soon be night. It is not a wise move to explore deep into the island without a torch. You may get lost and be attacked by wild animals." Ed patiently taught John Hung survival skills in the wild. and he deliberately slowed down his speech to make it easier for Zhang Heng to hear every word. Even so, Zhang Heng would interrupt him from time to time to ask about the meaning of a word. Although Zhang Heng had a pair of parents working abroad, the two gods stayed at home for a short time and did not deliberately cultivate Zhang Heng's foreign language level. Therefore, the latter's English was just an ordinary level 6, and there was no big problem in daily communication. But once it came to professional vocabulary, Ed had to explain it again. After 20 minutes of teaching and listening, Zhang Heng finally figured out how to find fresh water in the wild. Following Ed's advice, he temporarily used coconut milk as the main source of water. At the same time, he searched the nearby stone walls and not only successfully found several small puddles, but also discovered a natural cave. It was about 10 square meters, full of bird droppings, and the smell was not very pleasant. But the terrain was relatively high, so there was no need to worry about being swept away by the tide when sleeping at night. More importantly, it was in a leeward position, and the island was still very cold in the morning and evening, especially when the wind blew on the body. It would take away more heat. As the sun set, Zhang Heng used the last bit of light in the sky to pick a few more coconuts, and use them as dinner together with the previous ones. Then the two people in the cave said goodnight to each other. As a city dweller, it was the first time for Zhang Heng to sleep in the wild. Although he knew that his spirit and body had reached their limits, and he was in urgent need of rest, he still couldn't close his eyes for a long time. Whether it was the smell of bird droppings in the air, the hard rocks behind him, or the unknown insects crawling over his arms in the dark, everything was torturing his nerves and making him uneasy. Ed suddenly said, "Zhang, have I ever told you what is the most important thing for survival in the wild?" "What?" Zhang Heng hadn't heard any movement behind him for a long time, and thought the man had fallen asleep. Survival skills are undoubtedly very important, but what's more important is to keep yourself optimistic. When you feel tormented, you can think about those happy things and tell yourself that maybe tomorrow a ship will pass by here and take me back to the civilized world. Ed's mentality was as positive as ever. Zhang Heng sighed secretly. If this was really a game, there would be no ships passing through within 40 days. However, Ed's words still made him feel much better. The most important thing was that he realized that he was not alone at the moment. Zhang Heng was not a person who liked to complain. It was just 40 days on the deserted island. With the help of a teacher, he believed that he could do it. Zhang Heng tried to clear all the negative emotions from his mind. Soon, he felt tired and closed his eyes. Chapter 10. The sun rises from the sea level, and a new day has arrived. Zhang Heng opened his eyes from the cave and found that Ed had sat up. "Morning, Zhang." "Morning," Zhang Heng said. "God, I really wish I could have a cup of hot coffee. Fried eggs, sausages and toast now." The former army captain sighed. "But given our current situation, we can't ask for too much. Right? It's a pity that coconuts can bring us too few calories. A green coconut can only provide about 200 calories of energy. And even if we don't exercise, we have to consume 2,000 calories a day. In addition, we also need to expand our diet and get a richer source of nutrition. Well, since we are at the seaside, I think we can take advantage of this. What should I do?" Zhang Heng asked. "Don't worry. You live in the city, which makes your stomach very fragile. Even if I tell you how to get food from the sea, there is no way to heat it. A crab may cause you to have diarrhea and dehydration. So we need fire. The water source you found before also needs to be heated before drinking. Just boil it for 3 minutes to basically kill most of the bacteria. So I will teach you how to make a fire first." Ed paused and began to explain patiently. The most important thing about making a fire is to find the right wood. Those fast-growing softwoods are the best. The fire drill and the base can be taken from the same tree. Scrape off the bark and dry it in a sunny place. Zhang Heng listened very seriously, but when he actually did it, he found that it was not as simple as he thought. He was busy making fire for the whole morning, but in the end, he failed again and again. In order to rub the fire drill, a large piece of skin on his hand was rubbed off, and he grimaced in pain. At the same time, because there was no time to go out to find food, he and Ed ate the coconuts they had stored before and had to go hungry. But what made people even more frustrated was that they spent a lot of effort but got nothing in return. "Zhang, you can't go from a rookie to an expert in just one day," Ed comforted. "The beginning of anything is always the most difficult. That's true. But failure still makes people feel unhappy. John Hung threw away the broken drill rod in his hand and said helplessly, "Failure is also a valuable experience. Our ancestors evolved from failure tens of thousands of years ago." Ed was as considerate as ever. "You are a smart student, Jean. Don't worry. There is still time for you to learn and grow. Now tell me, what did you learn from this failure? Wood still doesn't work. My hand skin is almost rubbed off, and I can't get any sparks. I have to try other wood," John Hung said. However, the weather is unpredictable. At dusk, the island was windy, and the sky was soon covered with dark clouds. John Hung didn't have time to clean up. The peeled wood placed on the rock wall to dry was soaked by the heavy rain. This also meant that his whole day was wasted. John Hung lay in the cave with his arms and legs spread out, staring at the top of the cave with lifeless eyes. "Ed, I don't think your chicken soup for the soul can still work at this time." "Then give up," Ed said calmly. But only before the rain stops. Only by venting your negative emotions can you better devote yourself to work later. Are you always so positive and optimistic?" "Ed, maybe it's because I encountered worse situations when I was hiking through the Amazon. I survived the difficulties back then. So there's no reason to give up now," Ed said. "Experience makes us who we are today," John Hung muttered. And he remembered what the bartender said before, and felt that he seemed to have grasped something. "It seems that this rain will not stop until dark. Go to bed early. There is still a lot of work to do tomorrow," Ed said, and lay down first. The next night, the two spent the night hungry. John Hung got up before dawn the next morning, mainly because he was hungry. He ran to the coconut tree to pick a few coconuts to satisfy his hunger. He had almost picked all the coconuts growing low nearby, and the remaining ones were all taller, and it was difficult to knock them down with stones. John Hung knew that he had little time left, and he had to light a fire quickly. Otherwise the follow-up work could not be carried out. Therefore, he decided to take a little risk this time. After bringing breakfast back to Ed, he went a little deeper into the primeval forest behind the beach. The final result was gratifying. He not only found a tree suitable for making fire, but also found animals that looked like pheasants. Unfortunately, those little things were very agile. They flapped their wings and flew away before John Hung approached them. At least John Hung had no way to deal with them now. He broke off a branch and brought it back to the beach. He did the same as yesterday. In the afternoon, some smoking wood chips finally drilled out of it. John Hung followed the knowledge taught by Ed and put the wood chips on the tinder made of candle fruit tree leaves. He blew carefully to make the wood chips glow and ignite the tinder below. After a while, the two people on the island finally got the long-lost fire. "Well done. Now we can avoid the danger of infection," Ed said happily. John Hung had never thought that he would be so excited to see fire one day. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the voice of a third person. Fire was made successfully. New skill Wilderness Survival LV0 was obtained. Game points +3. And the personal character panel was activated at the same time. And personal status can be checked. This voice sounded familiar. John Hung thought about it carefully and found that it was the voice that sounded in his ears when he was unconscious before. John Hung asked Ed, "Ed, did you hear anything just now?" The latter was a little confused. "Should I hear anything?" Then he straightened his face and asked with concern, "John, you are not hallucinating because of dehydration?" John Hung also suspected that he was dizzy from the sun, because there was something that looked like an attribute card in front of him. Name, John Hung. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player ID, 07958. Number of game rounds experienced, 0. Current game points, 3. Mastered skills, piano LV1. Language proficiency LV1. 2 languages reach the level of daily communication, evaluation. This player is mediocre. There is nothing worth mentioning. And no special skills. It is expected that he will not be able to support the first 3 rounds of the game. John Hung was speechless. Putting aside the harsh comments below, why did he only have 2 skills? Well, he saw a line of small words below the skill bar. Level 0 skills are not displayed. With his amateur level 9 piano playing level, he only managed a pitiful level 1? This game's definition of skills is a bit too strict. Not even 1 out of 100 people can make a fire with bare hands in the wild. And he can only barely reach the edge of level 0. This game seems to be more difficult than he imagined. Chapter 11. John Hung finally made a fire. This way, His diet is no longer limited to coconuts. Then John Hung found some conchs on the rocks on the beach according to Ed's instructions, and was lucky to find crabs and oysters, especially the latter, which is delicious, nutritious, rich in calcium, iron, phosphorus, and vitamin B2, and is known as the milk of the sea. The only pity is that the calories are not high, only about 70 calories per piece. This is of course a good thing in the eyes of foodies. But on a deserted island, John Hung prefers high-calorie foods to provide the energy needed for physical activities. He didn't have to worry about the high calories and his body shape, because he had already lost a lot of weight in the past few days. Fortunately, he should be able to have a good meal tonight. John Hung caught more than 70 small conchs, 6 oysters, and 4 hermit crabs, but the latter were not big. Ed said that hermit crabs could also be eaten, but the taste was average. However, the two of them were not eating in a Michelin restaurant now, so they had long forgotten about the taste. John Hung also saw some fish on the coast, but without tools, he could only watch them swim freely there. In addition, there were the small puddles he found 2 days ago. John Hung scooped water out of them with the clam shells he picked up. But then, he was troubled by the tools for boiling water. The two were now on a deserted island, without even the most common bowls. The heat insulation of clam shells was too good, and it was difficult to boil even if they were placed directly on the fire. Ed thought for a while and said, "Go find some stones. Not ones with many holes or layers on them." John Hung nodded. He found some stones according to Ed's request, spent 20 minutes to burn them red, and then clamped them into the clam shells with branches. Not long after, the water inside began to boil. "There's not much water here. 2 pieces should be enough," Ed said. The water in the clam shells boiled for a quarter of an hour, which was enough to kill most of the germs. John Hung memorized these tips for survival in the wild. Ed was a good teacher. Although his waist injury made him unable to move, his rich knowledge of survival in the wild benefited John Hung a lot. Therefore, even though he was now responsible for collecting food and water for the two of them to survive, John Hung had no complaints. But John Hung didn't want to rely on Ed all the time. He hoped to turn the knowledge he got from Ed into his own skills. It wasn't to get rid of Ed's trouble later. In fact, just because of his kindness, John Hung was willing to give him half of his food as long as there was a bite of food. However, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. He noticed that Ed's face looked worse than when he was rescued on the first day. The recuperation during this period did not make his waist injury better. However, the more fatal thing was the wound on his thigh. John Hung bandaged it simply to stop the bleeding. But there was nothing he could do after that. There were no antibiotics that were commonly found in city hospitals on this deserted island. Once the wound was infected, it would be fatal. John Hung believed that the former army captain knew this better than himself. But Ed had been avoiding this topic intentionally or unintentionally these days, and this seemed to confirm his bad premonition from a certain perspective. John Hung had no way to deal with this. He could only take good care of Ed as much as possible. In the following days, Ed taught him how to make simple stone tools, clean teeth with charcoal, collect rainwater, weave ropes with tree bark, make simple rafts, and use coral traps to catch fish. Compared with when they first arrived on the island, the two of them have now passed the most dangerous period and even have some extra food. John Hung hung the leftover fish on the top of the cave so that they would not have to go hungry when they encountered bad weather and could not go out to collect fish. The situation seemed to be developing in a positive direction, so it seemed that the 40-day survival agreement was not a difficult goal to achieve. Just as John Hung had this thought, bad luck also came. On the night of the 16th day, Ed suddenly started to have a high fever, and John Hung had to devote most of his energy to taking care of the former army captain. As a result, he had less time to go out to collect food and water, and the search range was greatly reduced. Fortunately, the food that was stored in advance could prevent the two from facing a survival crisis immediately. What made John Hung even more worried was that Ed's condition had not improved for 3 consecutive days. John Hung unbuttoned the t-shirt on the latter's leg and found that the wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen was now completely infected and ulcerated. The former army captain had been in a coma since yesterday. The food in the cave was also consumed bit by bit, and the two were about to run out of ammunition and food. As a result, on the night of the 19th day, Ed suddenly opened his eyes again and said to John Hung, who was lying beside him in a half-asleep state, Do you know what is the most important thing for survival in the wild? It is a mentality of never stopping. Never be satisfied with yesterday's achievements. Live better every day. And find a way to conquer this piece of nature. John Hung rubbed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Ed, you didn't tell me that last time. However, there was no sound from the other side. John Hung tried to put his finger under the man's nose and found that the latter was no longer breathing. John Hung had been mentally prepared for Ed's death. But he still felt a little sad when the former army captain really left. The two of them didn't spend much time together. But the skills he had now to survive in the wilderness were all taught by Ed. The two of them were both teachers and friends. John Hung dug a pit in the forest not far from the cave and buried the latter's body, in order to prevent wild animals from destroying it. He also cut a few pointed wooden sticks and inserted them around. After doing all this, he dragged his hungry body to the beach to find some food to fill his stomach. The good news is that half of the 40 days to the mission target is passed. Although he is alone again, John Hung is confident that he can survive on this deserted island this time. Especially on the afternoon of the 20th day. John Hung picked up a 2-pound big fish in the coral trap, which meant that he could have a full meal again in the evening. Just when John Hung thought his bad luck was finally over, he suddenly received a long-lost voice prompt in his ear. Alarm. Alert. An abnormality has occurred in the target copy. Serious time error. Error being reported. Second-level authority is enabled. Review passed. Report cancelled. This error is permanently removed from the judgment sequence. The mission target remains unchanged. The return time is corrected from 40 days to 520 days. Please pay attention. John Hung was overwhelmed by this series of information. When he realized what happened, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly looked at his right hand. The 3 pointers there overlapped right above the dial. No way. John Hung was shocked. He had been living a fulfilling life during this period, learning wilderness survival skills, and then experienced various things, and forgot about the 24-scale starfish on his hand. He was unable to enter the static world in the first few nights after he arrived. He thought that this thing did not work in the game, but he did not expect that the latter was busy holding back the ultimate move. John Hung almost instantly realized where the 520 days came from. After the extra 24 hours at midnight every day were magnified 480 times. They became an extremely terrifying number in this world. Chapter 12. So is this really just a game? In reality, once the starfish time points to midnight, John Hung will enter a static time. However, the sea breeze is still blowing in his ears, and the coconut trees are swaying behind him. Except for the sound that suddenly appeared not long ago. Nothing has changed. John Hung has tried to play several computer games in a static state before. According to the contact recovery principle, as long as it is not connected with other people, it can run well without exception. But now is not the time to dwell on such things. The dawn of victory was within sight. But the game difficulty suddenly rose to hell level. When John Hung realized that he would have to stay on this deserted island for 500 days instead of 20 days, he no longer had the energy to smile bitterly. He sat by the sea, looking at the sea level in the distance, and did nothing until the sun went down. For the first time, he felt that life was full of malice. However, now that things have come to this, there is no point in complaining. Even if he wants to settle accounts with someone, he has to live until 500 days later. John Hung finally cheered up before dark. He was not someone who was easily defeated by difficulties. He followed Ed's teachings to give up intermittently. After venting all his negative emotions, he basically regained his composure. He took the fish and crabs he caught back to the cave and had a good meal. The next morning, he threw himself into the fight against nature again. Fire can bake food and heat raw water, and it can also keep him warm at night. But at the same time, keeping the fire burning has become John Hung's responsibility. Every day when he went out, he not only had to collect food and fresh water, but also had to find firewood that was easy to burn. This task would become extremely difficult, especially shortly after it rained. John Hung had always wanted to collect more firewood and store it in the cave to cope with the rainy weather. But before, all his energy was focused on finding food. Now that Ed was gone, the amount of food he needed every day was reduced by half, and he could finally spare time to do more things. In addition to collecting firewood, John Hung also tried to make a few stone axes. Ed was not very good at tool making, and he just roughly explained the manufacturing principle of stone axes to him. Before, John Hung used clam shells with sharp edges to cut trees. But the effect was not very good. He had to saw a small tree for at least 2 or 3 hours. Now he wanted to try the stone tools that had always been highly respected by primitive people. But he didn't know what went wrong. The stone axe he made either flew away when he swung it when chopping trees, or it broke itself before it chopped twice. John Hung could only comfort himself that failure is the mother of success. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. And John Hung heard that familiar voice. Mission completed. Will return in 480 days. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with the 2 sentences. But when put together, it sounded a bit like a cold joke. John Hung ignored the mysterious voice. He had just finished lunch and wanted to find a few more clam shells to hold water on the beach. The original one had just been burned. He was picking goods at the free market. When he looked up, he accidentally saw 2 small black dots not far away. This plot seems a bit familiar. What is more familiar is the 2 people struggling in the waves. Aren't these the adventure man in option B and the shorts guy in option C? John Hung was speechless. What kind of people are these? Their vitality is too tenacious. He worked hard on the island and finally survived. These 2 are still alive and kicking after drifting on the sea for 40 days. Thinking of the deceased Ed, who thanked him before his death, saying that he could at least die on land instead of being eaten by fish like the other 2. John Hung felt a little sorry for the former. If he hadn't saved him, he might still be drifting happily on the sea. This was not the first day John Hung played the game, and he knew that he was in this situation because of a bug. The root cause was that his extra 24 hours disrupted the operation of this copy. Theoretically, the plot after 40 days should not exist at all. Other players have already returned to the real world at this time, and only he is still struggling. Ordinary games will probably freeze or crash at this time. But this game can still run. From this point alone, it can be called amazing. The bartender said that this is the greatest game in human history. John Hung now believes it a little. Since he came to this world, everything in front of him is extremely real. Whether it is the plants or animals on the island, they are exactly the same as in the real world. And Ed, who has had contact with him, is no different from a real person. But now this impeccable world finally revealed a flaw, because there is no plot later. So it has to be repeated again? However, unlike the mechanical cycle, Ed, who had been buried in the grove by his own hands, did not appear again, which shows that the basic logic is still running. John Hung took off his clothes as quickly as possible. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity to give benefits. Compared with a weak body, he had just arrived on the island 40 days ago. He can now eat enough and do some exercise after working. His physical strength has almost recovered to the peak state. John Hung estimated the distance between the 2 people and himself. This time he decided to choose the shorts guy who was the farthest away. Because according to the consistent thinking of the game designer, the more you pay, the richer the reward you will get. Now, with the help of Ed, he has basically gotten rid of the trouble of food. He wants to know what changes the shorts guy he rescued this time can bring to his life. 10 days later, John Hung looked at the brick kiln and tile house in front of him and resolutely offered his knees. It turns out that there are people in this world who can build a house with bare hands. John Hung followed the shorts guy all the way, watching him start from finding clay, build beams, build kilns and burn bricks, and finally build a half-meter high tile house model. In addition, the shorts guy also demonstrated to John Hung how to make a stone axe correctly, build a wooden shed, make pottery, make shrimp cages, sandals, weave cloth with bark fibers, and make bows and slings. This time, John Hung didn't need to worry about food, so he could spend all his time studying like crazy. Unfortunately, the guy in shorts never spoke from beginning to end. He just silently demonstrated various tools and house-making techniques to John Hung as required. Then on the 19th day, he died in the woods after eating poisonous mushrooms by mistake. Drama? Plot killing? John Hung finally understood that this game must make you spend the second half of your time alone on the island. So neither Ed, who was injured, nor the guy in shorts, who was fine afterwards, could make it to the 20th day. With a previous experience, John Hung dug a hole next to the previous grave and buried the shorts guy in it. Unlike Ed, the shorts guy didn't speak during the whole journey. John Hung didn't have a deep relationship with him, and he wouldn't be so sad after knowing that it was all just a game. But after all, they were a teacher and a student, so John Hung still properly placed the other's body. After that, he began to try to digest what the shorts guy had taught him in these 19 days. During this period, the remaining explorer drifted over twice. But John Hung didn't go to save. Anyway, he will come again next time if we leave him alone. If we save him, he will only have 19 days left to live. On the 130th day of arriving on the deserted island, John Hung heard a reminder again. The tile house was built successfully. The wilderness survival skill was upgraded from LV0 to LV1. The game points +5. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. Chapter 13. John Hung looked at his character panel and found that the skills on it had finally increased from 2 to 3. But the harsh comments below remained unchanged. Since the shorts guy taught him how to make a bow and arrow, John Hung had one more activity every day. He marked out an area on the beach to practice archery. Although he used the knowledge taught by Ed and the shorts guy to get rid of the troubles of food and fresh water, he even moved out of the original cave full of bird droppings and lived in a tile house built by himself. However, a new crisis soon emerged after the improvement of material life. Ed once said that the biggest enemy for people who master the skills of wilderness survival is never the unpredictable nature, but yourself. Once the basic survival needs are met, most people will enter a state of confusion. After losing their goals and motivation, they will soon be enveloped by a huge sense of loneliness when they are alone on a deserted island. Therefore, John Hung must find something extra to do to keep his body and brain busy, so that he has no time to think about the fact that he is stranded on a deserted island. Considering that he still had to survive here for more than 400 days, John Hung set himself a new goal. He decided to explore the center of the island. So far, his activities were limited to the periphery of the island. The farthest he went was a short distance into the primeval forest when he was looking for wood to make a fire. There, in addition to seeing pheasants, he also found some animal bones on the ground, which seemed to prove the existence of predators. Since then, he has been carefully controlling his activity area and staying away from the primeval forest. After all, the resources on the beach are enough for him to survive. But now, in order to fight against this terrible loneliness, John Hung needs a goal to support him to continue living. Let's go to the center of the island to see what's there. After setting the goal, John Hung began to devote himself to it and work hard for it. Considering the existence of predators in the forest, he first needs to make himself as self-protective as possible. The shorts guy taught him how to make 2 long-range weapons, bows and slings. The latter is the simplest to make, but the most difficult to use. The angle and timing of throwing stones have extremely strict requirements. If you let go a little earlier or later, you will find that the thrown stone is far away from your target. It is not easy to hit the target 4 or 5 times out of 100. On the contrary, the bow and arrow are more accurate and easy to control. And John Hung himself has a certain foundation in archery. In the training class, the coach taught him the standard posture, force and breathing techniques. All he lacks is practice. And this is something that cannot be done by laziness or tricks. It can only be achieved through hard work. In the real world, even if a day becomes 48 hours because there are too many things to do, he can't spend too much time on a hobby. Now, on this deserted island where he was alone, the thing he lacked the most was time. From the recurve bows sold in shopping malls to the original handmade bows, it was undoubtedly a complete consumption downgrade. Compared with the former, the accuracy and durability of the latter were somewhat worrying. It took more strength to draw the bow, and the bark rope John Hung used for the bowstring would break after more than 100 pulls. And the average lifespan was about 150 arrows. He set a practice standard for himself of 300 arrows a day, so he needed to change the bowstring twice. On the 172nd day of arriving on the deserted island, John Hung could basically hit a stationary target within 10 meters, and had a 70% hit rate within 30 meters. Beyond this distance, the threat of his simple bow and arrow would be greatly reduced. Later, he was prompted that his archery skill had been upgraded from LV0 to LV1. John Hung was still a little dissatisfied. His goal was to practice archery to LV2 before exploring the primeval forest, so that he would have enough self-protection power. During this period, John Hung was not idle except for practicing archery. He had moved from the cave to a tile house, but he only lived on the edge of the forest. After moving all his belongings, he fired a batch of pottery, and now he finally lived a life of eating with bowls. Relying on his archery skills that had reached level 1, John Hung went deeper into the forest and arrived near the place where he had been looking for firewood last time. Sure enough, he encountered the same thing that looked like a pheasant as last time. The latter seemed to be laughing at John Hung for being helpless against it. After the two met, they made two sarcastic noises, and then ran into the bushes. As a result, the next moment, its body was pierced by a wooden arrow that fell from the sky. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in John Hung's ears again. Hunting successful. Game points +3. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. John Hung's palms were full of sweat. There were only 7 meters between him and the animal that looked like a pheasant, which was a distance he was more confident of. But once the other party ran, his accuracy would drop significantly. So he shot the arrow more quickly than usual, and his breathing was a little scattered when he shot the arrow. But fortunately, his usual hard practice played a role, and the chicken was fat, so he didn't miss the target. The thing fluttered a few more times, and finally went to the backstage to get the lunchbox unwillingly. John Hung walked over, recovered the arrow first, and then squatted down to check his harvest. This is a creature with a strange appearance. John Hung thought it was a pheasant at first, but after a closer look, he found that the beak of this thing was more like a duck, but the front end was curved and hooked. It was much larger than a pheasant, with blue-gray feathers on its body, short wings, and 2 small thick legs underneath. This thing looks a bit ugly. John Hung did roll a bird atlas, but he couldn't find this thing on it. However, since it feeds on fruits and seeds, then theoretically, it should be edible. During the time on the island, John Hung did not have no meat to eat, but seafood such as fish, shrimp and crabs were not as delicious as meat on land. Since he saw this thing that looked like a pheasant last time, John Hung had set his sights on it. Unfortunately, he had no way to deal with these things running around on the ground at that time. Now that he has made some progress in archery, he can't wait to extend his claws to these innocent little creatures. Finally, John Hung's first hunting trip was a great success. In addition to this 15-gene pheasant, he also found a field of wild potatoes on the way back. This thing is rich in starch and can be used as a staple food. At the same time, the yield is also very high. John Hung was reluctant to eat more, so he only kept the 2 largest ones to stew with chicken in the evening. After digging out the rest, he carefully put them into a woven basket, intending to go back and cultivate a vegetable garden next to the tile house. This thing grows very fast. As long as it is handled well, there will be a steady supply of potatoes to eat in the future. Chapter 14. This giant pheasant, whose name is unknown, is so ugly that people can't bear to eat it. But it tastes surprisingly good. John Hung had been eating seafood on the island for too long, and had almost forgotten what chicken tasted like. The chicken soup he made at night brought back his distant memories. Strictly speaking, this meat is still a little rougher than chicken, and may be closer to pigeon in taste. But for John Hung, who was craving meat, this was the best chicken he had ever eaten in his life. He couldn't finish the chicken weighing more than 10 kilograms in one meal. He removed the internal organs of the remaining meat, soaked it in seawater, smoked it into jerky, and hung it under the eaves. He found a piece of land with good sunlight behind the house, cut the potatoes he had for seeds and planted them, burned some wood ash and sprinkled it as fertilizer, and finally built a fence, hoping that this place would bring him a surprise in a month and a half. John Hung originally recorded time by carving correct characters on the wall, but after moving, he couldn't move the stone wall over. But fortunately, he still had the starfish on his right hand, with its incredible hardness that surpasses all scientific explanations. John Hung used it to polish stones in the early days, based on the position of the hour and minute hands above. He can use a simple conversion relationship to deduce the current date. It has been 201 days since he landed on this deserted island. His clothes were the first to rot, and then his shoes also had a big hole. Fortunately, it is in the tropics, and even in winter, there is no need to worry too much about the temperature. John Hung now simply goes shirtless during the day. His skin was tanned, his beard was untidy, and his hair was wispy, looking a bit unkempt. That afternoon, John Hung put down all the work at hand, chose a rock wall on the coast, climbed up, sat cross-legged on it, and looked into the distance quietly. About half an hour later, the old friend John Hung was waiting for appeared on time. The explorer was struggling in the waves, looking like he could drown at any time. John Hung looked at the ups and downs of the figure. His expression was also very tangled. The great philosopher, mathematician, and historian Russell once said that his life was dominated by three simple and strong emotions: the desire for love, the pursuit of knowledge, and compassion for human suffering. However, for John Hung now, things are a little simpler. There are only two things that support him to survive these 500 days: going to the center of the island and the explorer who drifts every 40 days. The former keeps him busy and reduces the time for random thoughts, while the latter reminds him that he is not alone. John Hung had no idea how many times he had thought of pulling the explorer out of the sea. As long as he could drag him ashore, he would have someone to accompany him for 19 days, giving him the communication and warmth from his kind that he needed most. But John Hung hesitated to do it. He remembered a movie he had watched before called Cast Away. The plane the protagonist was on crashed, and he landed on a small island with a bunch of packages. In order to survive, he opened all the packages, leaving only the last one, because that package meant hope to him. The explorer who now comes back every 40 days also has the same meaning to John Hung. He has been on this island for more than 200 days, which is equivalent to 5 rounds of game time for ordinary players. And returning to reality is still a long way off. If he rescues the explorer now, he will die in 19 days, and he will be completely alone for the rest of the days. Although he still lacks everything after his wilderness survival skills have been upgraded to level 1. He is no longer as eager to improve his skills as when he first arrived on the island. In contrast, the exploration center of the island still lacks a helper. He can certainly do this alone, but it is safer with 2 people. Therefore, John Hung planned to rescue the explorer and let the latter accompany him to go deep into the primeval forest. John Hung also verified one thing from Ed and the Shorts guy. That is, although both of them are experts in wild survival, their focus is different. The knowledge that Ed imparted was mainly basic survival skills, while the Shorts guy was more inclined to manufacturing. Judging from the explorer's dress, if nothing unexpected happened, he might be an expert in exploration. It would be a bit embarrassing to rescue him at this time. Therefore, John Hung restrained his desire and watched the explorer being swallowed by the waves for the 4th time. Reluctantly, he forgot to look at the direction where the other party disappeared last time. John Hung jumped down from the rock wall and continued to train his archery step by step. He spent a month to improve his accuracy at a distance of 30 meters to more than 90%. In the end, he did not receive any skill upgrade prompts. John Hung did not feel discouraged. This was also within his expectations. This game is very demanding in the recognition of skills. He has studied English for 14 years, and his native Chinese language is only level 1 in terms of language. However, considering that there are so many languages in the world, this classification is fair. Similarly, the same is true for survival in the wild. John Hung thinks that if everyone in the world is thrown onto a deserted island, even if he is not the last one to survive, he should be able to enter the top 10. However, he is also a serious biased person. If he were to be in another harsh environment, he might not be able to survive, such as the polar regions or the desert. This is also the biggest gap between him and the real experts. Therefore, John Hung was not in a hurry in terms of archery skills. After improving his accuracy of 30 meters, he began to try to shoot at dynamic targets. John Hung initially used fish swimming near corals as targets, but after shooting 2 arrows, he remembered that the line of sight was deflected in the water, and if he continued to practice like this, his archery skills might be distorted. So he switched to using crabs as targets. But crabs were the type that would not move unless the enemy moved, so the training effect was not very good. As for birds, John Hung did not consider them at the beginning, mainly because most of them stood on the top of trees, and it was difficult to retrieve the arrows shot out. After trying several times, John Hung finally chose to make a homemade target with broken pottery pieces, stringing them together with ropes and hanging them on branches, so that they would float in the wind when the wind blew. This made it difficult to hit the target again. John Hung practiced for 2 months before he got the hang of it. During this time, he unexpectedly got a giant ugly pheasant in good condition. It somehow ran to the edge of John Hung's vegetable garden, probably trying to sneak in for a free breakfast. But its head got stuck in the fence. John Hung thought about it and didn't rush to eat it. Instead, he found a rope and tied one end to one of the legs of the thing and the other end to a wooden stake. In this way, he had a 2.0 upgraded version of the mobile target. John Hung wrapped up the carbonized arrowhead and then began to tease the pheasant inhumanely. Chapter 15. John Hung would count the days at first to see how many days were left before he returned. But later he found that doing so had no other effect except to make himself frustrated. The more you stare at time, the slower it will seem. So John Hung simply stopped recording the date. When the potatoes he planted had been harvested for the 4th time, he finally heard the long-lost reminder sound in his ears. Archery skill upgraded from LV1 to LV2. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. John Hung walked back to his tile house quickly, dug out the starfish buried in the corner, and put it on before realizing that he had been on this deserted island for a full 385 days, which was more than a year. Although it cannot be compared with the famous Robinson Crusoe, it is incredible enough for a city dweller. In fact, John Hung has now completely adapted to life in the wild. In order to make himself live more comfortably, his tile house and vegetable garden have undergone 2 rounds of expansion. The former has been changed from a single room to a 3-bedroom and 1 living room, and floor heating has been installed. The latter's output has now exceeded his consumption. John Hung cut the excess potatoes into pieces with a stone knife and dried them in the sun to get 100% natural baked potato chips. In addition, he found onions in the woods and transplanted them into his own vegetable garden. After doing all this, he spent time building a fish pond, a bathing pool, and a breeding garden next to the cabin. The fish pond was filled with fish and crabs that he could not finish eating, and the pheasant with its head stuck in the fence became the first resident of the breeding garden. John Hung had shot it for a month and a half, and had shot it out of the shadow in his heart. When he first came, he was a big chicken bully who was afraid of no one and gave me a good beating. Now he has become an empty-nest old man with dull eyes and a sluggish look. John Hung also felt a little guilty, so he suppressed his urge to eat it and instead kept it in captivity, thinking that he might be able to harvest some eggs to eat. However, this dream was shattered when he discovered that it seemed to be a male. Forget it. Just keep it as a pet. John Hung named the pheasant Mickey Mouse. Compared with fish, birds and crabs, at least this thing has a higher IQ, and it can interact with it after being kept for a long time. John Hung's current hit rate for dynamic targets within 10 meters has reached 80%, and 50% for 30 meters. After receiving the notification that his archery skill has been upgraded to level 2, he knew that it was finally time to leave. So he spent 10 days preparing portable food for the 2 of them, and a month's worth of food for Mickey Mouse, and then made 2 spears with the toughest wood as melee weapons. On the 401st day, when the explorer came from the sea again, John Hung paddled his homemade raft to his side. "Thank you, friend. Are you an aboriginal of this island? The ship I was on sank in a strong typhoon, and I was the only one who swam here. But I was exhausted. If you hadn't helped me, I would have been in danger this time." John Hung was speechless. How could I look like an aboriginal? He looked down at his reflection in the sea. Well, this was indeed a typical aboriginal. He had been on this deserted island for too long. Except for his watch. Most of his original things were broken. But no matter what, it was always a pleasure to see people of the same kind. John Hung hadn't spoken to anyone for almost a year. He was very excited to see the explorer, and handed him the wooden barrel containing fresh water. "My name is John Hung. I am not an aboriginal here. I was shipwrecked like you. But that was a year ago." After drinking the water, the explorer's complexion recovered a lot. He was originally worried whether the natives saved him to prepare dinner. But now he knew that the other party was a civilized person, and his face showed joy. "My name is Bell Butray. I served in the 21st Special Air Service Regiment of the United Kingdom, climbed Mount Everest, and finally chose to become a host, explorer and author. You said you have lived on the island for a year? This is really a very remarkable thing. Strictly speaking, I have 2 companions, but they didn't make it." John Hung paused and tried to ask again. "Do you remember the 2 people who fell into the sea with you?" "What do you mean? The 2 people who fell into the sea with me?" Bell didn't look like he was lying. "I did want to save people when the accident happened, but a big wave came and knocked me unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I saw this island." John Hung was not surprised by this answer, but he felt a little sorry, since Bell had no impression of Ed and the guy in shorts. He probably wouldn't remember that he had drifted in the sea for a year. He was curious about how the game would fix this bug, but he just played dumb and got away with it. After rowing the raft to the shore, John Hung brought Bell to his cabin. "Did you build all of this yourself?" seeing the tiled house with a 180-degree sea view, the vibrant vegetable garden, and the pond full of fish and shrimp. Belle couldn't help but exclaimed, "I don't think I have anything to teach you, because even I can't do better than you." As he was talking, his eyes fell on Mickey Mouse, who was sighing and lamenting the hardships of life in the breeding garden, and he was stunned. John Hung thought that Mickey Mouse's appearance had successfully made people cry with ugliness again, and was about to introduce the two, when he heard Belle suddenly excitedly said, "Oh my God! What did I see? Dodo! There are still living dodos in this world." This time it was John Hung's turn to be stunned. He was certainly familiar with the name of the dodo. According to records, this bird had been living well on the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean until it encountered a group of European colonists. As a result, a disaster struck, and it was extinct in just 200 years. Now there is not even a complete specimen. John Hung had never thought that he would eat the national bird of Mauritius by eating casually. But since it was in the game, it wouldn't be too strange for anyone to see what happened. Seeing John Hung's calm expression, Belle was a little surprised. So he kindly explained to someone. The dodo became completely extinct in 1681. There have been many different opinions about the cause of extinction. Some say that European colonists ate them all. Some say that the animals brought by the colonists caused biological invasion. And some say that it was due to changes in the ecological environment. But in any case, they have disappeared from the earth. In 2016, just a dodo skeleton was auctioned at a high price of £500,000. Your discovery on this island will shock the whole world. Unfortunately, this is just a game world, and the script outside the island is completely blank, John Hung added in his mind. However, he couldn't explain it to Belle like this, so he thought about it and changed it to a more acceptable statement. "Belle, even if it is really a dodo, we have to find a way to leave this island before showing it to the world." "You are right," Belle agreed. "The presence of a dodo on the island is not good news for us. It means that no one has ever landed here, and this place is probably not on any route. I've been on the island for more than a year, and I'm familiar with the periphery. Next, I want to go to the center of the island. Well, maybe I can find a way back. Then let me go with you. I think I can still help with the exploration." Belle was very straightforward. "When do we leave? Tomorrow? No. Let's wait for 2 more days so that your body can fully recover. By the way, you can also chat with me." John Hung looked at the explorer with eager eyes. Chapter 16. Belle was in good physical condition. Although he was exhausted and on the verge of dehydration after drifting on the sea for so long, he recovered in less than 2 days as long as he was given enough food and fresh water, and a good rest environment. However, John Hung was not in a hurry to set off. The area of this island was not big or small. It would take him about 8 days to walk around the periphery. After entering the primeval forest, the speed would decrease, but it would only take about 3 days to walk from where he lived to the center of the island. If nothing unexpected happens, Belle's standby time is 19 days, which means they still have plenty of time to prepare. After 2 days of getting along, John Hung has basically understood the ability of his new companion. Belle's wilderness survival skills are indeed different from Ed and the Shorts guy. He is more inclined to hunting and self-rescue, which is exactly what is needed to explore the primeval forest. John Hung can now make most tools, and has basic survival skills such as finding a place to live and water sources. However, from the monotonous vegetable varieties in his vegetable garden, and the lonely Mickey Mouse in the breeding garden, it can be seen that he actually does not know much about the nature he is in now, especially in terms of species identification. It has always been a weakness of John Hung or modern people living in cities. In fact, there are many other types of plants in the forest, but John Hung does not know whether they are edible or which parts are edible. Because of fear of poisoning, he only dares to dig up potatoes and onions that he can recognize. The situation was similar with animals. John Hung had always disliked Mickey Mouse for being ugly, but he never expected that the latter was actually the extinct national bird of Mauritius. Now the rescued explorer could finally make up for this last shortcoming for him. Seeing that there was still time left, John Hung simply went on a trip around the island outside the forest with Belle. The latter taught him how to identify and obtain various resources in the forest. After hearing this, John Hung couldn't help but sigh that he had really wasted the previous year. He had a treasure house, but he didn't know how to mine it. However, John Hung felt something was wrong as he listened. because almost all creatures that appeared in front of Belle would eventually be evaluated as you can eat them by cutting off their heads. On the morning of the 10th day, the two returned to the tile house. John Hung was satisfied with the gains of this short trip. Even if there was nothing in the center of the island, he benefited a lot from these 10 days. Moreover, Belle was a good listener and chat partner. The two rested in the tile house for a day. John Hung planted the vegetable seeds collected during the trip in the vegetable garden. As a result, he received another message during this period. Successfully collected more than 10 kinds of vegetables. The wilderness survival skill was upgraded from LV1 to LV2. The game points +5. And the relevant information can be viewed on the character panel. John Hung still didn't know what the so-called game points were for. Counting the previous few times, he already had 16 points, which could be clearly found on his character panel. In his opinion, this thing is a bit like an achievement system, which can be obtained after meeting certain conditions. For example, the 11 points above come from making fire, building houses and hunting. However, John Hung didn't bother with such things. He usually played games casually, and he was fine as long as he could pass the level. He didn't have the obsession of hardcore players who had to dominate all achievements. This time, he played alone for too long, and he couldn't help but achieve it. In addition, he found that there seemed to be some changes in the evaluation column. Evaluation: this player is mediocre. There is not much to praise, but he has certain wilderness survival and archery skills. It is expected that he will not survive the first 5 rounds of the game. John Hung was a little curious. He thought his archery level was pretty good, and he also had the survival knowledge to cope with harsh environments. He couldn't make it through the 5th round. What about other players? This thought flashed through his mind for only a moment. And then John Hung focused his attention back on what he had to do. After a night's rest, both of them had recovered from their fatigue and were in peak physical condition. The climax was finally coming. John Hung carried his longbow and quiver, and divided the dry food and fresh water he had prepared before going to bed last night into 2 portions. He and Belle each took 1 portion. If they used them sparingly, these supplies would be enough for them to survive in the forest for a whole week. With Belle, the humanoid hunting machine, there was no need to worry about supplies. Then John Hung took out the 2 spears he had made before as melee weapons. But Belle shook his head and pulled out the knife from his waist. This is enough for me. John Hung was a little envious. Seeing the knife reminded him of his Swiss Army knife in heaven. He had never seen iron tools since he was stranded on this deserted island. When he was with Ed, he had accomplished the feat of sawing trees with clam shells. Even the spear in his hand now was only sharpened after the front end was carbonized. The effect is not bad, but it is still not as good as the real equipment. Moreover, the workmanship of the knife looks quite exquisite, and Belle's name is engraved on it. If you like it, I will give it to you after we are safe. In addition, you can come to my house as a guest. Then I will introduce my wife and son to you. Although he knew that this day would not come, John Hung still politely expressed his gratitude to the explorer. After making all preparations, the two officially went deep into the primeval forest. It was only on the first night that John Hung realized how lucky he was to have Belle by his side. He had made the most adequate preparations, but he still obviously underestimated the danger here. It was impossible for a person to stay alert 24 hours a day, especially in the forest at night, when there was always something rustling behind the bushes in the dark. John Hung remained alert in the first half of the night, tightening his spear at the slightest sign of trouble. But he found that this was not going to work. The consequence of not sleeping all night was that his spirit would become sluggish and his reaction would be slow the next day. So John Hung forced himself to close his eyes. He finally ignored the sneaky noises and entered a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. But at this moment, he felt something rubbing his abdomen. However, this was the most sleepy time of the day for John Hung, and he didn't wake up immediately until something wrapped around his body and became tighter and tighter. John Hung felt a little suffocated, and only when he opened his eyes did he see the thing coiled around him. This was a python, estimated to be more than 3 meters long. Its body was thicker than John Hung's forearm. Its lower abdomen was white, and its back was covered with brown cloud-like spots. John Hung tried to break free from its entanglement, but found that he couldn't lift his arms at all. The thing was getting closer and closer, making him feel like his bones were about to be broken. Fortunately, his struggle also woke up Belle beside him. The Burmese rock python, a subspecies of the Indian python, is one of the 6 largest snakes in the world. It is very common in tropical rainforests. They are very strong and have few natural enemies. But they are not without weaknesses. Belle touched the giant python's tail with one hand and gently poked it somewhere, and the body of the Burmese rock python miraculously softened. The anus is usually the most vulnerable part of the python. Attacking this position can buy you time to escape. After John Hung successfully broke free, Belle explained while inserting a knife into the head of the Burmese rock python. Lucky. We have breakfast tomorrow morning. Chapter 17. John Hung woke up and saw that Belle was really roasting the python that almost swallowed him last night. Jean, you woke up? Just in time for breakfast. The explorer used a small branch in his hand to stir the campfire and adjust the flame, then pointed to the bloody thing next to him. Snake skin. I just peeled it off. After cleaning it, you can use it to make a water bag or something. It is much better than a wooden barrel. Or you can use it to make a piece of clothing. It has a cooling effect when worn. It is still very useful when the weather is hot. Thank you for last night. John Hung sat up from the ground and thanked Belle first. He could still see the red marks on his arm. Hey. You're welcome. You saved me at sea. If you want to survive in the wilderness, you have to help each other. Right? Belle handed a piece of grilled snake steak skewered with sticks to John Hung. The latter wanted to refuse. But then he thought that this might be the only chance in his life to eat python without spending the rest of his life in jail. So he took it. He took a bite out of curiosity and found that the taste was actually quite good. The fishy smell was not strong. It was a bit like chicken, but more chewy than chicken. Remembering that it was this thing that almost cost him his life last night, John Hung decisively decided to have 2 more pieces. After breakfast, the two set out again. Belle continued to play the role of a qualified guide, clearing the way with a knife in front, while explaining to John Hung the various creatures encountered along the way. The python we met last night was not the only hunter in this forest, because pythons usually choose to swallow the prey whole from the head when eating. They have poor eyesight, and sometimes the prey is too big to burst their stomachs alive. However, snakes have a very strong digestive ability, and they can often digest meat and bones together. Among the several animal skeletons we encountered before, some were relatively well preserved, and it didn't look like they died in its hands. John Hung silently memorized these little-known facts. Many things seemed useless at ordinary times, but they might come in handy at some point. For example, Ed and the Shorts guy didn't teach him how to make salt from seawater, but he used a short video he saw on a barrage website before to obtain relatively pure edible salt by heating, crystallizing and filtering repeatedly, which made the food more delicious. Speaking of which, when John Hung was in elementary school, he once went to Zishuangbana with his grandfather, and the forest park there left a deep impression on him. However, it was artificially developed after all, and only a small part was open to tourists for safety reasons. This was the first time John Hung had seen such an absolutely natural tropical rainforest, and according to Belle, the biological community here was very rich. This also opened John Hung's eyes. For example, he once saw a small frog with translucent abdominal skin on the side of the road. It was only 1 to 2 centimeters long, and its heart, liver and digestive tract could be clearly seen from below, which was very magical. Glass frogs usually live in tropical rainforests in Central and South America. There are 134 known species of glass frogs in the world, 60 of which are endangered, the explorer said as he carefully put the little thing in his hand back on the leaf. What about this? John Hung pointed to a tumor-like protrusion on a banyan tree, on which new branches had grown. Oh! Staghorn fern. An epiphyte of the staghorn fern family. It is light green when new and turns light brown when mature. They usually grow on the trunks or branches of other trees. They are quite common in tropical rainforests. In addition, John Hung also saw a cat monkey. But this thing is neither a cat nor a monkey. It has bat-like wings that wrap its neck, limbs and tail. When it is unfolded, it can glide in the air. It looks very playful. Kipling's Bagheera jumping spider is the only vegetarian spider in the world. It feeds on leaf buds. This name is too difficult to pronounce. John Hung confirmed it with Belle 3 times, but still couldn't believe it. Bird of paradise, also known as bird of paradise, has a call that sounds like a gunshot. When John Hung first heard it, he was startled. But it looks very beautiful, especially the tail feathers and the color gradient. Belle couldn't help but sigh. This place is simply a paradise for creatures. This is the first time I have seen so many tropical animals and plants from different regions gathered together. It's incredible. If biologists knew about this, they would love this land to death. At this moment, Zhang Heng seemed to have stepped on something. He bent down and picked up a tooth of an unknown animal with a round hole at the bottom. This thing looks like it was made by hand. Natural holes are usually not so regular. Belle took the tooth and looked at it carefully. I know some natives use the teeth of prey as ornaments and wear them around their necks to show off their strength. The stronger the prey, the more it proves their strength. This way, it is easier for them to choose their ideal partner. I have a friend who went to the grassland alone to hunt lions in order to marry the most beautiful woman in his tribe. But he didn't come back. There is a reason why there are few people abroad. Zhang Heng did not comment on whether this behavior was wise or not. In comparison, he was more concerned about another question. So there are still indigenous people living on this island? They are not cannibals. Right? Belle shook his head. It's unlikely. The area of this island itself is not large. You said you have lived on it for more than a year. If there are other people on the island, there is no reason why you haven't met them until now. And this thing looks a bit old. So there were indeed natives living here before? Zhang Heng was also shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If those natives were still alive, he and Ed might have been captured by them to make soup on the first day on the island. Well, let's go down and see. Belle also became interested. He was an explorer himself. Such a lost civilization had an indescribable attraction to him. He even forgot that he was here to find a way to leave the island and return to the civilized world. The two continued to move towards the center of the island. So far, they have walked half of the way, and as they go deeper, they find more and more traces of human existence. Belle looked at the completely decayed huts and the stone tools that cover the green towers. He was sure that an indigenous tribe had lived here in the distant past. What happened to them? Why did they all disappear today? The explorers became more and more curious. Chapter 18. Zhang Heng was not too surprised. Mainly because he knew it was just a game. So theoretically, he would not be too surprised to find Winnie the Pooh in the depths of the forest. But for now, Zhang Heng had to admit that everything around him was extremely real. If it weren't for the extra 24 hours on him causing major problems with the game duration, he probably wouldn't have found any bugs. In addition to the houses and stone tools, the two also found a small lake nearby. About 1 hectare. Belle scooped up some water from it and tasted it. Then said, "It's drinkable. It's a freshwater lake. No wonder they built the village nearby." Zhang Heng was attracted by the half-stacked objects sticking out of the mud at the lake. This tribe, do they already have the skills to smelt metal? Zhang Heng pulled out the piece of thing and found that it was a piece of rusted iron. It seemed to be installed on a piece of wood, but the wood was in a mess. Zhang Heng studied it and found that he could not figure out what it was used for. Belle was not omnipotent. He also did not know the purpose of this thing. He just analyzed. From the level of skills, they should still be in the Stone Age. So this piece of iron is probably not theirs. It was already late, and the two did not move forward. They simply found a place nearby to make a fire and cook. As the journey got closer and closer to the end, Zhang Heng felt a little complicated. For more than a year, he relied on the idea of going to the center of the island to support himself, to practice archery, and keep exercising every day. This has almost become an instinct of the body. But it is not true to say that he really cares about what is there. From this point of view, sometimes Zhang Heng envied Ed, Belle and others. They could comfort themselves by saying that maybe there would be a ship docking tomorrow, or there was something in the center of the island that could help me get home. But as a player, Zhang Heng knew very well that he could not go anywhere if time did not run out. When he thought about revealing the answer tomorrow, he was excited and thrilled. After all, it was something he had been thinking about for a year. But he was more confused. How would he survive after this was over? Fortunately, 4/5 of the time had passed. And even if he couldn't find a new target in the remaining 100 days, he should be able to get through it by gritting his teeth. Zhang Heng woke up very early on the third morning. But when he opened his eyes, he found that Belle had gotten up even earlier. "Good morning, John." The explorer greeted him with great interest. "I just walked along the lake again. Guess what I found?" A new breakfast?" "That's true. I did catch a catfish to change the taste. But besides that, I found something else." Belle put 2 rusty little balls in Zhang Heng's palm. "What is this? Marbles?" "This is a bullet," Belle said. Solid bullets? How do you fire them? John Hung was stunned. He was not a fan of weapons, but he knew the basics. Modern weapons rely on the ignition of gunpowder in bullets to propel them. Without gunpowder, nothing can be fired. Remember what you found by the lake? I know what it is, the explorer said excitedly. Matchlock guns, which were widely used in Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. The gunpowder and bullets of this weapon were loaded separately and ignited with matchlocks. At that time, the slave trade was booming. The natives living here were probably attacked by slave hunting teams and all captured and sold to those farmers. This speculation is reasonable and consistent with what they are seeing now. John Hung is ready to accept this statement. However, half a day later, when the two came to the center of the island and saw the building that looked like an altar and the piles of bones on it, John Hung asked the explorer beside him, were the slave hunting teams in Europe so cruel in the 15th and 16th centuries? This was not done by the slave hunting teams. It was a bloody and dark era. As far as I know, slave traders did kill those who dared to resist when they captured black slaves to deter others. Some would also kill those who were too old or too young to be transported. They'll walk to the altar and picked up a skull. But this doesn't seem like their style. If it wasn't the slave hunting team that killed the natives on the island, then who killed them? Could it be themselves? John Hung's casual words stunned the two of them. The architectural style of this altar is very similar to the ruins they encountered by the lake before. Well, the slave hunting team came to the island, and these natives saw that they were defeated. So they ran to this altar and ended their lives. This is a bit unreasonable. Bell walked to the pile of bones in the center of the altar, squatted down, and wiped the dust off the stone slab with his hand. There is something else here. A totem. A creature with a human upper body and a snake lower body, which seems to be the god worshipped by the natives. John Hung was a little disappointed. Although he didn't care much about what was in the center of the island, he was still frustrated to find that it was a native relic that was of no use to him. After all, this was something he had been preparing for a whole year, and it was very thrilling all the way here. He was almost swallowed by the python. But in the end, he only found a pile of bones and an altar. However, he saw that Bell seemed very interested in the pile of things, so he did not urge him. The two had plenty of food and water. They had eaten less than half of the things they brought before. Bell also hunted a lot of game along the way, although most of them looked a bit unpalatable. The taste was surprisingly good. John Hung was considering whether to go directly through the forest to the other side of the island and then walk back to where he lived along the coastline. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from behind the altar and pounced on the explorer above. John Hung was startled. This time, he recognized what the thing was without Bell's explanation. The jaguar, the king of the rainforest, is very similar to a tiger in size and appearance. It has sharp teeth and claws and can easily kill caimans. It is a large predator at the top of the food chain. However, Bell's reaction was also very fast. The explorer rolled on the ground and avoided the beast's thundering attack, and then drew the knife from his waist. John Hung also quickly took off the bow and arrow behind him. But then another jaguar jumped out. This time, Bell's face also changed. No way. John Hung was shocked. It was supposed to be 4 days before the explorer's plot was over. These jaguars appeared so early. Could it be that they got the wrong script? But now he had no time to think about it. Bell's current situation was very dangerous. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't deal with 2 jaguars alone. John Hung bent his bow and shot an arrow at the second jaguar. The latter quickly dodged with a vertical jump. John Hung was not too surprised. The two sides were about 27 or 28 meters apart. Usually, he would only have a 50 to 60% hit rate when shooting Mickey Mouse at this distance. The jaguar's skills were much better than the dodo. Chapter 19. John Hung's arrow missed, but it had already attracted the attention of the jaguar, which quickly shifted its gaze to him. Now Bell was still fighting with another jaguar, which meant that John Hung had to deal with the king of the rainforest alone. If he faced this situation before going to the island, he would basically be finished. Not to mention the jaguar. He might not even be a match for the big goose at the entrance of the village. But now, he has been practicing archery for a year just for this moment. John Hung quickly pulled out another wooden arrow from the quiver and put it on the bowstring. He was not in a hurry to shoot, because the two sides were still far apart. At this distance, he was not sure of hitting the target. So he had to suppress the fear in his heart and wait for the jaguar to attack first. This sounds simple, but it is not easy to do, because for a long-range profession, the farther away, the safer. As the saying goes, every archer has a kite flow heart. However, the reality is cruel. John Hung knows very well that in terms of agility and speed, he can't outrun the four-legged one on the other side. Moreover, it doesn't matter if he kites. The jaguar and his companions may focus their fire to kill the explorer on the other side. When the two jaguar come together, John Hung will definitely not be able to escape from this forest. So the man and the jaguar entered a confrontation. John Hung maintained a standard standing posture and adjusted his breathing according to the coach's instructions. The patience of the jaguar on the other side was finally exhausted. It arched its body, which was a preparatory action before the attack. John Hung also became nervous when he saw this. This time was completely different from hunting dodos. At that time, even if he missed the target with one arrow, the result was nothing more than not being able to eat chicken. But now if his arrow missed, the jaguar's agility would not give him a second chance to put the arrow. Then he would be the one to be eaten. John Hung tried his best to drive these random thoughts out of his mind and keep his emotions stable. In the next moment, the jaguar also moved. Its speed was faster than John Hung imagined. It left the original place in almost a blink of an eye. Its strong hind legs kicked the ground, providing its body with terrifying kinetic energy and explosive power. The distance between the two sides was rapidly shrinking, until less than 7 meters away. The sound of the bowstring finally came in the air. This arrow can be said to be the most satisfying one for John Hung so far. After a long period of preparation and brewing, his spirit entered a state of unity between man and nature, and he felt that the world slowed down in front of him. He could see the trajectory of the jaguar's beard, whether it was strength, angle or prediction calculation. It was perfect. As soon as the arrow left his hand, John Hung was confident that it would hit the target. And it was indeed so. At such a close distance, and in a state of full sprint, the jaguar could not dodge in time, and could only watch the oncoming wooden arrow hit its head. But then something unexpected happened to John Hung. It was not known whether it was because the carbonized arrowhead was not lethal enough, or because he was unlucky, and it just hit the head. In short, the arrow did not penetrate too deep, and got stuck there. The jaguar roared in pain, but the injury on its head was not enough to kill it on the spot. Instead, it aroused its ferocity. It was hit by the arrow and threw John Hung, who had no time to run away, to the ground. John Hung used the wooden bow in his hand to hold the jaguar's neck tightly, not giving it a chance to bite off his throat. But his upper body was also pressed to the ground by the jaguar, and the latter's claws hooked into his shoulders, immediately making several bloody holes. However, the huge pain also made John Hung's body burst out with unprecedented strength. The imminent death even made him temporarily forget his fear. John Hung knew that no one could help him at this time, and he had to rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He held the wooden bow in one hand, and used the other hand to frantically dig at his side. The jaguar felt the force on his neck weaken, and the fierce light in his eyes became stronger. He stretched his head, and bit John Hung's throat. The saliva dripping from his sharp teeth dripped on the latter's face. The stench almost made John Hung faint. His current situation became more dangerous than ever before. However, the next moment, John Hung's free hand finally caught the spear he had thrown before. Seeing that the big mouth with a stench was about to bite off his throat, he took the lead and stabbed the jaguar's neck fiercely. The latter's eyes froze. But John Hung not only did not let go, but instead used more force, and the spear stirred wildly in the jaguar's neck. At the same time, he also threw away the wooden bow in his hand, and grabbed the arrow that had hit the opponent's head before, and used both hands to exert force. The surging adrenaline made him forget the pain in his body. This was a life-and-death battle, without the so-called mercy. John Hung used all means to kill the beast in front of him until the prompt sounded again in his ears. Successfully hunted an adult jaguar alone. Game points plus 10. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. John Hung finally confirmed that he was indeed the final winner of this bloody fight, reaching out and pushing away the dead body that was no longer breathing. John Hung saw that the battle on Bell's side was also coming to an end. The explorer rode on his opponent, and the knife was stuck in the latter's lower abdomen. The jaguar had lost a lot of blood, and its movements were getting slower and slower. It was about to follow in the footsteps of its companions. Hey, Are you okay, Zhang? Belle said with concern. He had seen Zhang Heng in danger before, but he was completely unable to rescue him. I've always wanted a tiger skin skirt, but a leopard skin one will do. Zhang Heng panted heavily and lay on the ground in a big letter shape. After confirming that he was safe, he lost all his strength and didn't even want to move a little finger. What happened just now was too crazy to recall now. Zhang Heng's heartbeat could not calm down. He never thought that one day he would have a close fight with such a large beast. You know, according to the real-time calculation, he was still drinking lemonade in the bar an hour ago. But now he has become a man who has killed even a leopard. It seems pretty cool to think about it this way. But it's better not to let similar things happen again. Just now, a piece of stone on the altar broke during the fight. And I found something like this. The explorer dealt with his opponent and walked over here. What is this? Zhang Heng saw the furry thing in Belle's hand, which looked like the tail of some creature. The strange thing was that if this thing was really hidden by the natives, it didn't make sense that the hair on it was still so well preserved after so long. He was about to tell Belle to keep it for himself, but he changed his mind and asked the explorer, "Can you give it to me?" "Of course. You saved me twice." Belle was very generous. "Thank you. This thing may be of some use to me." The reason why Zhang Heng changed his mind halfway was that when he took the furry thing just now, he heard a reminder in his ear. Found the game prop rabbit's foot, unidentified. Chapter 20. Zhang Heng has been on this deserted island for more than a year, and this is the first time he has seen the so-called game props. But there is nothing except the mysterious voice that suddenly appeared in his ears. He didn't know how to use this thing or what effect it had. The voice didn't seem to have any meaning to remind him. It just simply notified him that he had obtained the game item and then disappeared. Zhang Heng checked it around but couldn't see anything special about the rabbit's foot, so he could only put it in his waist for the time being. Belle saw the wound on his shoulder and didn't dare to be careless. He immediately disinfected him with salt water and frowned, saying, "Your wound is too deep. Wild animals like this usually carry a lot of germs on their claws, which may cause infection." Zhang Heng certainly knew the horror of infection. In the city, it was just a shot of antibiotics. However, on this deserted island with nothing, once an infection occurred, the chance of survival was very slim. Ed died of a high fever due to the wound on his leg. Although there was a certain plot factor in it, it was not the game designer's way of reminding players to pay attention to this danger. But some things are useless even if you know them in advance. What could he do in that situation? It was already an extraordinary performance to be able to counterattack at the limit, and it was impossible to pass the level without any damage. The explorer comforted, "It is not certain that you will be infected, and it is also possible that nothing will happen." Zhang Heng smiled bitterly, and he could only think so now. The two rested in the same place for a day. Since they had come here, Zhang Heng suggested that they just walk to the other end of the island, and Belle certainly had no objection. So they spent a little more than 2 days crossing the primeval forest. When Zhang Heng saw the beach and the sea, he unexpectedly achieved a small achievement of island sightseeing, adding 3 points. But he didn't care about such things at the moment. Now there are 2 things that give him a headache. One is the possibility of his own infection, and the other is that Belle's plot is about to kill time. The first thing is purely luck, and he can't do anything about it. As for the second thing, the two have been together for such a long time, and the explorer saved him from the giant python's mouth. Zhang Heng has already regarded the latter as a friend, so he decided to remind him. Of course, he would not say that this was a game, and that you were an NPC with a buff that would kill you in 19 days. Not to mention whether this would trigger any unknown reaction. Belle would find it hard to believe such a statement. He would probably think that he had been alone on the island for too long and had lost his mind. So Zhang Heng just told Belle to be extra careful tomorrow. The explorer did not seem to take it too seriously. After all, the two of them had killed the jaguar and had left the primeval forest. They had passed the most dangerous period. Even if something happened later, it would not be more serious than this. His idea was not wrong. But after the incident with the poisonous mushrooms of the short sky, Zhang Heng knew that anything could happen tomorrow. He persuaded Belle not to hunt the next morning and kept him under his sight for 24 hours. Zhang Heng also wanted to use this incident to see how far the so-called plot killing could go and whether it could be changed. Nothing happened in the morning. Zhang Heng followed the explorer like a pervert, staring at him and making his back cold. At noon, Belle suggested going to the outskirts of the forest to pick some wild vegetables and mushrooms to make seafood soup. But John Hung seriously rejected it. What a joke. You want to use this trick again after using it before? John Hung has already developed a psychological shadow on mushrooms. And even if he really wants to eat them, it won't be a big deal to eat them today. Belle had no choice. He originally wanted to go to the beach for a walk in the afternoon. But seeing John Hung was so determined, he decided to cancel it to avoid causing trouble for him. The two of them walked silently in the direction of their residence. For the first time on the way, no one spoke. Belle had a good temper, but he also felt that John Hung was making a fuss. As a result, when passing a shallow beach, the rock wall on his left suddenly collapsed without any warning. Belle was caught off guard and saw that the falling rocks above were about to hit his head. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly pounced on him, and the two rolled to the side together. The falling rocks hit the coral reef nearby, making the explorer break out in a cold sweat. Then he saw the blood in the seawater and John Hung lying there motionless, and his heart sank immediately. "John, how are you?" John Hung's voice came after a while. "I'm fine, Belle. I jumped too hard just now, and my nose is bleeding." John Hung sat up, covering his nose. The situation was indeed dangerous at the time, but John Hung was concentrating on being vigilant. When he heard a noise above his head, he rushed over at the first time and finally completed this thrilling rescue. "Oh my God! Are you a fortune teller? You can predict the future. It's amazing." After escaping from danger, the explorer recalled someone's warning yesterday and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Don't be too happy too soon. It's not over yet." John Hung reminded. In fact, he didn't know when this matter would be over. Would it be after this day? Or until Belle died? If it was the latter, then the explorer would be beyond help. John Hung didn't think that he could maintain today's concentration in the next 100 days. Fortunately, this danger made him famous. And Belle himself also took his previous prediction seriously. To be on the safe side, the two did not sleep all night. When the sun rose from the sea level, John Hung was stunned. He did not expect that with his help, the explorer actually made it to the 20th day. Belle yawned and said, "How is it? Am I safe?" "I don't know." John Hung shook his head. "But you can move freely. After the most dangerous 19th day, no one can predict what will happen next. But just like the wound on John Hung's body, if it really gets infected, he can only accept it." However, both Belle and John Hung seemed to have good luck. The former never encountered any life-threatening danger, and the latter's wound scabbed over without festering or swelling. A week later, the two returned to the tile house and saw Mickey Mouse basking in the sun in the farm. John Hung felt very friendly and felt that the other person was not as ugly as before. This trip was not long, but full of dangers. Fortunately, the gains were not small. Not only did he have 13 more points, but also a prop whose function was unknown. The most important thing was that Belle was still alive and kicking. This also means that he will no longer be alone on this deserted island for the next 100 days. John Hung cleaned up a room for the explorer to use as a bedroom, and then said, "Belle, can you be my teacher?" "Sure. What do you want to learn?" "English. I have a level 6 exam in December." Chapter 21. Belle's English is very good, probably because he is British. The first thing they did after returning from their exploration of the center of the island was to plant the new vegetable seeds they collected in the vegetable garden. John Hung hesitated again and again, but still gave up the idea of making a short skirt for himself, mainly because he still couldn't cosplay the Monkey King without a stick. In the end, Belle processed 2 jaguar skins into blankets and spread them on the bed. Soon after, the breeding garden was also filled with prey caught by the explorers. Mickey Mouse seemed a little surprised to see so many new neighbors. John Hung even found a wife for him, so that the two people on the island would have bird eggs to eat in the future. John Hung now finally felt like he had conquered nature. He had more than 20 kinds of vegetables to eat, and even 2 more seasonings. He could catch fish and crabs in the pond at will, and eat meat every day. More importantly, he finally had someone he could talk to. It felt like Robinson Crusoe met Friday. Well, from the perspective of teacher and student, he might be more like Friday. John Hung now spends at least 4 hours a day learning English with Belle, covering listening, speaking, reading and writing. In addition, he has not given up archery training, although the goal of archery training has disappeared now. It has become a habit for him after persisting for a year. John Hung just doesn't spend as much time as before. In addition, Belle also taught him a few tricks of self-defense. At this point, John Hung finally feels like a master of nature. His trip to the deserted island was coming to an end. On the morning of the 520th day, a rescue ship saw the bonfire burning on the beach and released a lifeboat. Before it reached the shore, a woman jumped into the water from the lifeboat and ran over crying. "My wife, Kayla." The explorer also put down the homemade fishing rod in his hand and stood up excitedly. The two hugged each other tightly. Then Belle took off the knife from his waist and put it in John Hung's hand. "According to our previous promise, this thing belongs to you. I have been to many dangerous places on the earth. Polar regions, deserts, plateaus. But this is the first time I have been stranded on a desert island. This is a very unforgettable and precious experience. You are my forever friend. These days, not only have you learned knowledge from me, but I have also learned a lot from you. Such is the first time I knew that there is such a thing as grammar in English. Let's go, my friend. It's time for us to go home." John Hung followed the Bells and climbed onto the rescue boat. There were even reporters from several TV stations on board. Everyone cheered and applauded when they saw the explorers return safely. John Hung took a hot bath on the boat, changed into the clothes provided by the sailors, and finally felt like he was back in civilized society. However, he did not join the carnival afterwards, but found a corner where no one noticed and sat there quietly, because it was almost 2 hours before he left the real world. These were definitely the longest 2 hours in his life. John Hung was still a little curious about how he would return to the real world. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly went dark, and the familiar prompt sounded again in his ears. Return deadline reached. Mission completed confirmed. Cleared the new player copy of Deserted Island Survival. The first round of the game ended, and he was about to return to the real world. When John Hung regained his vision, he found himself sitting at the bar counter of the bar, with a glass of lemonade in front of him that he had only taken a sip of. John Hung immediately reached out to touch his cheek, but it was no longer covered with thick stubble and the rough texture after being exposed to the wind and sun. The bartender took out a foundation box from her small bag and handed it to someone. John Hung used the mirror above to see that he was no different from when he first came to the bar. He was still wearing the original sportswear and sneakers, and the Swiss Army knife was still in his pocket. So what is this? A weird dream? No. You did disappear in the last 2 hours. Not only in this room, this bar, but also in any corner of the world. The bartender took back her foundation box. You must have a lot of questions in your mind now, but unfortunately I can't answer most of them. You need to figure it out in the game. All I can tell you is that this game will be played once every natural month, except for the first round. The time is fixed. You can choose to come to the game point at any time to play the game. Not necessarily in the Sex and the City bar, because there is more than one game point in each city. If you really can't find it, you can call customer service and use the special login service after paying a certain price. If you fail to log in after the deadline, your player qualification will be cancelled. Players must accept the confidentiality agreement by default. Do not disclose game-related information to anyone other than players and staff. Well, this is also the most basic constraint. Do not be lucky. The bartender touched her chin. Anything else? Let me think. Oh! In addition to logging into the game, the game point also provides other services. You can also consult customer service for detailed service content. She tore off a sticky note and quickly left a string of numbers on it. This is the customer service phone number. Don't call it randomly because I am your customer service. You work so many jobs. John Hung sighed. No way. The housing prices in big cities are so high now. The bartender sighed. Okay. Do you have anything else to do? John Hung took out a furry thing from his pocket. Does the service you mentioned include identification? Not only the beard on his face and the scar on his shoulder, but everything in that copy, including a bunch of stone tools he made and the knife Belle gave him, did not return to reality with him in the end. Only this rabbit's foot, whose use is unknown, is still quietly lying in his pocket. Game props? The bartender was surprised. It seems that you have a good harvest this time. This kind of thing is very rare. Many people can't encounter one after several rounds of games. I can indeed identify it here, but the handling fee is 5 game points. Do you have it? How to pay? The bartender took out a tablet and clicked on it a few times to call up the payment interface. Just enter your player number and click confirm. Don't worry about the number being used by others. This kind of payment must be participated in person to be effective. Maybe Zhang Heng has seen too many unscientific things since he entered the bar, and he has become a little numb. He had memorized the string of numbers a long time ago. After entering them, the bartender put on gloves and put the rabbit's foot away in a small wooden box. It will take some time to identify it. About 2 or 3 days. I will send you a message after it is completed. Zhang Heng was attracted by her actions, and suddenly a bad premonition rose in his heart. Wait, what do you mean? Why are you so careful? Chapter 22. The pearl is by your side. Well, since you just spent money here, I will reveal something useful to you. The bartender took off her gloves. Do you know why game props are so precious? You seem to have said that they are very rare. Scarcity does not necessarily mean value. The name of game props is just to fit the theme and is not accurate. In fact, this is a very magical thing. It contains incredible supernatural power. It will be effective both in reality and in the game. If used well, it will be a great help to you. But sometimes it will cause you trouble. No one guarantees that this power will definitely bring positive effects. So you must be extra careful when touching unknown game props. Unidentified does not mean that the effect does not exist. By the way, did anything strange happen to you after you got this thing? No. Zhang Heng recalled carefully. His life was normal after getting the rabbit's foot. Then it shouldn't be a negative effect. Or there are any specific triggering conditions. The bartender's words revealed a trace of regret for some reason. In fact, even if some game props with negative effects are used well, they can still work wonders. The wooden box made of tule trees can isolate supernatural forces, and is the best choice for storing game props. If you need it, you can buy it from me. In addition, you can also choose to consign game props that you don't need. There will be a large auction at the end of each year. Pay attention to your mailbox. There will be an email sent to you before it starts. If there is nothing else, we will see you next time. The bartender had no service spirit at all. After the stimulation of 5 points, she no longer had the passion to explain. Zhang Heng asked her what services the game point had, and she said she would add WeChat and send a PDF directly to him later. After walking out of the iron house, he was immediately surrounded by huge sound waves. But this time Zhang Heng no longer felt noisy. He had been on the deserted island for a year and a half, and he even felt a little familiar to hear this kind of sound unique to civilized society again. Zhang Heng walked down the iron ladder, and soon disappeared in the crowded crowd. Although it was past 1 in the morning, the parking lot outside the bar was not reduced, but seemed to be a little more than before he came. Zhang Heng did not go back to school. First because it was late, and second because he had received too much information in the past 2 hours, and wanted to find a place to sort it out and digest it. In addition, he had something else to verify. So Zhang Heng directly booked a room at a roadside express hotel and asked for paper and pen at the service desk. He was completely sleepy now. So he turned on the desk lamp and listed the important things that happened that day and his own guesses on paper as much as possible. He was busy until the morning. He read the stack of papers that he had scribbled and revised again, tore them up, and flushed them into the toilet. After that, Zhang Heng checked out and came to the archery hall across the street. This was also the place where he signed up for the training class. As soon as the door opened at 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Heng couldn't wait to walk in and take out the SF recurve bow he had stored there. He chose a 30-meter fixed target archery range where no one was, drew his bow and arrow, and shot an arrow. 6 rings. Zhang Heng was unmoved. He changed from a primitive bow to a modern bow, so he naturally had many things he was not used to. The first arrow was just a test, and he was not surprised by the result. Then he adjusted the angle and loosened the bowstring. The second arrow was much better. 8 rings. Zhang Heng coach also clocked in and walked in from outside. Seeing Zhang Heng, he wanted to say hello, but seeing that the latter was concentrating on practicing, he did not disturb him. He took out the thermos cup and stood behind him, ready to correct Zhang Heng's posture and movements. As a result, the next arrow was firmly fixed on the 9 rings. Not bad. A good seedling. The coach secretly praised that most novices would have various problems when they first started practicing archery, such as unstable hands holding the bow, non-standard standing position, center of gravity shift, etc. But Zhang Heng had only learned archery for a short time. But his posture seemed to have been tempered, giving people a feeling of being immovable. If this isn't talent, then what is? Zhang Heng's coach was originally from the city archery team, but his talent was limited. No matter how hard he worked, he could not make further progress. Later, he was defeated by an amateur player who had only practiced archery for half a year. He was discouraged and retired from the professional circle. He was invited by the owner of the archery hall to be a coach. In the past 2 years, seeing that this sport has developed well, he couldn't help but think about it again. However, he was too old and had no potential to tap. Even if he came back, there was no point. So he set his sights on the young people practicing archery in the archery hall, thinking whether he could recognize people with wisdom and take in a few powerful apprentices. If one of them makes it to the national competition, it will help him realize his dream. After he had this idea, he began to look for candidates. He initially focused on children aged 8 to 14. This age is suitable for laying a foundation. It would be a bit late to get started if they are older. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to Zhang Heng. In the first 3 classes, the young man did not show any special skills. He was no different from those amateurs. But Zhang Heng's progress afterwards surprised him a little. Although the training time was not long, the effect was surprisingly good. He quickly stood out and became the best among the same batch. But at the same time, he felt a little regretful. Zhang Heng got involved in this industry too late. Even if he had talent, it would be difficult to go far without enough practice. The coach was thinking in his heart. And he saw Zhang Heng in front of him took a deep breath. He had completed the adjustment. And the next moment, he shot 5 arrows in one breath. Each arrow was less than 2 seconds apart. 4 of the 5 arrows hit the 10th ring. And 1 arrow was just a little bit off, hitting the 9th ring. Zhang Heng knew that this was related to his body coordination. He was used to the body on the deserted island. Now that he was back to a year and a half ago, his strength and reaction were both off. But from these few arrows, he had tested what he wanted to know. The muscle memory and skills he had developed in the game were all completely preserved. Next, he only needed to practice for a week or 2 to recover to the level he had on the island. Moreover, after replacing the modern bows with more powerful and accurate ones, his accuracy will only be stronger, and his shooting distance will only be wider. It seems that the skills learned in the game can really be brought into reality. This is not too surprising. After all, these skills did not fall from the sky. They were all practiced by him little by little. Zhang Heng also found that this game has no concept of 4-dimensional attributes in traditional games. You use your own body. When you encounter difficulties, you can only use your own knowledge and ability to solve them. Therefore, the skills mastered by each person are particularly important. Thinking about it this way, his extra 24 hours didn't seem to be a bad thing, because it means that he has more game time than other players, and can improve himself better. More importantly, these improvements are also applicable in reality. Zhang Heng pondered, not expecting how much impact his 5 arrows had brought to the coach behind him. The latter almost dropped his thermos cup on the ground. Although for amateurs who train hard, 49 rings and 5 arrows is not impossible. But you have to know how long Zhang Heng has been learning. Just a few classes, and his rapid continuous shooting is something that few amateurs can do. This is a genius. Absolutely a genius. Is there any other explanation besides this? The coach's eyes on Zhang Heng have completely changed. It's like looking at a piece of uncut jade. And the more you look at it, the more you like it. With such a pearl beside me, why didn't I notice it before? Chapter 23 Warning Signs. In just half a minute, the coach thought about how Zhang Heng's archery skills improved by leaps and bounds under his guidance, and how he wowed everyone in his first competition, and then returned home with nothing in the national competition. He wanted to give up archery, but was reborn after learning his soul chicken soup, and finally joined the national team and won the Olympic gold medal. He even had almost thought about the subsequent interview with reporters. As a result, this passionate youth story was aborted before it even began due to the polite refusal of the parties involved. Archery is just a hobby of Zhang Heng. He doesn't plan to make a living from it, and he knows his own situation best. His archery skills are accumulated over time, and he doesn't have a particularly strong talent. He may be able to look down on the amateur circle, but it will be difficult to reach the top even if he enters the professional circle. And this is the second time Zhang Heng has rejected his coach. The latter finally realized that the young man in front of him really has no intention of mixing in this circle. And he couldn't help but feel deeply regretful. A forced melon is not sweet. And he can't force John Hung to worship him as his teacher with a gun against his head. John Hung shot a few arrows and got the answer. But he didn't practice anymore. He had classes in the morning, which started at 9:45. After redepositing his bow and arrows, he went back to school. Several roommates smiled meaningfully when they saw him in the classroom. John Hung didn't know how to explain, saying that he had actually been on a deserted island for a year and a half, and finally waited for a man to live with him. During the break, Wei Jianyang ran from his seat to him, trying to force him to hand in 800 words. But John Hung didn't look like he was lying, and he didn't blush or feel guilty. Finally, it was confirmed that there was no erotic story about him last night, and Wei Jianyang could only regretfully change the subject. Xiao Xiao and her roommates want to go camping next week, but it's not safe with only a few girls, so they want to find a few more boys. Shin Huadong has agreed, but Ma Wei is not going. What about you? Xiao Xiao is Wei Jianyang's girlfriend. If Xiao Xiao goes camping, Wei Jianyang will definitely follow her. However, he is not strong enough as a boy, and couples will attract firepower no matter where they are. The two will definitely be teased by other girls in the same dormitory. So Xiao Xiao assigned Wei Jianyang the task of attracting people. Wei Jianyang didn't have much hope. John Hung was a well-known person who left the organization. He had his own life rhythm and rarely participated in any group activities. Unexpectedly, John Hung thought about it and unexpectedly agreed. If it was before, he probably wouldn't participate in such activities. But this time he was really out of society for too long and needed a lively environment to heal himself. Although Ma Wei stayed, the latter was a person who spent all year in the library and often turned off the lights before returning to the dormitory. So if John Hung didn't participate, he would be the only one left in the room on weekends. That's great, Wei Jianyang said excitedly. Xiao Xiao and her roommates are all still single except her. Don't say I didn't remind you. Shin Sisi, who's shown at the welcome party this year, is also from her dormitory. Oh, I forgot you didn't go. Anyway, when she sang, she made many people below crazy. If you can get her, you will definitely become a celebrity in this department. John Hung has no interest in becoming a celebrity in this department. With so many things happening recently, he has no intention of falling in love. This camping trip is just for fun, and he treats it as a trip. There were no classes scheduled on Friday afternoon, so John Hung started preparing for the game in a month. He had already completed the preliminary planning in the Express Hotel and adjusted his schedule. After lunch, he found a 24-hour gym near the school and ran to apply for an annual membership. In addition, he also increased the practice time for rock climbing and running. John Hung didn't know what kind of situation he would face next time, but it was always right to improve his physical fitness, because he used his own body at the beginning of each round of the game. In other words, different physical fitness may bring completely different game experiences. For example, when faced with the choice of saving people in the desert island survival copy, players with average physical fitness can only save it, while players with excellent physical fitness can swim further to save the shorts guy or belle. Of course, the worst are those who can't swim at all and can only watch from the shore. John Hung physique is ordinary in college, mainly because he has not undergone any targeted scientific training. But he also has his own advantages. That is, his preparation time between each round of the game is twice as long as other players. Others had a month between 2 rounds of games, but he had 2 months. If he used these 2 months well, his physical fitness could be greatly improved. John Hung also thought about signing up for a taekwondo or boxing class, but there was no rush for such things. He could only do it one by one and improve his basic skills first. After all, he could also practice skills in the game. The next week was spent in a busy schedule. John Hung started training his waist, abdomen, and limbs for strength and flexibility in the gym. In addition to long-distance running for endurance, he also added short-distance running, which was more explosive, to his training plan. In addition, he also took the time to go to the sex and the city bar in the static world. That place is full of secrets. Now that John Hung is in this game, he naturally wants to know more about it. Since he can't give more information from the bartender, he plans to do it himself. At least from the furnishings in the Iron House and the collection behind the bar, he should be able to glimpse a clue. And he also wants to try whether the rules that players cannot recognize in that place are still valid in the static world. However, when John Hung arrived outside the bar, he felt an inexplicable sense of alarm, which reached its peak when he placed his palm on the door handle of the iron house. John Hung hesitated, but finally retracted his hand. He didn't know where this alarm came from, but its meaning was clear enough. Don't try to enter the game point in the static world. Although he was curious, John Hung decided to prioritize safety. After all, what he was facing now could not be explained by common sense. So John Hung's first secret exploration stopped here, and he didn't get much useful information. On Monday, when he was still in class, his phone suddenly vibrated. John Hung saw that the note was customer service. Your things have been delivered. They are on the desk in the dormitory. This is a notification message. Don't reply to me. John Hung put the phone under the desk and replied secretly. Where is my game point service table? Click send. And it took a long time before he received the second message from the bartender. Forgot. Wait until I finish the work at hand. Chapter 24 Different People Name. Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Quality, E. Function. It can increase the wearer's luck. The so-called character panel and the mysterious voice do not appear in the real world. John Hung looked at the handwritten card of the bartender in his hand and was speechless. Did just these two simple sentences cost him 5 points? Although he had a lot of points. The bartender looked in a good mood after receiving the points. So it was obvious that the price was not cheap. John Hung was not surprised by the result of the appraisal. In many cultures, rabbit's feet symbolize a lucky charm. The reason why he escaped infection from his wounds on the island was probably related to this thing, regardless of his ability to double time. This was the first supernatural item he had ever acquired. Since it was a positive effect, John Hung decided to wear it as a keychain. I just don't know how much this little bit of luck is. Since he had nothing to do, John Hung decided to do an experiment. He went to the Walmart supermarket next to the library and bought 2 scratch tickets, spending a total of 20 yuan. As a result, one won 10 yuan, and the other won 5 yuan. After deducting the principal, the total loss was 5 yuan. John Hung changed the supermarket again. This time, one of the 2 tickets won a thank you for patronage, and the other won 20 yuan. It was exactly the same as the principal. John Hung probably understood the effect of this lucky rabbit's foot. His average expectation in these few times must be higher than the average level. But he was still in a lost state. His luck did increase, but it was not increased to an exaggerated degree. It was still difficult to make money with this extra luck. After finishing the experiment, John Hung walked out of the supermarket and saw a young couple under a tree not far away. The man looked excited and seemed to be saying something, but the girl kept shaking her head. Then the boy stretched out his hand as if to pull the girl, but the latter dodged. John Hung did not intend to meddle in other people's business. There were many such things on campus every day. University was a gathering place for hormones, and all kinds of joys and sorrows were happening all the time. He was not worried that the boy would do something more excessive. It was afternoon and in school. He could easily shout out 7 or 8 boys full of justice to save the girl. So John Hung just glanced at it and walked towards the library. On Friday afternoon, John Hung went to buy some snacks and outdoor supplies, mainly mosquito repellent, towels, band-aids, and so on. As for the camping equipment, Wei Jiangyong had already rented it and also hired a car. The money was shared by everyone. Each person was charged 300 yuan first, and the excess was refunded, and the shortage was supplemented. John Hung checked his micro-single again to confirm that it was fully charged. At this time, Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyong walked in from outside together, carrying large and small bags in their hands. The girls bought it. It's dinner tonight. Please help me get it to the car later. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. John Hung things were basically packed. Wei Jiangyong put down his handbag, grabbed the water cup on the table, and drank it all in one breath. He took a long breath and then said with emotion, I'm really exhausted these 2 days. I've been running around like a cow and a horse. You are wise. If you think about it this way, being single doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Don't. Thanks to your blessing, Mr. Wei. I just saw some hope of being single. Don't pour cold water on me so quickly. Okay. Chen Huadong's eyes were shining. You want to pursue Shen Cici? Wei Jiangyong squinted. No. No. Brother. I still have some self-knowledge. She is the first batch of good guy cards issued by the Public Administration Department. There are not too many boys who fall into her hands every month. I won't join in the fun. I'd better bear the pain and leave Shinsisi to our young master Zhang. Personally, I still like Su Jing more, Chen Huadong said with a smile. Damn. I knew you liked this pervert. Su Jing is Shishia's dormitory's legal Lolita. The official designated cute thing. But her self-care ability is a little poor. She learned to take the subway in the second semester of her freshman year. And until now, she still takes the wrong direction or misses the stop from time to time. Her clothes and socks are usually washed in the washing machine. It's okay. It's okay. Cuteness is justice. You know me, brother. I have been a firm fan of cultivation for so many years. Chen Huadong pushed his glowing glasses. People's hearts are broken and morality has fallen. Where is Yaoling? Wei Jianong was heartbroken and looked at Zhang Heng again. But to be honest, Shinsisi is a good person. Are you really not going to consider it? Generally speaking, girls who are popular with boys are not so popular with girls. But Shinsisi is an exception. Xiao Xiao said that the girl she admires the most is Shinsisi. She is beautiful, good at studying, sings well, and treats people sincerely. Don't look at her mini hairpins. But she never drags anyone to be a spare tire. And always refuses decisively. That's why people nicknamed her Killing All. Chen Huadong said quietly. But after meeting her this time, I also found that this girl is pretty good. She was the one who took care of the girls' affairs during the camping trip. She was talking and laughing with us when we went shopping together just now. She wasn't arrogant at all. Well, it seems that rumors can't be trusted. Chen Huadong changed his words again. Have you finished talking? Zhang Heng was speechless. Almost. Don't worry that our relationship has come to an end. I knew this day would come. Chen Huadong gritted his teeth and said firmly, why don't you two pay attention to international current affairs? Why do you always keep bothering about my love life? Wei Jianong and Chen Huadong looked at each other. But stop joking. Zhang Heng, we are a little worried about you. Huh? In the past, we just thought that you have your own pace of life and are not affected by the outside world. But since last week, we always feel that you have an inexplicable temperament. Chen Huadong took over the conversation. Well, I know this sounds a bit literary, but you give people a sense of loneliness that seeps out from your bones. Do you know that there are many hermits in Zhongnan Mountain? You give me the same feeling as them. Tell me honestly, brother, have you encountered anything recently? Why do you suddenly feel like escaping from the world? Zhang Heng hard moved. Of course, he knew what was going on with him. When it comes to escaping from the world, no one can escape as thoroughly as he does. He has lived alone on a deserted island for more than a year, and even had to make his own toothbrush. He is surrounded by a huge sense of loneliness almost every day. Although his body did not change after returning to the real world, this period of time still left a mark on him in another way. Have experiences and learning made us who we are today? Zhang Heng thought of the bartender's words again, and he suddenly became curious. If this game lasted for many years, what would he become when it ended? Will he be a completely different person than today? Chapter 25 Shinsisi. The van that Wei Jiangyong had booked had already arrived downstairs, and the three boys had moved all the equipment and food for the camping trip into the van. Zhang Heng had also taken his SF recurve bow back from the archery hall a day in advance. After a week of training, his archery skills had basically recovered, and with the help of modern technology, his average score on the 50-meter archery course was guaranteed to be above 9 rings. Zhang Heng's real strength was still dynamic target rapid shooting, but this depended on the target's moving speed and path. But in the archery hall, he always felt a pair of resentful eyes staring at him, making him a little afraid to let go of his full strength. Usually, he could only find a place in the static world to practice. This time, he was lucky enough to be in the wild, so he could find a place to shoot a few arrows. Mr. Zhang, if there is any danger, you have to protect me first, Chen Huadong said in a whimper. But he was just joking. Zhang Heng did not hide his archery learning from other people in the dormitory. Everyone knew that he had just started. He was still looking for videos to learn on the internet a week ago. How much improvement could he have made by now? Okay. Remember to get into my arms when the time comes. Everyone talked and laughed all the way, and finally put all the things in the trunk. At this time, 3 girls came over here. Chen Huadong poked Zhang Heng. The one on the left. Shinsisi. Zhang Heng looked in the direction Chen Huadong said, and sure enough, he saw a tall girl. Wei Jiangyong did not lie. Shin Cece's hardware conditions were indeed very good. She had a model's figure and looked pretty. Moreover, unlike those female stars who posed coquettishly on TV and magazines, her eyes were very clear. But she was not shy like ordinary girls. No wonder she became the dream lover of many boys, and became the first wholesaler of good person cards in the Department of Public Administration. Shin Cece generously took out 3 bottles of water from the bag and handed them to John Hung and the other 2. Thank you. You've worked hard. John Hung took the water and thanked him. A person's upbringing can be best seen from small things. It can be seen that Shin Cece did not treat the 3 people as free labor and bodyguards. Nor did she think that it was right for boys to move things because she was a girl. This is especially rare among girls. Especially beautiful girls. Chin Huadong continued to carry forward the fine tradition of a dog-headed military advisor, and whispered in John Hung's ear. It is said that Shin Cece's father is a university professor, and her mother is a novel translator. The family tradition is good. How about it? You and Mr. Zhang are a good match. Wei Jiangyang didn't see the person he was waiting for, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where's Xiao Xiao? Why didn't I see her?" Ha ha ha. That woman is the most troublesome every time she goes out for dormitory activities. It takes a long time to put on makeup. Wei Jiangyang, you have a hard time after you marry her. The short girl in the middle, who is only 1.5 meters tall and looks like a junior high school student, said with a smile. Needless to say, she must be Su Jing, the legal loli that Chin Huadong has set his sights on. As a result, he was hit on the head as soon as he finished speaking. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I will discipline this kid. Shin Cece took back her hand and said to Wei Jiangyang seriously. Just when the atmosphere was harmonious, a voice suddenly came to everyone's ears. Cece. Shin Cece's face changed slightly when she heard it. Cece, are you guys going out to play? Why didn't you tell me? I can drive you there. A red BMW 5 Series 4-door sports car stopped beside everyone. The boy inside pulled the handbrake and got out of the car. John Hung raised his eyebrows. He was wondering why Shin Cece looked familiar. It turned out that they had met before. He bought a scratch card in the supermarket and saw the couple Shin Cece and the boy wearing Supreme. Chung Chung. Why are you here again? Cece has clearly rejected you several times. Why are you still haunting me? Su Jing didn't match her name at all. She was a girl who was always busy and quick-witted. Chung Chung was embarrassed to be exposed on the spot for his love being rejected. But Su Jing was a girl, so he was embarrassed to get angry, and could only suppress his anger. Cece, can you please talk to me for a minute? It's nearby. I know a coffee shop with delicious Blue Mountain, Chung Chung said. Shin Cece frowned. She was almost overwhelmed with her good temper. She and Chung Chung didn't know each other before, but since she sang a song at the welcome party, he has been trying to persuade her for more than half a month. From flowers, snacks and fruits to Apple phones and concert tickets, Chung Chung directly asked the girls to put them at the door of Shin Cece's dormitory. But his tricks, that always worked for other girls, rarely failed with Shin Cece. The gift he gave were eventually returned by Shin Cece intact. And Shin Cece also made it clear that she didn't want to fall in love now. But the more this happened, the more Chung Chung seemed to be excited. He put himself in a very low profile. Shin Cece had a good upbringing, so it was difficult for her to say anything harsh in this situation. As a result, Chung Chung kept pestering her until now. There are already some rumors about the two of them in the school, which makes Shin Cece very headache. Besides, she seems to run into Chung Chung everywhere she goes recently. How did he know that their dormitory was going to go camping? And he came just before they set off. This is too much of a coincidence. Shin Cece glanced at the girl named Wang Huan behind Su Jing. The latter smiled awkwardly. Her family was ordinary. But a few days ago, a YSL lipstick suddenly appeared in her drawer. The famous detective Su Jing went online to search for the price of the lipstick and found that it was impossible to buy it without 700 or 800 yuan. At that time, everyone was joking about whether Wang Huan was supported by a coal boss. But now it seems that her lipstick came from another source. However, Shin Cece had no intention of pursuing this matter. She saw Xiao Xiao had already walked out of the dormitory building not far away. So she said to Chung Chung seriously, Chung Chung, didn't we talk about it on Monday? I don't drink any coffee. We are leaving now. It doesn't matter. You can let them go first, and I will drive you there when the time comes. Don't worry. It won't delay your time. Chung Chung continued to pester him. Chen Huadong couldn't stand it anymore. He was about to speak, but Wei Jianan winked at him. Don't mess with this guy. Wei Jianan lowered his voice. What's the matter? He's just a rich second generation. Look at our Mr. Zhang. He's a model rich second generation. Chen Huadong curled his lips and said disdainfully. Zhang Heng shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a rich second generation. Zhang Heng family background is somewhat similar to Shen Xixi's. They are both highly educated people. They live a comfortable life and don't worry about food and clothing. They are considered very good among ordinary people. But they can't be compared with those rich businessmen. Wei Jiangang smiled bitterly. This Cheng Cheng is not a good person. He is 1 year older than us. When he first entered the school, he had a fight with his senior. It seems that his family runs a hotel. He is usually generous and has a lot of people around him. He has made the student union a mess. Xiaoxiao couldn't stand this guy's style last semester, so she quit the union. Chapter 26 Journey. Rich second generation is just a label. It does not carry any praise or criticism. Just like there are good people and bad people, there are of course high quality and low quality people in the rich second generation group. And to be fair, compared with ordinary people, this group can enjoy better educational resources. And the proportion of high quality people is even higher. But why do rich second generations have such a bad reputation in society? The reason is very simple. The impact of ordinary people doing evil is relatively small, and only a few people around them may be affected. However, because the rich second generation has more resources at their disposal, once they do evil, the impact is often worse. And even worse, it will cause a series of social problems. Take Cheng Cheng for example. Although his situation has not yet reached such a serious stage, many people in the school have already criticized him. After he joined the student union in his freshman year, he quickly turned this place into his own territory. It took him only a few months to control all the elections, forcing several old ministers who disliked him to resign. When he became the president in his sophomore year, the new ministers he promoted were all his people. He basically had absolute control over the student union. Moreover, birds of a feather flock together. When recruiting new members, this group of people will focus on pretty girls. After someone joins, they often ask the people below to find excuses to make things difficult for them, and then use their position in the student union to help them settle these things. Many innocent girls who have just entered the school will take the bait. As a result, they talk about work and somehow end up talking about sex. It is rumored that when Cheng Cheng was a sophomore, more than one hand of girls had abortions for him, and one even threatened to commit suicide and finally paid money to settle privately. Of course, this number is definitely exaggerated. After all, there are many people who are unhappy with Cheng Cheng. Chen Huadong, who originally wanted to stand out, couldn't help but hesitate after hearing this. He didn't work at Cheng Cheng Hotel, and he didn't care whether the other party was a rich second generation. But when he heard that the latter controlled the student union, he had to weigh it. Their school didn't have a social association, and the activity funds of each club were approved by the student union before reporting to the teacher. And the student union was also responsible for regular assessments of each club. Chen Huadong and several boys founded an animation club in their freshman year, named Tiger Shark. Now it's developing well, although there are not many girls joining. A group of gays often get together to exchange mysterious small codes and various unedited resources. And they are also happy. Chen Huadong had to consider the survival of Tiger Shark after offending Cheng Cheng. In addition, the school has a rule for morning exercises, requiring everyone to punch a certain number of cards per semester. And the student union is also responsible for recording. In short, the student union is the kind of organization that you don't pay attention to at ordinary times. But it's quite troublesome if you really offend it. There are also many people around Cheng Cheng. Chen Huadong is planning to fall in love with Su Jing, and doesn't want to be on guard against being hit by a club every day. Shen Sisi also looked a little helpless. She had said everything she could say. Ordinary people should have given up long ago. But Cheng Cheng didn't mean to give way at all. The girl named Wang Huan beside him seemed to realize that she had done something wrong, and kept her head down without saying anything. At this moment, Zhang Heng said, "Classmate, your zipper is open." Cheng Cheng lowered his head and saw a small opening in his private part. Although he couldn't see the underwear inside, it was still very unsightly. And if Zhang Heng didn't say anything, he could pretend that he didn't notice it. Now that it was pointed out, he couldn't zip it up or not in public. It was very embarrassing. Chung Chung looked at John Hung deeply, and then said to Shin Sisi, Sisi, sooner or later, I will let you understand my feelings. After saying that, he quickly walked back to his BMW. If you look closely, you can see that his walking posture is a bit unnatural, and he seems to be afraid to take a step. Hurry up, Xiao Xiao said hurriedly. Once he zips up, he will definitely get tangled up again. Everyone hurriedly ran to the van, closing the door and urging the driver to drive quickly. Su Jing, however, had already burst out laughing in the car. Ha! Did you see the guy's face just now? It was so funny. After that, she even imitated Chung Chung tone and said, Sisi, sooner or later, I will let you understand my feelings. Legal Loli said while looking at Shin Sisi affectionately. Everyone in the car was amused by her. Xiao Xiao pouted and said, Stop talking. It's disgusting to me. He is a hooligan who specializes in deceiving new girls in school. And he is also imitating others to play innocent games. Shin Sisi looked at John Hung with a bit of apology. I'm sorry, because my affairs dragged you into it. John Hung shook his head. It's okay. I don't join any clubs. Among the girls, Xiao Xiao is the closest to John Hung roommates because of her boyfriend. They even had skewers together several times last semester. But maybe she was infected by Wei Jiangang. She also cares about her roommate's love life. She rolled her eyes and said to Shin Sisi, Sisi, don't you want to form a band? Consider John Hung. He plays the piano very well. You know Paganini's Etude the Bells. He can play it easily. John Hung was helpless about these rumors. If they spread them again, Lang Lang would probably be defeated by him. However, before he could deny it, Wei Jiangyang followed suit and said, That's right. And John Hung also loves sports. He runs 10,000 meters every morning and has joined the Rock Climbing Association. His goal is to challenge K2 Peak. He has been practicing archery since he was 5 years old and never leaves his bow. His archery skills are outstanding, and he is nicknamed Zhang Shun, the white shark in the waves. Ahem. It's literally Guan Huarong. Xiao Xiao covered her face. Legal Loli was also the type who wanted the world to be in chaos. So she interrupted and agreed. I said, when I first saw this classmate John Hung, I felt that he was brave and resourceful. Much better than Chung Chung, who didn't even zip up his zipper. Chen Huadong was a step late, and everything he could say had been taken away by everyone. It took him a long time to say. John Hung also loves small animals. Every time he eats fish in the cafeteria, he will collect the bones and find a place to bury them. Hey, that's enough. You should be a little more thoughtful when making up a story. Everyone laughed like crazy. And the atmosphere, which had been somewhat gloomy due to Chung Chung's unexpected appearance, suddenly became lively again. Boys and girls of this age tease and tease each other, showing their youthful side generously without too many distractions. After listening to the introduction, Shin Sisi became a little more curious about John Hung. But that was all. She nodded to the latter in a friendly manner, and then turned around and chatted with Wang Huan, who was left out. John Hung also had no idea about Shin Sisi. She was a good girl who made people feel comfortable to get along with. But he didn't feel moved. John Hung looked out the window, and the reflections on the street flew by. In fact, sometimes he himself was also very curious about what kind of girl he liked. For example, Chen Huadong had always been a legal Lolita control, while Wei Jiangang liked girls like Xiao Xiao, who looked strong on the outside, but were very gentle in private. Everyone seemed to know it very well, but only he couldn't say what type he liked. However, John Hung didn't know why. He always believed that when he met the right person, he would definitely recognize the other person at first sight. Chapter 27 Camping. At 5 p.m., the van arrived at the camping site. Everyone took the things in the trunk out of the car and said goodbye to the driver. The foothills not far away, the grass underfoot, and the blue sky and white clouds above, all made the students who were used to living in the city very excited. Su Jing said happily, Wow, this place is nice. Let's come here every week in the future. Xiao Xiao scolded, Your family's money is blown by the wind. 300 yuan. I can't bear to come here every week. Shin Sisi said, Stop messing around. It's going to be dark soon. Find a place to set up the tent first. We still need to cook. Su Jing smiled and said, I can't cook. I'm only responsible for eating. Sure. Act cute in exchange for a bite of food. Everyone walked forward while talking and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed. The camping site was chosen by the girls. In fact, it was mainly Shishi's idea. And they didn't choose the most popular spots. She had an uncle who was a hiking enthusiast and was very familiar with the nearby wild mountains. She pestered him to provide her with a few places, all of which had good scenery, but were not much developed. There would be fewer tourists, and there wouldn't be that kind of mess. Unfortunately, except for Xiao Xiao, who had camped with her uncle once or twice when she was a child. The others had no experience. Xiao Xiao was only interested in playing at that age, and her uncle was responsible for making fire and cooking. So just choosing a place to camp was difficult for several people. Everyone argued. Some said it should be on the top of the mountain. Some said it should be in the leeward place. And some said to pay attention to falling rocks. Finally, Zhang Heng couldn't stand it anymore. Well, there's nothing dangerous around here. It's summer now, so you don't need to worry about keeping warm. Just pick a place to camp. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was obviously immersed in the excitement of playing house in the wild, and strongly condemned Zhang Heng's mentality of making do with life. After a lot of careful selection, they finally chose a vacant lot at the foot of the mountain as a camping spot before sunset. To be fair, this place is really good, with a wide view, and no disadvantages except that it is a little far from the water source. But the problem is that it will be dark soon, and the tent has not been set up yet. Don't underestimate this matter. For novices, setting up a tent is a technical job. Putting poles and pulling ropes, nailing round nails, and fixing walls. If you have no experience, you will have to fumble for a long time for each one. Fortunately, this kind of thing is not difficult for Zhang Heng, who has built a house with his bare hands before. He almost set up all 3 tents by himself. And he also set up the last one in the dark. Sure, Zhang Heng, if I am stranded on a deserted island in the future and choose someone to accompany me, I will choose you. Su Jing clapped her hands. You are such a bad person. You drag someone down with you even though you are stranded on a desert island. Chen Huadong said with a sigh. I have seen several wilderness survival programs. If we are really stranded on a desert island, it will be useless for us to go there. Wei Jiangyong shook his head. Zhang Heng smiled and said nothing. No one took such small talk seriously. Su Jing had a new idea at this time. It's already dark. Let's have a bonfire party. This girl seems to never worry. What the hell? Let's eat first. I'm starving, Xiao Xiao said unhappily, when Zhang Heng was setting up the tent. Except for Shen Sisi, who could help a little. No one else could help. So they all went to the other side to cook. In the civilized world, there is no need to drill wood to make fire even in the wild. There are portable gas stoves for outdoor use, which can be used by installing flat gas tanks, which is very convenient. Zhang Heng was naturally happy to see this happen. He came here to have fun, not to show off his skills. The so-called wilderness survival skills are only used to save lives when encountering extreme situations unexpectedly. If there was a lighter on the deserted island, he would not have to rub the skin off his hands. Dinner was hot pot, which was the most convenient to cook. Just put the base ingredients in, and then throw in the washed vegetables and meat. After Zhang Heng set up the tent, everyone sat in a circle, holding disposable plastic bowls, waiting eagerly for the bubbles in the pot. This feeling was very fresh to most people. The temperature in the mountains in summer was just right. Not too cold or too hot. Much more comfortable than the dormitory without air conditioning. But the number of mosquitoes was too alarming. Zhang Heng and Shen Sisi took out the mosquito repellent from their bags almost at the same time. And they smiled at each other when they saw what was in each other's hands. Why is the meat still not good? Su Jing sniffed and said pitifully. She was just shouting about the bonfire party. But now she was thinking about the meat in the pot more than anyone else. Chen Huadong was about to make a few jokes. But at this moment, a rustling sound came from the woods not far away. Su Jing was the most timid, and she became nervous when she heard the sound. Oh my god! Are there any wild animals in this mountain? No, I don't think so. Xiao Xiao was also stunned. Although this place is not a scenic spot, it is not too far from the city. In autumn, many photography enthusiasts come here to collect materials. Before, several people had seen other campers in a slightly farther place. If there were wild animals, it would make no sense that no one had seen them before. As soon as she finished speaking, the thing came out of the woods. It was not an animal, just a person. However, when everyone saw the appearance of the person, they were worried again. It was a young man with tattoos on his arms and a frivolous look. He said with a smirk, "Hey, I was wondering where the fragrance came from. It turns out there is delicious food here. Let me join you. I haven't had dinner yet." As soon as he finished speaking, John Hung stood up, turned around and ran towards the tent without saying a word, and went straight in. Seeing this, the young man laughed. Okay, you have good sense. Now that you have a seat, I won't be polite." Everyone realized that the other party might have bad intentions. Wei Jiangyong and Chen Huadong looked at each other. As boys, they must stand up at this time. Wei Jiangyong said, "Brother, we are not used to eating with strangers. It doesn't matter. I can introduce myself first. Making friends, we will get familiar with each other after chatting." The young man grinned and took out a folding knife from his pocket. Wei Jiangyong and Chen Huadong expressions changed immediately. And Su Jing was so frightened that her face turned pale. They were all college students, and had never seen such a scene. Usually, there were few fights on campus, and even if there was a fight, they would never use knives. And the young man's next words made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. "I have 3 brothers who haven't eaten yet. They will be here soon. But it seems that there are not enough seats." He rolled his eyes and pointed at Wei Jiangyong, Chen Huadong and Wang Huan. "How about you 3 give up your seats?" Chapter 28. 2 Arrows. In front of the folding knife, Wei Jiangyong and Chen Huadong calves were trembling a little. If the other party was robbing money, it would be fine. At most, everyone would lose money to avoid disaster. But from the performance of the young man, he actually had some ideas about girls. Except for Wang Huan, the other 3 people in Xushia's dormitory were not ugly. Shen Sisi was not to be mentioned. She was recognized as the beauty of the department. Xiao Xiao was on the school volleyball team and had always maintained a good figure. Su Jing, the legal loli, was a wolf-attracting weapon. Normally they don't have to worry about their safety at school. But now this place is truly in the wilderness. Although there are other campers, they are too far away. Even if they ask for help, no one may come in a short time. Xiao Xiao and other girls have regretted coming here for camping. But they have done research before. There are villages all around, and the public security has always been good. I don't know why they are so unlucky this time. Sweat seeped from Wei Jiangyong's forehead. His girlfriend is behind him, so he can't retreat. But it is also human nature to be afraid in this situation. Looking at the young man approaching step by step, his body is stiff and his throat is dry. However, the next moment, something broke through the darkness. The young man stopped. There was a feather arrow stuck in the ground in front of him. The arrowhead was completely buried in the ground, and the tail of the arrow was still trembling. It can be seen how fast the arrow was shot. John Hung stood in front of the tent holding the SF recurve bow. He did not stop after shooting an arrow, and quickly drew the second arrow. Before Wei Jiangyong and others had time to cheer, they saw that the second arrow was far away and hit a small tree in the distance. Wei Jiangyong and the others felt cold in their hearts, thinking that it was over. They had hoped that this arrow could scare off the young man in front of them. But John Hung was exposed so quickly. The young man was also frightened by the first arrow. The country strictly controls firearms, so generally speaking, crossbows are the strongest long-range weapons available to the public. He didn't expect that there was someone who played with bows among this group of people. But the arrow was several meters away from him. So was the arrow just luck? He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the landing point of the feather arrow. As a result, he was horrified when he saw it, because that tree was the hiding place of his companions. The first 2 arrows are just warnings. If you don't leave, the third arrow will draw blood. John Hung said calmly. The young man's expression changed several times after hearing this, and everyone's heart was lifted. At this moment, the young man was only 3 or 4 meters away from Wei Jiangyong and Chen Huadong. He was thinking whether he could hold a hostage in his sudden attack. But he hesitated again and still couldn't guarantee that he could do it before the other party's arrow hit him. So he finally chose to put away the folding knife in his hand and raised his hand. "Sorry to bother you. It seems that my brothers and I can only go to other places to make friends." As he spoke, he stared at John Hung holding the arrow and retreated into the woods step by step. After this happened, everyone no longer had the heart to eat and camp. They hurriedly packed up their things and wanted to leave here immediately. However, there was no taxi in the wilderness at this time. and Xiao Xiao was worried that this group of people would harass other tourists. So everyone called the police while notifying others. Shen Sisi seemed to want to say something, but finally held back. However, the other girls gathered around Zhang Heng after the danger passed. Su Jing stuck out her tongue and said, "Awesome. Classmate Zhang. I thought you were scared away at the time. But it turned out that Iron Man summoned the armor." Shen Huadong couldn't help but say, "Brother, I admire you for my whole life. You shot the second arrow so far off target, but you were still able to stand there and launch a verbal attack. I admire you." Xiao Xiao also said, "Those bad guys are so timid that they were scared away when they saw you holding a bow. But this time it's really thanks to you. I was almost scared to death just now. To thank you for saving my life, I make the decision and marry you, the most beautiful girl in our dormitory." Su Jing finally made the decision. But as soon as she said this, she got another slap on the head. But afterwards, Shen Sisi also thanked Zhang Heng solemnly. After informing the scattered campers around, everyone gathered together and finally felt a little safe. Zhang Heng put down his recurved bow, opened his backpack, and distributed the snacks that he brought with him to everyone. Su Jing bit into the egg yolk pie and muttered, "Today is too exciting. This is my first time camping, and it might be the last time." After eating the sweets, everyone's mood generally improved, and they talked about the thrilling scene just now. At this time, Shen Sisi suddenly said, "Zhang Heng, can I talk to you?" "Yeah." The two walked aside under the ambiguous gazes of the crowd. Shen Sisi thanked him again for what happened tonight, and then said, "You noticed it, didn't you?" "Noticed what?" "That guy doesn't look like someone from the nearby village. He should have come from the city like us." "Do you want to say that the group of people came here at night to attack women?" "No. If he was prepared, he shouldn't be dressed like that. The pair of shoes on his feet are Adidas Yeezy 500. The price of genuine shoes on the market is at least 2,000. He shouldn't be willing to wear them here and get scratched by branches." And he kept scratching his neck while talking. Obviously, he was bitten by mosquitoes. He didn't even consider this when planning the crime. It was too careless. So it is more likely that he came here at the last minute. "You are very observant." Zhang Heng was surprised, considering the situation at that time. Few people can notice so many details. "You are the same, aren't you?" Shen Sisi said softly. "I didn't notice it." Zhang Heng shook his head. "I don't know much about shoes. My main attention was on his companions in the woods, and I didn't pay attention to his little movements. If you hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have noticed it." Shen Sisi was a little surprised. "Then why did you keep paying attention to Wang Huan all the way?" Because her emotions fluctuated too much when the tattooed guy showed up. Everyone was terrified at the time, but her surprise was obviously greater than her fear. After the guy left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and her fear became even greater. Shen Sisi smiled bitterly. "This is why I don't agree to call the police. Even if she put you all in danger tonight?" Wang Huan also had her own reasons. Chung Chung threatened her that if she didn't help, she would have to pay for the lipstick. Her parents were laid off a long time ago, and she has a younger brother at home. And as you said, she didn't expect what happened tonight. She just secretly sent our address to Chung Chung, thinking that Chung Chung just wanted to come over. But she didn't expect that he would be a bad guy. Now she is very scared and worried that she will be discovered by the police. You decide." Zhang Heng did not comment. "We are all adults and need to be responsible for our own actions. The environment and family factors may be the cause of mistakes, but they are not excuses for mistakes. It is a very simple truth that society may be unfair to you, but you cannot go to the kindergarten gate to chop people or burn buses." But the people came for Shen Sisi. How she wants to solve it is her business. Zhang Heng has no opinion. As for Chung Chung, he can almost guess what tricks the other party is playing, given that the favorability between him and Shen Sisi has become negative. Probably only a self-directed and self-acted hero-saving beauty can barely brush it back. But this guy obviously underestimated Shen Sisi's intelligence. At present, the two sides are not on the same level. Shen Sisi seemed relieved when she heard this. "I am not going to forgive someone without limit." Wang Huan promised to exchange dormitories with others after returning. "We will not have any intersection in the future. So let's leave it at that. But you should be more careful in the future. Chung Chung will definitely not dare to commit a crime. But he will not be polite to play a trick like this. Well, you'd better not leave school for a while. I will help you think of a solution." "Well, The cover made by the artist brother of Chigyan for me is too tempting. I can't control myself. I hope I can change it back tomorrow. Chapter 29 Test of Friendship. Everyone was taken back to the city by police cars and recorded. But the police force was limited. For small cases like this, that did not cause any bad effects. The police would just give a heads up and warn nearby tourists. Unless similar incidents happen again, they would not invest manpower in investigation. This was also unavoidable, because basically every police officer would have a lot of cases on hand. And sorting by priority was a basic skill for every police officer. The camping trip was naturally cancelled. It was almost 12 o'clock when everyone returned to school. After saying goodbye to each other, they returned to their dormitories. Chen Huadong was lucky. He got Chen Jing's phone number by showing his bravery in front of the young man. With a start, everyone simply exchanged contact information. Just after returning to the dormitory, the two of them had already hooked up. Shen Sisi also sent a WeChat message to Zhang Heng, mainly to remind him to be careful in the near future. Zhang Heng thought about it and politely replied with a thank you. As soon as he sent this message, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. More than a month later, Zhang Heng was no longer unfamiliar with this situation. He set an alarm for 7 hours on his phone, climbed into bed, and took a nap. When he opened his eyes again, it was still pitch black outside. Zhang Heng turned off the alarm, got up, made himself a bag of oatmeal, and walked downstairs with a cup. This time, the dormitory manager acted earlier and locked the door just after 12 o'clock. Zhang Heng walked into the duty room, took out the key and opened the door with ease. He went to Walmart supermarket first, took a pineapple bun from the shelf, and put the change at the cashier. In fact, Zhang Heng hadn't done this for a long time, since the legend at 12 o'clock scared an old lady and went home to hug her grandson. He changed to buying food and storing it before going to bed. But this time, it was an unexpected situation. If Chen Cheng hadn't disturbed him, he should still be camping outside. Zhang Heng finished his pineapple bun with oatmeal, left the cup on the shelf in the supermarket, and then walked to the 24-hour gym. It happened that the food in his stomach was almost digested. He started training with the water resistance rowing machine. 3 hours passed quickly without him noticing. After that, Zhang Heng took a shower and went to the rock climbing club. Finally, he held a micro single and started to wander around the city. As a result, when passing by a small hotel, he was attracted by the red BMW in front of the door. Zhang Heng stopped his bicycle, looked at the license plate again, and finally confirmed that it was indeed Cheng Cheng's car. To be honest, Zhang Heng didn't take this rich boy too seriously. Just like he and Shen Sisi said, he didn't hang out in clubs or participate in any group activities. He had almost no intersection with the student union. It was still difficult for Cheng Cheng to deal with him. Although the latter was usually surrounded by people in school, no one was a fool. Everyone was there for money. They were happy to help him cheat young girls who were not experienced in the world. But if they put their graduation certificates into it for him, or even broke the law, sorry, no one would accompany them. As for outside the school, the young man tonight is not a social person strictly speaking. After Shen Sisi's reminder, Zhang Heng also found that he was more like a second-generation idler like Cheng Cheng. This time he was purely helping a friend. But these people are sometimes more troublesome than gangsters. They can do anything for face. Since he just happened to run into him, Zhang Heng thought it would be better to solve this hidden danger. He set up the shared bicycle downstairs and walked into the small hotel. Zhang Heng didn't know which floor Cheng Cheng was on. But this was not a problem. The computer at the front desk could easily check the information of all guests. Zhang Heng quickly found Cheng Cheng's name on it, wrote down the room number, borrowed a spare key, and opened the door of room 305. 2 minutes later, the glass door of the bathroom was full of water vapor. But there was no sound of water. A female figure could be vaguely seen in it. Zhang Heng would not take advantage of this. He took a look and retracted his gaze. He walked into the room and saw clothes thrown everywhere. There was also a bra hanging on the TV. Cheng Cheng was naked, lying on the bed, wearing only shorts, smoking and sending WeChat messages. Zhang Heng took the phone from his hand and saw that the person he was chatting with was a guy named Wu Fan, who used a tattoo as his profile picture. Zhang Heng recalled a little and found that he really couldn't remember what tattoo the young man had before. But it didn't matter. He clicked into the other party's circle of friends and scrolled down and quickly found the photo. It was a photo of the owner of this WeChat account and a closet full of shoes. With the text below, "There are too many shoes to put. What should I do?" The person in the photo was the guy who played with the folding knife before. John Hung returned to the chat interface and flipped through the message records of the two. It was similar to what he had guessed before. This matter was indeed planned by Chung Chung. He was also nearby when the incident happened, ready to take action after receiving the signal. But he didn't expect that John Hung would ruin it in the end. He had to drive back again. He had no place to vent his anger. So he made an appointment with a junior high school girl he had just picked up not long ago. Wu Fan asked Chung Chung if he wanted to find a way to deal with the boy who played with the bow. Chung Chung was not kind-hearted, but just more cautious. He replied that he would wait for him to check John Hung's background first. Turning the page further, they chatted about topics such as which nightclub had the hottest girls, which limited edition shoes were worth collecting, or which girl they had hooked up with, which one had bigger breasts. In addition, John Hung discovered that Chung Chung had been exposed to soft drugs and had tricked the girl he was with at the time into taking them. John Hung shook his head. This guy was really harmful. After reading it, he casually created a chat group and pulled Wu Fan and some other guys in the address book who looked like second-generation people into it. Then he typed. Wu Fan got carried away after just a few words of loyalty, saying, "I told him to do whatever he wanted, and now he's as obedient as my dog." He added a flirtatious expression with sunglasses at the end, and clicked send. It can be predicted that after midnight, a solid friendship will face a cruel test. However, this alone may not necessarily make Chung Chung honest. So John Hung decided to give this guy a warning. He didn't do anything too inhumane. After all, he wasn't a devil. He just asked Chung Chung to drink some water. After the 2 bottles of mineral water in the room were drunk, John Hung was afraid that Chung Chung would not enjoy the drink. So he went to the front desk to get 2 more bottles, in order to prevent Chung Chung from drinking too much water and causing permanent damage to the nervous system or even death. He also took 3 more bottles of Pocari Sweat. It turned out that the remaining bottle of mineral water could not be drunk. Chung Chung's belly was obviously bigger, and the sound of water flowing inside could be heard when he shook it. After that, John Hung deleted all the apps in Chung Chung's mobile phone, downloaded the high-definition wallpaper of the Bride of the Ghost Baby as a new desktop, and left a seemingly ambiguous sentence in the memo, "Think about what you have done." After doing all this, John Hung rode the small yellow car to leave the hotel and continued to explore the road of art. Chapter 30 Second Round of Game. Chung Chung did not come to school the next day. It was said that he was taken to the emergency room by ambulance at night. The doctor's final diagnosis was drowning. But the amazing thing was that he said he was lying on the bed in the hotel at the time and had no contact with any water source. But his mental state was worse than his physical state. He seemed to have suffered a lot of mental stimulation. The doctor suggested that he be transferred to the psychiatric department for observation after the treatment. His parents spent a lot of money to invite internationally renowned experts for him. After 2 rounds of treatment, Chung Chung's mood finally stabilized. A month later, he was finally able to return to school. Several people who were close to him specially held a welcoming banquet for him. They were going to help him invite his girlfriend. But what happened that night really scared Chung Chung. Although it has been confirmed that it had nothing to do with his girlfriend, who was taking a shower at the time. He would rather call a wild model than have anything to do with the people and things that happened that day. Chung Chung drank some wine that night, and his mood improved under the flattery of everyone. He was also willing to believe the expert's statement and hypnotized himself that it was just a nightmare. This time when he returned to school, he planned to regain his strength and find a way to win Shinsisi. People are like this. The more they can't get, the better they think it is. At first, he just thought that this girl was pretty and sang well at the welcome party, so he wanted to chase her for fun. In the end, Shinsisi didn't give him any chance, so he became more and more involved. This matter almost became a hard disease for him. When riding on the little model, Chung Chung covered the latter's face with a pillowcase, imagining that this was Shinsisi, which made him much more excited than usual. He held on for 3 more minutes before lying down. Then a feeling of fatigue surged into his brain. Chung Chung closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was awakened inexplicably in the middle of the night. He felt as if there was something on his face. He opened his eyes and saw the ghost doll next to him. At this moment, Chung Chung's hair stood up. His screams not only woke up the little wild model sleeping next to him, but also disturbed other residents on the same floor. Chung Chung didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He ran out screaming and desperately in his shorts. As a result, misfortunes never come singly. He had just run out of the hotel not far when a van stopped in front of him. The door opened and the tattooed young man inside grinned at him. "Brother Chung, your little pug is here to take you home." After that, several people in the car dragged the terrified Chung Chung directly up. Afterwards, a 15-second short video of Chung Chung with a dog circle barking and eating dog food appeared on the school forum. Although it was quickly deleted by the administrator, the impact it caused was undoubtedly extremely bad. The whole school was in an uproar. However, Chung Chung's reputation was not very good. In addition to some lackeys in the student union who pretended to be indignant, there were more people who gloated over the misfortune. A week later, Chung Chung's parents came to the school, handled the formalities of taking a leave of absence, and left in a hurry. There were rumors that they sent their son abroad for recuperation. John Hung no longer cared about what happened later. In fact, after taking the time to warn Chung Chung, he would be busy with something else. The puppet was just thrown away casually, just to find something for Chung Chung to do so that they would not be so idle. But he did not expect the consequences to be so serious. John Hung later tried it on purpose, sticking the ghost doll on his face in a dark room. It seemed a little scary. And considering that Chung Chung had been scared once and his spirit was particularly fragile, it was not surprising that his nerves completely collapsed again. As for Wu Fan's appearance afterwards, it was something John Hung did not know. In short, this matter has come to an end. John Hung actually didn't spend much energy on Chung Chung. Harassment was just a side job. During this period, he started a new schedule, attending classes while preparing for the next round of games. His fitness has shown some results. John Hung didn't deliberately pursue the effect of being full of muscles. Compared with strength, he cares more about flexibility. Rock climbing is also a beginner. The time for the second round of games is very close. In theory, he can delay the game until the last day of each month. But John Hung doesn't want to be so extreme. What if he happens to be sick or sprain his ankle at that time? That would be a lot of fun. So, with only 5 days left until the end of November, John Hung had already returned to the Sex and the City bar. This time, he didn't need to show the player number on his arm. And the two strong men guarding the stairs automatically made way. After John Hung thanked him, he pushed open the iron door. The lounge was no different from before, except that jazz music was played. The bartender seemed to be in a good mood tonight. She was mixing a drink of some kind. When she saw Zhang Hung, she took the initiative to say hello and asked him, "How have you been this month? What would you like to drink?" "Not bad. So I don't need the drinks." As if she knew what he was thinking, the bartender pushed the freshly made masterpiece in front of someone. "You don't think you fainted because of the lemonade, right? Even if you do nothing, you will still enter the game when the time is up. You said before that except for the first round of the game, the time is fixed, and I can choose it myself afterwards?" The bartender pointed to a place not far away. "Do you see the booth over there? There is an alarm clock under each booth. Choose one and sit down. Set the alarm clock to your preferred time, and the game will start naturally." "Thank you. But no need for wine. After all, the game is about to start, so I'd better stay awake. This is not a cocktail, just a mixture of several kinds of juice." The bartender raised her eyebrows, and it seemed that her patience was about to run out. John Hung wisely picked up the glass of unknown liquid. From the appearance, this thing perfectly inherited the cooking style of the maid cafe. Or in other words, it was suspicious. After that, John Hung went to that coffee shop several times. But the bartender there acted as if she didn't know him at all and kept her cold personality. "By the way, you said before that you sell wooden boxes made of tule trees here, which can isolate supernatural forces. How much are they?" John Hung tasted the thing in his hand. It tasted very strange. A bit like durian. A bit like mango. And it seemed to be mixed with sugar apple and avocado. In short, it was so weird. So John Hung decisively changed the subject and quietly put the cup down. According to the information he has collected so far, the most valuable aspects of this game are 2 points. One is the almost completely realistic background, which allows people to gain more experience or skills in just a few hours. The second is the so-called game props. The benefits of this kind of supernatural item that can continue to work in the real world are naturally needless to say. John Hung has been wearing the lucky rabbit foot for more than a month. He even picked up money twice on the road. Although it was only 1 or 2 yuan. Its quality was only E level. In other words, it should have ABCD on it. However, since the effects of game props are uncertain, it is undoubtedly dangerous to wear them before knowing the effects. He can't be so lucky every time. So there must be a suitable way to contain them. The bartender introduced the tule tree last time. Zhang Heng came back and searched on Baidu and found that this tree is only found in Oaxaca, Mexico, and the locals worship this tree. It is almost impossible to get a piece to make a box. Therefore, he finally had to buy it from the bartender. It felt like he was going to get ripped off, but still put his neck close to it. Chapter 31 Tokyo Drift. Zhang Heng was ready to be ripped off. But the bartender was uncharacteristically so this time. Since you tried my masterpiece, I give you a reminder. If you want to use the tule tree box to store props in the game, I advise you to give up on this idea. Didn't I tell you last time that only game props can flow freely between the game and reality? In order to ensure the fairness of the game, you can't bring things from their back to reality. Nor can you bring things from reality in. Therefore, the tule tree box can only help you store game props in the real world. As for the other side, you need to figure it out on your own. Isn't the tule tree box a game prop? The bartender shook her head. Things that can be called game props are very rare. Even the lowest F-level ones can play a similar role to the tule tree box. It depends on your luck. Or you can wait until the end of your auction. There will be a lot of good things then. Of course, your pockets must be full. Zhang Heng couldn't find a suitable thing to store the game props. He didn't have any good solution for the time being. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Fortunately, according to the bartender, most of the game props are affected by contact. As long as you are careful and wear gloves, you can improve your safety. If he stayed any longer, he might get something strange. Zhang Heng left the bar decisively. He chose an empty booth and sat down. Sure enough, he found a small alarm clock under the seat. Although he was cheated by the extra 24 hours on his body during the last deserted island survival, he must admit that he also gained a lot. Compared with other players, the 12-fold extension of the game time gave him more opportunities to explore. Considering the serious consequences of game over, he still needs to rely on this ability in the next game. I just hope that this time it won't be a no man's land again. Setting the time above to 23:55, Zhang Heng closed his eyes and rested in his seat. About half an hour later, a feeling of dizziness came over him again. He was like being swallowed by a nightmare. And he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. At the same time, the familiar voice sounded again in his ears. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. The second round of copies are being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is Tokyo Drift. Tokyo is an international metropolis with a population of 37 million. It is the undisputed center of Japanese politics, economy, and culture. During the day, it is a place of fame and fortune for financiers and politicians. But those truly wonderful stories will only quietly begin when night falls. As an exchange student from Xia country, can you leave your own legend here? Mission goal: win the championship of an underground modified car competition. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 360. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 15 days in this game. After 60 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Zhang Heng opened his eyes and found himself standing in the middle of a crossroads. Perhaps his previous prayers were heard. In stark contrast to the desolate scene of the island in the first round of the game, he was now completely surrounded by colorful neon lights and billboards. Countless pedestrians passed by him, speaking a strange language that he had only heard in movies and games before. The ringing of mobile phones came from far away, which seemed to be The Reason I Want to Die by Mika Nakashima. In the crowd, there were teenagers riding bicycles, hot girls in miniskirts, middle-aged men in suits carrying briefcases and waving at taxis, and even many Western faces. It was clearly night, but it seemed more lively than daytime. TSK. It is indeed the world's largest urban living circle. After Zhang Heng confirmed that the current environment was not dangerous, he first checked his personal panel. Name: Zhang Heng. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Number of game rounds experienced: 1. Current game points: 24. Possession, Lucky Rabbit's Foot, skills, Piano LV1. Language proficiency LV1, 2 languages reach the level of daily communication. Archery LV2. Wilderness survival LV2. Evaluation. This player has a slightly higher luck value than ordinary people. But there is not much to praise other than that. He has certain wilderness survival and archery skills. But it is expected that he will not be able to survive the first 5 rounds of the game. Although Zhang Heng has been practicing rock climbing and photography for the past month, it seems that neither of his 2 skills has been able to break through level 0. So they are not displayed in the mastered skills. In addition, the biggest change is that there is an additional holding column. At the same time, affected by the Lucky Rabbit's Foot, his own evaluation has also changed a bit. He has finally escaped from the previous mediocrity. But it seems that he is still a supporting role who will not survive more than 5 episodes. After confirming his status, Zhang Heng turned his eyes to the surroundings. He is now in a very prosperous place. There is a shopping mall directly opposite. The large advertising screen on it is rolling the advertisement of Sony headphones. In addition, there are many shops and signs around. And the buildings and people are quite dense. This place is a bit like Shibuya. Zhang Heng had come to Tokyo with his mother when he was very young to attend an academic conference. But his memory of that time was very vague, because the conference was very long. And he stayed in the hotel room for most of the week. Only on the last day did he go shopping in Shibuya with his mother and bought a PSP before leaving. So he had a slight impression of this place. It was of course a good thing to be able to draw a copy of the civilized society to play the game. But the current situation was a little bit subtle. The main problem was that Zhang Heng didn't understand Japanese at all. Although Japanese contained a lot of Chinese characters, he could guess the general meaning of some signs around him. But he definitely couldn't complete the mission at this level. And they couldn't just leave him here, could they? Since the background indicated that he was an exchange student, it meant that he shouldn't have to worry about accommodation at least. But the name of the school was not mentioned. There were dozens of national, public, and private universities in Tokyo, and asking each one could be fatal. So at this time, you should check what you have on you first. Zhang Heng started to search his pockets, and at this moment, a girl in a short skirt ran over here breathlessly holding 2 ice cream cones. Zhang sang, "You are here. So good. I was scared to death. I thought you were lost on your first day." The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him. But at this moment, the green light across the road flashed. "Oh, no. We are running out of time. Let's go," the girl said as she pulled his hand. Chapter 32. 10 minutes later, Zhang Heng stood in front of its demo, with an ice cream cone in his hand. "Sorry, Zhang-san. I was walking and suddenly wanted to eat ice cream, and I left you on the road." The girl in the short skirt bowed and apologized. "No, it's my own fault. I focused on the surroundings and didn't follow you closely." Aimco. Zhang Heng just took the time to look through his things. It was very simple. There was only a passport, a student ID, a wallet, and 30,000 yen in change, a transportation card, keys, and a mobile phone in the wallet. Among these things, Zhang Heng mainly looked at the mobile phone, because according to the girl, this was his first day here. So the other party's identity should be an enthusiastic classmate who brought him to enjoy the night view of Tokyo. Usually in this situation, both parties would leave their phone numbers first. So Zhang Heng looked through the address book and the most recent missed call, and finally locked on the name Amiko. Of course, he could actually ask the girl directly, saying that he couldn't spell her name, but that was a bit impolite. And now he knew he was right by looking at the girl's expression. Amiko was very cute when she smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. "Mr. Zhang, Shibuya is the fashion center of Tokyo. There are many interesting shops and attractions here, but there are also some social activities occasionally at night. It's better for you to follow me closely." Zhang Heng had no objection. Amiko enthusiastically acted as his tour guide and introduced Tokyo all the way. So far, the two had communicated in Chinese. Amiko's Chinese level was quite good. According to her, she majored in Shiagua language in college and planned to apply to become an exchange student in the next school year to study in Shiagua. However, most of her knowledge of Shiagua came from TV and teachers. She wanted to learn more about it, so she set her sights on this exchange student. Actually my family is in Shinagawa district. I went to high school and college in Tokyo. I have never traveled far since I was a child. Suddenly, I was told that I would go to such a far place. I was looking forward to it. But I was also a little worried. Amiko rubbed her nose in embarrassment. In the past, the elders at home often worried about whether this child could take care of himself in the future. So I wanted to take this opportunity to hone myself. That is my idea childish? No. It's amazing. This time the copy is Tokyo Drift. As the name suggests, the test should mainly be the player's driving skills. And the mission goal also confirms this. From the perspective of the mission deadline, although the time flow rate has been reduced, it has been extended from 2 hours in the previous copy to 4 hours, which is equivalent to 60 days. It sounds like a lot at first, but unless you are a racing driver or a hardcore modified car player, it is almost impossible to improve your racing skills to win an underground competition, even the simplest underground competition, in just 60 days. Moreover, the difficulties that players have to face in this dungeon are far more than just improving driving skills. John Hung only has 30,000 yen in his wallet now. What does this amount of money mean? Take the ice cream cone that Amiko just bought, which cost 300 yen each. The price of a bowl of ramen on the flyer he got from the ramen shop just now is about 800 to 1200 yen. Of course, the school cafeteria might be a little cheaper. Or if conditions permit, he could consider starting his own business, which might last for 60 days. But he didn't really come here as an exchange student. He needed to get a car during this time, find a place to hold underground car races, find a way to improve his driving skills, and then sign up for the competition. To do all this, he also needed the most basic communication skills to support it. Therefore, if it was other players standing here now, they would definitely not be in the mood to listen to Amiko's introduction of her mental journey, and they couldn't wait to get to the point. But John Hung is different. He has enough patience. In addition to his own good cultivation, he also knows that all this is not meaningless. The reason why humans continue to progress is that they will constantly reflect and summarize. And this has always been John Hung's strength. The first round of the game brought him far more than just 20 points and a game prop. After many analyses, John Hung came to a very important conclusion. No matter who the world of this game is, it can be seen that he has been encouraging players to explore the world they live in. The incident with the lucky rabbit's foot is the best proof that the real good things do not appear in the main quest. For survival, he does not need to go to the center of the island. But it is precisely this side quest that brings him the greatest reward. In addition, other things he does to improve the quality of life can also bring points rewards. Other players may not understand this, but under the pressure of the return deadline, they have to find ways to complete the task and have no intention of paying attention to the scenery around them. John Hung, however, had no such worries, because time was always on his side. This time, he had 420 days to act, 7 times as long as other players. In addition, he was also very interested in the various worlds presented in the game. The deserted island in the first round made him feel like it was completely real. If it weren't for the loop caused by the time bug, he couldn't find any flaws at all. Compared with a megacity with a population of more than 37 million, it was nothing at all. Everyone here seems to have self-awareness, and will make corresponding impromptu reactions to external stimuli. If all of this is expressed by programming, what a terrifying amount of calculation will be required. Not to mention that no code can achieve this level. Rather than saying it is a game, it is better to say it is a flawless work of art. But unfortunately, players are just passing by in this world, and have no time to stop and appreciate it. John Hung may be the only exception. Amiko stuck out her tongue. Am I a little too talkative? I was obviously introducing Tokyo to you, but I accidentally talked about my own things. You must feel very bored. How about I go buy some taiyaki to make amends for you? I always feel like you just made an excuse for wanting to eat. Hee. Amiko's nature as a foodie was exposed, and she showed her signature little tiger teeth again. But let me do it this time. You've already treated me to an ice cream cone, so I should thank you. If it weren't for you being my tour guide, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to leave the school. John Hung took out his wallet. He couldn't always take advantage of girls, so he bought 4 taiyaki on the roadside. This snack is very common in Japan, and the price is not expensive. Although it's called taiyaki, it's actually just red beans and other fillings. John Hung spent a total of 640 yen on 4 taiyaki. Mr. Zhang, you're such a good person. Amiko bit into the steaming taiyaki and said vaguely, It's not far from Yoyogi Park. It's a pity that it's too late today. Otherwise I can take you there again. Chapter 33. Amiko was a very competent tour guide. After eating John Hung chowder, she was even more excited. She dragged someone around until 9 o'clock in the evening and sent the latter back to school. After that, she took the train back to the apartment. Because of the high land prices in Tokyo, few universities have dormitories, so most students have to rent houses outside. For example, although Amiko's home is in the local area, because it is far from the school, she also chooses to share a house with classmates nearby. However, the school is good for exchange students. There is an international exchange hall that provides dormitories for students from all over the world, and they are single rooms. John Hung found his house number on his phone and opened the door with his key. The area inside is not big, about 15 square meters. There is a bed, a cabinet, a desk, an air conditioner, and a complete bathroom. John Hung took a shower first. He found some clean clothes in the closet. There was also half a pack of biscuits, a bank card, a notebook, and some other copies on the table. As if he was really an exchange student who had just moved in today. John Hung picked up the notebook and saw the consumption record on it. It was exactly the same as his handwriting. In addition, there was a class schedule on the second page. There was only one course on it, which was Japanese. Under normal circumstances, the school would not arrange pure language courses for exchange students. Generally speaking, when recruiting exchange students, the school will directly indicate the corresponding Japanese requirements. Of course, there are also some that do not require it. The latter is mostly because the major is taught in English, and this should be a hidden benefit given to players by the copy, which can be regarded as a way out for players who do not know Japanese. But it is still an impossible task to learn spoken English in just 60 days. For now, if you want to communicate with people, it is more reliable to rely on Amiko, a humanoid translator. Just as he was thinking about it, he received a text message from the latter. Zhang saying, "I'm home safely." Really? Tauzi went to the toilet to drink water while I was away and left footprints everywhere. Amiko talked to Zhang Hung about Tauzi, a Japanese rural cat she raised. Zhang Hung replied casually, "Why not stew it?" Eh? Amiko sent a surprised expression directly. "Just kidding. By the way, Amiko, do you know where the nearest postal savings bank is from the school?" Zhang Hung typed. He turned to the third page of the notebook. There were several things to do on the list, one of which was to apply for a bank card, and the monthly accommodation fee would be directly deducted from the card. Of course, I take you there tomorrow, and you can ask me if you have any questions. I'm very familiar with the surrounding area. Amiko was as enthusiastic as ever. Then I trouble you. Zhang Hung and the girl said good night to each other, and then he searched for information on the internet for a while, turned off the lights and went to bed, and spent his first night in a foreign country. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Zhang Hung went to a language class. When you first get started with Japanese, it is relatively simple, just learning the 50 sound chart, which mainly tests your memory. In the afternoon, he and Amiko went to apply for a bank card, which would take about a week to receive. After leaving the bank, Zhang Hung asked the girl, "If I want to work part-time, is there any place you can recommend?" The 30,000 yen he had was not enough to last him. His previous estimate of 2 months was too optimistic. The accommodation fee at the International Hall alone was 20,000 yen per month. Fortunately, the first month's payment had been paid, but considering that he would have to stay here for nearly 14 months, he had to find a way to make some money first. Zhang Hung didn't know how other players solved their financial problems. Compared with some high-risk solutions, he personally preferred the option of working. Although the money didn't come that quickly, it was convenient for him to get familiar with and integrate into the city. Well, most people usually work in restaurants, supermarkets, or convenience stores, but these places all require Japanese. Amiko thought for a moment. Or do you have any special skills? Special skills? Zhang Hung raised his eyebrows. Do archery and piano count? Huh? Archery and piano? That's amazing. If so, you can work in a Kudo hall or a Western restaurant. But Japanese Kudo is different from simple archery. It emphasizes more on spiritual training. Also, you can't avoid communicating with people in a Kudo hall. So it seems that it's better for you to play the piano in a Western restaurant. Amiko carefully helped John Hung analyze the pros and cons of each choice. And this girl was quite executive. After that, she dragged John Hung to an Italian restaurant to apply for a job. But unfortunately, there was already a musician there. After that, the two went to the Spanish restaurant and French restaurant next door. In the end, a Western restaurant opened by a Tokyo local was willing to give him a chance after hearing John Hung's performance. But the boss was still worried about John Hung's inability to speak Japanese. Amiko pointed to the recruitment sign outside the store and said, "You are still short of waiters." "Right. I worked at Roaster's Buffet before. How about this? I will also work here. If there is a language problem, I can help him translate." "That's fine." The boss nodded. 1,200 yen per hour. That's the limit. 3 days a week. 4 to 5 hours. Daytime and nighttime. You can choose the days you don't have classes. I try to put you together. Thank you. Amiko bowed. After leaving the door, John Hung realized what the two had just talked about. Seeing that he was about to speak, Amiko spoke first. "We had a lot of fun shopping together last night. Everyone is usually busy with their own things, and few people are willing to stop and listen to others' ideas. Jean-san is really a very gentle person, and it's not entirely because of you. I just quit my last job and was planning to find another one in the near future. The environment and hourly wage here are good. Besides, it will be safer with you. Right?" Amiko showed her little fangs again. Is this the benefit of having a high favorability? John Hung didn't say anything after hearing this. Seeing that it was already evening, he invited Amiko to have dinner at a nearby restaurant, and the two chatted about school for a while. Just then, a Subaru BRZ with a painted body and a green Volkswagen Golf are stopped in front of the restaurant, and several boys and girls with colorfully dyed hair walked out. One of the guys with a headscarf shouted for the boss to bring out beer as soon as he entered the store. Many of them looked like they had probably been drinking before and were a bit tipsy. Amiko lowered her voice and said, "Don't keep staring at them. They are from the nearby biker gangs. There seem to be quite a few students from our school among them. They hang out with some idle and uneducated hooligans all day long. Doing stupid things all day long." Chapter 34. After hearing Amiko's words, John Hung did not look away immediately. He was thinking about how to enter the main task, but he did not expect that the prompt would be delivered to him the next moment. These guys in front of him, known as the Bosuzoku, are obviously modified car enthusiasts. If he can get into their circle, he should be able to get in touch with various underground competitions soon. If he gets along well with one or two of them, he might even be able to get them to teach him the skills of racing. But there is a problem. He could feel Amiko's rejection of these people, and without Amiko as an interpreter, he couldn't communicate with this group of people at all. So should he try to persuade Amiko to help, or just drag her into the water? John Hung didn't have much time to hesitate. He lowered his head before the headscarf man turned his eyes to him, avoiding eye contact with him. The guests around him did almost the same thing. Those bikers seemed to feel a sense of satisfaction that they were superior to ordinary people. They whistled and laughed as they walked to the empty tables in the back. John Hung gave up at the last minute, and it had nothing to do with Amiko. It was purely because these people were too stupid to deal with them. You need to raise your IQ to the same level as them. John Hung did not have a tendency to self-abuse, so he thought about it and finally gave up. He did not believe that this was the only way to get in touch with underground car racing, nor did he think he could learn anything useful from these guys. John Hung spent the next 2 weeks learning Japanese and working in a Western restaurant. There was no progress in the racing, but Amiko's relationship with him was getting better and better. The two worked together, and John Hung helped Amiko correct his Chinese pronunciation. In return, Amiko would tutor him in Japanese. In addition, John Hung also found that Amiko liked to text him more and more. After getting to know her for a long time, you will find that Amiko is indeed a very chatty girl. She can send a message to her about everything she sees, from peaches at home to stray dogs on the street, and discounted bento boxes in the supermarket. John Hung will receive a text message from Amiko during Japanese class. Ah, today the Chinese teacher is wearing a super cute floral dress that is totally inconsistent with her age. Everyone is so surprised. When eating, he will receive a text message from Amiko. Big event. This is incredible. Did you know that the dog Songzi raised in the school is actually a male? Or before going to bed, John sang, "Do you think the world would be terrible without cats?" And almost every day, Oh no. Do I like to send random messages too much? You won't hate me. Will you? Will you? No. I was just reviewing what I learned today. John Hung put down the gel pen in his hand and rubbed his eyes. Although he has not found those underground events hidden in the dark, he has not been idle recently. He feels like he is back in the 3rd year of high school. In order to master Japanese as soon as possible and at least understand the simplest daily conversations, he is almost risking his life. He compressed his sleep time to 5 hours, practiced Japanese almost all the time, and even put a Japanese basics book next to him when he played the piano in the restaurant. John Hung felt that he was not here to play games, but to attend a crammed school. Jean-san, you are too hardworking. Compared with you, I feel that I am completely wasting my life, Amiko said with admiration. I am just doing what I have to do. John Hung smiled bitterly. He was not really interested in language learning, but he received a reminder from the mysterious voice in the evening of the 2nd day after he came here. After confirming that his return time was indeed extended to 420 days, he could plan some things in advance. He couldn't rely on Amiko as a translator for such a long time. Not to mention that the latter was also applying for an exchange student in Sia country, and might not be there next school year. John Hung decided to make his own living. It's not easy to encounter a 14-month study environment. It seems a bit of a waste if he doesn't take advantage of such conditions to practice the local language. John Hung had a bad feeling. If this game goes on, he might have to learn all the mainstream common languages in the world. Although Amiko was still talking about trivial things in the text messages, John Hung could tell from the words that she seemed to be in a low mood today after being bombarded by her for a week. So he typed, "What's wrong with you?" but deleted it before sending it. He called directly, "Amiko, are you in trouble?" The latter was a little surprised to receive the call. Her throat was a little hoarse, as if she had just cried and was still sniffing. "Jean, I'm sorry to make you worry. It's nothing serious. It's just my own family affairs." "No. It can't be considered a family affair. That person left us 6 years ago. It will feel better if you say it out. If you want to, you can tell me. I can keep it a secret for you. After all, no one here can understand what I'm saying except you." Amiko, who was sat on the other end of the phone, was amused by this sentence. Then she told her story to John Hung. It turned out that her biological father was addicted to horse racing when she was a child, and lost all the family money. Her mother couldn't stand it, so they divorced later. After severing all ties, her mother took her and remarried her current stepfather. Later, she gave birth to a younger brother. The family now lives in harmony. However, after she went to college, her father somehow found her contact information and approached her. The first time he came was to borrow money. At first, he said that he had encountered difficulties in business and needed to turn around. But after the first time, there was a second time. After a few times, Amiko finally became suspicious and found out that he was not only gambling, but also had the bad habit of alcoholism. The father and daughter had a big fight because of this. They didn't contact each other for a few months. Just an hour ago in the afternoon, Amiko received another call from the other party, saying that she was beaten by debt collectors and had no money to see a doctor. However, with a previous experience, Amiko did not remit the money she earned from her part-time job in the first time. So she was scolded by her biological father as an ungrateful thing. And the latter also threatened that he didn't have a daughter like her. Amiko couldn't help crying and asked John Hung on the other end of the phone, "Jean, am I cold-blooded?" "Well, I think your father is more extreme. Although it seems that he is 90% lying. If you are worried about him, I can go with you tomorrow." "Really? But is it too much to bother you to go for my own family affairs?" Amiko was a little embarrassed. "No. I have almost reached my limit recently. I am either learning Japanese or playing bandari in the restaurant. It's a good time to go out and take a breath." This is also what John Hung really thinks. He feels like vomiting when he sees those kana syllables now. "Tomorrow is Saturday, so let's go together after work in the morning." "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zhang." "You're welcome." Amiko's matter was just a small episode. John Hung didn't take it too seriously. After hanging up the phone, he started thinking about how to improve his driving skills. 15 days have passed since the start of the second round of the game, and he hasn't started the main task yet. If it were other players, they would probably be anxious to death. John Hung was not so anxious because he had 14 months of task time. But he couldn't waste it indefinitely. He still set a deadline for himself. If he couldn't find a way to improve his driving skills after a month, John Hung could only try to get in touch with those bikers. Chapter 35. After getting off the bus, walk for about 15 minutes. Turn 3 corners, and you will reach the end of this trip. John Hung looked at the small shop called Takeda Fisheries in front of him and said, "Does your father live here?" "Yes. The smell inside is not good. You can wait for me outside." The closer Amiko got, the more uneasy she looked. But she was still very considerate. "Since we are here, let's go in together." John Hung did not hesitate. The two walked past the roll-up banners and abandoned old freezers outside the store and came to the seafood store. A unique smell of the sea immediately hit their noses. Everywhere they looked, there were seafood such as fish, shrimp and shellfish. But there was no one in the store. Only sea eels running around in the foam box. "Father! Father!" Amiko called out twice. But no one responded. "Did he really go to the hospital?" the girl muttered. And after a moment of hesitation, she went upstairs. John Hung followed her. The wooden stairs had not been repaired for a long time, and there were cracks in many places. When you stepped on them, it creaked, as if they could break at any time. John Hung originally thought that the first floor was already full enough, but he didn't expect that the second floor was really empty. Dirty clothes and beer cans were thrown everywhere, as well as pornographic magazines. A bearded man was lying on the floor with his upper body naked and sleeping soundly. "I'm such a fool. I believe the same lie over and over again," Amiko said with her hand on her forehead. "In a sense, this is a good thing. It's better than lying in the hospital. No, it's terrible. How can there be a man in this world who would even cheat on his own daughter?" Amiko still pulled up the man's hands and tried to drag him to the side of the bed. "Let me do it." John Hung saw that Amiko's movements were a bit strenuous, so he took the initiative to help. During the dragging process, something fell out of the man's trouser pocket. Amiko picked it up and found it was a torn brown wallet. When she got the wallet, she was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she was thinking. At this time, the man on top of her suddenly sat up and rushed towards Amiko with a roar. The situation was urgent. John Hung didn't have time to think about it, and subconsciously used the little self-defense trick Belle taught him. He threw the man to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The latter was suddenly hit hard. His eyes rolled back, and this time he fainted directly. At this time, Amiko shouted no. "Ah, is he dead?" The girl was startled by the noise. No, but it will probably take a while for him to wake up." "What did he yell at you just now?" "Give me back my wallet," Amiko murmured. "I will continue to learn Japanese after I go back." John Hung sweated, and then the two of them worked together to move the drunken man back to the bed. John Hung saw Amiko still holding the broken wallet and asked, "Why? Is there a huge sum of money in it?" Amiko shook her head. "No. This wallet was a birthday gift from my mother 16 years ago. I didn't expect he still had it with him." The girl opened the wallet while talking. Under the transparent film with only half of the left side was an old yellowed photo of a family of 3. Amiko pointed to the 1-year-old baby in her arms and said, "This should be me. And behind are my father and mother." My mother said that at that time, my father had not yet become addicted to gambling, and our family was still living a happy life. John Hung's eyes fell on a cool-looking Nissan behind the man, and his expression changed. "You didn't tell me that your father also played with modified cars." "Modified cars? No. How could it be possible?" "Don't look at him like this now. When I was a child, he was a model man. When the seafood store first opened, the business was very bad and could not compete with local competitors. In order to increase sales, he began to practice English hard to find those foreign customers, calling them one by one and visiting them in person. At the peak of his career, the seafood at home was sold to London, Los Angeles, and even Peru. Such a serious person would never be associated with those bikers, and he never drove a car as far as I can remember. The seafood store at home usually hired people to deliver goods," Amiko recalled, and looked at the photo again. This car must have been parked there when the photo was taken. "Is that so?" John Hung did not ask any more questions, but just said, "I am quite interested in cars. This car should be an antique now. Can I take a picture of it?" "Sure, but don't take pictures of me. I was very ugly when I was a child." Amiko used her fingers to cover her 1-year-old self and let John Hung take the photo. After that, the girl rinsed 2 teacups, boiled some hot water with the electric kettle on the table, and took out a bag of black tea leaves from the cabinet. This is probably oolong tea. Amiko put it under her nose and sniffed it. A little uncertain, the two chatted while drinking tea. But Amiko was basically talking about her childhood. After about half an hour, the bearded man finally opened his eyes, rubbed his sore shoulders, and looked at John Hung beside him with vigilance. Amiko spoke quickly, probably explaining the relationship between the two. The bearded man's gaze improved a little, from hostility to indifference, and the two were communicating quickly in Japanese. Finally, Amiko took out 15,000 yen from her bag and put it on the table. But the bearded man didn't look satisfied. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and stood up from the stack of compresses. John Hung frowned and stood in front of Amiko. His recent fitness training was quite effective. Although he didn't have too many muscles, there was nothing extra in his body shape. In addition, he had just given the other party a shoulder throw, and the bearded man's momentum was obviously weakened after seeing him. At this time, Amiko also stood up from the ground. She looked very depressed and said with red eyes, "Let's go!" On the train back, the girl stared out the window in a daze. John Hung did not disturb her. After a while, he took out a box of mixed-flavor chewing gum from his pocket and said in poor Japanese, "If you don't want to eat, I eat strawberry. If you don't want to eat, I eat all the strawberry flavor." Amiko corrected, took the chewing gum, and her brows relaxed at the same time. She said in Chinese, "I'm sorry, Jean-san, for letting you see something unhappy. No, you've always been the one helping me, and it feels good for me to help you once in a while. So what? Did you guys finally make up?" "No," he said. "The person originally employed by the store is going back to his hometown this month, and he can't find a suitable person to drive and deliver goods for him. So the store will not be able to survive. Anyway, he always finds similar excuses, and I'm too lazy to tell whether it's true or not. So I gave him this month's pocket money, which should buy some peace for a while," Amiko said helplessly. Chapter 36. John Hung was a little embarrassed to be sent back to his place by a girl every time. He had a navigation system on his phone, so he could find his way back by himself. But Amiko still insisted on sending him to school. As a thank you, John Hung could only treat her to dinner in the cafeteria. Since working in a Western restaurant, John Hung's imminent financial problems have been solved. Now he has an income of about 70,000 yen per month. This money can allow him to live in the city, but it is limited to this. It is too unrealistic to save money to buy a car by this method. John Hung has not found a solution yet, but he has made some progress in improving his driving skills. On the way back, John Hung asked Amiko his father's name, opened his phone, typed in Takeda Tetsuya, and retrieved all the results related to Takeda Fisheries. They all looked normal. Then he used a photo editing tool to crop the man in the photo, enlarged his face, and uploaded it to FaceSearch, a facial search engine created based on Google API that can fetch similar photos online. However, the effect is average, and the deviation value is sometimes quite large. Don't say you can search for Wang Luodin by putting Bai's photo. Sometimes you can search for Zhao Bin Shan by putting Takashi Kanashiro's photo. Looking at the massive search images that popped up in front of him, John Hung knew that he had something to do tonight. The next morning, John Hung slept in for a rare time, because he had no classes and didn't need to work in the morning. He lay in bed until 10 o'clock before getting up. But he didn't forget to make up for the morning run. After breakfast, John Hung received 2 more text messages from Amiko on his phone. One of which was, "Thank you for yesterday's work." And the other was, "Tauzi seems to have diarrhea after drinking too much toilet water. I'm taking her out to see the vet." John Hung replied in the Japanese he had just learned, "Be careful on the way," and then set Takeda Fisheries as the navigation destination. This was the first time he went on a long trip without Amiko. Fortunately, he had a map and previous impressions, and he successfully found the place he left yesterday after an hour and a half. This time, the bearded man did not continue to sleep in, but it seemed that he had just got up. He was wearing slippers and shorts, and a nightgown, standing outside the door to check a batch of scallops. He turned his head and saw John Hung was frightened. He was shouting something he couldn't understand. while retreating and groping for self-defense weapons around him. Seeing that John Hung had no intention of stopping, he took out his phone and pretended to call 110. "I heard Amiko say that, Uncle, can you understand English?" John Hung said in English. "So what?" The bearded man grabbed a mop and held it tightly in his hand, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. "Hey, kid, I'm warning you. Even if you are Amiko's boyfriend, you are not qualified to interfere in our family affairs. If you don't leave, I will call the police. I'm not here for what happened yesterday." John Hung shook his head and said, "Shall we talk inside?" "No. Don't move. Don't try to get close to me with this trick. The same trick won't work on a Saint Seiya." The bearded man raised his voice and said with bravado, "It seems that the fall yesterday has caused a great psychological trauma on him. Since he was speaking in English, he didn't have to worry about people around hearing him." John Hung didn't insist on going into the house and said, "Then I be frank. I want you to teach me how to run an underground car race." The man was stunned when he heard this. "You want a seafood store owner to teach you how to drive? Is your spoken English not good enough? Or is there something wrong with my hearing? What is this? A new Easter joke?" He paused and continued, "Didn't Amiko tell you? I can't drive at all. Otherwise the store wouldn't have so many orders backlogged after the delivery man resigned." The bearded man pointed to a pile of seafood ready to be packed beside him, and his expression was also helpless. John Hung was unmoved. "Your English is too good for a self-taught person, Takeda Tetsuya. Or should I call you Tsuchiya Yosuke? A talented racing driver who became famous at a young age, went to Europe after graduating from high school, attracted the attention of sponsors with his excellent driving skills, and successfully joined the FIA GT Grand Prix. His best result was runner-up in New York. But he had to return home because he offended the team executives. 17 years ago, he won the D1 Grand Prix Tokyo Station Chase Championship. In the same year, he began to challenge the DK title. The underground racing drivers in 22 of the 23 districts in Tokyo were defeated by you. But you gave up at the last minute and disappeared afterwards." John Hung said slowly. "I don't know who you're talking about," the bearded man said sternly. "If you want to play racing, go ahead. Don't stand in front of the seafood store and affect my business." Although he tried to pretend to be calm, John Hung kept staring at his face and noticed that his pupil shrank suddenly when he heard the name Tsuchiya Yosuke. John Hung was 90% sure that he had found the real owner. "Why did you quit and change your name to Takeda Tetsuya? Don't you want to be found?" The bearded man's expression finally changed after hearing this. "Boy, are you threatening me?" Finally admitted it. "Mr. Tsuchiya? I didn't admit anything," the bearded man said vigilantly. John Hung didn't force him any further. He just wanted to confirm the bearded man's identity. Although this guy exuded a sense of dishonesty from head to toe, he was lucky this time because of Amiko. John Hung didn't intend to threaten him with exposure, but he didn't deny it explicitly either. "Your store is still short of a deliveryman. What do you think of me? I help you deliver goods. No salary required. In exchange you can teach me how to race." The words "no salary required" obviously made the bearded man's eyes light up. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, mainly the consequences of rejecting someone. After a moment, his eyes rolled. John Hung knew that the other party was already tempted, but the nature of a profiteer made Takeda Toru unable to help but ask one more question. "I teach you how to race. You help me deliver goods and pay me a tuition fee? I'm a little too demanding." "Okay, let's forget about the tuition." The bearded man saw that someone looked unhappy and quickly changed his words. "But let's be frank. We have to make 3 rules. First, don't mention the name Tsuchiya Yosuke again. There is no such person here. Second, you are not a master-apprentice relationship. I am your boss, and you are my deliveryman. I am just afraid that you are too slow in delivering goods and delaying business. So I just give you some pointers. It's up to you how much you can learn. Third, this matter must be kept secret from Amiko. One more thing. You are not allowed to ask Amiko for money in the future." John Hung added. "Okay." The bearded man thought about it and reluctantly agreed. Chapter 37. Your job is very simple. Come here at 1:30 a.m. every day and drive me to Tsukiji Fish Market. I will go there to buy goods. And then bring me and the goods back here. I will sort the goods and you will deliver them to the designated location. The work for the day is done. Do you understand? Kid? Late at night? Do I have time to sleep after doing all this? John Hung frowned when he heard this. Tetsuya Takeda grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. It depends on how fast you deliver the goods. Okay. Do you have any other questions? I have one last question. You will help me get a driver's license first. Right? The smile on Takeda Tetsuya's face completely froze at this moment. What did you say just now? Say it again? I don't have a driver's license yet. If I want to deliver goods for you, I have to get a driver's license first. John Hung said truthfully. You come to me to learn racing without even a driver's license? Tetsuya Takeda was completely defeated. Brother, are you kidding me? Why would someone who has never even touched a steering wheel be so interested in underground racing? I'm not interested in the underground car race. But I do need to participate for some reasons that are inconvenient to disclose. Takeda Tetsuya stared at John Hung for a full minute before squeezing out a sentence from his teeth. Then you can only pray that your speed is faster than the police car. Tokyo at night is still very different from daytime. At 12 o'clock, most people have fallen asleep, and only a few windows of the residential buildings near the street are still lit. John Hung left school and took the last subway. The carriage was a little empty, with only a few sleepy white-collar workers and female public relations with heavy makeup. He got off at the terminal, and then walked a long way, finally arriving at the seafood store before the agreed time. Tetsuya Takeda was serious for once, and instead of sleeping upstairs, he squatted in the store sorting out various orders. He didn't look up when he heard the footsteps behind him, but just said, "Give me another 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, he got up, picked up 2 crabs that had just died, strung them together with a straw rope, threw a bunch of keys into John Hung's hand, and snorted, "Follow me." The two walked out of the seafood store and came to a small open-air parking lot not far away. Takeda Tetsuya shook the iron gate. After a while, the light in the duty room turned cold. A hunched old man came over while putting on his clothes and opened the iron lock on the door. Tetsuya Takeda smiled at the old man, handed the 2 dead crabs to him, and then pointed at John Hung and said something. The old man seemed very happy to take the dead crabs. The wrinkles on his face were stretched out. He glanced at John Hung next to him and nodded at him kindly. Mr. Crab? To be honest, I don't know his real name. It doesn't matter. No one cares about that kind of thing anyway. His wife died a long time ago. His son and daughter haven't contacted him since they went abroad. He found a job in the parking lot to support himself and has a place to live. We are old friends. I gave him the crabs that just died and couldn't be sold. He let me park here for free. Besides, I have introduced you to him. You can just come here to drive the car back in the future. Which car is it? John Hung's eyes swept across the parking lot and finally landed on a khaki van in the corner. He raised his eyebrows. It's beautiful, isn't it? Mitsubishi's second-generation L300, launched in 1982, is the first four-wheel drive van in Japan. When talking about cars, Takeda Toru seemed like a different person. He no longer looked like a decadent uncle. He lit a cigarette and stroked the car body. For D56 diesel 2.5 engine, the same chassis system as Pajero, is enough to cope with bad weather and bad road conditions, making a van have the performance of an off-road vehicle. A car from 1982? Are you sure it can still be driven? John Hung expressed doubt. Don't worry. I found it in a scrap car shop. I have modified it inside, from four-wheel drive to two-wheel drive. From the perspective of stability, the former is definitely better. But four-wheel drive will increase the weight of the car body. Too good stability is not a good thing for the driver, and it consumes too much fuel. Most importantly, I fixed the tape recorder in the car. Tetsuya Takeda opened the passenger door, sat on it, and picked up the tape. John Hung had no choice but to climb into the driver's seat. When he returned home in the morning, he urgently reviewed driving knowledge, mainly relying on videos and illustrations found on the internet. In addition, he downloaded a small driving simulation game on his mobile phone and played it all the way on the subway. Therefore, now he still has no confidence at all. John Hung inserted the car key given to him by Takeda Tetsuya into the keyhole and turned it 3 times before lighting the engine. The latter completely ignored him and waited for the car to start before impatiently inserting the tape of Chuck and Asuka in his hand into the tape player. As a result, the next moment, the car had just driven less than 5 meters when it suddenly braked, and Takeda Tetsuya's head hit the glove box in front of the seat directly. John Hung's expression remained unchanged. Sorry. I stepped on the wrong clutch. As he spoke, he shifted the gear lever to 5th gear again. When you go to a car race, please let me know. I will buy you an insurance policy, and I will name my own beneficiary. I am really defeated by you. Tetsuya Takeda turned off the tape recorder. Start in 1st gear. Step on the clutch with your left foot to the bottom, and lightly press the accelerator with your right foot. 3 minutes later, John Hung drove the L300 out of the parking lot and slowly hit a fire hydrant under the watchful eyes of Mr. Crab. Fortunately, it was early in the morning and there were no vehicles outside. John Hung drove the L300 crookedly onto the road. And then he saw Takeda Tetsuya beside him, who had already fastened his seat belt obediently. It took John Hung 25 minutes to drive the 15-minute car. He stalled 5 times, ran 2 red lights, and rode on the curb once. But fortunately, he finally arrived at his destination successfully. Tsukiji Fish Market is the largest fish market in Japan, and even in the world. Fishermen from all over Japan, not just Tokyo, will send their caught seafood here for sale. In its heyday, 3,200 tons of seafood were sold here every day, worth 3 billion yen. More than 60,000 wholesalers visited every day to select and bid for their favorite products. For them, this is not only a market, but also a battlefield. John Hung pulled the handbrake. Takeda Tetsuya wanted to say something, but after thinking for a few seconds, his mind was still blank. In the end, he just said, "Wait for me here." He opened the car door and jumped out. He said hello to a colleague who he probably knew. The other party took out a pack of cigarettes, and the two walked towards the main entrance while smoking. It was an hour later that Takeda Tetsuya came back. Behind him was a forklift carrying boxes of seafood he had selected. What surprised him was that John Hung did not use this time to catch up on sleep, but continued to test drive the L300 in the surrounding area. Compared with his clumsy driving skills when he came, he has now improved significantly. But Takeda Tetsuya said nothing, just with a dark face. Come down and load the goods together. Chapter 38. John Hung found that he had underestimated the degree of evil-heartedness of his boss, Takeda Tetsuya. He drove the latter back to the seafood store at 3:15. The two spent 10 minutes packing all the seafood to be delivered. John Hung took the delivery list and set off from the seafood store at 3:25. As a result, he drove until 6:30 in the morning, and there was still nearly half of the goods in his trunk that had not been delivered. At this time, the streets had begun to become lively. Some office workers who lived far away walked out of their homes and flocked to the subway entrance and bus station. There were more vehicles on the road. John Hung went to 2 more places. When he came out of an izakaya, he met 2 traffic policemen who had just started work, so he did not take the risk to continue delivering goods. Driving without a license is a serious matter in Japan. Not only will the driver be sentenced to less than 3 years of imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 yen, but the vehicle owner and passengers will also be sentenced and fined. Moreover, the morning rush hour will soon arrive. If he doesn't leave now, he will probably be stuck on the road. John Hung drove the L300 back to the seafood store. Takeda Tetsuya was not surprised by this result. He picked up the phone and contacted the deliverman of the original store. Then he said to someone, "You still have a week. Takahashi Koichi will return to his hometown in a week. What will happen if the goods cannot be delivered by then? Will you compensate me?" "Okay," John Hung said. His answer without hesitation surprised Takeda Tetsuya. The seafood store owner was quite tragic. He couldn't beat the other party, and was caught by the other party. If John Hung really couldn't deliver all the goods, he couldn't do it. So he complained casually, but he didn't expect the latter to agree so readily. Takeda Tetsuya said suspiciously, "Hey, kid, don't talk big. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Tell me as soon as possible, and I will find a part-time job. I have won these customers one by one. Don't say nice things. If you can't complete it, my seafood store will still be in trouble. If you can't complete it, I will compensate you for your losses." John Hung jumped off the car and moved his shoulders and wrists. The first delivery was not smooth. He drove all night and was mentally and physically exhausted. However, he found that his driving skills improved a lot under this pressure. This non-stop driving was more useful than a day of practice. Of course, he could also ask Takeda Tetsuya to reduce the amount of deliveries for me. But if he was unwilling to accept even this challenge, then why would he participate in the competition in the future? Just surrender directly. After taking the bus back to school, John Hung only had time to wash his face and eat a few slices of bread before rushing back to the classroom to study Japanese. It wasn't until the afternoon that he had a chance to catch up on some sleep. But John Hung didn't sleep much. He set an alarm for himself and got up 4 hours later. After dinner, he went to a bookstore near the school to buy a Tokyo map. As mentioned before, reflection and summary have always been John Hung's strengths. On the way back, he began to think carefully about the reasons why he couldn't deliver all the goods. In addition to his unskilled driving skills and the poor performance of the L300, unfamiliar road conditions and lack of reasonable route planning were also very important reasons. Even the best drivers can hardly show their full strength if they compete in a venue they are not familiar with. At 1:20 p.m., John Hung arrived at the parking lot on time and brought a rice ball to Mr. Crab, who happily opened the door for him. John Hung returned to the seafood store at 7:34 a.m., but his performance this time was worse than yesterday, as he only gave away about 40% of the seafood. Takeda Tetsuya was washing the sink at the door in his pajamas, and he sneered at the situation. Young people should not be too confident. It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise you will have to sell yourself to me in 6 days, and work for me, for nothing for the rest of your life. John Hung said nothing. This time, it was indeed his own fault. It took him too long to plan the route. Moreover, because he was not familiar with the place names, he made several navigation errors in the middle, which almost made him drive all the way to Okinawa to see bikinis. So John Hung added another item to his daily list: get familiar with the streets of Tokyo. The orders of Takeda Suisse and can be roughly divided into 2 parts. One is fixed old customers, and the other is new customers. The delivery location of the former is fixed, while the latter is more random. John Hung has no way to deal with the second part for the time being. But for the former, he can mark the location on the map first, and then use a pen to connect the lines to find the best route. Then fill the second part of the order into this route, so that a considerable amount of time can be saved. So on the third day, John Hung delivered 70% of the goods. When Takeda Toru saw the L300 coming back, he stopped mocking for the first time. On the fourth day, only 20% of the goods were left in the car. But on the fifth day, John Hung encountered a bottleneck. Although he seized every minute of time, there were still 15% of the goods left to be delivered. Thanks to route planning, he delivered all the goods on the nearby routes. But some were far away, or there was only one in a lonely place. Previously, these receiving points were directly ignored by John Hung. If we want to deliver the goods now, each location will take up a lot of time. John Hung calculated that although there are still 2 days left and his driving skills can continue to improve, it is almost impossible to deliver all the remaining goods. He fell into deep thought. At this time, Takeda Tetsuya looked up from an adult magazine. For a driver, his racing car is more important than his wife. How can a person who doesn't even understand his wife manage a relationship? TSK. Young people nowadays are too impetuous. Do you know the basic structure of this car? John Hung asked the man who was immersed in the sea of buttocks. A good driver can tell the engine speed and horsepower by hearing. But you can't be too harsh on a rookie like you. Right? Takeda Toruya probably had a disease called if you don't show off, you will die. He paused before continuing. I have the modification diagram of this car in my computer. Take a look at it yourself. Don't compete with it. Only by understanding its temperament can you control it well. John Hung opened the computer and found Takeda Tetsuya's hidden folder. He found his target among a pile of films. To his surprise, there were not only the structural diagrams of the L300, but also other vehicles. However, the models were relatively early and seemed to have been modified by someone. In addition, there was actually an explanation document. Takeda Tetsuya's words came from downstairs. Focus on studying the L300. Don't worry about other things. Your level is not there yet. Don't think about running before you learn to walk. Chapter 39. The day after the former deliverman Gao Xiao Guangyi returned to his hometown, John Hung delivered all the goods before the traffic police came to work for the first time, and the familiar prompt sound rang in his ears. Gained new skills car driving LV0. John Hung took a deep breath. His day and night reversal during this period finally paid off, although he still didn't know the specific criteria for judging the skill level. Referring to the situation when he got the wilderness survival skill before, LV0 meant that he had at least entered the door. In terms of time, this speed may not be fast, but it is definitely not slow. You have to know that it has only been a week since he started to touch the steering wheel. Even Takeda Toru, who was waiting to see the joke, could not find any fault. He just touched his chin and muttered. Could it be that he threw all the undelivered goods on the roadside? John Hung ignored him, threw the key back to him, and took the bus back to school. He was almost used to this kind of life. He went to class, worked part-time, delivered seafood for an unscrupulous boss for free, and took time to reply to the strange text messages sent by Amiko every day. Days passed like this. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Almost 3 months had passed since he came to this game copy. During this time, other players had been forced to return. But John Hung's progress bar had only reached less than a quarter. He was not in a hurry to do the main task, but unexpectedly completed 2 small achievements first. One was to visit 10 Tokyo attractions, and the other was to taste 30 kinds of Japanese food, each of which brought him 3 game points. This thing is not difficult. Take visiting 10 Tokyo attractions as an example. As long as you are willing to go, you can basically complete it. But the problem is that considering the tight task time limit, few people are willing to take a few days to wander around irrelevant places. John Hung was often dragged by Amiko to visit nearby places including Skytree, Mitaka Museum of Art, Sensoji Temple, etc. on weekends. He did not reject such things. After all, he was not in a hurry, and his daily schedule was already full, so he also needed to relax appropriately. It was not often that he could have a cute tiger-toothed beauty as a guide to travel around, so he inexplicably got 6 points. In addition, with the previous experience of the previous round of the game, John Hung was also waiting to see if there would be any events refreshed after the original 60-day return deadline. And he actually found a bug. Japanese university clubs usually recruit new members in March and April every year. In addition, due to the increase in the number of international students, many clubs will recruit new members again in September, which is the peak period for international students to enroll. When John Hung first enrolled, he also saw many recruitment posters and flyers. But he was busy practicing Japanese and did not join any clubs. Unexpectedly, these clubs started recruiting new members again 60 days later. John Hung asked Amiko, who didn't know why, but only said that it might be because they didn't recruit enough people. But after experiencing the unsinkable bell incident, John Hung was very sensitive to the abnormalities around him. He was almost certain that there were some secrets hidden in these clubs. So John Hung collected a copy of the enrollment brochures of all clubs, including the more common football club, swimming club, baseball club, kendo club, shogi club, karuta club, etc. Especially the karuta club, which has always been very popular in school. The main director and deputy director on the flyer are all energetic and beautiful girls. However, John Hung's attention was not on this. He was more concerned about those clubs related to cars. So far, he has seen the 4-wheel drive club, the racer training club, and the car model photography club. As a result, John Hung asked around and found that the 4-wheel drive club was not the same as he imagined. The 4-wheel drive car that this group of people were playing with was really a 4-wheel drive car. But it was not a 4-wheel drive racing car, but the toy 4-wheel drive car in 4-wheel drive boy, developed by Japan's Tamiya company. The orthodox copycat version in the mainland is the Audi Double Diamond, which was once popular, but now it is the terror of the times. I didn't expect that there are still a group of hardcore fans in the school. John Hung didn't want to follow the toy 4-wheel drive and eat dust while shouting about sprinting meteors, cannon envoys, burning suns. The picture was too beautiful. As for the car model photography department behind, it exuded a sense of impropriety from the name. So John Hung finally decided to join the racer training meeting to take a look. This is also the most serious club among the 3. After joining, he really learned a lot. The founder of the club is a senior who is just a racing enthusiast at first. He set up this small club with a few friends with the same interests in college. He practiced by himself and his skills became better and better. He was signed by a racing team in his senior year and became a professional racing driver. Now he races in the GT300 group. For 3 years, he recorded his training and exploration with pen and paper. And now it is completely open to members. In addition, there are his daily training videos. And he constantly updates his experience and insights on his blog. He was much more generous than Takeda Tetsuya, the stingy guy who only gave him advice on the way to the fish market and back. But their training methods and driving styles were quite different. The senior was an aggressive player who valued momentum first and stepped on the accelerator all the way, while the seafood store owner was a thorough technical player. Zhang Heng searched for the latter's early game videos on the internet and found that this guy was very shady during the game, always following behind other cars, and only started to really exert his strength in the last 1 or 2 laps. And what he often said was, racing is a strategic game, not only a competition of skills, but also a competition of intelligence. Ordinary drivers only have the road in front of them, while the truly powerful masters must always jump out of the visual limitations and see the whole picture. But this guy started to ask for a beating after less than 2 sentences. Well, but a rookie like you won't understand this realm. You can deliver the seafood first. Thanks to you, the business has been good recently, and the order volume has increased by 20%. It's still the same old rule. If you can't deliver all the seafood, you have to pay me. Zhang Heng has passed the driving test, but he found it useless. Besides the fact that he had to rush back to school, the L300 that Takeda Toru dug out of the garbage dump was a completely illegal car. It had no annual inspection or insurance, and the license plate was also forged. No wonder this guy turned a blind eye to Zhang Heng's illegal behavior along the way. Anyway, as long as he was not caught, he could drive as he pleased. But once he was stopped by the traffic police, he would basically die, enough to spend the rest of his life in prison. Therefore, Zhang Heng could only continue to drive on the road. However, the senior's notes and training videos gave him a lot of inspiration. This style, which was completely different from what he had learned, also gave him a lot of inspiration. And 3 months later, Takeda Tetsuya finally began to teach him about vehicle modification. Chapter 40. Four-wheel drive cars rarely have oversteer problems. But if rear-wheel drive cars want to turn by drifting, the suspension systems of the front and rear axles must be upgraded, and the driver must also calculate various factors to maintain tracking when turning. Takeda Tetsuya was sitting in the passenger seat and puffing out smoke. This problem is easy to solve. Just adjust the spring and damping coefficients. Soften the rear suspension. Reduce the compression ratio of the shock absorber damping coefficient. Improve ductility. Reduce the rigidity of the rear balance bar, or increase the rear wheel width. There are often restrictions on wheel width in official competitions, but underground competitions are not so particular. In addition, if you find spoilers after completing the configuration, you can consider increasing the angle. This can increase the downforce effect of the rear half of the car body. Of course, your maximum speed will also be sacrificed. In the final analysis, there is no so-called absolutely perfect racing car. Modifying a racing car is to find a balance between various performances. Zhang Heng silently wrote down these words while driving. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Tsukiji Fish Market. This was because Zhang Heng tried to slow down. As soon as the L300 arrived at the gate of the fish market, Takeda Tetsuya immediately shut up. This guy adhered to the previous agreement and was unwilling to say a word. He opened the door and jumped out of the car. However, after taking 2 steps, the seafood store owner stopped for the first time, paused and said, "Come early this Sunday." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. He realized that he might have triggered some new plot, because just 4 seconds ago, he received a new prompt. His car driving skills rose from LV0 to LV1, and after a month of learning, he also gained LV0 skill of modification and maintenance. So on the 3rd night, Zhang Heng and Amiko went shopping in Shinjuku and took the bus directly to the seafood store, 3 hours earlier than usual. When Takeda Tetsuya saw him, he turned around and closed the store door, throwing the key to him. "The store is closed for 1 day today. Where are we going next?" "The beach. I will teach you how to drift from today." Zhang Heng was a little surprised. Although Takeda Tetsuya had been teaching him how to race and taught him a lot of techniques, he never showed his best skills. Zhang Heng asked several times, but was dismissed by the latter with a sentence, "You are not qualified yet." However, this is also a very obvious hint that he needs to meet certain requirements first. However, under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for a rookie like Zhang Heng to trigger the advanced conditions. He has been learning to drive for more than 4 months now, and has long exceeded the original task deadline. It was not until yesterday that he just met it. Of course, Zhang Heng would not miss this precious opportunity. Who knows when this stingy guy Takeda Tetsuya will change his mind. If this guy didn't have the D1 Grand Prix Tokyo Station Chasing Race Champion, and was the man closest to the DK title, he would have considered changing someone else's strategy, such as the mysterious senior in the racer training meeting. His attitude is very good. In order to benefit the younger generation and point the way for more people like him who aspire to become racers, he is willing to make his insights and experiences public for free. John Hung felt that if he worked hard, he might be able to catch up with this line. After all, compared with Takeda Tetsuya, the owner of the seafood store, his senior was a genuine racing driver. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up. GT300 is a serious racing competition. The track and driving skills required are very different from those of underground modified car competitions. In terms of horsepower, as the name suggests, the horsepower output limit of GT300 is 300 PS, while the only rule of underground modified car competitions is that there are no rules. No one cares what car you drive or what technology you use. Whoever reaches the finish line first is the final winner. As long as you are brave enough, you can even challenge N20. He had watched the senior's notes and videos more than once. The opponent's aggressive running style was more suitable for professional tracks. When dealing with complex environments, he was indeed not as good as Takeda Tetsuya, the former D1 Drift Grand Prix champion. The seafood store owner took him to a nearly abandoned private dock and used tire rims and cardboard boxes as obstacles to create a track. Drifting is a driving skill that allows the car to slide sideways by deliberately oversteering. Young people nowadays always like to use drifting to show off their skills. But in fact, drifting on normal roads will only lose speed and wear out tires. This trick is designed to deal with complex road conditions. John Hung looked at the densely packed cartons and tire rims in front of him. Isn't it a bit too complicated? As long as someone can do it. It's not complicated. Tetsuya Takeda said something that was hard to refute with full momentum. John Hung originally thought that this guy would come to demonstrate it himself after putting down his lofty words. But he only said a demonstration video, which seemed to be from several years ago. And then he took out a stool and a fishing rod from the trunk. Don't look at me. I swear that I will never hold the steering wheel again in this life. But don't worry. The obstacles I set for you are definitely not impossible to complete. As Takeda Tetsuya spoke, he put the bait on the hook. John Hung quickly watched the video and found that he had wrongly blamed someone this time, perhaps to make up for his guilt of not being able to do it himself. This teaching video was unprecedentedly detailed, except for the actual combat demonstration at the beginning, which used the previous materials. The latter part was newly recorded by Takeda Tetsuya. John Hung watched the thing in his hand 7 times, and 2 of them were slow motion frame by frame. After that, he put his phone back in his pocket, got in the car, and started practicing. The result was naturally horrible. The dock was filled with the harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground, and the cartons and tires were knocked all over the place. After practicing for a while, John Hung felt that his driving skills had improved significantly, and even thought about getting a car to complete the main task first. But the new training poured cold water on him. Although Takeda Tetsuya had never been very reliable, there was no need to deceive him on such a small matter. Since that guy said that the training could be completed, it proved that it was his own problem. Therefore, until the sun rose from the sea level the next morning, John Hung was still struggling with the pile of tire rims and cartons on the ground. The seafood store owner put away his fishing rod, stretched his waist, and glanced at someone. You can continue to deliver goods in the future. You can come here to practice drifting in your spare time. It is entirely up to you how much time you spend on training. But you can try to modify this L300 by yourself now. I will provide you with some suggestions, but you have to get the parts yourself. Chapter 41. 3 a.m. Somewhere on a street in Tokyo, the roar of the engine broke the silence of the night. More than a dozen colorful modified cars gathered in front of a shop that had long been closed. A group of punk street thugs came here with their hot girlfriends, chatting and waiting for someone. 5 minutes later, the target appeared. A blue Impreza WRX stopped in front of a trash can, and the driver opened the door and got out, as if frightened by his aura of coming alone. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and no one dared to look at the newcomer. Until half a minute later someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to curse. Fuck. Ito-ken. Turn on the high beam. Sorry. The driver named Ito-ken apologized while leaning back into the car to turn off the lights, so everyone could finally see the newcomer's appearance. This was a guy with a green mop head and a cold expression on his face. There were so many people in front of him. But he only had eyes for one person. He snorted coldly. Inoue Kentaro. Why did you call me out so late? It's nothing serious. But the title of the fast meteor should be changed. The person who spoke was a jacket man who was sleeping with his eyes closed on the roof of the car. And his girlfriend was feeding him grapes gently. Forget it. You are just a defeated opponent of mine. Ito-ken said disdainfully. Asshole. Stop looking down on me. I am different now than I was before. The jacket man opened his eyes. Like a tiger awakening. His eyes burning with fighting spirit. This time, I will bet all my dignity as a man. And I will not lose to you again. As if he felt the feelings conveyed by the other side. Ito-ken, an iceberg, could not help but be moved. He was silent for a long time and said, I understand. Inoue-kun, let's talk with speed. After saying this, both of them returned to their respective racing cars. Inoue Kentaro's girlfriend walked in front of the two cars, took out her bra and threw it over her head amid the cheers and whistles of the crowd. When the bra fell to the ground, the two racing cars sped out at the same time. Ito-ken and Inoue Kentaro are old rivals. Both of them have good family backgrounds. Their fathers have business dealings. They were originally close friends who grew up together. Inoue Kentaro was the first to bring him into this circle. However, as Ito-ken's driving skills continued to improve until he surpassed his friends, Inoue Kentaro, who was very proud, felt a little embarrassed. The friendship between the two did not withstand this test and gradually drifted apart. In recent years, Kentaro Inoue has challenged him many times, but he always lost more than he won. However, Ken Ito did not despise him because Kentaro Inoue always improved every time he came, whether it was racing or technology, which posed a lot of threats to him. Therefore, Ken Ito had to be 100% alert to deal with it. Come on. Let me see what you have learned this time. Ken Ito thought as he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The two cars took turns leading. However, the next moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and saw a khaki van coming out of nowhere at the intersection. Like a ghost. From the darkness. Damn! Why are there still cars on the road at such a late hour? Ito-ken's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had no time to react at such a fast speed at such a close distance. It was a tragedy that the car was destroyed and people were killed. He knew that Inoue Kentaro, who was driving side by side with him, was probably in the same despair. Then he saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. The broken van had no intention of slowing down and rushed towards him like a wild bull. When the two cars were less than 5 meters apart, the L300 suddenly did a strange tailspin, and the body moved sideways under the action of inertia. When the two cars were closest, the distance between the doors was less than 1 centimeter. Ito-ken's hairs all stood up, while the driver in the L300 only held the steering wheel with one hand, and the other hand was still flipping something beside him. Chewing gum? At the moment of crossing, Ito-ken saw clearly what the other person had in his hand, and felt that his brain was completely inadequate. What the hell? Ito-ken couldn't help but lose his voice. In this situation, he was still chewing gum. What made him even more unbelievable was what happened behind him. Then the L300 accelerated and passed his WRX. There was obviously no intersection ahead. But the broken van turned again without warning and entered an alley that was almost as wide and narrow as the body of the car, and disappeared. Only 2 cars were left in the race. But their speed was getting slower and slower. And finally they stopped. Ken Ito and Ken Inoue got out of the car and looked at each other. Do you want to continue the race? Ken Ito said after a while. If you can't even outrun a delivery truck, what's the point of continuing the race? Ken Inoue was bored. You can keep the title of Fast Meteor. I plan to quit this circle and go back to inherit the family business. I actually plan to go to Europe to study after this race. Ito-ken said frankly. Really? Kentaro Inoue was a little surprised to hear this, and then sighed. Come to think of it, we haven't talked like this for many years. The two looked at each other and said in unison, how about going for a drink? Zhang Hum didn't know that because of him, a man lost his dream of racing, and he didn't know that because of him, the two men regained their old friendship. For him, it was just a repetition of daily delivery life. Tokyo is known as the capital of drifting. There are the most modified car enthusiasts in the world. And as mentioned in the background introduction, these guys usually move at night. Zhang Hun occasionally encounters some racing gangs when delivering goods. Most of them were amateurs, like Ken Ito and Kentaro Inoue. who would happily come up with a so-called manly duel under any excuse. He had no time to wait for these guys to compete, and would just pass them directly when he met them in order to save time. This was already the 9th month of his driving lessons. A month ago, he had completed the drifting exercises set up by Tetsuya Takeda, and his car driving skills had been upgraded from LV1 to LV2. In addition, his maintenance and modification skills had also been upgraded to LV1. Now this car was completely different from when he first took over. He had replaced the core configuration from head to toe, but the outer shell was still the shell of the L300. John Hung was not like other drivers, who were afraid that others would not know that his car was modified and painted the exterior in various colors. After all, he had limited funds. In order to buy spare parts, he had to take another job. Takeda Tetsuya introduced him to a small boss of a scrap car yard. All his parts were found there at a very low price. But even so, it took him 4 months to assemble the current L300. John Hung is no longer the same as before. He delivered all the goods an hour in advance and drove back to Takeda Suisan. However, he saw thick smoke across the street. John Hung realized that something was wrong. He parked the car on the side of the road, called the fire department, and picked up his recurve bow for self-defense from the back seat. Chapter 42. John Hung knew that there must be some story behind Takeda Tetsuya. For example, why he chose to give up at the last moment when he got the DK title, and then divorced his wife, vowed not to touch the steering wheel again, and why he reconnected with his daughter after so many years. The excuse of being addicted to gambling may be able to deceive a little girl like Amiko, who is not very worldly. But John Hung has spent so many sleepless nights with the seafood store owner, and he knows very well that this guy, who looks weak-willed, actually has stronger self-control than anyone else. Although this guy also gambles on horses, it is just for fun. Every time he places a few bets, he will stop no matter he wins or loses. A real gambler cannot be so rational. Sure enough, every guy who can step onto the world-class stage is not an ordinary person. To stand out from countless geniuses, talent and hard work are indispensable. People without self-control can never become top drivers. But John Hung never asked about Takeda Tetsuya's story. Not because he didn't care, but because he was worried that he was not strong enough to take care of it. At that time, his driving skills were still average, and he was still absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He had not completed Takeda Tetsuya's hellish drift training. So John Hung used a very rogue method in single-player games. That is, the word delay. Relying on his extra-long game time, he deliberately did not trigger the plot, and buried his head in crazy leveling on the other side, and finally brushed his driving skills to LV2 and completed the modification of L300. In fact, even if there was no tonight's incident, he planned to have a good talk with Takeda Tetsuya in the near future. Although the two of them were not in the name of master and apprentice, they were in fact master and apprentice. Although the owner of the seafood store, this dead Sundra, said one thing, but his body was very honest. John Hung had long suspected that with this guy's current business level, how could he get so many orders? And the locations were more remote than one. Later, he secretly opened a phone box and found that the box labeled as lobster actually contained pebbles. Therefore, the so-called increase in delivery volume was just an excuse for someone to adjust the pressure according to his progress. I hope it's not too late. John Hung ran to the gate of Takeda Fisheries with a bow and arrow on his back, but unexpectedly saw Amiko, who should have been sleeping in bed at this time. I don't know why she appeared here. Amiko arrived by taxi a little earlier than John Hung. She ran down from the car before it stopped, and collapsed to the ground, weakly looking at the seafood store that had been engulfed by fire. John Hung was about to go over and help her up, but at this moment, a tattooed man wearing sunglasses and black gloves suddenly rushed out of a dark blue Toyota Voxy that had been parked not far away, pulled Amiko off the ground and dragged her into the car. The girl struggled and screamed desperately, which made the taxi driver next to her unable to bear it. However, as soon as he opened the door and went down to help, the black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his head. The driver's courage suddenly disappeared, and he didn't dare to stay. He quickly retracted his head and started the car, wishing he could run as far as possible. The people who got off the Toyota Voxy were not worried that he would call the police, because they only needed to give them 2 minutes to kidnap the target. But unfortunately, things often go against one's wishes. The next moment, something cut through the night. The man with the gun only heard a whoosh, And then a piercing pain came from his right hand, making him unable to hold the gun anymore. A feather arrow flew from nowhere and shot directly through his palm. His companion was shocked and wanted to let go of Emiko and run away. But John Hung, who was hiding behind the bus stop, did not give him this opportunity. He narrowed his eyes, loosened the tight bowstring in his hand, and the second arrow shot another person's calf. However, their accomplices in the Toyota Voxy also reacted quickly. They immediately found John Hung's position with these two arrows and quickly blocked the car in the middle. John Hung knew that he had to take a risk at this time. He covered his face with the hat behind his clothes and rushed out from behind the bus stop, while continuing to shoot arrows at the car window to prevent the other party from attacking him with long-range firepower. He quickly looked for an angle to turn to the back of the car, but now he was quite far away from the Toyota Voxy. When he turned half a circle, the two injured guys had already knocked Emiko unconscious and dragged the latter into the car while enduring the pain. John Hung's last arrow flew in close to the car door, brushed past the driver's seat, and finally hit the dashboard, shocking the driver into a cold sweat. But then the car door quickly closed. Voxy started and rushed to the road quickly. John Hung's mind was surprisingly calm at this time. The direction he chose to move was not only to turn to the other side of Voxy, but also to get closer to his L300 parked on the side of the road. Seeing that the group was about to escape, he put away the bow and arrow in his hand and jumped onto his delivery truck as quickly as possible. When he got off the car, he was careful not to lock the door and left the key in the keyhole to deal with possible emergencies. Now these small details bought him precious time. Before starting the L300, John Hung looked up and glanced at the rearview mirror. Voxy had disappeared. Others would have given up in this situation, but John Hung didn't. He had been delivering goods for a certain unscrupulous seafood store owner every night for the past 9 months, and he knew the surrounding area like the back of his hand. It was like a 3D map in his mind. It was clear that there was a fork in the road about 300 meters away from the direction where Voxy left. 2 seconds later, he heard the friction between the wheels and the ground from the open window, and knew that the other party chose to turn there. So without wasting any more time, he started the engine decisively, turned the car around, and it took less than 4 seconds to increase the speed to 100 kilometers per hour. He arrived at the intersection in the blink of an eye. John Hung did not slow down, and oversteered with a liftoff. The L300 drew a stunning arc that was completely inconsistent with its bloated body. The next moment, it had completed the change of direction, and John Hung pushed the gear to the bottom. The motor removed from the supercar roared in the dark night. It took John Hung only 45 seconds to reach the second intersection, but he still didn't see Voxy, so he turned again without hesitation. This was the most difficult moment. He started a minute and a half later than the other party, so he could only rely on his own judgment in the first half. Once he turned the wrong intersection, he would completely lose Emiko. But John Hung had no other choice. He could only trust himself and his old friend. There was a straight road of more than 3 kilometers before the intersection. Unless the other party's speed was incredibly fast, there was no reason for him to turn around and not even see the taillights. Therefore, John Hung chose to continue steering and completed the second drift. The corner of his eye finally caught Voxy turning again in front of the road. Got you. This time, John Hung did not choose to continue to follow the other party. After driving the L300 for only 500 meters, John Hung turned the direction in advance and rushed into a closed coffee shop, smashing the glass door in front and knocking over 2 tables. Then he rushed out from the back door and plunged into a shopping mall. Chapter 43. As Christmas approaches, stores in the mall are starting to prepare. Some hang up colorful lights, some put up Santa Claus stickers, and some put up elaborate Christmas trees in front of their doors, which are full of small gifts. But the next moment, the well-placed Christmas tree suddenly began to shake, and the small gifts broke away from the branches and flew forward. A khaki van sped past the escalator in the mall. John Hung turned on the wipers and swept away the 2 greeting cards stuck on the car window. The rear of the L300 swept past a counter full of expensive skin care products, and the airflow caused the red waste on it to shake. The driver of the Toyota Voxy was very cunning. He kept turning at the intersection, and after a big circle, he wanted to secretly turn back to the previous road. But the next moment the glass of the mall door on his right-hand side suddenly shattered without any warning. A khaki van with Christmas decorations rushed out from it. What's going on? Did Santa Claus come so early this year? And he drove a car instead of riding a reindeer? The driver of the Voxy was shocked. He had been looking at the rearview mirror and didn't see any pursuers. He had no idea where this guy came from. And this way of appearance was a bit too exciting. The distance between the two cars was shortened to only 6 or 7 meters. The driver of the Voxy felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and had to step on the accelerator to the bottom, hoping to use the speed to shake off the tail behind him. But then something happened that surprised him. With the performance of the Voxy, it actually lost to the shabby-looking L300 in acceleration. The two stepped on the accelerator at the same time, but they were getting closer and closer. John Hung used the front bumper to support the left rear body of the Voxy. The Toyota began to tilt uncontrollably under the force. The driver was sweating profusely and held the steering wheel tightly in his hand. But he couldn't get rid of it no matter how fast he accelerated. Seeing that it was about to overturn, Voxy had to slow down. And as if it had been agreed, the L300 behind it also slowed down. John Hung could choose to knock the other party over, but he did not push too hard because of Amiko inside. In the end, the two cars stopped on the side of the road together. The driver on Voxy knew that it was impossible to get rid of the other party with his skills and vehicle performance. So he opened the door and pushed the unconscious Amiko to the side of the road. John Hung watched the dark blue Toyota disappear into the night and released the bow and arrow in his hand. He did not continue to chase. Firstly, because he could not leave Amiko alone on the roadside. And secondly, because the group had guns in their hands, although they were restrained and did not fire them at present. If they were really pushed into a corner, who knows what they would do. Therefore, the fight between the two sides ended in this way of each taking a step back. In a sense, the appearance of this group of people made John Hung feel relieved. When he saw the fire in the seafood store, his first reaction was similar to Amiko's. He thought that Takeda Toru had been killed and the other party used this method to destroy the body. But later the appearance of Voxy indirectly proved that the owner of the seafood store was still alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to lure Amiko here and kidnap her. The girl's life is very ordinary. No different from most Japanese students. This group of people would obviously target her to use her to threaten Takeda Tetsuya. But then again, who is the guy in the Voxy? He caused trouble and set fire. And he also had a gun on him. In Japan, a country with extremely strict gun control, the guy who can get a gun must be quite powerful. John Hung shot through the calf of a tattooed man because he wanted to keep him for questioning. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that they actually had accomplices to help him. Fortunately, Amiko was not lost. John Hung carried the girl to the car and briefly checked her. He found that she had no other injuries except for slight scratches on her elbows and calves, which made him feel relieved. At this time, he also heard the sirens of the fire trucks in the distance. To be fair, the firefighters came quite quickly. Although everything that happened before was thrilling, it was only a few minutes after he called the police. John Hung took off his coat and covered the girl. Amiko had invited him to eat hot pot in this small apartment he rented several times, so he knew where she lived. But it was not a good idea to send her back now. She was obviously involved in something, since the other party could trick her out once. Of course they could trick her out a second time. The most urgent task is to find out what happened first, so as to formulate the next countermeasures. Although the group on Voxy has escaped, John Hung knows that there is still someone who can give him the answer. Everything that happened tonight is obviously related to Takeda Tetsuya, or Tsuchiya Yosuke, and it is time to listen to this guy's story. But before that, we have to find the real owner first. This is not difficult for John Hung. He drove to the izakaya, custom shop and karaoke that the seafood store owner liked to go to the most, and finally found the target at the abandoned dock where he practiced driving. It was already light in the sky. The owner of the seafood store was wearing a wide-brimmed hat to cover his face, holding a fishing rod and mixing with a group of elderly fishing enthusiasts. He knew who was coming when he heard the friction between the tires and the ground. But when he stood up and saw Amiko sitting in the passenger seat, he was still stunned. Why is she here? I have to ask you this question. John Hung jumped out of the car. I found her in front of your seafood store. A group of guys wanted to kidnap her at that time. But don't worry. She just fainted. It's nothing serious. Someone kidnapped her? What do those guys look like? Tetsuya Takeda's expression became unusually nervous. There are about 3 of them. They wrap themselves up tightly, wearing sunglasses and masks. But for some reason, the tattoo on their necks was not covered. What does the tattoo look like? Tetsuya Takeda didn't care about other details, but was very concerned about this question. John Hung thought for a while. It's too far away. I can't be completely sure. It looks like an eye. Takeda Tetsuya's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this. And then he fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Muttering, "Are they really here? What are they here? It has nothing to do with you. They only want my life." The seafood store owner smiled bitterly. "I thought I could get away with it by hiding my identity and keeping a low profile for these years. But I didn't expect they still wouldn't let me go. But it doesn't matter. As long as I go to them honestly now, you won't be in danger again." Unlike what Zhang Hung imagined, the seafood store owner didn't seem to be interested in talking about his past. Zhang Hung was still thinking about how to get the other party to talk. But he didn't expect a voice to come from behind him. "So this is why you divorced your mother?" Amiko woke up from the car seat at some point. And she obviously heard what Takeda Tetsuya said just now. Chapter 44. The waiter at the breakfast shop put tamagoyaki, rice, grilled fish and miso soup on the table. However, none of the three of them picked up their chopsticks. Amiko's firm eyes made Takeda Tetsuya sigh. The owner of the seafood shop lit a cigarette. "Why bother? You will go to Xia country in more than 2 months. Why do you still want to get involved in this matter? I want to know the truth about that incident. Somewhere in your heart, you still love your mother, right? At our age, feelings are not that important anymore." Takeda Tori did not comment. Took a puff of cigarette and said, "When I was young, I thought I would always love a woman. But the fact is that after so many years, I almost forgot what she looked like." The seafood store owner paused. "But no matter what, I owe you guys. How is Nanako doing?" "Mom is doing well now. But she still misses what happened back then. But she once told me in person that she no longer hates you. You just still owe us the truth." Takeda Tetsuya fell silent after hearing this. It was obvious that he didn't want to recall the past. But now he knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. After an unknown amount of time, until the cigarette was about to burn his fingers, the seafood store owner spoke again. "All this is because of a mistake. The most regrettable mistake I have made in my life." Then the seafood store owner finally told the story he had hidden for many years. In the 1970s and 1980s, Japan's economy entered its final frenzy. Tsuchiya Yosuke was born in that era and had a happy family. Like most ordinary people at that time, Tsuchiya Yosuke was also young and arrogant. It was not until the Plaza Accord was signed that the US dollar began to depreciate wildly against the yen, and the purchasing power of the yen reached its peak. But what followed was a devastating blow to the export industry. Japan went from prosperity to decline and entered a lost decade. The huge contrast made this generation embark on a different path. The high debt pressure overwhelmed Tsuchiya Yosuke's parents. After their only residence was reclaimed by the bank, they chose to commit suicide by burning charcoal in despair. His grandparents also died of illness one after another amid the continuous bad news. However, the great changes in his life did not make Tsuchiya Yosuke sink. Instead, they forged his fearless character. In the words of the team manager who later discovered him, "This child is a natural fighter. It seems that there is no word fear in his life dictionary. What does not kill me will make me stronger." Yosuke Tsuchiya reached the peak of his life in his 20s. He achieved great results in the European arena and won the runner-up in the FIA GT Grand Prix New York Station. After that, he fell out with the team and returned to Japan. Not long after, he won the D1 Grand Prix Tokyo Station Chase Championship. He is a legendary figure in the Japanese drifting world. At that time, he had already stood on the top of the mountain. But he was still not satisfied. He was eager for new challenges. So he decided to challenge the DK title. It took less than a year to defeat the top underground racers in 22 districts, leaving only the last training area. The strongest driver in Narima is called Naoto Asano. He is a crazy guy. He created a death race method. He selects a section of highway at an agreed time, destroys the guardrails, sets up the entrance and exit, and the participating cars drive in the opposite direction on the highway. Whoever reaches the finish line first is the final winner. Sometimes, in order to increase the excitement, he will deliberately introduce the police into the game. This is basically suicide. Amiko was completely dumbfounded after hearing the rules. Asano and Naoto firmly believed that only the bravest drivers deserved victory, and all drivers who wanted to challenge him had to accept the rules of the game he set. Although it seemed stupid now, there was only one game left to win the DK title. At that time, The young me would never give up. Takeda Tetsuya lit up the second cigarette with a lighter, took a deep breath and continued. We agreed on a time for the competition. In addition to the two of us, my best friend, Shinjuku District's strongest driver Ryo Kobayashi, also participated. The track was selected by us together. It is 40 kilometers long and has 3 lanes. The vehicle density is moderate on normal days. But no one expected that it would suddenly start to fog up when we got there that day. Kobayashi suggested giving up the game and changing the time. I could see that Naoto Asano actually agreed in his heart. After all, he was just a bastard who enjoyed the excitement of walking on the edge of death. And he didn't really intend to die. The road conditions at that time were too dangerous for him to bear. But the bastard obviously didn't want to miss the opportunity to mock us. He knew I would definitely vote in favor. So he voted against it, and said we were all cowards. At that time, I was young and hot-tempered. So I voted against it in anger. The final result was 2-1. And the game went on as usual. At this time, Naoto Asano's face finally changed. But I didn't feel any pleasure of revenge, because the three of us were already in a difficult situation. Everything that happened afterwards proved how stupid my decision was. The visibility on the highway that day was only 4 or 5 meters. So we had to slow down. However, even so, we were still shrouded in the shadow of death. This was no longer a competition on the technical level. Luck became the most important thing. We drove for 10 minutes in fear. Normally, this time is enough for us to complete the course. But this time we only ran less than 1/3. I kept honking the horn. Fortunately, the highway was closed at this time, and there were fewer oncoming cars. But even so, there were still several times when I suddenly saw the headlights and turned the steering wheel sharply to avoid it. It felt like a brush with death. Recalling the dangerous situation at that time, the seafood store owner still has lingering fears even now. In this situation, even the toughest nerves can't hold on for a long time. So Kobayashi and I took turns leading to win time for each other to rest. As for Naoto Asano, he was eliminated early in this race. This so-called bravest driver in Tokyo. His will has been destroyed, and he dared only to shrink behind us and tremble. However, no one expected the accident to happen afterwards. When I was almost halfway, I heard the horn of a large truck in front of me. I was about to change lanes, but I didn't expect Naoto Asano's GTR to suddenly move up and block me in the left lane. I tried to speed up and slow down, but he always blocked me to the right. I could probably guess what he was thinking at that time. His performance today was really bad. If he lost this game, all the reputation he had accumulated for so long would be gone. So he was scared. Naoto Asano was determined to kill me. The time left for me was getting shorter and shorter. I couldn't help but feel desperate. I thought I would die here today. But I didn't expect that at this moment. Kobayashi Ryo drove his Lexus and hit Naoto Asano's GTR without hesitation. The next moment, both of their cars lost control. Asano Naoto's GTR first rolled under the chassis of the truck on the opposite side. And then the truck overturned and hit Kobayashi Ryo's Lexus. The scene was so bloody that I didn't even dare to look. The entire roof of his car sank in, and thick smoke billowed from the front of the car. Chapter 45. What did you do after that? Jong Hung asked. I didn't do anything. Tetsuya Takeda's eyes revealed guilt. I shouldn't have left Xiao in there. I wanted to get off the car to check on him. But then I heard the sirens coming from the opposite direction. I was scared and didn't dare to stay any longer. I turned the car around and hurried off the highway. What happened to the two of them in the end? Amiko looked reluctant. I also saw the following events on the news. The TV station reported that 2 bad youths were racing against the flow of traffic on the highway and crashed into an oncoming truck. One of them died, and the other was seriously injured. The seriously injured person was still in the emergency room for treatment, but died 3 days later. Was it Kobayashi or? It was Naoto Asano. In addition to being the strongest driver in Narima, he has another identity. His uncle is the vice president of the largest Yakuza organization in Tokyo. Onitu. I see. So that's why you quit the racing world and changed your name? Yes. It was a private race. And no one knew about it except the 3 of us. Although there were some other witnesses on the highway at the time. Visibility was poor, and we were going in the opposite direction. The police could not confirm the existence of the 3rd car based on those vague testimonies. Because I was afraid of going to jail and being retaliated by the ghost pupil, I chose to remain silent again. However, I didn't have any joy in escaping punishment in my heart. I lived in guilt towards Xiaolin every day afterwards. If I hadn't acted impulsively that day and insisted on the race that should not have started, there would not have been these things later. I was the one who stepped into the gate of hell at that time. But the irony was that the first one to die among the three of us was Xiaolin, the only one who voted against it. I secretly went to his house later, but Xiaolin's father died a long time ago, and there was only a mother and a sister. After this incident, they moved out of Tokyo soon. You met your mother after that, right? If so, why don't you live a good life? Amiko said. I was very nervous after that incident. I couldn't even sleep. I even prepared a suicide note by my pillow. But as time went by, no one, neither the police nor the ghost pupil, came to me. So after a while, I thought that the incident was over and started to resume my daily life. It was during that time that I met the woman I loved. We formed a family like other happy ordinary people. A year and a half later, you were born. I swore not to drive anymore and opened a seafood store instead. After the initial struggle, the seafood store's business was pretty good, and everything seemed to be on track. It had been 6 years since that incident, which was enough time to forget many things. So I never expected that the nightmare of that year would come back to me one day. What do you mean? Amiko was puzzled. One night, I was alone in the seafood store processing orders, and suddenly a stone flew in from the window and smashed the glass. I thought it was a prank by the nearby ghosts, but I chased out and didn't see anyone. When I came back, I found that the stone was wrapped in an old newspaper, and the front page of the old newspaper was exactly the highway accident of that year, and there was a line of blood next to the headline. Do you think you can escape? Takeda Tetsuya shook off the ashes of his cigarette. No one knew about that incident except the three of us. Kobayashi died on the spot, and Asano Naoto stayed in the intensive care unit of the hospital for 3 days. He was seriously injured at the time. The newspaper said that he had been in a coma, but it is not ruled out that he would wake up for a while in the middle. Anyway, my life was over when that newspaper appeared. So you didn't actually have any gambling addiction at that time. You just wanted to force your mother to divorce you, right? I made a mistake 6 years ago and dragged Xiaolin into what happened at that time. So I won't make such a mistake again. The seafood store owner said calmly. I am not afraid of death. That is the ending I deserve. The real Tsuchiya Yosuke died on that road with Xiaolin a long time ago. The survival of Takeda Toru was just as guilt and cowardice. Compared to this, I am more curious about how you escaped from the hands of the ghost pupil again and again. John Hung said. If you're asking about that time many years ago, maybe they wanted to see me in such a miserable state. Or maybe they wanted me to suffer for a longer time. Anyway, they didn't come to me again until 9 months ago, when a mysterious person called me and said that the ghost pupil would soon attack me and asked me to be prepared. He also informed me of what happened last night. Takeda Tetsuya paused. Okay, my story is over. As I said before, this matter has nothing to do with you. The tragedy was caused by me. So naturally I should end it myself. You don't believe it yourself, do you? Zhang Heng said. Otherwise you wouldn't have pretended to be addicted to gambling again and forced Amiko to break up with you. Takeda Tetsuya fell into a brief silence after hearing this. After a moment, he sneered. You have to give it a try. It's impossible not to do anything. The seafood store owner seemed to have made up his mind. Amiko was a little anxious. She wanted to say something else, but her face turned red the next moment. Zhang Heng stood up and picked up the coat beside him. You taught me how to drive. No matter what kind of person you were before. At least let me give you a ride. Takeda Tetsuya thought about it and didn't refuse. He looked at the two of them and said, Please take good care of Amiko for me. The three of them left the breakfast shop, and Takeda Tetsuya walked in front. He opened the door of the van, and then rolled his eyes and threw himself into the van. Zhang Heng took back the small soup bowl in his hand and said to Amiko, who was stunned behind him. His guilt for what happened that year has overwhelmed his reason. He didn't think about how to deal with the current situation. His mind was full of thoughts of seeking death and relief. Sorry. I can only use this method to calm him down. Oh. Amiko suddenly realized. She was still wondering why Zhang Heng suddenly became so frivolous when she wanted to talk just now. He secretly pinched her hand under the table, but she almost misunderstood him. But what's even more strange is, I didn't seem to be as averse to such things as I imagined. Amiko was a little dazed for a moment, until she heard Zhang Heng's voice again. This car has not been inspected and has no relevant documents. Let's leave here first. Yes. The girl got into the trunk and closed the door. Zhang Heng started the car and deliberately drove a circle on the road to prevent being followed. 15 minutes later, he parked the L300 in the parking lot of a large supermarket, opened the door, and stretched out his right hand. Takeda. There are a few problems in the story your father just told. Chapter 46. Amiko covered the unconscious Takeda Tetsuya with a torn blanket behind the car, then thanked him and jumped out of the car with the help of Zhang Heng. Are you saying he was lying before? No. I just think there are some questionable points in his story. Zhang Heng locked the car door and took the elevator to the supermarket with the girl. It's mainly because of Gui Tong's attitude towards him that I feel very strange. If it's true as he said, Asano Naoto woke up in the hospital and told his uncle that he also participated in the race. It doesn't make sense that Gui Tong's people wouldn't look for him at that time. You know, people's hatred is the strongest when their relatives just died. Well, maybe Ghost Eye's people couldn't find him. Didn't he choose to hide his identity after that incident? If that's the case, how do you explain what happened 6 years later? The stone and the newspaper? Zhang Heng said. Especially the sentence above. Excuse me. This doesn't sound like the tone adopted by a well-organized Yakuza society. Amiko thought for a while. You said it as if it was true. But the person who set fire to the store and kidnapped me last night was indeed Ghost Eye. Zhang Heng shook his head and said. Again, the timing of this group's appearance is too strange. It has been more than 20 years since the incident. Why did they suddenly choose to start revenge at this time? Who is the mysterious person who called him in advance? Is he someone from Ghost Eye? Why did he help? Your father is not stupid. He should have discovered these problems. But his brain refuses to think now. So we have to investigate this matter. But we have no contact with those people back then. Amiko said worriedly. No. We have a breakthrough point now. If Asano Naoto wakes up from his coma, the nurses and doctors around him will definitely know who he wants to see. As long as we can find the medical staff who rescued him back then, we can know who he had contact with during this period. Zhang Heng pushed a shopping cart to the shelf where the tape was placed. But before that, we have to calm your father down first. The two bought 10 rolls of black tape and 2 bundles of climbing ropes. Returned to the van, tied up Takeda Toru tightly, and Zhang Heng drove the L300 to an apartment building under Amiko's guidance. This is where my cousin lives. She is a flight attendant and flies international flights. She is not at home all year round. She left a key for me so that I can help her water the plants on the balcony when I am free. No one should be able to find this place. Amiko opened the door while introducing. Although the apartment is small, it has all the furniture and appliances and is very clean. Zhang Heng dragged Takeda Tetsuya from the blanket to the bed. The stun buff of the soup bowl had expired, and the latter had woken up halfway through the journey. He wanted to say something with his eyes wide open, but his mouth was sealed with tape, so he could only make a whimpering sound. Even if you really want to die, you have to give us some time. At least don't die in such an unclear way. Otherwise Kobayashi would have sacrificed himself in vain. Zhang Heng didn't care whether the seafood store owner could listen to his dissuasion. Anyway, the other party was tied up like a dumpling, and there was nothing he could do even if he disagreed. Amiko apologized, and then she and someone else used the remaining rope to completely pin the seafood store owner to the bed, so that he couldn't even roll over. After doing all this, the two took a taxi to the Tokyo Metropolitan Central Library. This is a public library located in Minami-Azabu, Minato-ku. It was built in 1973 and has a collection of about 1.8 million books. It is open to the public free of charge. The two came here to check the relevant reports of the incident that year. Speeding in the wrong direction on the highway and causing the death of 2 people is a very vicious social event at any time. Almost all newspapers reported on this at the time. So as long as you search for the date, you can find the corresponding news. Amiko just flipped through 2 copies and found the doctor who was responsible for rescuing Asano Naoto at the time. Kurobe Saburo. The Asahi Shimbun had a brief interview with him. Zhang Heng searched the name on the internet and found that Dr. Kurobe Saburo had left the public hospital where he was working at the time and transferred to a private hospital as vice president. This was a bit troublesome. People at this level are generally very busy and vigilant, so it is not easy to approach them. Amiko flipped through more than a dozen newspapers from the same period, including scanned copies found in the library system, and finally found something new in a local tabloid that had ceased publication. Jean-Sen, do you think this is useful? The girl handed the screen to someone beside her. In the past 9 months, John Hung has not only been learning and honing his driving skills, but also his language skills. In addition to school courses, he has also been seizing every minute to strengthen his vocabulary memory. Now he has finally received the reward and can already complete daily communication in Japanese. As for newspapers, as long as the content is not too professional, he can also read the general idea. Rinko Hayami, the nurse from back then? John Hung was attracted by the serious old nurse in the newspaper. Yes, she worked in that hospital for 32 years. It was said that when Asano Naoto first came into the hospital, his condition was very serious. So she, who had the most experience, accompanied him closely. She didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. But unfortunately, he didn't recover in the end. But at this age, she should have retired now. Let's go ask Kurobe Saburo first. And if that doesn't work, we can find a way to find Rinko Hayami. John Hung finally made the decision. As expected, Kurobe Saburo was not easy to approach. He was an expert in Tokyo surgery, and his contact information was public on the internet. But the person who answered the phone was one of his female assistants. Although the other party was polite, he insisted on making an appointment in advance. However, the schedule of Director Kurobe Saburo was already scheduled for a month later, so the two tried to block him at the door of the hospital where the latter currently worked. After waiting for 2 hours, they finally saw the real person. But Kurobe Saburo just said that he had no memory of what happened back then. After less than 2 sentences, he became impatient and opened the door of the black Mercedes-Benz. If you have anything, please find my assistant. I have arranged to have lunch with some friends from the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. John Hung did not force it. Kurobe Saburo was not a small character like Takeda Tetsuya. Once he disappeared or was tortured, it would soon attract public attention. Moreover, this guy might really not remember. Surgical experts like him sometimes perform more than a dozen operations a day, and they are often so tired that they can't even remember their own names after leaving the operating table. Amiko watched the Mercedes-Benz go away, turned around and asked John Hung, "What should we do now?" "Try the line of Hayami Rinko. She has been working in the hospital for decades. Even if she retires, someone should know where she is." Chapter 47. Although she had expected this, Amiko was still a little depressed after hitting a wall with Kurobe Saburo. She and John Hung found a place nearby to have a quick lunch, and then rushed to the public hospital where Asano Naoto had been rescued before. After asking at the ward visitor registration office, it turned out that there was no Hayami Rinko anymore. But the head nurse who passed by stopped when she heard the name. "Hayami Senpai did work here, but she has retired. When I first came here, I couldn't do anything well, and it was the senior who encouraged and guided me all the time." "What do you want to see her for?" John Hingdao raised the fruit basket in his hand. "My father had a serious car accident before, and it was Aunt Rinko who took care of him and healed. We want to thank her again. This kind of thing is quite common in hospitals. Many patients or family members will come back to thank the attending physicians and nurses after being discharged from the hospital. Hayami Rinko is often thanked for her serious attitude, meticulous work and dedication." In addition to the basket of fruit in John Hung's hand, the current head nurse has never doubted the purpose of the two people in front of her. She tore off a piece of paper, wrote down an address on it, and handed it over. "Luckily you met me. Senior Rinko is here now." "Waiting Care Center?" Amiko read out the place name on the paper. "Yes. Senior Hayami is not married and has no children. After retiring from the hospital, she went there to volunteer. She said she wanted to continue to make use of her remaining energy and find a place for herself in the future." The current head nurse's tone was full of respect. John Hung thanked him and took the subway with Amiko to the nursing home in the suburbs. This time, with the help of the staff, he met Hayami Rinko in person smoothly. She was teaching an elderly man who had almost completely lost his hearing how to arrange flowers. When she saw John Hung and Amiko, she looked a little confused but nodded to them. 5 minutes later, Hayami Rinko settled the elderly and came over. "Who are you?" Perhaps because of her profession, Hayami Rinko looked very serious and meticulous in the photo. John Hung was worried that she would be difficult to communicate with. But after seeing her in person, he found that she was much more easygoing than he had imagined. John Hung handed over the fruit basket, and the three of them sat down on the sofa. "We want to find out something from you. I wonder if you still remember the vicious traffic accident 22 years ago. At that time, two young people were driving against the traffic on the highway and eventually collided with a large truck. One of them died on the spot, and the other was seriously injured. The seriously injured person was called Asano Naoto." Rinko Hayami continued. "I remember this incident not because it was reported in the news at the time, but because the child was still very young. He was fighting with death. It was obvious that he didn't want to leave this world. But it was a pity that I couldn't help him." John Hung and Amiko looked at each other. "I heard that you were always by his side at the time." We are his family members. And we want to know if anyone visited him when he was awake, or asked to see someone." "No. You are not his family members." Hayami Rinko shook her head. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. And Amiko couldn't help but feel her cheeks hot under her gaze. John Hung remained calm and added, "A distant relative." Hayami Rinko smiled, but did not dwell on this question anymore. "If you are asking about other people's affairs, I will not tell you without the consent of the person or his family members." But his words. "It is rare that there are people in this world who care about him besides the media." "What do you mean?" Asano Naoto. "That was a very lonely child. During the 3 days, he was hospitalized. Only his grandfather came to see him. I heard that his parents had severed ties with him. Oh, he seemed to have an uncle, but he only sent 2 subordinates to guard outside his door and never went in. So does that mean no one cared about him at all?" John Hung and Amiko were both a little surprised by this answer. Hayami Rinko sighed. "In our line of work, we should have seen life and death. But it is rare for someone to leave so alone at this age. He didn't even regain consciousness in the end. I don't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate." Amiko looked confused after leaving Waning Care Center. Unlike what she imagined, after meeting Hayami Rinko, the events of the past did not become clearer, but even more bizarre. Now the two of them were in a fog. Asano Naoto's uncle did not seem to care about his nephew that much. He was unwilling to take the time to visit the latter in the hospital 22 years ago. It did not make sense that he would suddenly want to avenge him after so many years. But if it was not Onitong who set fire to the seafood store that night, who would it be? Why did they attack Takeda Tetsuya, who had already retired from the racing world? And why did they pretend to be Onitong? "No, this doesn't make sense logically," John Hung said. "From now on, the purpose of the other party is to force your father to go to Ghost Eye and fall into the trap. But since they know about this, they can just report it directly to Ghost Eye and let Ghost Eye's people deal with your father. The two people's investigation has reached a dead end, and there are no other clues for the time being. Seeing that it is getting late, and some people are hungry and haven't even eaten lunch. So Amiko went to the KFC on the roadside to pack 2 family buckets, and the two took a taxi back to her cousin's small apartment. After leaving the elevator, Amiko searched for the key in her bag. But the next moment John Hung's face suddenly changed, because he found that the door was actually open, although there was only a small gap. But John Hung remembered clearly that the two had locked the door when they left. Although Amiko was a little silly, she would not make such a mistake. The girl was also a little anxious when she saw this scene. She was worried that Takeda Toru would go to Guiton alone and fall into the trap. Although Asano Naoto's uncle didn't care much about the dead nephew, the murderer came to his door, and he would not let the other party go even if it was to maintain his face as a gangster boss. Amiko raised her foot and was about to rush in, but was pulled back by John Hung. John Hung felt a strong sense of alarm in his heart. It was impossible for Tetsuya Takeda to break free of the ropes on his body with his own strength. There must be other people to help him. The state of this door was too weird. It was half open, just telling the people outside to come in and see. Before he knew the situation, John Hung planned to take Amiko away first, but their footsteps were obviously heard by the people inside. The next moment, a figure rushed out from behind the door. Judging from his dress, he was the same person as the guy who got off the dark blue Voxy at the entrance of the seafood store. John Hung had never practiced boxing, but he had been working out. His physical fitness was better than that of an average person. When the guy on the opposite side just put his hand into his pocket, he had already blocked Amiko and punched him in the face with all his strength. The latter was completely stunned and fell back into the house. John Hung had not fought with anyone since he graduated from elementary school, He was a little surprised by the result of this punch. But he quickly adjusted his mentality. Now was not the time to feel that he was strong. The most urgent thing was to find a way to expand the results. You know, the other party might still be carrying a gun. He was about to rush over to make further efforts. But at this time, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 48. John Hung was tied to a chair. He didn't know how long it had been before someone took off the black blindfold on his face. He found himself sitting in an abandoned factory. John Hung's head was a little dizzy. After he was controlled outside the apartment door, he was stuffed into a car and blindfolded. He had no idea what was happening around him. He could only barely judge from the time the car was driving that he should still be in Tokyo, but should have reached the suburbs. He knew he was careless. In fact, no matter how calm and careful he was, it was the first time he was involved in such a thing. It was inevitable that there would be omissions. This group of people obviously did something to find this small apartment. As if to answer his doubts, a guy with a buzz cut pulled out a bubble-gum-sized black locator from Amiko's bag. This thing should have been stuffed into the blue Toyota when the girl was tied up. At that time, Amiko was in a coma and didn't know what happened. The place where the locator was hidden enough. It would be difficult to find it unless she felt around inch by inch after she woke up. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Where is Amiko? The two were separated after going downstairs, and they were probably stuffed into different cars. John Hung never saw the girl again after that. Think about your own situation first. The man with the buzz cut spoke in a bad tone, and he looked at someone with a strong hostility. John Hung finally saw who this guy was. He punched him outside the door before. No wonder the man with the buzz cut didn't look good to him now. Heh. We can settle our accounts now. The crew cut man put down the locator in his hand and rubbed his hands. However, at this moment, a deep voice came from behind him. Okay, let's stop here. Let me talk to him. Yes, team leader. The crew cut man's expression changed immediately after hearing this, and he bowed respectfully and then walked out. A short man walked in front of John Hung. He moved another stool and sat down. It is not the organization's intention to involve you and Miss Amiko in this matter. I would like to apologize on my behalf. John Hung did not comment on this. 22 years ago, the vice president had a little grudge with Tsuchiya Yosuke. Oh, that is, Mr. Takeda Tetsuya, and sent me to deal with this matter. He originally planned to throw Tsuchiya Yosuke directly into the sea to feed the sharks. But the vice president changed his mind temporarily and decided to give him a chance. What did the vice president say? The grudges between drivers should be resolved in the driver's way, the short man said leisurely. So I carefully built a stage for Tsuchiya Yosuke. But there is still a lack of a supporting role, which is a headache for me, because Mr. Tsuchiya Yosuke has never been very likable, and he has not made any friends in all these years. I heard that you have been helping him deliver goods for more than half a year. How about it? Are you interested in playing together? Do I have any other choice besides this? John Hung said calmly, although the short man looked more gentle than his accomplice. John Hung knew that the other party was not asking for his opinion. I like to communicate with smart people. It can save a lot of time for nonsense. The short man took out a knife, turned behind John Hung, and cut the rope on his hand. The game is simple. No matter who can win the game, I will let the three of you go. But if you lose, believe me, you don't want to know the result. John Hung flexed his wrist. He seriously considered whether to try to knock down the short man in front of him, take the knife from him, and then use him as a hostage. But the two tower-like figures standing in front of the factory gate made him give up the idea in the end. At this point, he had no way out. How many people are there in the competition? Where is it? And what are the rules? Don't worry. You will know these things in time. Now relax and pick a racing car. The short man clapped his hands after he finished speaking. The two guards walked to the center of the factory, where there was a covered area. They pulled down the cover to reveal the racing cars underneath. There were 5 in total, namely the red Nissan 180SX, the silver BMW M5, the gray Mercedes-Benz AMG GT, the yellow Dodge Viper, and the blue Ford Rap F-150. The performance of these cars has been adjusted. You can choose the one you like to drive. If you are not satisfied, you can also modify it yourself. We can provide you with parts. The competition will be held at midnight tonight. Just finish it before this time. How about it? Which one do you like? The short man didn't leave in a hurry after he finished speaking. He seemed very curious about what choice John Hung would make. Who knew that the latter just glanced at the colorful sports cars and retracted his gaze, saying, "Sorry. Can I drive my own car?" "Your own car? What is it? Porsche 911? Aston Martin? Ferrari?" The second-generation Mitsubishi L300 launched in Japan in 1982. John Hung said truthfully. "It's parked downstairs of the apartment building where you kidnap people." "A civilian van?" The short man was surprised. John Hung nodded. The L300 had been completely changed after his modification. Its performance had soared. But it was still not comparable to a serious sports car. The guy on the opposite side was not stingy. The 5 cars he displayed were absolutely good cars. He was willing to give John Hung time to modify them in order to prove from the side that he had not tampered with these cars. However, John Hung knew very well that no matter how good the performance of a car was in the competition, it would not be as good as a car he was familiar with. "This is a reasonable request. I can meet it. But are you sure?" the short man asked again. John Hung nodded. So the short man waved his hand. And a few more people came in and drove away the cars parked inside. He looked at John Hung deeply again. "Then see you tonight." This time, John Hung was the only one left in the abandoned factory. He saw water and food on the table, which should be for him to replenish his energy. In addition, there was a game console in the corner for him to pass the time. For a kidnapped hostage, this condition was not too good. But John Hung was more and more certain that this competition was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. This group of people had obviously planned for a long time. As for the guys who had fought with him before, they probably didn't talk about any professional training. But there were quite a lot of them. Even if the seafood store owner and Amiko wanted to force their way out, it was not very realistic. Moreover, his mobile phone was confiscated immediately, so he couldn't get in touch with the outside world now. He could only eat something simple and wait quietly for the game to come. Chapter 49. John Hung saw Takeda Toru again in the last 10 minutes before the race. The latter stood by the highway with the short man, looking very solemn. In addition, John Hung also saw Amiko, the girl in the blue Toyota Voxy, with her hands and feet tied up and her mouth sealed with tape. When she saw Zhang Hung, she struggled, but soon the people next to her closed the car door. "Mr. Tsuchiya, you have been allowed to see your daughter as you requested. Next, we can start," the short man said. Tsuchiya Yosuke got into the Dodge Viper next to him without saying anything. The short man smiled and said to John Hung, who came last, "Didn't you ask me how many people will participate in tonight's game, where it will be held, and what the rules are? I tell you now that there are 3 of us participating in the game tonight. And the location is here, on this section of the highway. The rules of the death race. Since you may not know what happened 22 years ago, I will explain it to you a little more. The 3 of us will drive in the opposite direction on this stretch of highway. The one who reaches the finish line the fastest will be the winner. Of course, if it's just like this, the process would be a bit too boring. Therefore, I decided to add a little additional restriction. The windshields of the 3 cars have been frosted and cannot be raised or lowered freely," the short man said as he picked up a huge wrench and smashed it hard on the front of the Nissan 180 SX. "I always think that the headlights are useless. It's better to remove them." As soon as he finished speaking, the lights of the L300 and Dodge Viper were smashed. Then the short man opened the door and grinned at John Hung. "Finally, if you want to go to the toilet, you'd better hurry up, because the door will be welded shut after you get on the car, and you can only open it when you reach the destination." In fact, John Hung had already had similar guesses in his mind when he was in the factory. But when the answer was really revealed, he still felt that the short man had gone crazy. Especially when he sat in the driver's seat of the L300 and found that the windshield in front of him was blurry. And he couldn't even see the figure 2 meters away. The people outside the car had already started to seal the car doors with electric welding. Even the Nissan 180 SX driven by the short man was no exception. His voice came from the intercom on the passenger seat. "How is it? Did it bring back any pleasant memories for you, Mr. Tsuchiya?" Although the latter did not answer, it could be heard from his breathing that he was not as calm as he seemed. After a moment, Takeda Tetsuya spoke, with only a simple sentence. "Follow me closely." John Hung knew that this sentence was meant for him. In this environment, the person leading the way in front is undoubtedly the most dangerous. The severity of the environment now is probably even worse than 22 years ago. However, Takeda Toru had not touched the steering wheel for more than 20 years because of his vow, and his condition was definitely not comparable to his peak 22 years ago. In fact, just 3 minutes after starting, Takeda Toru hit an oncoming Buick. Fortunately, he held the steering wheel firmly, so the Dodge Viper did not overturn. However, less than half a minute later, he almost hit the isolation belt at a bend. The short man's sneer sounded from the intercom. "What's wrong, Mr. Tsuchiya? Is it going to fail just like this? We haven't even run 1/10 of the way." Takeda Toru didn't say anything. He didn't even have time to speak. Sweat dripped down his nose and fell on his jeans. His vision was too poor. It was late at night, and there were no car lights. Everything was blurry through the frosted windows. He could only judge the position of the oncoming car by the headlights, which was extremely exhausting. But in a moment, his eyes and brain had reached their limits. Takeda Toru didn't know how long he could hold on. Just as his breathing became more and more disordered, the L300 that was following him suddenly accelerated and surpassed him. John Hung's voice came from the intercom. "Let me take the lead. You take a rest first. We will switch in 4 minutes." Tetsuya Takeda wanted to refuse, but he was really overdrawn. And John Hung's calm voice sounded particularly reliable in this crazy race. He didn't just stand up to show off. Such an environment tests the driver's reaction ability and observation and prediction ability. And young people are undoubtedly more advantageous in this regard. More importantly, luck should be on his side tonight. John Hung took out the lucky rabbit's foot from his pocket and hung it in front of the rearview mirror. In terms of driving skills, he might be the worst among the three. But in this kind of competition tonight, luck is the real decisive factor. For 2 minutes, John Hung did not encounter a single car. At this moment, the short man's voice came out of the intercom again. Did Mr. Tsuchiya always hide behind his teammates in that game? Takeda Tetsuya's eyes showed a trace of guilt when he heard this. John Hung saw from the rearview mirror that the body of the yellow Dodge began to shake from side to side, which meant that Takeda Tetsuya, who was driving, was already confused. The seafood store owner smiled bitterly. "If you want to avenge Naoto Asano, just attack me directly. Why involve other people?" The short man snorted coldly. "Didn't your feud with Naoto Asano also involve other people?" John Hung's heart moved when he heard this, and the doubts that had been hovering in his heart were finally solved at this moment. "You are not here to avenge Naoto Asano, but to avenge Xiaolin, right?" The other end of the intercom fell into silence. After a moment, the short man's voice sounded again. "Not bad. You can actually guess my purpose. You disguised as Ghost Eyes and kidnapped Amiko, just to force him to participate in this game. There were more than 3 people who knew about the game. Did Xiaolin tell his mother about it? No. It's impossible. No one would tell their mother about such a thing. So it must be his sister. What is your relationship with his sister?" 3 modified cars sped past on the highway. At 2 minutes and 42 seconds, John Hung encountered the first car. He turned the steering wheel and swung the rear of the car. The L300 narrowly brushed past the other car. At this moment, John Hung's brain was extremely calm. He thought of an absurd possibility. "Wait, you are Xiaolin's sister?" When he first met the short man, he felt that he was a little awkward. In addition to the latter's height and body shape close to that of a woman, he was the only one who did not show his tattoo. In order to disguise himself as a ghost pupil, the group spent a lot of effort. The reason why the short man did not show his tattoo like others was because he was more afraid of being seen that he had no Adam's apple. As for the voice, it was the simplest. They all wore masks, and it was just a matter of a voice changer. Chapter 50. There were 3 people participating in that race, but in the end only you survived. I carefully checked the car that my brother left behind. In addition to the flattened roof, there were traces of impact on the body of the car, and the tires were also severely worn. He was holding the steering wheel tightly until the last moment before his death, trying to control the direction. However, with his strength, it would be impossible for him to lose control to that extent unless there was external interference. The short man said bitterly. "You are his best friend, one of the 3 people who participated in the race that day. But you disappeared afterwards. Do you dare to say that everything that happened that day has nothing to do with you?" Takeda Tetsuya's eyes flashed with pain. "You are right. Your brother died because of me. It was my fault. In that case, You come to pay for his life tonight, the short man said grimly. And then she hung up the intercom. John Hung was speechless. He pointed out the identity of the short man just to let the two of them resolve the conflict of the year through communication and exchange. In his opinion as an outsider, Takeda Tetsuya must have been wrong about the incident 22 years ago. But Kobayashi Ryo only made his own choice at that moment and died to save his friend. It was a bit too much to blame Takeda Tetsuya for his death. In fact, it was not appropriate to blame Asano Naoto, because the latter was only targeting Takeda Tetsuya at the time. It might not sound good, but it was his own sense of loyalty that killed Kobayashi Ryo. John Hung did not ask Takeda Tetsuya to make up a touching story at this time. He just needed to tell the truth of the year, at least to eliminate some misunderstandings. However, he underestimated the degree of stimulation this incident would have on the owner of the seafood store. Kobayashi's death has always been his biggest knot. Over the years, Takeda Tetsuya was like a prisoner trapped in the past, always waiting for the belated judgment. And the appearance of Xiaolin's sister was a punishment from heaven in his eyes. If he had not saved his daughter, he might have given up completely at this time. Even so, John Hung could feel that someone's fighting spirit was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the short man who had been quietly following at the back ignited a raging fighting spirit after saying the last harsh words. The red Nissan 180SX accelerated and drove side by side with the Dodge Viper. History is always surprisingly similar. The short man pushed Takeda Tetsuya into the rightmost lane. She had not watched the game that year, but she made the same choice as Asano Naoto. At this moment, another car happened to be coming, but it was in the third lane and passed by the three people. John Hung knew that this was not a solution, now that they had driven less than one-third of the distance. Takeda Tetsuya had no luck bonus and his mental state was very bad, so he would be hit sooner or later. So John Hung turned the L300 to another lane and deliberately slowed down. The short man didn't pay much attention to the movement of the other car. Tonight was a feud between her and Takeda Tetsuya, and John Hung was just a supporting role in this drama. But the next moment she suddenly noticed that the L300, which had slowed down and fallen behind, suddenly accelerated again and occupied the road on her left-hand side. In a sense, blocking is actually a high-risk thing. Whether it was Naoto Asano 22 years ago, or the short man now, when they used the car body to block Takeda Tetsuya's disguise, they also had to face the risk of cars coming from the middle road. But compared with Takeda Tetsuya, who had no way to retreat on both sides, they at least had one side empty. If they really encountered danger, the short man could evade to the left road. But now John Hung joining made the driving more chaotic, and all three of them were stuck in their own lanes and couldn't move. In other words, as long as there was a car coming from the opposite direction, one of them would definitely be hit. John Hung's original intention was to use this method to force the short man to give up. After all, as long as she chose to slow down or speed up, Takeda Toru would definitely not pester her. But John Hung didn't expect that the short man was more stubborn than everyone imagined. Even at this point, she still chose to block the Dodge Viper. It seemed that she wanted to use this tough attitude to force John Hung to give up first. Her trick might be effective against others, but now John Hung's car still has a lucky rabbit's foot, and the possibility of him being hit is very small with a 1/3 chance. And as if to prove this point, the next moment, a light shone from the middle lane, and Takeda Toru slowed down at the first moment, trying to give the Nissan 180SX space to dodge. But he didn't expect the short man to hesitate at this time. She came to seek revenge on Tetsuya Takeda. If she was saved by him, how could she seek justice for what happened 22 years ago? As a result, in the moment she hesitated, the opposite car was already in front of her. Tetsuya Takeda had no time to think about it. Kobayashi died to save him, and he watched the latter's only sister get into trouble. At this moment, Tetsuya Takeda no longer looked half-dead and depressed. His eyes were brighter than ever. In these 2 short seconds, he seemed to have become the top driver who raced in Europe and won the D1 championship. The Dodge quickly switched gears, and the Viper accelerated and resolutely approached the rear of the Nissan 180SX. Tetsuya Takeda used just the right amount of force, using the impact to change the direction of the Nissan 180SX. And the front of the 180SX barely passed the oncoming heavy truck. The short man was also a very good driver, and he immediately held the direction steadily. Although the body of the car rubbed against the guardrail, it did not roll over, but avoided the oncoming heavy truck. However, Takeda Toru was not so lucky. His Dodge Viper had forced its way into the middle lane from the right, and was about to replace the short man and crash into the opposite vehicle. The next moment, an L300 emerged from his right-hand side like a ghost, sticking to the body of the Dodge Viper. John Hung also took a deep breath and pulled the handbrake. Time seemed to be completely still at this moment, with the front of the heavy truck as the center of the circle. The two cars drew a gorgeous arc under the action of inertia. The L300 drifted from the right to the left lane, while Takeda Toru's Dodge Viper was brought under the heavy truck from the side. Is it over? At this moment, the short man looked confused. She had planned revenge for 22 years. But when she really saw it happen, she didn't know why she didn't feel the slightest pleasure of revenge. The only thing left in her mind was the scene of Viper accelerating and resolutely crashing into the rear of her car. She suddenly understood how her brother died in that race that should not have started. And at the same time, she also felt the guilt of Takeda Tetsuya at that time. If possible, she would exchange everything for what happened before never happening, as if responding to her innermost expectations. The next moment, the Dodge Viper miraculously emerged from the other side of the heavy truck. The body of the truck was intact, and only the roof was slightly worn. "You're welcome." John Hung's voice came from the intercom. "I didn't intend to thank you," Tetsu Takeda said angrily. "You didn't choose the right angle at all. If I hadn't adjusted the speed, you would have gone directly under the wheel." The short man opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But then, he heard John Hung speak again from the intercom. "No matter how much you two want to talk about, let's finish this race first. I'm in a hurry to get off the car to pee." Chapter 51. It has to be admitted that the old ones are the best. Although John Hung had undergone 9 months of special training in Tokyo, his driving skills were still not as good as Takeda Tetsuya, who had made a name for himself in European professional competitions, and was only 1 step away from the DK title. Especially in the second half, when the seafood store owner became familiar with the car and his body, he finally began to regain his former state. Although sacrificing his life to save Sealan's sister still could not offset his guilt for his deceased best friend, he also completed his redemption after experiencing a life-and-death situation, and the knot in his heart was mostly untied. John Hung cannot defeat such a Takeda Toru now. On the other hand, Sealan's sister, Sealan Yu, who has been preparing for this revenge for more than 20 years, is also excellent in driving skills. She not only has the delicate operation unique to women, but also inherits Xiaolin Liang's bravery. But who said that only better opponents can inspire a better self? Under the stimulation of the two, John Hung also exerted 150% of his strength. The L300 turned into a khaki phantom and sped rapidly in the dark night. However, they were still 1 step behind. When approaching the finish line, the Nissan 180 SX and the Dodge Viper suddenly slowed down as if they had agreed. The two were obviously giving way to each other. But John Hung, who was following behind, didn't care. He drove his van past Takeda Tetsuya and Kobayashi Yu and arrived at the finish line first. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in his ears. Won an underground modified car race championship. Mission completed. Will return in 134 days. Successfully defeated a professional racer. Game points plus 15. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. Successfully defeated the strongest racer in this scenario. Tsuchiya Yosuke. Game points plus 25. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. Successfully completed a death race mode game. Game points plus 10. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. Tsuchiya Yosuke is the strongest driver in the Tokyo Drift Dungeon. John Hung was not surprised. But Kobayashi was actually a professional driver, which surprised him a little, because women are rare among professional racers. No wonder she dared to fight 1 against 2 and set up a battle. Her real level may be slightly weaker than Takeda Tetsuya, but considering that the latter almost lost all his will to fight before her accident, if it weren't for John Hung, it would be hard to say who would win tonight. In fact, if everyone's strength was compared seriously, John Hung would almost have no chance of winning this competition. But because of what happened on the way, the atmosphere of the competition was no longer tense, which meant that he took advantage of this loophole and completed his main task. The rewards that followed were even more abundant than he had imagined. Just 1 race brought him 50 points. With the previous 6 points, he now had 56 more points. After that, Kobayashi Yu and Takeda Tetsuya chatted for a whole night. No one knew what they talked about. The next day, Takeda Tetsuya followed Kobayashi Yu to Kobayashi Ryo's cemetery to pay tribute to Kobayashi Ryo. 2 days later, Kobayashi Yu and her friends, who came to help, left Tokyo together. 2 months later, Amiko's application for exchange students was approved. John Hung drove to the airport to see her off. The girl would start a year of living and studying in Xia country. There was still some time before the plane took off. Amiko said she wanted to drink coffee. So John Hung went to the Starbucks at the airport to buy 2 cups of latte. When he walked in front of the girl with the coffee cup, his lips were suddenly sealed by something soft. It can be seen that Amiko was also very nervous. It was her first time to do this kind of thing. Her movements were a bit clumsy and shy. The 4 lips separated as soon as they touched. "Come back to Xia country to find me," Amiko whispered. The action just now had exhausted all her courage. She didn't wait for John Hung's answer, and ran to the ticket office with her luggage. John Hung looked at the girl's back disappearing in the crowd, and suddenly felt that such a long time might not be a good thing. The original subtle and ignorant feelings will slowly sprout and bloom in the heart with the accumulation of time. However, this is destined to be a promise that can never be fulfilled. John Hung sat alone on a chair at the airport, quietly finishing 2 cups of latte. No matter which country, airports and train stations are places filled with the most emotions. The trembling old grandmother was seeing off her grandson, who was going to study away from home, sorting his backpack over and over again. The 4-year-old child was held by his mother's hand and tilted his head to say goodbye to his father, who was on a business trip. He didn't know that they would see each other again in the new year next year. The girl who just got off the plane ran to her boyfriend's arms in high heels. At the same moment, some people returned home, while others traveled far away. After drinking the last sip of hot coffee, John Hung stood up again, zipped up his down jacket, and walked into the wind and snow outside. After the car race, John Hung basically switched to leisure mode. He had practiced Japanese well and got a full score in a monthly exam, which gave him another 3 points. But his biggest gain was the wooden sculpture in his bag, which was the second game prop he had just received a month ago. There was one thing that always bothered John Hung. The clubs that recruited new members every 2 months were all ordinary except for the Racer Training Club, especially the other 2 clubs related to vehicles. The 4WD Club and the Car Model Photography Club were really like the names, a gathering place for a group of middle school students and gentlemen. John Hung patiently stayed in each club for 2 months, but he only learned to shout Sprint Meteor, Cannon Envoy to his 4WD car, and some inexplicable skills such as how to visually estimate the cup size of car models based on pictures. But John Hung was still unwilling to give up, because according to the situation in his first copy, he should have more than one valid choice when the cycle appeared. So he decided to change his way of thinking. No longer consider car-related clubs, expand the scope of search, and start to focus on some strange clubs. Thinking of the altar he encountered on the island, John Hung later chose to try to join a mysterious phenomenon research department and a folk supernatural event club. Even he himself did not expect that the latter would actually bring him a surprise. This wood carving was collected by the vice president. It was said that he bought it from Rakuten. He spent only 500 yen in total. The carving was very ordinary, and there was even no face. But just like when he got the lucky rabbit's foot, John Hung also got a hint of discovering game props when he touched the statue again. So he proposed to buy the wood carving from the vice president. The latter was very happy and gave it to him directly. The main reason was that there were only 3 members in the folk supernatural event club. The vice president still attached great importance to the new members. Anyway, the wood carving was not valuable, so she gave it away directly. So John Hung got another game prop without spending much effort. This thing is not difficult to obtain, but it is indeed hidden deep enough. Similar to the hidden items in the game, it is not easy to find it unless you are a player like him, who is bored in the later stage. Chapter 52. With Amiko's departure, John Hung's exchange student career also came to an end. He moved out of the dormitory of the International Exchange Hall and rented a small apartment outside. Tetsuya Takeda had taught him almost everything he could. If he wanted to improve his skills, he could only do so through continuous practice and personal talent. It was basically impossible for his car driving skills to rise from level 2 to level 3 in a short period of time. So John Hung didn't spend too much energy on it. After that, He drove the L300 to participate in several underground modified car competitions, earned a few large bonuses, and won an 80% new Mazda. But unfortunately, no points were credited. This money was enough to support his life in Tokyo, and it didn't mean much to him if he couldn't take more with him. So Zhang Heng didn't compete anymore. The khaki van that suddenly appeared and disappeared strangely eventually became an urban legend in Tokyo's underground racing world. This is a later story. Zhang Heng had more time without going to class or working. One day, he saw a dojo while out for sightseeing. He suddenly remembered that karate seemed to have originated in Japan. It was developed from the combination of traditional Japanese fighting skills and tongshou. Previously, when he was fighting with the group led by Kobayashi, he confirmed the results of his fitness during this period. However, his opponent was just an ordinary person. Zhang Heng could gain a certain advantage with his speed and strength. But in essence, he was still fighting blindly without any moves. He could take this opportunity to learn some karate skills. So Zhang Heng used the last 2 months to acquire a level 0 karate skill. On the 420th day, he stood on the skytree and looked down at the night view of Tokyo for the last time. At the same time, the familiar reminder sounded in his ears. Return deadline reached. Mission completed confirmed. Clear the copy Tokyo Drift. The second round of the game is over, and I will return to the real world. Zhang Heng opened his eyes again and found himself back in the lounge booth. This time, he did not fall into the dilemma of being out of the civilized world and no one to communicate with during his trip to Tokyo. However, after being an international student in a foreign country for 14 months, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity when he heard the familiar language again. A glass of lemonade? No. Give me something more flavorful. Zhang Heng came to the bar and thought of the Tokyo girl who showed 2 canine teeth when she smiled. Congratulations on passing the second round of the game. The bartender quickly prepared a cocktail and pushed it in front of Zhang Heng. It looks like you have just had an extraordinary journey. Well, there is something I need you to identify for me. Zhang Heng took out the wood carving. With the experience of the lucky rabbit's foot, he made preparations this time and wore gloves when touching the wood carving whether in or outside the copy. The bartender raised her eyebrows. Another game prop? Your luck is a little too good. As she spoke, she carefully put away the wood carving in a tule tree box, and at the same time did not forget to swipe away 5 points from someone. Zhang Heng finished his cocktail by himself at the bar, and was about to leave when he was stopped by the bartender again. Remember the auction at the end of each year that I mentioned? Huh? According to the usual practice, the auction will be held on the last day of each year. If you plan to participate, you'd better prepare in advance and don't put the third round of the game on that day. The bartender reminded him. Zhang Heng thanked him and walked out of the lounge. The next day, Zhang Heng chose to skip the English class in the morning, mainly because the second round of games ended too late. He left sex and the city at 4:30 in the morning and needed to get some sleep. As a result, Ma Wei and Shen Huadong looked at him with sympathy at lunch. You are in trouble. Zhang did a test in class today. He counted the collected papers and found that 5 papers were missing. He was very angry. There are still 2 weeks before the level 6 exam. He said that those who don't know how to work hard at this time are hopeless, and those who don't hand in their papers will not have their usual grades. University courses are generally divided into 2 types, regular grades and test scores, of which the test score accounts for 70% and the regular grades account for 30%, which together are the final grades of this subject. Don't underestimate the regular grades, which only account for 30%. It can bring a person who failed the exam back to life, and it can also make a person who obviously passed the exam fail. Of course, the latter situation is relatively rare. After all, teachers and students do not have such a big hatred, and generally will not hold people back based on their regular grades. But if your regular grades are really 0, then the problem is serious. That is to say, you need to get 86 points out of 100 points to get credits. And English is a special subject. The test scores are directly converted according to the scores of CET4 and CET6. The full score is 710 points, which means you need to get 609 points to get credits. Ma Wei frowned. The passing score for CET6 is 425 points. If you are not an English major, 600 points or above is an absolute high score. Even a top student like him is not sure that he can get it. Especially English has always been a headache for Ma Wei. Zhang Heng was speechless after hearing this. If he had known this, He would have gone to class even if he was sleepy. But it was too late to regret now. He could only try to get a score of 609 or above in the level 6 exam. This was impossible for him in the past. But after learning English with Belle on the deserted island, John Hung felt that he could still save it. There are about 20 days left before the level 6 exam, which is 40 days for him. He doesn't have to worry about listening. But he still needs to find a way to consolidate his writing and grammar. John Hung just didn't expect that he would have to deal with English again after finishing Japanese in Tokyo. Maybe he could consider working as a simultaneous interpreter in a foreign company after graduation. In the afternoon, John Hung ran to the library to borrow books to study English. But he unexpectedly ran into Shinsisi there again. Without Chung Chung entanglement, her life returned to peace. The last time they were in danger in the wild, they exchanged WeChat accounts. But they never contacted each other. They would occasionally meet on campus, and Shinsisi would greet him generously. But they were just ordinary friends. On the contrary, Qin Huadong and Su Jing quickly got together after that social gathering. Although they had not yet confirmed their relationship, they often played together now. And victory was in sight. Qin Huadong has stopped playing games and going to the anime club recently. He just spends every day walking around the streets with Su Jing. He has completely betrayed the organization. Several tiger shark elders are considering whether to burn him at the stake. Since they met here, John Hung decided to go up and say hello. Chapter 53 Moresby. Shinsisi sat by the window reading a book alone, the sun shining on her side face, making it impossible for the boys next to her to concentrate. John Hung slightly increased his pace. Shinsisi looked up and saw someone waving at her. Shinsisi put down the book in her hand and smiled. They had to keep quiet in the library and could not talk, so the two did not chat much. John Hung had borrowed the grammar book he wanted, and was about to leave after saying hello. Before leaving, his eyes accidentally glanced at the book that Shinsisi had half closed in her hand, and found that the title of the book was actually Criminal Psychological Analysis. Of course, as someone who has even read water supply, heating, and gas engineering bill of quantities pricing, it seems that I have no right to question other people's reading choices. But in connection with Shinsisi's amazing observation and reasoning ability before, John Hung had to admit that this girl's hobbies might be a bit unique. Could it be that she plans to enter the criminal investigation system after graduation? But she is currently studying in the Department of Public Administration. John Hung did not intend to interfere with other people's life choices. Not to mention that he and Shinsisi were not very familiar with each other. After discovering that Shinsisi was particularly interested in criminal investigation, he was only slightly surprised. And then he found another level to review grammar knowledge. John Hung stayed in the library until closing time before packing up and leaving. He only went to the cafeteria for dinner. He did not take the grammar book with him. He put it back on the bookshelf. He would be back in an hour anyway. After returning to the dormitory to wash his face and brush his teeth, John Hung checked his mailbox and found a new email from the photography club, informing him that his work was shortlisted for the last photography competition with the theme of city impression. He would then enter the judges' selection stage, and the results were expected to be announced in a week. John Hung has been busy lately, and he almost forgot about this event. He participated in the photography competition just to test his learning results during this period. He had already reached his expectations by entering the semifinals. As for the bonuses and prizes, it would be better if he could get them, but he would not force it if he could not. John Hung browsed the forums on his mobile phone for a while. Time soon came to midnight, and everything around him became quiet. He got dressed and planned to go to the library to read some books. Unexpectedly, he received a text message on his mobile phone the next moment. This is an unfamiliar number, with only a sentence without a beginning or an end. I need your help. Meet at the place where we first met. This is the first time that John Hung received a text message from someone in a static time. On countless nights, he was the only person who could move freely in this silent city. However, soon John Hung's mind emerged with a figure wearing a tang suit, a hat and a tie. Now the supernatural phenomena that happened to him were all related to that strange old man. If anyone could enter this world, the first person John Hung thought of was that guy. Judging from this text message, the other party might have encountered some trouble. John Hung changed into sportswear, went to the archery hall to take out his SF recurve bow, and then spent money to buy an outdoor knife at the outdoor goods store next door and hid it on his waist. After doing all this, he rode the small yellow car to the maid cafe where the two met before. The door of the mall was not locked tightly, but half open, and there was light coming out from inside. John Hung took off the recurve bow on his back, put on the bow and arrow, and walked in carefully. I like the milk tea shop on the second floor very much, but every time I come here, there are always many people queuing up. It's rare that there is no one here now, but no one will make milk tea for me. Maybe this is life. It's hard to find the best of both worlds. The old man in the tang suit sighed. He sat in the stagnant elevator on the first floor of the mall. He was dressed similarly to when they first met 2 months ago, but he changed the top hat into a baseball cap, which still looked out of place. In addition, he was holding a bag of M&Ms in his hand. He tore a hole and swallowed half of the bag in one breath. John Hung put down the bow and arrow in his hand, frowned and said, "Excuse me, you don't look like you need help now. Believe me, I pay more attention to your privacy than any employer you can find after graduation. If it's not a big deal, I won't come to you," the old man in the tang suit said, while chewing M's beans. "Big deal? Let's talk about this on the way. We don't have much time." The old man in the tang suit poured the remaining half bag of M's beans into his mouth, then patted his butt and stood up. "Let me ask you first. You should have gone through 2 rounds of the game now. What skills have you obtained?" "Wild survival, archery and car driving." John Hung reported his level 2 skills. "A good start. You will use them soon. Now, find the mount first." "Oh, sorry. It is always difficult to change the old wording habits. Go and drive the car." The old man threw a car key. Black Audi A6. Parking space B34 on the first floor below ground. "I promise. I will tell you everything in the car." John Hung took the elevator down to the parking lot at the bottom of the building and quickly found the car the old man mentioned. However, when he opened the glove box, he found that the driver's license book inside was a fat man named Wang Jiangwo. This obviously could not be the name of the old man in tang suit. Judging from the photos, the two were at least 20 years apart. The latter was waiting at the entrance of the mall, carrying a torn travel bag, like an old widow running out of a nursing home. He opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Don't worry about such small details. In those game worlds, you should have done some things that you wouldn't do in the real world. Considering the enemies we are facing, you won't let me ride a shared bicycle to fight them. "What enemies?" John Hung said. "There is a tribe called Alkes in Papua New Guinea. Their ancestors went there a long time ago and fought several battles with the Huli tribe, the overlord of the island at that time. Both sides won and lost, although the warriors of the Alkes people were very brave and could fight 10 people with one. As the war continued, their problem of insufficient population was exposed. Compared with the Huli people, the population of Alkes was only 1/20th of the former. If they continued to consume like this, they would definitely perish. Therefore, the Alkes people prayed to a monster called Moresby. They offered the old, weak and sick in their tribe as sacrifices to Moresby. And in return, the monster matured the babies in the Alkes tribe into young adults in just a few months, allowing them to quickly obtain batches of warriors. But fortunately, the tribe was eventually destroyed by Huli, and the totems and altars related to Moresby were destroyed. Usually, the monster was destroyed. But, by the way, I hate to say this word, but Moresby itself is a monster with time attributes. It is difficult to be truly destroyed. At the last moment, it used some method to seal itself in a short time loop and escape the fate of death. Of course, in a sense, you can also think that it has died, because it has not been able to escape for more than 20,000 years, and can only survive in that short period of time until, well, this balance is broken. The old man suddenly shut up when he said this, and his eyes fell on John Hung, who was driving in front. John Hung had a bad feeling in his heart. "Are you kidding?" The old man in the tang suit sighed. "I'm sorry. When I was giving you a little gift, I accidentally broke the time balance and let this monster run out again." Chapter 54 Follow it. "You mean, here, in the city where I live, there is a monster in the real world?" Although John Hung was very calm and had been exposed to supernatural phenomena in recent months, he still felt a little unbelievable when he heard this. "Well, the details are not very accurate, but it's probably this." The old man took out another bag of Wangzai soft candy from his pocket, and his mouth seemed to be completely busy. "But don't worry. It has become weaker than ever after losing the worship of the Alkes people. In my heyday, It was just a matter of snapping my fingers to deal with such inferior goods. What about now? Now? Didn't I just find a helper? Sounds reassuring. Following the instructions of the old man in tang suit, John Hung drove the Audi A6 to another street. Relax. Although my strength has also declined greatly. But we have 2 people, and it is only 1. We have an absolute advantage in numbers. The old man in tang suit encouraged, and quickly ate the candy in his hand. With the way he ate, John Hung doubted whether he would suffer from diabetes. I still don't understand why a monster in Papua New Guinea would travel thousands of miles to come here. All its original followers, the Alkas people, are dead. To explain it in the more popular economic terms today, although it has escaped from the prison of time, the market in Papua New Guinea has been divided up. It can't survive there. If it wants to regain its strength, it must find new followers. So it can only leave its hometown and follow a couple from Xia country to come here. I met it at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. This idiot had been locked up for too long and was out of touch with society. It might have thought there were too many people there and wanted to try its luck. But 99% of people who go to the airport won't stay there. And its tricks may have fooled the natives for 20,000 years. But they are outdated now. It stayed there for half a month and tricked 2 old cleaning women. One of them sacrificed the rest of her life to it, and the other was hesitating. Then it saw me and started to run away. The old man moved his buttocks and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. I have been dealing with this matter since the last time we met. I have been chasing it for almost 2 months. With your help tonight, I should be able to solve this problem. Otherwise this guy will find you sooner or later. Why? Because the time anomaly on your body has a fatal attraction to it. And because you are my agent. After 2 months of friendly interactions, I am sure that thing wants to take revenge on me. The old man continued. Please turn left at the intersection ahead and take the auxiliary road. Don't go up the elevated road. John Hung was silent. He was digesting the words of the old man in the tang suit quickly. After a moment, he said, Did this world start to go crazy after you found me? Or was it always so crazy? The latter smiled meaningfully. You are a smart person. You immediately realize the problem. You will get the answer soon as long as you play the game. Some things are hard to believe if you don't see them with your own eyes. Stop the car in front. I can feel it is nearby. John Hung stepped on the brakes, and the Audi A6 slowly stopped in a small tunnel. This tunnel is 2.8 kilometers long and is located in the center of the city. It is considered to be fully enclosed in order to avoid noise pollution to the surrounding area. At this time, there are not many vehicles in the tunnel. John Hung did not see anything suspicious for the time being. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the old man put a finger to his lips. John Hung turned off the engine, and the world became completely quiet. About half a minute later, a series of footsteps came from the top of the tunnel, approaching from afar, but stopped abruptly when they were about to arrive. 5 minutes passed like this. The 2 people in the car were very calm and didn't say a word. Just when John Hung thought that the thing had disappeared, the roof of the car was suddenly hit by a heavy object, and 2 footprints appeared on the steel plate above John Hung's head. The next moment, a strange face looked down from the windshield. It was a thing that looked very much like a monkey, but its eyes were extremely large, occupying about 1/3 of the entire face. Unlike a monkey, it had no hair on its face, only wrinkles like an old man. John Hung saw greed in the yellow pupils, but when the thing saw the other person in the back seat, its face changed, and it turned and ran deep into the tunnel. Follow it. The old man in tang suit finally spoke. Without time to ask, John Hung started the engine again, stepped on the accelerator, and the steel beast under him roared and sped forward. John Hung turned on the high beam, and the monster named Moresby jumped and ran on the tunnel wall under the headlights. It moved very fast, and it seemed to completely ignore gravity. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, John Hung would not believe that there was such a creature in the world. He finally understood why the old man in tang suit had been chasing this thing for almost 2 months without any results. With his current level 2 driving skills, he could only barely keep up with the other party. And that was because he occupied the light in the tunnel. Once he left this confined space with only 2 directions. With this guy's agility, he could just find a building and get in. Even if his driving skills were 10 times better, he would not be able to keep up. Fortunately, the old man in the tang suit sitting in the back finally took action. He opened the broken travel bag that he had been holding in his arms, took out several pieces of rusty iron from it, and combined them in a certain order. and finally formed a rusty spear. From the appearance alone, it doesn't look like a weapon, but more like a newly unearthed cultural relic. I borrowed this thing from a friend, and will use it temporarily, the old man in tang suit explained, holding the spear, opened the sunroof, and stood up from his seat. He was obviously not tall, but at this moment, he gave people an illusion of being extremely majestic, as if he had merged with the world. John Hung tried his best to control the Audi A6 to keep it stable and reduce shaking. But the old man in tang suit didn't aim at all, just threw the spear out casually. As soon as the spear was released, a flash of light pierced the sky, like a ball of lightning. The monster named Moresby seemed to be aware of the danger and increased its speed again, and began to jump madly in the tunnel. However, no matter how it evaded, the spear was like a guidance system, always firmly locking its body. In the end, it could only increase its speed to the limit, and it was about to escape from the tunnel. But the next moment, the spear pierced its back and pierced its chest, as if it had suddenly lost all its strength. Moresby fell from the air and fell on the asphalt road at the entrance of the tunnel. Chapter 55 Reward. From the monster's escape to the shooting, everything happened in a flash. John Hung didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, seeing the thing falling from midair. He also slowed down the Audi A6 and stopped at the entrance of the tunnel. The old man in tang suit opened the car door and walked over, squatted down, and tested the thing's breathing. Is it over? John Hung pulled the handbrake and got out of the car. I wish I could say yes. It's over, and we can both go back and forth and do whatever we need to do next. But something is wrong. This process is a bit too easy. The old man in the tang suit frowned. I have been entangled with it for 2 months. If it was so easy to kill, I would not have dragged it on until today. Based on your understanding of it, does it have any tricks it hasn't used yet? John Hung walked a little closer. He had caught a glimpse of this thing when it was stuck on the windshield before, and now he could finally see the whole picture. Its body is slightly larger than a monkey, close to a 6 or 7-year-old child. But its limbs are very short, except for its smooth face. Its body is covered with golden hair. This is why John Hung thought it looked like a monkey at first glance. The most eye-catching thing is its reproductive organ between its legs, which is 3 times the size of an adult man. John Hung was very sure that this thing did not belong to any known creature on Earth. Reproductive worship. Many indigenous people have similar preferences. In addition, you seem to have misunderstood something. I may look old, but I am not as old as you think. Moresby is a monster from more than 20,000 years ago. I know nothing about it just like you do. So thanks to Google and Wikipedia, I was able to collect some information about it online. The old man in tang suit supported his knees and stood up from the ground, pulling out the spear stuck in the corpse. As soon as he said these 2 words, his cheeks suddenly felt cold, and a pool of transparent mucus dripped on them. Great. The old man in tang suit sighed. The next moment, a black shadow jumped down from the top of the tunnel. No one expected that there was another Moresby hiding in the tunnel. It moved quickly, pounced directly from above, pressed the old man in tang suit to the ground, and then opened its mouth to bite the latter's throat. But the gun body blocked its teeth. The old man in tang suit looked a little bad. His baseball cap fell to the side. His hair was messy. His clothes were disheveled, and he desperately held the long gun in his hand. But he could only passively defend himself. His strength was not as great as that of the monster named Moresby, and the horizontal spear was getting closer and closer to his chest. John Hung thought he would use the trick he used in the maid cafe, but he didn't know whether it was because his strength had really weakened to this extent, or because his time reversal could not work in this static world. In short, he looked extremely embarrassed now. John Hung knew he had to do something, so he rushed back to the car as fast as possible, took out his SF recurve bow, bent the bow and put an arrow, and shot an arrow at the monster. At such a close distance, there is almost no possibility of missing. The arrow pierced into the monster's skin as expected, but it could not go any further. John Hung was a little surprised. He had seen the rusty spear pierce through Moresby's chest easily before, and he thought that the body of this thing was not strong. But now it seems that the opponent's muscles are probably as strong as the small trees on the roadside. The attacked Moresby turned back and looked at someone fiercely, but did not make any other moves. It obviously knew who was the greater threat to it, and planned to kill the old man in the tang suit first, and then deal with John Hung on the other side. John Hung fired 2 more arrows, but found that they had no effect. He decisively threw away the bow and arrows and ran back. The old man in the tang suit thought John Hung was going to drive away. But this was too stupid. If he died, he would never be able to outrun Molesby. 7 seconds later, he saw that the black Audi parked on the side of the road not only did not leave, but instead accelerated towards him. The dazzling high beam seemed to blind his eyes. The monster's vision was obviously affected. Its body was knocked out while it was stunned. At the same time, the front of the Audi was dented. John Hung stepped on the brakes at the last moment. His head leaned forward under the action of inertia and hit the inflated airbag. In the end, the wheel was less than 1 centimeter away from the left arm of the old man in the tang suit. This was the most lethal attack method John Hung could think of. Considering the strength of the monster's body, a collision with 2 tons of steel might have some effect. But his action obviously also completely angered the latter. Molesby was knocked away, and he only rolled a circle on the ground before climbing up again. He looked at John Hung in the driver's seat with a grim look, bent his calves, and gathered strength in his feet. However, the next moment, a ball of lightning flew out from under the Audi, pierced its bald head, penetrated from the forehead, and directly passed through the back of the head, nailing it firmly to the tunnel wall. Molesby's body twitched twice as a conditioned reflex, and then it was motionless, like a piece of bacon hung on the wall. The old man in tang suit crawled out from under the Audi with a dusty face, walked to the wall with cursing, and confirmed that the thing was really dead. Then turned his eyes to John Hung and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. John Hung unbuckled his seatbelt. After a turn on the edge of life and death, he was a little exhausted. He leaned back in his chair. Didn't you say we were 2 on 1 tonight? What happened just now? It's 2 on 1 tonight. Yes. I just didn't expect it to have 2 bodies. The old man in the tang suit shrugged, looking very innocent. It never exposed this in the chase before. It seems that it planned to trick me once. Fortunately, I also found a helper tonight. Okay. Don't be so depressed. I won't let you work in vain. The old man in tang suit pulled out the spear nailed to the wall, disassembled it into pieces, and put it back into the torn travel bag. Then he rolled up his sleeves, inserted his right hand into the shot head of Moresby, stirred it inside, and finally took out a piece of bone with grayish-white brain matter and threw it to John Hung. Your reward? The latter watched the thing fall to the ground, without any desire to reach out and catch it. Don't be deceived by its appearance. If measured by game data, this thing is probably of sea-level quality. You can use it yourself or sell it at the auction at the end of the year. But you already have the gift I gave you, so it won't be of much use to you. Chapter 56 Dispute in Food Alley. John Hung and the old man in tang suit worked together to drag the 2 bodies on the ground into the trunk. After closing the cover, the latter clapped his hands. I should find a place to buy you a drink to express my gratitude. But unfortunately we can't find a bar that is still open at this time. So let's say goodbye here. I will take care of the next things. The old man in tang suit stretched out a hand and shook hands with John Hung to say goodbye. Something happened in the north. I have to return the weapons first, and then I have to meet some old friends. I will be away from Xia country for a while. We should not be able to meet for quite some time. But we should not meet so early. Fortunately, we are in a static time now, so it is not a big problem. Finally, I wish you good luck in the level 6 exam in advance. Wait! The old man in the tang suit sat in the driver's seat, took out a knife, and cut the airbag in front. Seeing that he was about to drive away, John Hung quickly spoke and asked the question he was most concerned about now. Are there many such monsters in the world? The old man in the tang suit smiled. There were indeed quite a lot of them a long time ago. But now? He pointed to the lucky rabbit's foot hanging on John Hung's keychain and the bloody bone fragment he wrapped in a tissue. I'm sure that most of them are very safe. Do you mean that the game props we got in the game are their remains? However, this time the old man in the tang suit kept his mouth shut. I said too many things I shouldn't have said tonight. This meeting never happened. You should go back to school and continue to prepare for the next round of the game. You are one step closer to the truth. John Hung watched the black Audi disappear at the exit of the tunnel. If it weren't for the gaps left by the spear on the road and the wall, and the small parts on the car body that fell off due to the impact, everything that happened before would seem to have never happened. The incident that night had a great impact on John Hung. Afterwards, he searched for Moresby and Alka's people on the internet, and indeed found a lot of entries. He opened one of the articles that studied the culture of the Alkes people, and was attracted by a photo in it. It was a stone carving artifact that had been unearthed not long ago. The things on it were exactly the same as the monster named Moresby that he had seen in the tunnel before. In addition, there was the spear used by the old man in Tang's suit. The more Zhang Heng recalled the battle that night, the more he found that the spear was very similar to one he heard in a story when he was a child. Zhang Heng suddenly found that he might not be as familiar with this world as he thought. Unfortunately, he could not find other evidence to support his guess. As time went by, he had to put the matter of that night aside for the time being. A week later, his photography works late-night pancake stall and night bus won the second prize in the city impression-themed photography competition. The comments given by the judges were, although the technology is a bit awkward, the capture of details is very good, and the shots are full of emotion. Zhang Heng went to the club to receive a prize of 3,000 yuan, as well as a tripod and camera bag. He took a photo with several other winners. In the afternoon, the news was posted on the campus website. This is too fake. How long have you been learning photography? Wei Jiangyong saw the list of winners online, and his mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed into it. On the other side, Chen Huadong was already a little numb from the stimulation. Before, someone had only practiced archery for a short time and was able to accidentally scare away the yellow-haired man. This time, he had only bought the camera for more than 2 months and won the award again. On the other hand, he had devoted himself to promoting the vigorous development of the ACG industry and had found resources for everyone for free for so many years. But he didn't even get a consolation prize. Alas, life is getting more and more stressful now, because there are Europeans everywhere. I treat everyone to dinner tonight. Zhang Heng put the newly acquired tripod and camera bag on the table and took the initiative to speak. He missed the 3 people in the dormitory after more than a year in Japan. So it's a good opportunity to get together. Okay. Hearing this, Chen Huadong's face immediately changed, and he smiled again. Europeans are annoying, but they are not useless. Wei Jiangyong notified Ma Wei, who was still in the library. When it was almost time for dinner, the 4 of them met in front of the school gate and headed directly to the food alley they often went to. It is a famous food street nearby. Every night, students from many nearby colleges and universities would come here for dinner or supper. Not only because the food tastes good and is cheap, but also because eating on the roadside allows you to see the beauties from various schools. Zhang Heng ordered 50 skewers of lamb, a grilled fish, 8 oysters, lamb kidneys, vegetables, and grilled steamed buns. When the boss brought the food, Chen Huadong was the first to raise the beer in his hand and said, "May Africans never be slaves." Everyone laughed and toasted. After eating a few skewers, even Ma Wei, who usually doesn't talk much, started to talk more. When boys get together, they either talk about games, sports, or girls. The topic changed several times and finally fell on love life. Wei Jiangyong asked Chen Huadong, "How are you and Su Jing? Haven't you confirmed your relationship yet?" The latter scratched his head. "We went out together a few times, but every time she shared the money with me. I'm a little unsure of what she meant. Was it the same when you pursued that person?" "I'm sorry. It was Xiaoxiao who chased me." Wei Jiangyong was silent for a while, and couldn't help but pretend. "TSK." Everyone gave the middle finger, and Ma Wei, an honest man, couldn't help but said, "Old Wei, who are you kidding? Look at you standing next to Han Xiaoxiao now. More docile than an Angora rabbit. I don't know how it became like this. It was indeed she who watched me play basketball and asked me for my WeChat first." Wei Jiangyong smiled bitterly. As they were talking, there was a commotion not far away. 2 black men and a petite girl were arguing on the side of the road. The latter looked anxious. Her eyes were red, and she kept saying something. But the 2 black men just had a playful look on their faces. Many people noticed the situation here and looked over. One of the black men put away the joking expression on his face and said in broken Chinese, "This is a conflict between my friend and his girlfriend. Sorry to bother you." Everyone was skeptical. Judging from the appearance of the 2 black men, they should be international students from a nearby school. Someone asked the girl if she needed help, but she just kept shaking her head and didn't say anything, which seemed to confirm the previous black man's statement from the side. Was it just a false alarm? After finding out it was a misunderstanding, the crowd around them gradually dispersed, and the girl's face became redder and redder. She looked very anxious, and she jumped up several times to grab the black man's clothes. But the latter easily dodged her. Just when she was about to despair, she heard a voice in her ear. What happened? Chapter 57. Welcome to China. John Hung saw Ma Wei and the other three were all looking over there. So he turned back to look. His eyes fell on the girl's wrist, and he was stunned when he saw the Lucky Cat bracelet. When he was in Tokyo before, he went to Sensoji Temple with Amiko, and she gave him a sunny doll. As a return gift, John Hung also bought a bracelet for the girl, which was exactly the same as this one. So John Hung walked over and tried to ask in Japanese what happened. The girl's eyes lit up immediately, as if she had seen a life-saving straw. She quickly told John Hung in Japanese about the trouble she had encountered. Her name was Hayes Osaka, and she was also an international student from a nearby school. She had just arrived in Shiagua not long ago, and was very curious about everything here. So even though she hadn't learned Chinese well yet, she couldn't wait to sneak out and start wandering around. She didn't know the two black men. When she went out to take pictures at night, they robbed her of her phone. No matter how she asked for it, the two guys wouldn't give it to her. She was almost crying. Hayes Osaka's Chinese was not good, and she couldn't understand what the people around her were saying. She wanted to ask the police for help, but she was afraid that the two black men would run away as soon as she let go. What's more important is that she has a poor sense of direction. Without the navigation on her phone, she can't even get back to school. After listening to this, John Hung felt that this girl was too modest to say that she was not good at Chinese. She had been in Shiagua for 3 months, but she couldn't even say help me. She didn't study hard at all. But now that we know what happened, the problem can be solved. John Hung turned his head and looked at the two black people on the side, and said, "Give her the phone back." As a result, the two people pretended to be stupid again, shaking their heads like drums, and kept repeating, "I don't know." Hayes Osaka was so angry that she wanted to rush over again, but was stopped by John Hung. He patiently said the previous sentence again in English. Seeing more and more eyes gathered around him, one of the black men got impatient and said, "Mind your own business." Chink! There are always some brainless idiots who will never learn their lesson if they don't accept the lesson. Right? John Hung heard the insulting word at the end of the sentence, and didn't waste any more words with the other party. He punched the black man in the face. He didn't hold back with this punch, and broke the black man's nose directly. His finger bones also felt a little painful under the recoil. The other black man was furious when he saw his companion being attacked. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his muscles made him look very intimidating in the night. Hayes Osaka was frightened and took 2 steps back involuntarily. But John Hung stood still. The black foreign student raised his fist, but before he could swing it, the next moment, all the diners eating barbecue at the nearby tables stood up. This food street was originally mostly populated by students, most of whom were full of vigor and vitality. They were not as afraid of things as the middle-aged and elderly people, and they valued international friendship. Hayes Osaka's red eyes just now made many boys dislike the two black foreign students. After hearing the conversation between John Hung and them, especially the insulting word at the end of the black foreign student, everyone was angry. Ma Wei and others stood up at the first moment to support John Hung, but they didn't expect that their actions would become the fuse. Seeing someone taking the lead, all the students at the barbecue stall stood up. As a result, the noise on their side was too loud, which immediately attracted the attention of others. Everyone asked around to find out what was going on. So more and more people joined in, and finally half of the people eating on the street stood up. The black foreign student had obviously never seen such a scene before, and was shocked. Being surrounded by a sea of people, it is hard to imagine the pressure unless you are the one involved. Even if Tyson were to face this situation tonight, he would still feel weak. He finally realized how serious a mistake he and his companions had made. Many of them were not good people in their own countries before. They ran to this ancient oriental country because they could not make it. Here, they can not only choose schools at will, but also be exempted from accommodation and tuition fees, and receive a subsidy. They have become part of the face-saving project. When conflicts arise with students of the school will often stand by them for the sake of the overall situation. So after living for a while, they began to get carried away again. The two of them came out tonight to have some fun. After seeing Hayes Osaka, they had evil thoughts. They wanted to steal her phone, but they wanted to use it to trick her into going to a hotel. However, They didn't expect an accident to happen. They met John Hung, who could understand Japanese. In anger, they couldn't help but use the colloquialism that they often use before going abroad. So John Hung didn't indulge them. He took action first and knocked down one person quickly. With his current skills, he was quite confident in defeating the remaining one even if he was one-on-one. But he didn't expect that except for Ma Wei and the others who stood firmly behind him. Half of the people on the street were involved. The development of the matter was beyond John Hung's expectations. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. He could only say that these bastards had been arrogant for too long. And many people didn't like them. Finally, John Hung said coldly to the black man whose momentum had been completely frightened, "Welcome to China." The latter didn't dare to stay at all. Returned the phone to Hayes Osaka, and then dragged his companion with blood on his face, and ran away in disgrace. No one knows who started it, but cheers rang out on the street. Wei Jianyang rushed over first, excitedly saying, "Awesome. I can brag about what happened tonight for 10 years. You didn't see the momentum when everyone stood up together just now. That stupid black guy must have peed his pants in fear." Ma Wei gave a thumbs up and said concisely, "Man, pure." The most excited one was Chen Huadong. "When did you learn Japanese? When did you learn Japanese? Damn. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any justice in the world? Is there anything you don't know? Damn. That punch you threw just now was so cool. Teach me some other day." Hayes Osaka didn't understand anything, but probably because she was influenced by the atmosphere. She also stood aside and smiled foolishly. John Hung said to her, "You should go back early, and don't hang out alone at night in the future. Even if you have to go out, at least learn a few words of Chinese." Hayes Osaka blushed and whispered, "I have a few classmates who came from Japan with me. They are good at Chinese. We usually go out together." Then she asked curiously, "Are you also a Japanese student? Which school are you from? You are so good at Chinese. And you can also speak English." John Hung knew that the other party had misunderstood something, and shook his head and said, "I am from Xia. But I have been in Tokyo for a while before." Chapter 58 Moment of Shadow. Hayes Osaka seemed very curious about John Hung, mainly because she had been in Xia country for so long, and it was rare for her to meet a Xia country person who spoke Japanese so well, and with an authentic Tokyo accent, which made her sound particularly friendly. This unlucky child might have been ignored for too long, and after getting the phone, he was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed with John Hung to ask questions. Chen Huadong pushed Wei Jianyang's shoulder and winked. The latter immediately understood and said, "Xiao Xiao just came to me for something urgent. I have to leave first." Chen Huadong followed. "I go with you. I should chat with Su Jing on QQ." Only Ma Wei was still a little confused. He was still thinking about the exciting thing that just happened. According to his understanding, they should have 2 bottles of beer and go out together. Why did they suddenly disperse? Wei Jianyang coughed twice. "Old Ma, didn't you study for TOEFL today?" This time Ma Wei finally reacted. Just now everyone's attention was on the 2 black foreign students, and no one looked closely at Hayes Osaka. Now looking again, he found that this girl was quite pretty, and had an exotic style different from the girls in Xia country. She had a small face, delicate features, and short chestnut hair. Brothers are supposed to create opportunities for each other. Ma Wei immediately nodded and agreed. Yes. I have to go back and memorize words. I'm about to take the level 6 exam." The 3 of them ran away in a flash, and the boss was so scared that he thought someone had run away. John Hung paid the bill. Since there was nothing else to do, he sent Hayes Osaka back to her school. Coincidentally, the foreign language university where she studied was right next to John Hung's school. Hayes Osaka looked very happy, standing downstairs of the dormitory building of the international student apartment. "Can I come to visit you in the future?" It was hard for John Hung to refuse this request, so the 2 exchanged phone numbers before parting. When John Hung returned to the dormitory, he found that the atmosphere inside was a bit weird. The 3 of them were there, and Chen Huadong had specially taken a mahjong table from the next door and placed it in the middle. He put a 30,000 yuan note on the table. "Come on. Go to court. Bring the suspect. Come on. Mr. Zhang. Do you confess on your own initiative, or do you confess after we torture you?" Chen Huadong's eyes were red with jealousy. "Damn it. I was wondering why you didn't fall in love. It turns out you were secretly learning Japanese to pick up Japanese girls. How is it? Did she commit herself to you? Where do you plan to settle down in the future? Shiagawa or Japan? Do you want to have a boy or a girl? Wei Jiangyang also expected. Are Japanese girls very gentle? You think too much. We just made friends. John Hung said. Ask yourself. Is this worthy of Shinsisi, who has been waiting for you for many years? Qin Huadong said with great sorrow. Speaking of Shinsisi, Wei Jiangyang's face became a little strange. He thought about it and asked John Hung. Have you contacted Shinsisi recently? John Hung raised his eyebrows. Why? There are some bad rumors about her recently. Wei Jiangyang stammered. Some time ago, after the lights were turned off, someone saw her getting into a black Mercedes outside the school. No way. She doesn't look like that. Isn't her family situation pretty good? She shouldn't be short of money. As expected, gossip is the most attractive. Qin Huadong quickly shifted his attention away from Zhang Hung and his new Japanese friend. Wasn't her attitude towards Chung Chung very cold before? I've heard about this, too. Some people say that she was just pretending to be like that before, in order to play hard to get. Ma Wei scratched his head. Although he focused on studying, he was not a loner like Zhang Hung. Shinsisi was the beauty of the public administration department, the dream girl of countless boys, and gossip about her spread very quickly. Maybe it's relatives or friends. Zhang Hung and Shinsisi were not familiar with each other, so it was hard to comment on this matter. But he was deeply impressed by her performance during the camping trip. She was a very smart girl, so he didn't believe the rumor. Who knows? Qin Huadong saw that he could not squeeze out any more valuable information from Zhang Hung, so he had to return the mahjong table to the next dormitory and went to play games in a sullen manner. So the others returned to their seats. Zhang Hung planned to take a shower, and when he opened the cabinet door, he saw the wooden sculpture in the corner. This thing was sent to him again 4 days ago, and it was also mailed. Name, Shadow Moment. Quality, D. Effect, it can transform the user into a shadow form for 3 minutes, under the condition that shadows can be produced, and can be used 3 times. This is the second supernatural item Zhang Hung got. In fact, it can only be used twice. There is no other way. He has to use it once to try the effect. Unlike the Lucky Rabbit's foot, the Shadow Moment is an active game prop. You need to carve your name on the bottom of the statue and concentrate on imagining a crow in your mind to make it work. According to Zhang Hung test, the so-called conversion to the shadow state means that the person disappears, but the shadow is still there. As for the latter restriction, it is easier to understand. Simply put, it can only be used when you have a shadow. So the solution is also very simple. Turn off the lights and he will reappear. Or install spotlights in the 4 corners of the room, and this thing will also lose its effect. Despite many limitations, the effect is obvious. It is difficult to be heard after entering the shadow state. The characteristics of the shadow can easily reach some places that cannot be reached normally, and can also be used to avoid eyes at critical moments. So Zhang Hung plans to keep this thing for himself. In addition, he also has a piece of Morrisby's bone on his body. Because he can't explain the source, he has not asked the bartender to help identify it for the time being. Mid-December is coming soon. Zhang Hung feels that he did well in the level 6 exam. This level of listening is very simple for him. Reading comprehension and translation are also done quickly. The only thing that needs to be spent is clothes and writing, which is also the main area he has been consolidating in the past 2 weeks. After finishing the last word, Zhang Hung looked at the time. There was still an hour left. He didn't want to be so exaggerated and bring too much psychological pressure to his comrades in the same examination room. So he waited another half an hour and checked the paper twice before handing it in. Even so, when he stood up, Su Jing, who was still scratching her head in the back, couldn't help but gasp. She had only done 2 readings and hadn't written a single word of translation. Chapter 59. Welcome to the Mannerheim line. After the level 6 exam, Zhang Hung unexpectedly received an email. The sender was the game committee, and the content was to remind players that the annual player auction was about to start. Interested participants could register at the game site, and the deadline was before the 25th of this month. Zhang Hung didn't want to delay it that late. He was quite interested in this auction. Buying and selling game props was secondary. The main reason was that he had been playing single-player games so far, and he didn't know many of the rules, because he didn't know how the old players treated the new players. Zhang Hung didn't dare to contact other people in the lounge during the first 2 rounds of the game. Now it was a rare opportunity for everyone to get together, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. Therefore, as soon as he received the email, John Hung went to the bartender to sign up, filled in his basic personal information, and paid an entrance fee of 1 point. Although there were still 2 weeks until the end of the month, John Hung didn't plan to make another trip. After doing all this, he chose an empty booth and sat in it. He skillfully set the alarm clock under the seat to 23:55 and decided to finish his third round of the game ahead of time. Now he has gradually gotten used to this way of playing games. He will go to bed earlier on this day and do some warm-up before coming to the bar to keep his body and mind in the best condition. In addition, the previous 2 rounds of games have given him a lot of skills and game props. John Hung is confident to face all the challenges that are coming. However, he still underestimated the difficulties he was about to face. At 23:55, the familiar dizziness swallowed him again, but because he was mentally prepared, this time it was not as uncomfortable as the previous 2 times. Player identity verification. Verification passed. The third round of copies are being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is Mannerheim Line. Welcome. You please explore the background of this round of games by yourself. Mission goal: survive in Finland for 20 days. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 120. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 5 days in this game. After 20 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. When the countdown ended, John Hung's first feeling was cold. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in a snow-covered forest. His breath quickly condensed into ice crystals. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. There was no background introduction before the game started, and he was just allowed to explore on his own. From the mission objectives, he could be sure that he was in Finland, which was also confirmed by the Nordic pines around him. As far as John Hung knew, Finland was a country with a very developed forestry industry, with a forest coverage rate of 75%, and 1/3 of its territory was located within the Arctic Circle. But this country, I haven't heard of any danger. The main task is just survival like the first round? Although there is still a language problem. Even if he can't work, he can easily survive 20 days by just hanging around in the forest with his level 2 wilderness survival. However, John Hung was not careless. The game time this time was a bit abnormal. The exchange ratio between the real world and the game world was very low, and the overall game time was at least 3 rounds. However, the more this was the case, the more it showed the danger of this round of the game. In addition, the Mannerheim line in the copy name sounded a bit familiar, but John Hung couldn't remember where he had heard it before. As usual, he first checked his current status. Name: John Hung. Gender: male. Age: 19. Player ID: 07958. Number of game rounds experienced: 2. Current game points: 77. Possessions: Lucky Rabbit's Foot E. Shadow Moment D. Skills: Piano LV1. Language Proficiency LV1. 3 languages reach the level of daily communication. Modification and Repair LV1. Archery LV2. Wilderness Survival LV2. Car Driving Skills LV2. Evaluation: this player has a slightly higher luck value than ordinary people, is protected by the shadow, and has certain wilderness survival and archery skills. If lucky, he can survive 6 rounds of the game. After 2 rounds of games, John Hung points have reached 77 points. However, he doesn't know what other uses the points have besides identifying props. The bartender has not sent him the details of the services she promised him. But John Hung doesn't care about this anymore. Anyway, he can ask other players when the auction comes. The skills are not much different from what he expected. It's a little surprising that his language proficiency has not been upgraded after he mastered Japanese. But considering that there are more than 5,000 languages in the world, it's normal. In addition, because of the shadow moment, there is an extra sentence in the evaluation that he is protected by the shadow. And the expected number of rounds to pass the game has also increased to 6 rounds. After looking at the character panel, John Hung checked his belongings again. I don't know if it's because there is no background introduction, but this time he actually wore all his own clothes, including a pair of Asics Autumn and Winter sports shoes, a blackly down jacket and jeans, although he also put on a warm autumn coat. You have to know that the winter in Finland can reach -20 degrees Celsius, So his first feeling is still cold. The first priority is to find a store and get a set of clothes that can keep out the cold. John Hung rubbed his hands. His wallet and mobile phone were on him, but the latter had no signal. He could still use the electronic compass, but without GPS, he didn't know where he was. The four directions of east, west, south, and north looked similar, so he could only choose a direction at random. After walking for about half an hour, John Hung was attracted by something in the bushes. He picked it up and found it was a steel helmet. The style was a bit strange, with a large brim and turnout earmuffs, and a raised iron ridge on the top. However, this thing obviously failed to save the life of its original owner. The bullet holes and bloodstains on the inside were very conspicuous. Looking at the things in his hand, John Hung felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. But before he had time to think about it, he heard several gunshots in his ears. The instinct of survival made him lie on the ground subconsciously. But not long after, John Hung heard that the gunshots were not directed at him. The place where the gunshots were fired was quite far away from him. It should be two groups of people fighting. One group was chasing the other group. The direction they were moving was not in the same place as John Hung's hiding place. So John Hung waited patiently for a while. And when the gunshots became farther and farther, he stood up from behind a tree. Although there would be some danger, John Hung decided to go to the place where the battle just happened, because he had to confirm something, and this would determine his next move. Chapter 60. After seeing the two bodies on the ground, John Hung realized that he was in big trouble this time. There was no way. The style of Soviet military uniforms was too easy to recognize. Red pipe field shirts, blue-gray boat caps, and distinctive logos on the cuffs, related to the Mannerheim line in the previous copy name. John Hung's ominous premonition reached its peak at this moment. It was true that he was in Finland, but not in the later Finland, but in Finland during the Winter War. John Hung's usual reading accumulation helped him at this moment. He quickly retrieved information related to the Winter War in his mind. On the eve of World War II, the Soviet Union and Germany signed the infamous Soviet-German Non-Aggression Treaty in Moscow, demarcating the spheres of influence of both sides in Europe. In August, Germany invaded Poland. The Soviet Union, unwilling to be outdone, took over the three Baltic countries and set its sights on Finland, which had just gained independence. In order to ensure the safety of Leningrad, which is only 32 kilometers away from the Finnish border, the Soviet Union proposed an extremely harsh treaty including ceding land, leasing ports and dismantling defense lines. After being rejected by Finland, it brazenly launched a war on November 30th under the pretext of the Manila shelling incident. Considering the comparison of the military strength of the two sides, international public opinion at the time generally believed that the war would end within 2 weeks. But in fact, the war lasted until February of the following year, when the Soviet army broke through the Mannerheim line. In March, Finland, which was out of ammunition and food, signed the Moscow Peace Agreement with the Soviet Union. Finland lost Karelia, 10% of its territory including Finland's second largest city Viborg, 1/5 of its industrial output, and 30% of its economic assets. 220,000 people in the occupied areas were repatriated, and only a few chose to stay and join the Soviet nationality. This war also laid the groundwork for Finland to join the Axis powers later. John Hung didn't care too much about who was on the side of justice in this war. After all, World War II had ended for more than 70 years. Now it was just a game. All he needed to consider now was how to survive, and survive this cruel war. The extra 24 hours extended his game time to 140 days, making his situation extremely unfavorable. John Hung had no way to deal with this. He couldn't predict what the next round of copies would be in advance. Nor did he know how long each round of the game would last. Since he enjoyed the convenience brought by the extended copy, he naturally had to bear the risks brought by the extended copy. Fortunately, the Winter War only lasted 105 days. And judging from the current situation, it should have been going on for a while. So strictly speaking, he was not in war every day in these 140 days. According to normal thinking, when two completely opposite camps appear in the game, one should choose one to join. And judging from the final result, the winner of this war is undoubtedly the Soviet Union. Whether it was the sophistication of the equipment, the number of troops, the number of tanks and fighters, Finland was at an absolute disadvantage. From the moment the two sides started fighting, the outcome was doomed. But unfortunately, The game of picking peaches from behind the winner did not apply to this bizarre Soviet-Finnish Winter War. John Hung knew how brilliantly those Soviet commanders performed in this war. The Soviet side successively deployed nearly 1 million troops and more than 6,000 tanks to fight Finland, which had only 32,000 regular army and 32 tanks in the country. Under the premise of controlling the air superiority, the Finnish guerrillas in the early stage had a shocking loss of 30-1. The latter wiped out more than 27,000 Soviet troops at the cost of 900 casualties. The Soviet Union did not gain any advantage on the front battlefield. The bodies of the Soviet army piled up like a mountain in front of the Mannerheim line. They almost used up all the Finnish ammunition with their flesh and blood. The Finnish army, where everyone was a soldier, suffered 70,000 casualties in the whole war, while the Soviet army suffered 600,000. Although the Soviet Union was the final winner of the Winter War, it did not actually gain any advantage. Instead, it made the Western powers see that they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Later, the decision of the Little Mustache to attack the Soviet Union was also related to this tragic victory filled with human lives. From this point of view, he might as well surrender to the defeated Finland. However, the reality is extremely cruel. John Hung neither knows Russian nor Finnish. His yellow face is particularly conspicuous in this Winter War. In addition, he is dressed in modern clothes. There is no way to explain why he is here. Even if he is willing to surrender to one side, no one will take the risk to accept him. The best result John Hung can think of is to be detained as a prisoner of war. And the greater possibility is that he will be shot by the 10th soldiers in the war before he even approaches. John Hung quickly figured out his situation, with a bitter smile on his face. He had long forgotten more details about the Winter War. And even if he remembered, it would be useless. He was not familiar with Finland at all. And it was useless for him to have such information, as he was not the commander of the troops. Now he could only take it one step at a time. John Hung didn't know when the Soviets would come to collect the bodies of his fallen comrades. So he could only take off the coat of a dead body as quickly as possible and put it on himself. The khaki military uniform had not been washed for a long time, and it smelled quite bad, with blood and sweat stains on it. But in order to keep warm, John Hung could not care so much. In addition, he also saw a pistol and a machine gun on the ground. The latter had a strange shape, and it looked like a huge mosquito coil on the top of the head. John Hung didn't know much about guns, especially those in World War II, and couldn't tell what type of machine gun this thing was. But it looked like it must be more powerful than the pistol on the side. But John Hung hesitated and finally chose the pistol. The main reason was that the machine gun was too heavy. He picked it up and tried it. The preliminary estimate was that it was more than 10 kilograms. He heard that the gunfire in the distance had stopped. It was obvious that the two sides had lost contact. When the Soviets came back and found the bodies of their comrades, they would most likely search. John Hung was afraid that he couldn't run away with this thing. So in addition to the pistol, he also took out a water bottle and a backpack. He didn't have time to check what was in the bag when he heard footsteps. John Hung didn't expect that the group of people were still scattered. The place where the gunshot stopped was still some distance away, and someone came back so quickly. Ambush and shooting were impossible. Although the Soviet Army's poor performance in the Winter War has been dragged out from time to time by various military forums, they are professional soldiers after all, and they basically acted in groups. John Hung was alone, and it was the first time he touched a hot weapon. At this time, it was pure brain water to confront head-on. Therefore, there was no need to hesitate. He turned around and ran with his gains. Chapter 61. Many times, plans can never catch up with changes. John Hung waited until the gunfire was far away before he found the initial point of exchange of fire, reducing the risk as much as possible. But he did not expect that an accident would still happen. The first batch of Soviet soldiers came back much earlier than expected. It was meaningless to regret and complain at this time. John Hung could only lower his body and flee in the opposite direction. As soon as he moved, he was immediately discovered by those Soviet soldiers. At this time, we have to praise the Soviet logistics department. In the Winter War, the uniforms of Soviet soldiers were mainly khaki, which was as dazzling as the beetles in the land in the vast white snow. It was difficult not to be shot. The high casualty rate of the Soviet army was also related to this. John Hung didn't need to look back to know that the Soviet soldiers must be loading their guns. Fortunately, the long-distance running exercise he had been insisting on came in handy at this time. After a burst of bursts, He quickly opened up the distance. In addition, there were trees blocking the way in the woods. Although he heard gunshots in his ears, the bullets fell far away from his body. John Hung didn't dare to take it lightly. He ran all the way until his physical strength was about to run out. He stopped and panted while holding a fir tree. He knew that he should be safe for the time being. In comparison, those Soviet soldiers carried more weight than him, and they probably didn't have much strength left after chasing a wave. So they should not be able to catch up in a short time. Taking advantage of this time, John Hung opened the canvas backpack and checked the results of his adventure. From top to bottom, there were personal hygiene products, spare foot wraps, tableware and combat rations. Foot wraps were considered special equipment of the Soviet army. They could keep warm and reduce foot wear. As for combat rations, they were mainly black bread, sausages made of unknown meat, and a small bag of black tea. In addition, John Hung also found 2 canned beef and a lighter. These 2 things, especially the latter, were quite rare in the Soviet Union, where light industry was relatively backward at the time. John Hung recalled the 2 dead bodies before, and found that they were somewhat different in clothing. The other dead Soviet soldier didn't seem to have a red star on his sleeve, so it seemed that the owner of the backpack was probably an officer. Unfortunately, bullets were not distinguished on the battlefield. Or the more officers, the more likely they were to be the enemy's first target. The unlucky guy was hit in the face by at least 3 or 4 bullets, and his death couldn't be more thorough. John Hung avoided looking at the bloody face while stripping off his clothes. But no matter what, he was quite satisfied with his harvest this time. At least it solved the most urgent problems of keeping warm and supplying. Then he checked the gun in his hand. The gun control in Xia country was extremely strict, except for some special professions. Most people had only seen the corresponding props in movies. John Hung was no exception. He didn't know the name of the gun. He could only barely tell that it should be a revolver with 7 slots. However, it had been fired twice before, and now there were only 5 bullets with bullets. John Hung realized that he ran too fast just now. He was busy with the gun and forgot to pick up the bullets on the belt. But 5 rounds is better than nothing. Unfortunately, the movie only shows the cool shots of the protagonist loading the gun and pulling the trigger. The structure of a real pistol is much more complicated. John Hung fiddled with it for a while, but he didn't know how to take out the 2 empty shells. He could only keep the pistol close to his body. He opened the iron kettle and drank a few sips of water, and his strength recovered a little, because he was worried about the Soviet soldiers behind him. John Hung didn't stay for long and continued to trek deep into the woods. It was not until night fell that he was sure that he was basically out of danger. The visibility at night was very poor. The Soviet soldiers were unfamiliar with the forest and had to worry about the elusive Finnish guerrillas. It was impossible for them to continue searching. So John Hung also stopped and decided to eat something and rest. He opened his backpack and took out a piece of black bread. This kind of bread originated in Germany and later spread to Eastern Europe and Russia. It is not really black, but the color is baked darker. Don't underestimate this thing. During World War II, the staple food of the German and Soviet armies was black bread. According to records, this thing saved at least 400,000 Soviet lives and maintained the combat effectiveness of nearly 10 million troops. Of course, the taste is another matter. John Hung used the knife in his bag to cut a piece and tasted it. It was sour and salty, and the texture was very rough. It was hard, as the legend said, and a little hard to swallow. Fortunately, he had experienced a period of scarcity of supplies on the deserted island. If we don't consider the danger of war, the current environment is much better than his first round. The only trouble was that he couldn't make a fire. It was not a technical problem. Even without the lighter in the rucksack, John Hung could still make a fire. However, the fire was too conspicuous in the dark. In the final analysis, it was because he was too unfamiliar with this forest. He had no idea about the distribution of the Soviet army or the Finnish guerrillas. John Hung didn't know where the enemy would come from, and he didn't even know whether he was getting closer or farther from the battle zone. He had fully realized how cruel reality was, and how difficult it was for a person to survive in this war. The only thing that comforted him was the moment of shadow in his arms. The 3-minute shadow state was his trump card to save his life. But unfortunately, there were only 2 chances, and John Hung didn't plan to use it easily until the last moment. He found a place to shelter from the wind, wrapped in a military coat, and lay down. As a result, he was woken up by the cold 3 times in one night. The coldness of the winter of 1939 seemed to be ranked in the top 10 in Finnish history. Without a campfire to keep warm, it was a severe test for anyone. If it weren't for the Soviet sheepskin uniform on his body, John Hung doubted that he could not even survive a night. After finally getting to the next day when the sun rose, he didn't care about the danger. He picked up some branches around and used a lighter to light a small fire to warm his hands and feet that were about to lose consciousness. There was originally half a pot of water left in the kettle, but after a night, it had completely frozen into ice. So John Hung threw the kettle to the fire and roasted an unknown sausage in his backpack. 10 minutes later, John Hung reluctantly got up and put out the fire with the snow. At the same time, he picked up the sausage on the top and took a bite. Maybe because of the black bread, the sausage didn't taste as bad as he imagined. Inside, it was not the common pork, beef and mutton, but it was still swallowable. While eating bread and sausage, John Hung thought about the next plan. Unfortunately, until breakfast was over, he didn't think of any good solution for the current situation. Chapter 62. After a quick breakfast, John Hung chose a direction, put on his backpack, and continued to move forward. Military fans in later generations can always talk about the classic battles of World War II, including the strategic deployment, combat plans, and tactical comparisons of the warring parties. But for John Hung now, this kind of thing is too advanced. Unless he can possess the body of a commander like Carl Gustav Mannerheim or Kliment Voroshilov, ordinary people in the battle can actually do very little. There are no heroes in real wars, no matter how ambitious you are or how good your marksmanship is. As long as you step onto the battlefield, any stray bullet may take your life. In order to survive as much as possible, John Hung set himself the principle of action to stay as far away from the crossfire area as possible. He would definitely not go to places like Viborg, Suma village, and Kielce. As for the famous copycat version of the Maginot Line, Mannerheim, don't even think about it. But the most troublesome problem for him now is that he has no idea where he is. Even if he wants to avoid those strategic locations, he doesn't know where to go. John Hung had been walking for most of the day and encountered a Soviet troop during this period. The preliminary estimate was that the enemy had more than 100 people. Fortunately, John Hung discovered it early and hid far away, so he was not discovered by the group. The enemy was in a hurry and dragged several cannons past him quickly. Even so, John Hung was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. The pines and fir trees in the forest can provide him with excellent hiding places, but on the other hand, they will also block John Hung's sight. Maybe the danger has quietly approached, and he still knows nothing about it. This feeling of being completely out of control is really terrible. After all, no one can guarantee that their luck will always be so good that they can always find the enemy first. In fact, this game copy is quite unfavorable to him. Among the several skills he has mastered, except for survival in the wild, which can help him to a certain extent, the piano, modification and maintenance, and racing are basically useless. As for archery, in a sense, his level 2 archery skills are more reliable than the pistol on him. But John Hung has not found a suitable bark for bowstring, and cold weapons are also at a disadvantage against hot weapons. What's more serious is that when he felt the cold night in Finland again, John Hung doubted whether he could wake up from his dream in the days ahead. Only 3 days had passed in the 140 days, and his body and mind were already quite exhausted. If it weren't for the experience of being stranded alone on a deserted island, John Hung would have probably felt despair at this time. He knew very well that this was not a solution. But whether he chose to contact the Soviet army or the Finnish guerrillas, it would be very passive, and the risks were equally high. John Hung had not yet made up his mind. On the morning of the 4th day, he heard the sound of fighting again, this time mixed with the sound of artillery fire. John Hung immediately decided to change his route and head in another direction. However, this time his luck seemed to have run out. John Hung had been paying attention to the movement in the direction of the fighting, but he unexpectedly ran into a reconnaissance team head-on. This fully armed team had 11 people, and they should have hurried back after hearing the fighting on the other side, but unexpectedly met John Hung first. For this encounter, both sides were obviously not mentally prepared enough. John Hung did not hold the shadow moment in his hand. Otherwise, if he accidentally thought of the crow on the way, it would be a lot of fun. In John Hung's prediction, he did not consider the situation of encountering the enemy at such a close distance. He thought that no matter what, He would not even have time to reach into the coat to find the statue. On the other hand, the reconnaissance team on the other side was in a state of returning to support. The weapons were already in their hands, loaded, and ready to shoot at any time. In the end, it was the coat on his body that saved John Hung's life. The group may not have pulled the trigger at the first time because they saw the familiar military uniform, but they soon noticed someone's nondescript outfit and his Asian physical features. So the young Soviet soldier in the lead waved the light machine gun in his hand and shouted something excitedly. Unfortunately, John Hung knew nothing about Russian, so he could only temporarily give up the plan to find the shadow from his coat and raised his two hands. However, I don't know if he angered the other party because he kept silent. The Soviet soldier looked more and more ferocious. He kept repeating a word and his finger was on the trigger. This was probably the most dangerous time John Hung had ever experienced in his life. At this time, he didn't know what else he could do. This is war. There is no reason to kill or be killed. People are dying every moment on the battlefield. Civilians, enemies, comrades. Everyone's nerves are like a taut string. And no one cares about killing one more stranger by mistake. Even John Hung himself once thought that the irritable Soviet soldier would pull the trigger in the next moment. However, no one expected that the young machine gunner would fall first. A bullet flew from nowhere and drilled into his temple, bursting a ball of blood. And the angry expression on the latter's face was forever frozen at this moment. Sniper. The reconnaissance team obviously suffered a lot from the Finnish guerrillas. They immediately realized what happened, and their expressions changed drastically. They no longer cared about John Hung on the other side. While turning the muzzle of the gun, they nervously called their companions to find cover. One person wanted to take the risk to pick up the machine gun that fell on the ground. But the second bullet came faster than he thought. As soon as his fingers touched the handle of the gun, his body drooped weakly and fell on the body of his comrade. However, this also allowed others to discover the direction of the sniper, and they began to fight back with their rifles. John Hung did not miss this precious opportunity and rushed to a pine tree that was broken by lightning not far away at the fastest speed. The sniper hiding in the dark calmly completed the shooting, and then killed two Soviet soldiers who did not have time to get into the bunker, and then suddenly stopped responding. The enemy was hit by the last round of shooting? The Soviet soldiers behind the bunker were very nervous. They pulled the bolt again and communicated in Russian. Half a minute later, a brave man stuck half of his head out and took a quick look outside. But he safely retracted his head. Then someone else stuck his head out. But there was still no gunfire. The Soviet soldiers gradually let go of their worries and began to walk out of the rock mass one after another. They raised their rifles, half crouched, and approached the sniper's hiding place little by little. In addition, two people walked towards John Hung. But at this time, John Hung had already taken out the moment of shadow on his body. Everyone guessed the revolver correctly. It was the M1895 Nagant revolver. And the meat in the sausage was horse meat. In 1940, the staple food of the Soviet army was black bread and horse meat sausage. And later when they were in the Allied forces, they began to eat a lot of canned food provided by the United States. The steel helmet picked up before the script began was SSH-36. A Soviet helmet from the early days of World War II. Chapter 63. John Hung was ready to enter the shadow state. But the next moment, the fatal gunshot sounded again. The Soviet soldier walking in the front tilted his head back and fell to the ground without any warning. Then, after a pause of about a second, his companions behind him also fell in the same posture and lay on the ground motionless. The remaining 5 Soviet soldiers immediately lay down on the ground, raising their rifles in panic and firing back randomly. And the two people approaching John Hung also turned around and went to support their comrades in danger. For a while, the sound of gunfire rang out in the forest. Unfortunately, this powerless resistance could not stop the coming of death. The sniper hiding in the dark quietly changed positions while the enemy hid in the bunker. And the bullets of those Soviet soldiers all missed without exception, until 3 more people fell. The last 2 Soviet soldiers could no longer bear such great mental pressure, threw away their weapons, and took advantage of the gap when the opponent was reloading bullets, turned around and ran desperately into the woods. The farthest person among them ran about 150 meters. But unfortunately, this distance was not enough to save his life. When the gunshot rang out, he also fell into the snow, and the blood stained the back of his head red. In less than 4 minutes, all 11 Soviet soldiers were dead on this cold and unfamiliar land. and the sniper hiding in the dark didn't waste a single bullet. After breaking the wood, John Hung dumped everything in his rucksack, picked up a branch from the side, and tried to signal surrender to the other side. However, the backpack was hit by a bullet just halfway up. However, this was enough to explain the sniper's attitude. The other side obviously didn't intend to let go of any living creature in this forest. John Hung guessed that it was probably because of the Soviet uniform on him that caused the other party to misunderstand him. Unfortunately, the two sides did not speak the same language, so he did not even have the opportunity to explain. The other party did not shoot to save him before, but because the group of Soviet soldiers changed from moving to still when confronting him, creating the best shooting opportunity. This is an extremely sober and confident person who is a bit scary. It can be seen from the order in which he chooses targets. He first killed the machine gunner, who was the most threatening, and then dealt with a person who wanted to pick up the gun. He used continuous killing to suppress the already frightened Soviet reconnaissance team, and then calmly replaced bullets and sniper points, and coldly completed the next round of harvest. Facing two deserters who had completely lost their fighting spirit, he had no intention of stopping. He did not choose the target closest to him, but first sniped the Soviet soldier who was running in front, and then attacked the one who was slightly behind. As for John Hung, who seemed to be the least threatening, he was naturally placed last. The whole process not only demonstrated his powerful shooting skills, but also reflected his calmness and meticulousness. John Hung found that his current situation was not much better than before, and he was still hovering on the edge of death. But the enemy had changed from the Soviet army to the Finnish guerrillas. Judging from the results of the previous confrontation between the two sides, the latter was obviously stronger, and the corpses scattered all over the ground were the best proof. If he continued to waste time like this, the situation would only become increasingly unfavorable to him. The opponent was much more familiar with the forest than he was, and could get around him at any time. So John Hung did not wait any longer. He held the wood carving in one hand and pulled out his revolver with the other, thinking about the crow in his heart. The next moment, the crow standing in the dark slowly opened its eyes. John Hung's body shook violently when he looked at it, and then he felt as if his soul was sucked into a bottomless black vortex. He continued to fall in the vortex, but strangely his body became lighter and lighter until it turned into a feather and fell to the ground. He opened his eyes again and saw the birch tree above his head and the snow on the branches. Although he had experienced it once, it still felt a bit strange to enter this state again. After breaking the wood, John Hung's body had completely disappeared, leaving only a faint shadow on the ground. In this state, he lost all physiological reactions, could not speak, and could not hear any sound. His vision was limited to a small piece of sky above his head. However, after previous experiments, he had a way to solve this problem. He could see the surrounding situation by just finding a tree and imprinting a shadow on it. Although his speed was somewhat reduced after becoming a shadow, he did not feel tired and did not need to consider obstacles on the road, so he was not very slow in moving. It took him less than 50 seconds to reach the place where the last gunshots came from, and another 20 seconds to find the sniper point. The terrain there was slightly higher than the surrounding area, with a wide field of vision. There were two rocks that could be used as cover, and the snow behind him clearly showed the traces of his body being pressed. However, the elusive sniper had obviously given up this place and moved to another place. However, this time there were footprints on the snow, and John Hung had turned from prey to hunter. Half a minute later, the shadow attached to the birch tree found a slowly moving object in the snow. If you don't look carefully, it's really hard to find the existence of that object. This is a Finnish gorilla wearing white camouflage clothes and a white cloth mask on his face. He wrapped himself tightly, with only a pair of eyes exposed, perfectly blending with the entire snow. He held his rifle in one hand and a pair of skis in the other. It was similar to what John Hung had guessed before. He seemed to want to go around to the side to end the battle. However, he probably would never have dreamed that the target hidden behind the broken wood was now standing behind him. These elusive Finnish guerrillas brought nightmare experiences to the Soviet army during the Winter War. They harassed and attacked the exhausted Soviet soldiers day and night, relying on their excellent camouflage and mobility. However, this time their proud advantages were challenged. John Hung, who was only a shadow, could choose to move in a straight line without making any sound. In addition, with the shadow of the nearby trees as cover, he touched the masked sniper, and the latter did not notice anything at all. John Hung raised the revolver in his hand and aimed it at the target's head. There were only a dozen seconds left before the shadow state was lifted. Once the time came, he could regain his body and solve the problem at hand by simply pulling the trigger. This was John Hung's first time killing someone. He was a little hesitant, but reason told him that he had no other choice now. With the opponent's terrifying shooting skills and familiarity with the nearby terrain, he might not be able to escape even if he was allowed to run for 3 minutes. Chapter 64. John Hung and the masked sniper on the ground were both very patient. As far as hunters were concerned, the latter was undoubtedly better. John Hung had read in later documents that many Finnish guerrillas in the Winter War were hunters, and had been hunting in this forest since childhood. When the target changed from wild animals to Soviet soldiers, they still performed well. Unfortunately, this was not a fair game. When the crow in the dark appeared again, it was the end of everything. John Hung put his finger on the trigger and made the final preparations. But the next moment, the masked sniper suddenly did a roll without any warning. John Hung was stunned. He thought he was discovered for a moment because he couldn't hear any sound. But then, he saw bullets pouring on the snow. The masked sniper reacted quickly. He rolled to avoid the first round of attacks, and then immediately turned the muzzle and pulled the trigger. At this time, another shortcoming of the shadow state was exposed, because the sunlight was obliquely shining from one direction. The direction of John Hung's shadow was also fixed. Although he could observe the surrounding situation by imprinting himself on the tree, he could only see one side. Even if he turned his body, he could only see the bark on the other side. Therefore, he could only roughly guess from the current situation that the sound of the exchange of fire just now attracted the nearby Soviet soldiers. But he didn't know how many people there were on the other side, and how far away they were. What's even more annoying is that his shadow state is about to expire, leaving him less than the last 10 seconds. John Hung couldn't take care of killing the masked sniper for the time being. He had to ensure that he would not be sandwiched by these two groups of people. So he decisively left the birch tree, bypassed the masked sniper at the fastest speed, and stuck to another fir tree behind the latter. It wasn't that John Hung didn't want to run farther. He still had time left. But he knew very well that if the two groups fought, he would still have a chance to run away if the Soviets won. But if the masked sniper won, he would have no chance of escaping. Rather than being shot like prey, it was better to fight. So John Hung picked a place nearby, less than 1 meter away from the masked sniper. This close distance could offset the opponent's shooting advantage to the maximum extent. And even a novice like John Hung who had just touched a gun would have a high probability of not missing. For seconds later, his body reappeared. But the battle on the other side had already entered a white-hot stage. The sound of bullets hitting the fir tree behind him, with chips flying. This group of people was obviously much more fierce than the previous reconnaissance team. With the strength of the masked sniper, John Hung believed that he would not leave the machine gunner alone. But now there was still a machine gun shooting, which could only mean that when a machine gunner died on the Soviet side, someone would immediately take over. However, the masked sniper also found a cover again at this time. He only fired back once every period of time. But he could kill an enemy every time he fired, and his shooting accuracy was incredible. John Hung tried his best to control his breathing, hiding behind a tree and not moving, to avoid being discovered by the two warring parties. After another round of shooting, the firepower of the Soviet soldiers finally weakened, until it became sparser and sparser. But the shooting rhythm of the masked sniper was terribly stable, and it did not change from beginning to end, as if it was a killing machine without any emotion. However, this sophisticated machine suddenly got stuck at a certain moment. John Hung knew that the other party had no bullets. This guy had experienced 2 fierce battles in a short period of time, and it was very likely that he had experienced other battles before coming. He didn't have much supplies, so he finally ran out of ammunition and food at this moment. This also made John Hung feel very complicated. He certainly didn't want such a terrifying sniper to wander in the woods all day long. However, in his original assumption, this battle would have 2 results. Either the masked sniper would be shot by the Soviet soldiers, and he would run away regardless of everything and try his luck, or the masked sniper would kill all the Soviet soldiers, and he would suddenly rush out and kill the other party when they were not prepared. The only thing he didn't consider was that the other party's bullets were used up first. In this case, the Soviet soldiers would definitely approach this side slowly, and the hiding place he chose was too close to the masked sniper. It was okay during the battle, and both sides would not pay attention to the surroundings. But when the battle was over, or the masked sniper was about to turn around and run away, he would be discovered. The Finnish guerrilla was now leaning against a rock, not knowing what he was thinking. He should have realized that he might not survive today. So he drew out the small hunting knife from his waist and prepared to make a last stand. At this moment, a small stone rolled to his feet. Then, he saw a Soviet soldier suddenly appear behind the fir tree not far from him. He was startled, obviously not expecting that the enemy had already touched him from behind, and subconsciously wanted to pick up the rifle beside him. However, the next moment, the other party made a gesture to silence him. Just half a minute ago, Zhang Heng suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity for him. After 4 days of trying, he had realized that it was impossible to live alone in this forest. After all, there was no irreconcilable contradiction between him and those Soviets or Finns. But whether it was the young Soviet machine gunner he met before, or the Finnish guerrillas in front of him now, these people would not give him a chance to explain and clarify the misunderstanding. They would pull out their guns if they didn't agree with a word. But Zhang Heng didn't know the languages of these two countries. However, now that the guy on the opposite side had run out of bullets, Zhang Heng thought he could take this opportunity to communicate. He pointed to the red 5-pointed star on his sleeve, then pointed to himself, and then waved his hand, indicating that he had nothing to do with the Soviets. As a result, the masked sniper on the opposite side did not react. Zhang Heng then took off his Soviet military uniform, revealing the black down jacket and jeans underneath. But the masked sniper's eyes finally fell on the revolver in his pocket. Zhang Heng knew that the time left for the two of them was running out. He could already hear the footsteps of the Soviet soldiers. Obviously, there were more than one person coming. He couldn't deal with them, so he could only take a gamble. Zhang Heng held the wooden sculpture again to stay alert, and threw the revolver in his pocket to the masked sniper on the opposite side. This time, the latter finally reacted, quickly picked up the weapon, pointed it at someone, and finally moved the muzzle away after a moment. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his previous actions were not completely useless. Then he took out his mobile phone. These days, he tried to save power as much as possible, except for turning it on when he needed to identify the direction. It was usually turned off. Now he set the alarm and threw the phone. 3 seconds later, a bell rang in the snow, immediately attracting the firepower of the Soviet soldiers. The masked sniper took the opportunity to stick half of his head out. He pulled the trigger, and the first shot was a blank. Even if it was a risk, Zhang Heng would try to reduce the risk, considering the possibility that the other party would shoot him first after getting the gun. He adjusted the position of the bullet in advance and aimed one of the 2 bulletless shells at the gun chamber. In this way, if the worst happened, he could use the last chance to turn into a shadow and escape. The masked sniper was stunned for a moment, but soon fired a second shot, this time hitting the target's forehead directly. Chapter 65. Zhang Heng had done everything he could. He could not intervene in the next battle, and could only squat behind the tree and wait for the result. The whole battle process was faster than he imagined. The masked sniper was like a fish in water once he had the gun in his hand. It took him less than 40 seconds to kill the remaining 3 Soviet soldiers. When the gunfire stopped, Zhang Heng also walked out from behind the tree. The masked sniper still held the revolver tightly, but his expression was relieved. At least, he didn't point the gun at someone anymore. Zhang Heng also noticed the blood on the opponent's clothes when he approached. It seemed that he had not been able to completely avoid the previous round of shooting. This made Zhang Heng's heart sink. He finally met someone who was not too hostile to him in this forest. He also wanted to find a way to get the other party to take him to the rear of the battle line. If the masked sniper died here, his previous efforts would be in vain. Zhang Heng first went to pick up his mobile phone and turned off the alarm. There were many bullets on the ground. Fortunately, none of them fell on the mobile phone screen. Then he took off several backpacks from the dead Soviet soldiers. The supplies in Zhang Heng's original backpack were almost consumed. The rest were also dumped on the ground by him. He looked at the masked sniper beside him. The latter shook his head, but his eyes fell on the bullet box on the waist of the corpse. Zhang Heng took 2 boxes from his belt and threw them to him. The masked sniper immediately replaced the bullets for his rifle. Then he stood up from the ground with difficulty, holding his lower abdomen. 2 consecutive battles had just taken place here. The gunshots might attract more enemies, so he had to leave as soon as possible. Zhang Heng picked up a backpack and put it on his back. Then he picked up a rifle for self-defense and walked to the masked sniper, wanting to help him. However, for some reason, when his hand touched the masked sniper's body, the latter showed some resistance. His shoulders trembled slightly, and he subconsciously shook off someone's hand. John Hung frowned. Now was not the time to show off. He needed the other person to show him the way so that he could survive in this forest. But without his help, the masked sniper would have a hard time escaping from this injury. The two of them were like grasshoppers on a rope. Only by working together could they possibly overcome the current difficulties. The masked sniper probably understood this point, so he did not refuse someone's kindness. He let John Hung hold up one of his arms and pointed in a direction. The two of them staggered towards that direction together. Along the way, John Hung saw many bodies of Soviet soldiers and a tank that was still burning. In addition, there were also some Finnish guerrillas wearing white camouflage uniforms. It was obvious how much the Soviet soldiers hated these Finnish guerrillas. Many of the bodies were shot into sieves, which shattered John Hung's dream of changing his coat halfway. If someone saw the two of them at this time, they would definitely think that this combination was very strange. A yellow man in Soviet military uniform supporting a Finnish guerrilla seemed out of place in this smoke-filled forest. John Hung looked around in silence. Although he had seen some corpses and heard some gunshots on the roadside in the past few days, they were all small-scale battles. This time, it was obviously a large-scale military operation. The previous exchange of fire in the distance did not last long. Now it seems that it is probably just a trap to attract the surrounding Soviet soldiers to come back for help. And Finnish guerrillas, like the masked sniper, took the opportunity to ambush on the roadside. They used the high mobility brought by skis to shuttle through the forest, retreat after one attack, and did not stay for long. So after a battle, there were often corpses of Soviet soldiers everywhere, showing various death situations. Many things are completely different when you are in the real world, and when you see the special effects in the movies. When John Hung realized that he was in the Winter War, he had already prepared himself mentally. But now, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the scenes in front of him. It was not just because of the strong impact and stimulation brought by the senses, but also because of the natural vigilance against the primitive nature of human society after tearing off the veil of civilization. John Hung glanced at the masked sniper beside him. He had obviously adapted to all this. Facing this purgatory-like scene, his expression was calm, and there was no ripple in his eyes. As they walked along, they encountered two small groups of Soviet troops. But because they discovered them early, they were able to avoid them without any danger. In addition, they encountered a lone Soviet soldier. His comrade should have been killed by the guerrillas, and he was the only one who escaped. He was completely mentally collapsed, and all his weapons and backpacks were lost. He was also barefoot. If he couldn't find the troops, he would not be able to survive in this icy and snowy land without the guerrillas. John Hung saw that the direction he was running was far away, so he didn't plan to care about the guy. But the next moment, he heard a gunshot. The masked sniper didn't know when he let go of his hand covering the wound and took off the rifle on his back. When the gunshot sounded, the barefoot Soviet soldier in the distance froze and finally fell under a Nordic red pine. John Hung looked at the masked sniper, and the latter also looked at him without blinking. John Hung didn't know what to say at this time. If the Japanese army invaded China, he would probably fire the same shot in the position of the masked sniper. After all, for these Finnish guerrillas, what they are doing now is to fight against the invaders and defend their motherland. So he has no right to blame them. However, after all this trouble, the two were about to escape danger and had to face the enemy who might be attracted by the gunshot. This situation was undoubtedly what John Hung did not want to see. But it was meaningless to complain at this time. Not to mention that even if he wanted to complain, the other party could not understand what he was saying. Instead of wasting words, he might as well think about what else he could do. John Hung's eyes fell on the skis behind the masked sniper. 5 minutes later, he transferred the weight of the two people to the skis and fixed them, pulled them in his hands with a rope, and then squatted down in front of the masked sniper, who was having difficulty moving. The latter realized what he wanted to do, and this time, he cooperated with him and honestly lay on someone's back. John Hung stood up, a little surprised. The other person's weight was much lighter than he thought, probably just over 100 kilograms. But he didn't think much about it. This way, the two of them could finally move a little faster. The only drawback was that his physical strength was also depleted very quickly. He could only hold on for about 20 minutes. Fortunately, this time was enough to get out of the danger zone. Chapter 66. John Hung still couldn't figure out where he was. He just knew he was heading northwest. He took a few breaks along the way to catch his breath. The good news was that he didn't run into any large or small Soviet troops along the way. John Hung guessed they were out of the war zone now. He walked for a while and felt someone patting his shoulder. So he stopped and found a clean stone and put the masked sniper behind him there. Although he couldn't see the expression on the latter's face, John Hung could still tell from his gray pupils that he must be in pain now. The blood stain on his abdomen was getting bigger and bigger. Although it was convenient to move when he lay on John Hung before, it was also very shaky. However, he kept gritting his teeth and didn't speak. Seeing that it was temporarily safe, he let someone put him down. John Hung felt a bad feeling in his heart. He looked around and found that the place where they were now was still a desolate mountain. In his original expectation, the masked sniper should guide him to find the guerrilla base camp, or at least find other companions. His current injury is so serious that if he is not treated quickly, his life will be in danger. But looking at the latter's appearance, he may not be able to hold on until then. If he dies on the way, even if John Hung can find the guerrilla camp in the end, he will only be shot. He didn't care about the danger at this time. He first picked up some firewood to light a fire, so that the masked sniper could continue to maintain body temperature. He also boiled some snow water and brought it to the latter. The masked sniper hesitated and finally untied the white cloth mask on his face. But when she took off her mask, John Hung was stunned. He didn't expect that this sniper with superb marksmanship and fearlessness of death was actually a blonde girl. And she looked like she had just reached adulthood. Thinking of her cold attitude of constantly pulling the trigger to harvest lives on the battlefield, John Hung found it difficult to connect that scene with the still somewhat immature face in front of him. He suddenly remembered that during the Winter War, Finland fought against the powerful Soviet Union with a population of 3 million. The war mobilization rate of the entire country was even higher than that of Japan and Germany later. In order to drive the invaders away from their own land, they did almost everything they could and fired the last bullet in the gun chamber. This is a group of real warriors. John Hung watched the female sniper drink a few sips of hot water. And then, he roasted 2 sausages on the fire. But then, he saw the other party shook his head. For a moment, both of them didn't know what to say. John Hung was a little entangled now. The female sniper's injuries obviously made it difficult for her to move further. After all, reality is different from movies. The protagonist in the movie can take the bullet out of the body by himself after being shot. But in fact no one will take the bullet out on the real battlefield. Infection is one thing, and the heavy bleeding caused by cutting open the wound is also fatal. Especially considering that she has lost a lot of blood along the way. The situation is not optimistic. John Hung had to reconsider his current situation. Whether to take the risk of staying here to take care of her, or continue walking alone. The main reason is that the two of them don't speak the same language now, and can only communicate through some simple gestures. John Hung doesn't know how far they are from the guerrilla base, and even doesn't know whether they are moving in the direction of the guerrillas. He looked at the female sniper beside him. The latter looked very calm. But John Hung couldn't tell whether she had a way to survive the crisis, or had already become indifferent to life and death. John Hung hoped it was the former. But at present, the latter was more likely. Night fell quickly, and John Hung finally did not choose to leave. After dinner, he picked up some dry branches around and added them to the campfire to keep the temperature. He emptied half of the things in his backpack and put them under the female sniper's neck as a pillow for her. After doing all this, he began to explore and study the rifle in his hand, trying to load bullets, load the chamber and aim. He didn't like killing, but he had to learn how to protect himself in the war. Although he knew very well that if he really encountered the Soviet army, his rookie shooting skills, which were not even amateurish, would probably not be of much use. But this was not an excuse to give up and do nothing. The female sniper looked at him silently from the other side. Sometimes John Hung felt that she was not like a human, but more like a piece of wood. Because only wood could remain calm forever. And no matter what it went through, there would be no emotional fluctuations. In the night, only the bonfire was still flickering. John Hung fiddled with the rifle in his hand for a while, then turned around and found that the female sniper's face looked a little strange. Her skin was pale. Her lips were almost bloodless. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her body was still shaking slightly. John Hung touched her limbs and found that her body temperature was very low. Blood loss took away a lot of heat from her body, especially the hemoglobin in the red blood cells, which usually carried energy and oxygen to the body. Now the number of red blood cells decreased. The body's oxygen supply was insufficient, and the body temperature would also drop. If the body could not heat up, it would be useless to cover it with thick clothes. If they were in the hospital, they could get a blood transfusion to relieve the pain. But now they were in the wilderness, and there wasn't much they could do. John Hung had no other choice but to take off his clothes, act as a human heat source, and let the two bodies stick together as much as possible, and then cover them with a coat to keep warm. The female sniper's expression was a little complicated, but she didn't resist when her life was at stake. John Hung didn't have any romantic feelings either. They hadn't taken a shower for many days, and the sweat and blood on their bodies were enough to dilute all the desires in their hearts. Not to mention that the girl was still wrapped in a chest wrap. The two were now closer than a couple in love, but they didn't know each other's name yet. Even if they wanted to ask, they couldn't, so they could only remain silent. John Hung could find a way to keep the female sniper warm, but he couldn't help her replenish her lost blood. As time went by, the girl's condition became worse and worse. Her breathing became rapid, and her pulse became faster and faster. John Hung had a hunch that she might not survive tonight. And at this moment, he heard other voices. Before the night fell, John Hung used a method Bell taught him to scatter some dry branches on the snow around him as a warning trap. And the sound just now was the sound of dry branches being stepped on and broken. John Hung suddenly became alert when he heard the sound, jumped up from the ground, and reached for the rifle beside him. But he didn't expect that someone had already touched him. Next to the campfire, a Finnish guerrilla was half crouching on the ground, pointing a submachine gun at him coldly. Chapter 67 Discover a Finnish guerrilla base. Game points +5. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. When John Hung looked at the cabins in the dense forest, he heard a system prompt. But before he could take a closer look, the muzzle of the gun was against his back. The Finnish guerrilla with the gun was the guy who had touched the campfire earlier. John Hung was sure that the other party had a strong desire to pull the trigger at that time. However, the female sniper shouted something next to him, which made him give up the idea in the end. But the muzzle of the gun did not move away from John Hung. After the remaining companions came over, another person came to guard him together, and the rest of the people went to cut branches to make a stretcher and carry the injured female sniper on it. The Finnish guerrillas holding submachine guns threw the Soviet uniform on the ground to John Hung, who was shirtless, but took off his down jacket. John Hung didn't say much and put on the sheepskin uniform silently. He could see that these Finnish guerrillas didn't believe him, but didn't kill him immediately because of the face of the female sniper. But the latter's condition was not good now, and even her life and death were uncertain. Fortunately, the Finnish guerrillas still took good care of their own people. They judged that the female sniper needed urgent treatment, so they didn't waste time and immediately took someone on the road. However, the female sniper on the stretcher fell into a coma after an hour and a half. Fortunately, they finally returned to the base after another hour. Two Finnish guerrillas carried the stretcher and walked quickly into a small house on the left. John Hung was locked up in another wooden house. He looked around and found that this should be a woodshed, with chopped firewood piled everywhere. As soon as John Hung entered, the door was closed and locked. The guerrillas searched him. Not only were his down jacket, the captured rifle, and the backpack gone, but even his mobile phone and wallet were taken away. John Hung looked through the gap between the wooden houses and saw several Finnish guerrillas passing his Huawei phone around curiously. However, these bumpkins from the 1930s didn't even know how to press and hold to turn on the phone. After searching for a long time, no one could turn it on. Some people even knocked their phones against trees out of curiosity. However, his wallet was quite popular in comparison. In fact, even street goods produced by small workshops in Iwu were definitely high-quality goods in this era. Moreover, John Hung's wallet was worth only a few hundred yuan, but it was snatched away by these people. His down jacket was already worn by the guy with the submachine gun, but the latter was obviously more burly, making the down jacket look like a tights. However, the strange thing is that no one touched the starfish on his wrist. Logically, a watch of this kind should be very valuable, but the guerrillas seemed to not notice the watch at all. John Hung looked for a while and found that the station was quite large. It should have been converted from the original logging camp. It was difficult to be found in the deep mountains and dense forests. He saw 7 guerrillas alone, and it was sleeping time. so it was estimated that there were still many people lying in the house. In addition, the night was also the most active time for the guerrillas. They often attacked when the Soviet soldiers were most tired and sleepy. John Hung once watched a documentary. The Finnish guerrillas interviewed said that the morale of many Soviet troops collapsed completely. Several soldiers sat around the campfire and were indifferent to their comrades being hit by bullets, as if they were completely numb. Judging from the number of houses, there must be about 40 to 50 people in this camp. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, John Hung did not look any further, found a place in the corner, curled up and closed his eyes. He did not wait too long. About 20 minutes later, the wooden door in front of him opened again and two guerrillas walked in. This time they did not point their guns at anyone, but their attitude was also very clear. This was not an invitation but an order. John Hung certainly would not make himself unhappy. Seeing this, he got up and followed them to another room next door. Unlike the previous woodshed, this place is more like a living room. But in addition to a wooden bed, there are also tables, chairs and a fireplace. A man with a mustache is sitting behind a square table. When he sees John Hung coming in, he puts away the map on the table and gestures for him to sit down. John Hung sits down on the chair opposite him, guessing that the other person may be the commander of this guerrilla. But there is another person in the room, standing in front of the window with her back to him, smoking. John Hung can't see her appearance, but can only roughly judge that she is a woman, probably in her 30s or 40s. As soon as John Hung sat down, the man with a mustache started to speak, but John Hung could only shake his head. Sorry, I don't speak Finnish. He repeated this sentence in Chinese, English and Japanese. But unfortunately, the man with a mustache obviously didn't understand any of them. His face became a little impatient. At this time, the smoking woman suddenly spoke and asked in English, "Are you a Soviet spy?" This was the first person John Hung had met who could communicate in so many days since he entered the dungeon. And it also made him feel a little relieved. What he was most worried about was that he couldn't communicate with the guerrillas from beginning to end, so his situation would become completely out of control. At least now, he could defend himself. Climate? Varashilov may be stupid, but he shouldn't be stupid enough to send a Sia countryman who doesn't speak Finnish as a spy. It's hard to say. After all, some people can't even tell the difference between bread and bombs these days. The woman put out her cigarette and turned around. There was a lot of charm between her eyebrows. She should have been a beauty when she was young. No, she should still be a beauty now. Some people have the power to defeat time. She didn't dwell on this issue anymore. She glanced at the mustache. The latter smiled slightly, got up and walked out of the hut. Aki is not a bad guy, but now is an extraordinary period, and he needs to be responsible for the guys under his command. I can understand, John Hung said. No, you can't, and neither can I. The woman sat down. His country is being invaded, and he is willing to do everything to protect her, even to go to hell. Listen, kid, she said as she took another cigarette from the cigarette box. As you can see, I'm British, volunteering here, and I don't want to see anything bad happen. So you have to tell me the truth, so I can find a way to help you. John Hung saw a glimpse of spring light from her forward-leaning neckline. He had to admit that this woman's means were too powerful. If he was really a Soviet spy, he would probably admit it under such an attack. Unfortunately, the truth is often hidden in the most ridiculous answers. Although he suddenly appeared on the battlefield, he was really just a complete outsider in this war. Chapter 68. The woman across from the table asked a few more questions, including why he was here, whether he had any accomplices, whether he was a communist, etc. John Hung answered them one by one. He had not just wandered aimlessly in the forest these days, but had thought about how to deal with this situation. Therefore, the person asking the question could not find any faults for a while. During the conversation, John Hung did get some information, such as the name of the woman across from him. Her name was Maggie, and she was a surgeon. In this era, the feminist movement has improved the status of women to a certain extent, but female surgeons are still very rare. Maggie had to leave her country after completing her studies. She lived in Sweden for a long time and later worked in a hospital in Finland. When the war broke out, she did not choose to leave, but stayed here and became a volunteer. She was also the only medical staff in this guerrilla team. As for the mustache Aji she mentioned before, he was a second lieutenant in charge of commanding the guerrilla team. After asking those questions, Maggie glanced at John Hung and said lazily, I know what you want. But I can't make a decision. Go to where you were before and wait. I will tell Aji everything I heard. John Hung did not leave immediately after hearing this, but asked again, How is she? You mean the child? She was sent back in time. The operation went well. I gave her some blood transfusion. A batch of anti-inflammatory drugs from Sweden just arrived the day before yesterday. She will be fine. She should wake up tomorrow morning. Maggie didn't look up. John Hung could clearly sense that she was a little absent-minded. But he didn't know whether it was about the gorillas or her own business. John Hung didn't ask. So he nodded and went back to the woodshed. This time he waited longer than the first time. When the sun rose, the gorillas brought him breakfast, including a bowl of steaming venison soup, half a loaf of bread and blueberry jam. This food is much better than the rations of the Soviet soldiers before. This is the advantage of fighting on the home front. Although the guerrillas hide in the mountains, they can get a steady supply from the nearby villages, and the villagers will come to inform them of the movements of the Soviet army. John Hung has been hiding from place to place these days, and has not had a good meal for a long time. He has done everything he can do, and there is no point in worrying now. So he swept away all the food sent to him. It was not until noon that Maggie appeared in front of him again. Unfortunately, we can't send you to the rear of the battle line. The war is intense now, and we don't have enough manpower to do this. Just tell me the direction and give me some supplies. I can go there by myself. Maggie smiled. John Hung suddenly understood the real reason. This time, the female doctor didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Your identity and origin are very suspicious. Although there are no loopholes in them, most of them cannot be verified. More importantly, you know where the guerrilla base is. We can't just let you go. John Hung was silent. Aki is a person who hates trouble, although it may be unfair to you. In this situation, since we cannot rule out the possibility that you are a Soviet spy, killing you is the easiest option. There are dead people everywhere in the war. Just find a place to throw your body, and no one will know who did it. Maggie paused, as if she wanted to see a look of fear on someone's face. But the latter's reaction disappointed her. John Hung knew that if he really faced the worst result, the person who appeared outside the door should be the guerrilla fighter, not Maggie, the doctor and translator. The good news is that the child has been speaking for you. Maggie continued. I have never heard her speak so much since the day I met her. With her guarantee, Aki is willing to give you a chance to prove whether you are a friend or an enemy of the Finnish people with practical actions. What do you mean? Congratulations. You are now a member of the guerrillas. The child just needs a partner. You can act together after her injury is healed. The female doctor said leisurely. John Hung knew that this was the best condition he could get at the moment, and it was a little far from what he expected. But he had no right to refuse. The threat in Maggie's previous words was very clear. If he did not agree, then he could only choose the first way. John Hung didn't know whether his situation had improved or worsened. The good news was that he now had a safe base that could provide logistical supplies and a strong partner. John Hung had seen the female sniper's shooting skills and never doubted her strength. But the bad news was that he was completely involved in this war, and was forced to become a participant from a bystander. Considering the situation he would face next, the risk factor would undoubtedly rise sharply. Before this, he had never received any military training, which the mustache officer must have been able to see. But the other party still made such a request, and there might be other ideas in it. John Hung did not say anything more, but just asked Maggie, I have never fired a gun. Can I practice first? Of course. This is a reasonable request. You can do whatever you want until the child recovers, as long as you do not leave the camp. The female doctor was a little surprised at John Hung's calmness. She found that she could not see through the young man in front of her. He seemed to have a maturity that was completely inconsistent with his age. He could still remain rational in the face of such a predicament and quickly recognize the reality, which made Maggie a little interested. What weapon do you want to practice with? M28 rifle? Somi M31 submachine gun? Well, this is hard to get. But we still have DP-28 light machine guns captured from the Soviets in our arsenal. If possible, I try rifles and pistols first. John Hung still started from the perspective of self-protection. Machine guns and submachine guns are powerful, but they also make a lot of noise. On the battlefield, they are the targets that the enemy takes priority. He doesn't want to be the first to stand out. Killing the enemy is meaningless to him. Not to mention that the outcome of this war has already been determined. In addition to shooting, you'd better practice skiing. The snow in the mountains is very thick this season. Hiking is far less fast than skiing. It may save your life at a critical moment. Maggie lit another cigarette and added, "This is a very reliable suggestion. Skis are almost the standard equipment of guerrillas. The high mobility allows them to move freely, and it is extremely difficult to be surrounded by the enemy." Chapter 69. Maggie took Zhang Heng to meet the logistics officer in charge of distributing weapons in the camp. A lame old hunter who also worked as a part-time chef. The breakfast Zhang Heng had eaten before was made by him. Maggie hugged him and quickly explained her purpose and finish. At the same time, she handed him half a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Heng glanced at him and nodded reluctantly. He took the cigarettes and turned to walk into the hut behind him. "Ojito will show you how to use a rifle later. He is an old hunter for decades and has rich experience. You can ask any questions you have. I will help you translate." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. A little surprised. Maggie didn't look like such a kind and nosy person. "That child asked me to do that." The latter didn't mean to hide it. Shrugged. "I can't help it. I can always smoke thanks to that child. So it's hard for me to refuse her request. Just treat it as paying back the debt." The female doctor paused. Her eyes fell on someone's face. Her expression became a little suspicious. "I heard from Sipo and others that when they found you, you were..." Zhang Heng finally encountered a question that he couldn't answer at all. The situation at that time left him with no other choice. However, no one would believe this matter even if he explained it. So he had to remain silent. Fortunately, Ojito also came out of the house at this time and threw a rifle to him. "The M28 in your hand is improved based on the Mosin-Nagant M1891. The manufacturing process and shooting accuracy are better than the original. The weapons of the guerrillas are very scarce now. You'd better not lose it." Maggie finally turned the topic back and did her translation work. "In addition, Ojito also gave you 70 rounds of ammunition. Note that this is not just for your practice, but also includes the ammunition ration for your first mission. So my advice is not to use up all of it." The female doctor paused and continued. "After that, you can come here to get 40 rounds of ammunition before each mission. If you want more bullets, you can only get them from the bodies of those Soviet guys. Or you can exchange them with valuable spoils of war, such as captured guns, medicines, etc. If you can drive a T-26 tank back, then congratulations. The entire camp's arsenal will be open to you." As Maggie was talking, several guerrillas came over carrying a Maxim heavy machine gun. They looked like they had just returned to the camp and had won a great victory in the previous battle. Some of them even whistled boldly when they saw the female doctor. Zhang Heng quietly stepped aside and watched them carry the heavy machine gun into the house. Ojito also wrote something down in his little notebook. After the excited guerrillas left, he finally began to explain to Zhang Heng how to use the sniper rifle. Zhang Heng listened very carefully. After all, Maggie, the human translator, was not always available every day, and could not maintain such a good mood every day. The next day, the female doctor took someone to visit a guerrilla fighter who was good at skiing. This time, she spent a whole pack of cigarettes to get him to be her teacher for half a day. Zhang Heng had skied several times in the county near his hometown, so he had some basic skills. So his performance was better than yesterday. 2 days later, the impatient Maggie left him aside and went to play by herself. However, Zhang Heng had completed the course at this time, and found a place with few people nearby to practice by himself. Skiing was easy. As long as you mastered the tricks and invested time, you would get results. But shooting was more troublesome. He had a rough idea of the theory, but the rest had to be explored through training and actual combat, especially the cultivation of hand feeling. In fact, is to train by constantly pulling the trigger. However, he only has 70 bullets in his hand now. Although he tried to save as much as possible in the past 2 days, he still shot 40 rounds, an average of 20 rounds a day. This amount of training would only take 2 minutes in a shooting gallery. But after shooting, he didn't even reach the tail of level 0. Zhang Heng didn't know how to continue. He had to save a certain amount of ammunition for use when performing tasks. Zhang Heng expected 30 rounds, and at least 20 rounds should be left. If it's less, he can only be a mascot. But in fact, even if he could get 10 more bullets, it wouldn't really make much sense. Zhang Heng had no choice. He couldn't leave the camp now. If he wanted bullets, he could only go to Ohito to exchange them. However, the valuables on him were taken away by the Finnish guerrillas before he came. John Hung didn't ask them for them later, because he knew it was meaningless to ask them. Since those things were in the hands of that group of people, it was not realistic to ask them to spit them out. But in this way, his shooting practice, which had just started, would be forced to end. However, what John Hung didn't expect was that on the third morning, when he went to the place where he usually practiced, he found 3 magazines with a total of 45 bullets under a birch tree. This place was chosen by John Hung himself, a little far from the camp. He didn't know why many of the guerrillas, including the man with the submachine gun at night, had a vague hostility towards him. He would stay here for a while, and didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. So he chose a forest with few people to practice shooting by himself. Unexpectedly, he found extra bullets here. The appearance of these bullets solved his current urgent need to a certain extent. John Hung looked at the leather bullet box in his hand, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. It was not difficult to guess where this thing came from, because there was only one person in the entire camp who always had good intentions towards him. John Hung silently fired the 45 bullets in the woods. The next morning, he saw another 3 boxes of bullets under the same tree. In addition, there were his mobile phone wallet, with carving and Lucky Rabbit's foot next to him. Except for the down jacket. Basically all the things that were searched from him were here. This time John Hung did not practice shooting, but came to a small house. He reached out and knocked on the door. The female doctor opened the door. The latter seemed to have just woken up. She yawned and said, "What's the matter?" "Good morning, Miss Maggie. I'm here to look for someone." John Hung knew that the female sniper lived with Maggie. The female doctor shivered in the cold wind outside the door, tightened her collar and looked back. "Hey, that guy is here to see you. I mean, are you here or not?" After half a minute, Maggie made way for John Hung to come in. The girl was lying on the bed, with her back to the door and the quilt tightly covering her, revealing only the back of her head, as if she was still sleeping. The female doctor didn't hesitate to walk over and lifted the quilt, revealing the neatly dressed female sniper underneath. "Simon, you know you can't hide from your partner forever, right?" Chapter 70. The female sniper could no longer pretend to sleep, and sat up from the bed. After a few days of rest, her body had improved a lot, and her face had regained its color. But she didn't dare to look someone in the eye. John Hung politely said to Maggie on the other side, "Can I trouble you to help me translate again?" The latter took a cigarette from the table, held it in her mouth, and looked at the two with a smile. "Go ahead." John Hung looked at Simon on the bed. "Thank you for guaranteeing me to join the guerrillas. I came to visit you before, but Dr. Maggie said you need to rest now." The girl blinked. Although she tried to keep a straight face, she looked a little guilty for some reason. So John Hung did not mention the extra bullets, mobile phones, wallets and other things under the tree. He paused and continued, "My hometown is far away. For some reasons, I can't, stay here. I will go home when the war is over." The girl was startled when she heard this, and her expression gradually dimmed. John Hung knew that after what happened that night, the female sniper had a certain affection for him. It can be seen that the latter's status in the guerrillas should not be low. He could use this affection to make himself live more comfortably in the camp. But in that case, when the day comes to return to reality, his departure will inevitably bring unimaginable pain to the girl. John Hung sometimes couldn't help but wonder if this was just a game, because everything he experienced was too real, and it was hard to see the people around him as a set of data or simple NPCs. John Hung didn't know how the world would work after he left, and what fate the people here would have. But he knew that it would be difficult for him to deceive the only girl in this camp who showed kindness to him. So John Hung finally chose to confess everything. This was not a rational choice, but he was willing to take the risk. Simon looked a little dazed, sitting on the bed blankly. Maggie closed the door behind her and looked at someone beside her. "I thought you were a smart person. You shouldn't say such cruel words to that child." "But," the female doctor paused, "I like you a little now. Don't look at the child's good shooting skills. She has been living in the forest with her grandfather and making a living by hunting. Her personality is very simple, like a blank sheet of paper. Aki and I suspected that you approached the child with ulterior motives, but now it seems that I misunderstood you." The female doctor exhaled a puff of cigarette. "I have seen many men in my life, Most of them only think with their lower body. They never refuse women who come close to them. And the ending is always the same. You will find yourself alone in the bedroom when you wake up the next day, but that's what men are like. Isn't it? So are you going to agree to my request and send me to the rear of the battle line now? John Hung asked. I'm sorry. This is impossible. What I said before is not a lie to you. Compared with those Soviet guys, the guerrillas are seriously short of manpower. Since you have no problem, you are a good supplement. Don't worry. I will find a way to help you solve your shooting problem. Maggie handed over the cigarette box. Let me see who is still in the camp. Weller's team just came back last night, and they shouldn't go out again today. Maybe he can teach you when he is free. But he seems to be a little prejudiced against you. Or try Mike. I just don't know if he is here now. Just then, the wooden door of the cabin was pushed open again, and the female sniper stood at the door, lowered her head, and whispered something in Finnish. Maggie looked a little surprised. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at John Hung on the other side. Simon said, she is here to teach you how to shoot. John Hung was also surprised. He didn't expect that the girl would still be willing to help him after what happened just now. He paused and said, Is her body okay? Are you doubting my level? It's the 5th day now. As long as you don't do strenuous activities, there will be nothing wrong. The female doctor raised her eyebrows. John Hung certainly wouldn't refuse. He knew how important a good teacher was. Before, Ojito only gave him a general introduction. During the practice, he encountered many new problems and had nowhere to ask. It's not like the 21st century now. You can do everything and download teaching videos. Simon's strength is unquestionable. John Hung personally witnessed her kill 2 Soviet reconnaissance teams by herself. And her bullets were all fatal. It was hard to believe that at her age, she could practice her shooting skills to such a level. John Hung was also very curious and wondered if she had any tricks. The girl was never a dragging character. She was well dressed and carried her own rifle and bullets when she went out. Seeing that someone agreed, she walked towards the small forest where John Hung usually trained. Maggie was speechless. You too. Please give me a way out. I haven't had breakfast yet. John Hung didn't know how much credit Simon had accumulated with the lame old hunter. Anyway, every time she went to get bullets, the latter handed them over obediently. Until later, the girl took too much and almost emptied the inventory. Ojito had to hide everywhere and dared not see anyone. However, the camp was so small, and he had to cook, and he would be caught every time. He had no choice but to increase the purchase price of rifle bullets. Now the bullets of the guerrillas, who went out to perform missions, have become the most sought-after trophies. John Hung didn't know how many bullets he had fired this week, but it was the first time he experienced the pleasure of unlimited ammunition. At this moment, he lay motionless on the snow, controlling his breathing rhythm, making the crosshairs on the rifle coincide with the target 30 meters away, and pulled the trigger. The next moment, the iron cup on the wooden stake flew up. John Hung also received a new system prompt. Get new skill shooting LV0. This was probably the fastest time he had ever learned a skill. It only took a week. However, Simon on the side was still a little dissatisfied. She took out her rifle, pulled the bolt, posed in a shooting posture, and pulled the trigger in one go. It took less than 2 seconds, and the matchbox 120 meters away was easily penetrated. John Hung was silent. The gap between people was really big. At such a long distance, without a scope, it was difficult for him to see the target clearly. He had no idea how Simon did it. Moreover, her shooting speed was incredibly fast. John Hung certainly knew how much benefit a fast shooting speed could bring in actual combat, especially in a sniper duel. A difference of a few milliseconds could determine life or death. If he faced Simon, he would probably not even be able to hold up his gun. Chapter 71. In addition to focusing on shooting, John Hung also did not neglect skiing. But the latter was not so smooth. Although Simon's skiing skills were good, they were far inferior to her shooting skills. Moreover, her injuries had not yet healed, and she could not exercise vigorously. So most of the time she could only sit quietly and watch John Hung practice by himself. Maggie only stayed for 2 days at the beginning, and then she ran away because she could not stand this boring translation work. Fortunately, John Hung and Simon's communication was basically limited to learning. Even if they didn't speak the same language, they could understand each other roughly by gestures in the later stage. Of course, Most of the time, they kept silent. John Hung practiced his shooting skills on one side, while Simon watched on the other side. Snowflakes fell from the treetops and landed on the tip of her nose, making her sneeze. In addition, John Hung found that Simon had also started to learn English. She asked Maggie to be her teacher, and the first sentence she learned was, "Can you kiss me?" When John Hung got up in the morning and brushed his teeth, he almost swallowed his mouthwash when he heard this. Later, he realized that Simon just wanted to say good morning, and Maggie was teasing her on purpose. John Hung had thought about learning Finnish before. After all, it is not a bad thing to be able to communicate with people freely. However, Finnish has few consonants, long words, rich vowels, and very complex grammar. It is one of the few unpopular languages that are extremely difficult to learn. And his situation is different from that in the previous copy. He must improve his shooting and skiing skills as soon as possible, and he does not have so much time to spend on language learning. Of course, although systematic learning is not possible, some common phrases can still be learned, especially tactical terms such as firing, ceasefire, retreat, cover, and some words that appear frequently in daily life. John Hung does not ask to form a complete sentence, as long as he can express his meaning and be understood by others. This simplifies the learning difficulty a lot. So now Maggie is the busiest person in the camp. She has to teach Simon English while turning around to teach someone Finnish. However, John Hung did have a very fulfilling time during this period. He had trained from a layman who had never touched a gun to a certain shooting accuracy. He could also ride a sled through the woods. He had made great progress, although he could not compare with the real guerrillas. Maggie came to see him several times and was amazed at his speed of progress. This was of course inseparable from Simon's unselfish guidance. However, John Hung did not know whether it was because he had practiced archery before. He actually had some talent in aiming. Unfortunately, his wish to stay here and brush up bow shooting and skiing to level 1 before going out was destined to fail. On the 13th day after he arrived at the guerrilla camp, what was supposed to happen still happened. Simon's injury was almost healed. In fact, if she hadn't taken care of John Hung, she might have left the camp 2 or 3 days earlier. She stayed for a while, just to give someone more training time. However, the guerrillas received news from nearby villagers that a Soviet army was marching quickly not far from them. The mustache captain summoned all the guerrillas in the camp and wanted to eat the Soviet army. Naturally, everyone had no objection to this, and Simon also applied for action. John Hung did not attend the military meeting, but he could feel the excitement of the guerrillas around him. They wiped their weapons again and again, checked their backpacks, and gathered together to discuss something. The atmosphere in the camp was obviously different. Even the lunch at noon was much richer than usual. Simon told someone in the broken English he had just learned from Maggie that they had a mission. John Hung also replied to Simon in the same broken Finnish, "Okay." After the meal, the two went to Ojito to get bullets and 4 days of dry food. In addition, John Hung also received a camouflage suit, so that he no longer had to wear the khaki Soviet military uniform that looked like a living target. It is impossible to say that he is not nervous at all. After all, he is about to go to the battlefield. Unlike the Finnish guerrillas around him, John Hung has no hatred or grudges with the Soviet soldiers, and there is no conflict of interest. But the two sides will soon meet in battle. Perhaps this is the cruelty of war. Everyone in it is swept up by the tide of the times and cannot help themselves. John Hung stuffed personal hygiene products and a roll of hemostatic bandage into his backpack, separating them from the dried meat and vegetables inside. Simon was still a little worried about his mental state. While packing, she kept sneaking glances at someone, but seeing that the latter was not much different from the usual training, she gradually felt relieved. John Hung knew very well that this was not a warm study room, nor a library filled with afternoon sunshine, where he could sit quietly on the sofa and reflect on humanities. Once on the battlefield, except for Desmond Doss, who was a once-in-a-millennium cheater, most people had only two choices: kill or be killed. It had nothing to do with morality. It was simply for survival. John Hung carried his skis and M28 on his back. Simon was already waiting for him outside the door. After hesitating for a moment after seeing someone, he gave him a brief hug of less than a second with a somewhat clumsy move, and said, biting his tongue, "Don't worry. I will protect you." This feeling was a bit strange. After all, It was the first time in Jong Hung's life that a girl said such words to him. What was even stranger was that he found it difficult to refute. In the end, he could only nod and say, "Me too." The two did not set off with the other guerrillas in the camp, because Simon had always been used to acting alone. When she was a child, she hunted alone in the mountains. After joining the guerrillas, she did not team up with others. This time, in order to save Jong Hung, she designated the latter as her partner for the first time. But she still didn't know how to get along with others. She just kept her head down and kept a distance of about 1 meter between them. At night, Jong Hung called Simon and started to prepare dinner. After living on the deserted island for a year and a half, his cooking skills had improved, especially when dealing with simple ingredients. He often performed unexpectedly well. Therefore, he took the initiative to light a fire and took on the responsibility of cooking. Simon was stunned when he saw the bonfire. He didn't know what he thought of. His face turned red. He was just staying there quietly. But now he became a little restless. So he gestured to Jong Hung to patrol around. This was not a good excuse. They had just left the base camp not long ago and were still quite far away from the Soviet army. Except for the reindeer that jumped over in the deep woods. There were probably no other creatures within a radius of dozens of miles. But perhaps it was because of this that Simon felt more embarrassed. Chapter 72. No words were spoken that night. At noon the next day, Simon found traces left by the Soviet army on the snow. It seemed that they had passed by here a day ago. The number of people was estimated to be between 100 and 200. There were also ruts of carriages on the snow, which meant that the enemy was likely equipped with heavy machine guns. The two chased for an afternoon on skis and finally approached the target before sunset. The Soviet army moved very slowly. It was difficult for both people and horses to walk on the half-meter thick snow. Sometimes soldiers even had to push the carriages. The bad weather and the continuous news of casualties from the front line made the morale of the soldiers very low. At this time, it had long exceeded the original 16-day combat period. If Jong Hung remembered correctly, many Soviet troops had been eliminated by the guerrillas, and they had achieved very few results. Now every troop sent to the front line is worried. The morale of a transnational war is usually lower than that of a local war. Although the Soviet Union also carried out some public opinion mobilization before the war, the effect could only be regarded as unsatisfactory. Especially after the Great Purge, experienced middle and high-level officers in the Soviet army were either executed or exiled to Siberia to accompany the polar bears. Many of the young officers who are being promoted rapidly now have just graduated from military academies. They are impeccable in loyalty, but they only know how to rigidly execute the military orders from above. They have no problem fighting a favorable battle. But once they encounter a difficult situation like the current one, they are not very good at appeasing their soldiers. Simon took a look and handed the telescope to Jong Hung. The troops behind the lens were a typical Soviet infantry company, with about 150 combatants, including 3 infantry platoons and 1 machine gun platoon, equipped with 12 light machine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, and some grenade launchers that looked like shovels. Of course, more soldiers were still equipped with M1891 Mosin-Nagant, because its stable performance has always been the main weapon of the Soviet Union. In terms of firepower, this unit is still quite strong, especially the 2 Maxim heavy machine guns on the carriage, with a theoretical firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, which can even shoot down planes in the sky. Jong Hung didn't dare to look at them anymore because he was worried that the reflection of the lens would expose their positions. He planned to retreat first and wait until it was dark. But Simon had already started to gather the snow on the ground in front of him. The girl made a gesture to him, meaning that he should retreat first. Jong Hung had trained with Simon for a week before, and originally thought that he had a good understanding of the latter's shooting skills. However, when he guessed the girl's plan, even with his usual calmness, he couldn't help but take a breath. The distance between the Soviet army and them was estimated to be more than 700 meters. What does this mean? With machine aiming, the crosshairs are larger than the target after 300 meters. The average person's visual recognition range is 500 meters. 700 meters is completely beyond common sense. In this case, Jong Hung didn't know how a sniper could complete the shooting. However, the first rule on the battlefield is to trust your companions. Although Jong Hung was stunned when he heard this, he nodded and quietly retreated a mile away with their skis and backpacks. He had just crouched down when he heard gunshots. Then, there was a commotion in the Soviet army in the distance. John Hung couldn't see the specific situation over there, but he could roughly guess the reaction of those Soviet soldiers. They should have laid down at the first moment, and then blindly returned fire while looking for the sniper's location. But unfortunately, even if they racked their brains, no one could guess that the bullet was fired from more than 700 meters away. The exchange of fire continued for a while, and then the two Maxim heavy machine guns fixed on the carriage also opened fire, accompanied by grenades, with amazing power. However, in this way, even the sound of the M28 gunfire was covered up, and the group of Soviet soldiers could not find the attackers. This fighting style had a shocking impact on morale. Although Simon was alone with a sniper rifle, and the firepower was far inferior to that of the Soviet army. In the current situation where they could only passively take the beating and could not find the enemy, the fierce firepower of their own side would only make people more desperate. Panic began to spread among the team. The gunfire gradually stopped after 5 minutes, but there were still many Soviet soldiers holding their rifles and looking around nervously, and some of them accidentally injured their companions because they were too nervous. Although the Soviets didn't find anyone there from the beginning to the end, some random bullets still fell in the area where Simon was, which made John Hung a little worried. But fortunately, he soon saw the girl withdrawing from the front line. Simon was almost the same as before, except that his breathing was a little faster. He spit out the snow water in his mouth and gestured the number 12 to John Hung. The girl fired 2 magazines and 30 bullets in total, with a hit rate of about 1/3. Don't underestimate this result. Considering her range, this is amazing enough. Her main target was the machine gun platoon with the greatest threat. She killed more than half of the 14 people in 2 squads, and also hit an officer and several grenadiers. While the Soviet army was still in chaos, the two of them pulled away from the enemy. Thus, John Hung's first battle in his guerrilla career came to an end. He did not fire a single shot, but just watched his partner kill people. Simon, however, seemed to have done only a trivial thing, without any excitement on his face, as if he was not the one who calmly shot and harvested heads in the face of 100 times more enemies. There was still about half an hour before it was completely dark, and the girl did not intend to waste it. She changed positions with John Hung and repeated the previous things. The Soviets had no way to deal with this. In terms of numbers, they did outnumber the guerrillas, but if they really wanted to conduct a large-scale search, more than 100 people scattered in the woods would not be enough. Instead, it would give the enemy the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Moreover, the advantage of heavy weapons would be difficult to play after the formation was disrupted. Of course, they would still be in a state of being sent to the enemy if they gathered together. This was actually an unsolvable problem that troubled all Soviet commanders in the Winter War. The only people who could deal with snipers were snipers. Unfortunately, the Soviet Union at that time had not yet realized the importance of snipers. It was not until the later stages of the war, after paying the price of hundreds of thousands of casualties, that it learned from its mistakes and began to vigorously strengthen the training of snipers. The subsequent Great Patriotic War also became an active stage for Soviet snipers. They dealt with the German army in the ruins of the city and fought each other. But that is another story. Chapter 73. The 2 attacks before sunset really panicked the Soviet troops. But this was not the end. When night fell, the nightmare really began. The sight distance at night dropped significantly, and the visibility became very low, making it more difficult for the guerrillas hiding in the forest to be discovered, and further weakening the firepower advantage of the Soviet army. After a whole day of marching, most of the Soviet soldiers were already hungry. According to the usual habit, the troops should have started to make a fire and cook. But now there was a ghostly death nearby, and there were still the bodies of comrades who had not completely cooled down. But no one dared to make a fire. At this time, the commander's inexperience was exposed. He had no idea whether he should hold on and wait for help or try to rush out. At this time, other Finnish guerrillas arrived one after another, and soon another team attacked this unfortunate unit. The Finnish guerrillas holding submachine guns rushed through the forest on skis, shooting wildly at the demoralized Soviet soldiers. There were not many of them, only about 20 people, but they were very brave. They suddenly appeared and opened fire as soon as they came up, catching the opponent off guard. In addition, the 2 machine gun squads on the Soviet side were taken down by Simon. The reaction of the Soviet soldiers, who were forced to do something, was obviously slow. When they turned their guns, the guerrillas had already used up the bullets in the drums, changed direction, and slid into the depths of the woods again, sticking to the Soviet position. At this time, the Soviet army's counterattack came late, but only the last 2 guerrillas were hit by bullets. One of them was hit in the head by a stray bullet and rolled off the skis, while the other was shot in the shoulder. He staggered and finally escaped. On the other side, Simon also set up her rifle and began to harvest in the chaos. When the guerrilla's charge ended, she added 8 more heads to her kill record. At the same time, the morale of the opposite Soviet army fell to the bottom, and it was not far from complete collapse. In just 3 minutes, more than 20 Soviet soldiers were killed, and about 30 more were wounded. 7 of them completely lost their ability to fight, and it was unclear whether they could survive until dawn. The rest were still able to fight after being bandaged, but they became more and more panicked when they heard the wailing and screaming of their comrades on the ground. The enemy was in a state of tension after just experiencing a round of surprise attacks. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, the guerrillas did not launch a new offensive at this time. They lurked in the forest, like patient predators, eating the prey in front of them bite by bite. Although the Soviet army still had the advantage in numbers and weapons, the guerrillas in white camouflage uniforms had already become fish on the chopping block. Finland was close to the Arctic Circle, and the long nights here would provide the guerrillas with more time to eat, allowing them to easily swallow huge prey that was several times their size. John Hung and Simon retreated to a safe place, and they even had time to eat dinner. But because they couldn't make a fire, the food tasted much worse. After a while, a strong figure on a ski board drew an elegant arc in the woods, bringing up countless flying snowflakes, and finally stopped in front of the two. John Hung recognized the man, who was the guy who had escorted him back to the camp with a submachine gun. John Hung later learned his name, Weller, who was also the guerrilla fighter with the strongest hostility towards him in the camp. He should have come here along the contact marks left by Simon. John Hung guessed that Weller probably came to arrange the time for the next round of attack with the girl. But he first showed off his skiing skills, and then raised the submachine gun in his hand to John Hung, with a provocative look. As a result, before John Hung himself reacted, Simon stood up first, holding the M28 in his hand, and stood in front of someone like a little lion. Weller's face suddenly became ugly, and he hurriedly said a few words and leapt on his skis again. John Hung's expression was also a little strange. He found that the longer he stayed with Simon, the stronger he felt that something was wrong. In fact, it was not too difficult to deal with a simple-minded guy like Weller. He was the same as Chung Chung, who was full of bad water. He was a kid whose mental age had not grown up much, at least during the time in the camp. Although he disliked John Hung, he didn't do anything too outrageous. At most, he would suddenly talk and laugh loudly with his companions when the latter passed by, or walk around arrogantly in someone's black down jacket. Sometimes he would stare at John Hung, but as long as John Hung took the initiative to look away, he would happily gain a wave of satisfaction. John Hung only found out later that this guy was actually married and the father of 2 children. His feelings for Simon were more like admiration and worship. He simply felt uncomfortable seeing his idol always getting together with a suspicious guy. So the right thing to do is to do nothing. After a while, he will silently accept the reality in front of him. Simon's angry response will only arouse Weller's rebellious psychology. But the girl also meant well, and John Hung certainly couldn't blame her, especially considering that the latter had been living in the mountains with his grandfather before, and the way to express likes and dislikes was more direct than the single-celled Weller. In contrast, it was the talents like the female Dr. Maggie that made John Hung feel more difficult. He had no idea what the woman was thinking. She was like the best actor. Sometimes even she herself couldn't help but believe in her superb acting skills. Therefore, John Hung always kept a little wariness towards Maggie. The guerrillas launched the third wave of offensive 40 minutes later. The Finns played a trick again. This time they did not directly attack the Soviet position. Instead, 2 snipers launched the attack first, attracting most of the enemy's firepower. Then the guerrillas suddenly rushed out from the other side and caught the enemy off guard again. Simon continued to play steadily, focusing on the enemy's machine gunner. Even John Hung, who was standing aside, secretly fired a few shots. However, the battlefield was now full of gunfire, and the target was much farther away than when he was training. He himself did not know where the bullets flew until he heard the system prompt sound. Successfully killed an enemy. Game points +5. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. John Hung realized that he had hit someone. As for whether it was the target he was aiming at, only God knew. Chapter 74. After losing more than 20 people, and the commander was killed, the morale of this Soviet unit collapsed ahead of time. Some of them dropped their weapons, and knelt down to beg for mercy, while others turned around and tried to escape. The guerrillas only left a few people to guard those who raised their hands to surrender, and the rest of them dispersed and continued to chase and shoot those deserters in the forest. John Hung was not interested in such things, but he knew that the first battle was his token of surrender, and his attitude towards these Soviet soldiers would also determine the guerrillas' attitude towards him. So John Hung followed behind and fired cold shots, mainly to help deal with those enemies who were still resisting stubbornly. And by the way, he also practiced his marksmanship in actual combat. Half an hour later, the battle was completely over, except for 7 Soviet soldiers who fled into the mountains and disappeared. The rest were either captured or shot dead. The Soviet army was completely wiped out, and the price paid by the guerrillas was only 2 deaths, 1 serious injury, and the remaining 4 minor injuries. Among the 2 dead, there was the guy who was hit in the head during the first wave of raids, and the other was the unlucky guy who was killed by the deserters because he was too careless during the pursuit. Although the subsequent guerrillas rushed to shoot the Soviet soldiers who fired the gun, the dead companions could not be saved. When the gunfire stopped, Weller began to lead people to inspect the battlefield and count and collect the spoils. Several guerrillas excitedly searched the corpses and picked them up. It was obvious that they were used to all this. On the other hand, the Soviet prisoners on the other side looked uneasy, not knowing what fate was waiting for them. The Geneva Convention had clear provisions on the treatment of prisoners of war, but unfortunately the Soviet Union did not join in World War II. In fact, even if it joined, it would be useless. John Hung had never seen prisoners in the guerrilla camp. The guerrillas could not afford to feed the prisoners of war with their limited space, nor could they send personnel to escort them to the rear when the battle was fierce. For example, there were nearly 40 prisoners this time. It would take at least 4 or 5 guerrillas to escort them, and to deal with the wounded. Considering the possibility of running into other Soviet troops on the way, and the possibility of the prisoners escaping and resisting, it was obviously not worth the cost. In fact, some guerrillas had already pulled over the 2 horse-drawn carriages carrying the Maxim heavy machine guns. Looking at the black muzzle, the Soviet soldiers squatting on the ground panicked. But their weapons had been taken away, and it was too late to resist now. John Hung did not watch anymore. He did not touch the scattered guns and valuables such as watches on the prisoners. He just stuffed the rifle bullets he picked up into his backpack silently, and then left with Simon. The 2 of them walked a few steps and heard the sound of machine gun fire from behind, mixed with the screams of Soviet soldiers. But it did not last long, and the forest returned to silence. Perhaps because of the 2 battles he had encountered when he first met Simon. John Hung was not facing such a bloody scene for the first time. His performance exceeded many people's expectations. Although his first battle was not amazing, at least he did not drag the guerrillas down. He was very calm from beginning to end, and did not make any mistakes. So after returning to the camp this time, the guerrillas who originally disliked him had a much different impression of him. They no longer regarded him as heir. When everyone recalled their performance when they first went to the battlefield, many people found that they seemed to be worse than John Hung. Therefore, in addition to Weller and his best friends, many guerrillas began to gradually accept this yellow-skinned comrade. The guerrillas wiped out a Soviet infantry company, but only 2 of their own men were killed. The seriously injured were saved by Maggie. This battle can be called a great victory, and the harvest was also quite rich. More than a dozen light machine guns and 2 heavy machine guns were seized, and rifles and ammunition were countless, which also solved Ojito's recent troubles. The morale of the camp is now high. Weller and several other young men are arm wrestling in the snow with their upper bodies naked, while others are standing by, drinking, cheering and betting. John Hung pushed open the woodshed where he lived and found a newly built wooden bed inside. In addition, there were some daily necessities placed beside the bed. "Why? Don't you plan to join us?" Maggie appeared at the door at some point, like a ghost, leaning against the wooden door and lighting a cigarette. She had just helped a wounded soldier suture his wound, and her cuffs were still stained with blood. She nodded in the direction of the group of excited guerrillas who were playing outside. "No." John Hung politely refused. "Do you think they don't have much time left and will die in the war sooner or later?" John Hung didn't know how to answer. He had to be careful when talking to the female doctor. This woman's intuition was terrifying. What are you afraid of? Isn't the whole of Europe thinking the same now? Maggie shook off the cigarette ash from her fingertips. Please, anyone who is not a fool can see who will be the final winner of this war. But that's all for the future. Since we are in it, the most important thing is to enjoy it while we can. John Hung did not comment. Perhaps because he was the only one who knew the outcome in advance. It was difficult for him to feel too much joy from this victory. After all, his goal was different from that of the Finns. He did not care about the outcome of the war. He only thought about how to survive in this cruel environment. Anyway, Aki asked me to bring you a message. You did a good job. Maggie pointed to the daily necessities at the bedside. The guerrillas have always been good to their own people. Since you have joined us, we naturally cannot treat you too badly. I originally wanted to let you live with others, but I think you seem to prefer to be alone. This place is good. No need to move. It's not interesting to live with the guerrillas. We don't speak the same language and can't communicate. It's better to stay alone. What's more, John Hung is used to getting up early to practice shooting and running. It will cause unnecessary trouble to affect others. Maggie nodded, said something like keep up the good work, and slipped away. John Hung leaned his skis against the corner of the wall, opened his backpack, and poured out the bullets inside. This was his biggest gain in this battle. A total of 513 bullets filled 2 backpacks. Enough for him to train for a while. After seeing Simon's amazing beyond visual range shooting, John Hung also had a stronger desire to improve his shooting skills. For a sniper, distance often means safety. Chapter 75. John Hung had been lying on the boundless snowfield for half an hour. He held the butt of his M28 against his right shoulder. His fingers were red and swollen from the cold. Even with his usual calmness, he couldn't help but start to doubt whether he could complete today's training. This was the 79th day since he came to this world. The mission deadline had long passed. However, because of the extra 24 hours, his stay in the snow and ice was extended to 140 days. Now only a little more than half of the time had passed. But the good news was that the end of this war was not far away. From the perspective of later generations, the Soviet-Finnish Winter War can be roughly divided into 2 time periods according to the progress. The first stage started on November 30th, 1939. The Soviet army launched a fierce attack on Finland in 4 directions. As a result, the Soviet army was as fierce as a tiger, except for achieving the predetermined goal at the northern end of the front line. It ended in a disastrous defeat in other areas, and was forced to stop the attack and continue to increase troops from the country. At this time, Finland basically stunned the Soviet Union, especially the main force confrontation in the Karelian Isthmus. The Soviet army was unable to break through the Mannerheim line that Finland had worked hard to operate for more than 10 years. Moreover, because it could not figure out the strength of the Finnish army's defense, it only captured the support area of 20 to 60 kilometers deep of the Finnish troops after paying a heavy price. But in January, the situation began to take a sharp turn for the worse. The Soviets established the Northwest Front in the Karelian Isthmus and appointed Timoshenko as the commander. The latter also served as the commander-in-chief of the front line, mobilizing 2 armies, a total of 21 infantry divisions and 6 tank brigades, to launch a fierce attack on the Mannerheim line. At this time, the Finnish side was short of troops, lacked heavy weapons, and the problems of excessive ammunition consumption were exposed one after another. Recently, there have been more and more urgent reports from the front line, but they have nothing to do with John Hung for the time being. During this period, he has experienced more than 20 battles of varying sizes, and he has been on the verge of death almost every day. It is no longer as easy as in the first battle. Even with his caution, he has been injured several times. The most dangerous time was when a grenade fell in front of him. But I don't know if it was the lucky rabbit's foot on his waist that played a role. The grenade did not explode in the end, which also allowed John Hung to escape. This was indeed the most dangerous round of the game he had ever experienced. There were many uncontrollable factors on the battlefield. Even if he made all the right choices, he could still be killed by an accident. However, the huge pressure also made him burst out unprecedented potential. John Hung's skiing and shooting skills improved rapidly, especially the latter. It took less than a month to upgrade to level 1. At this rate, he might be able to reach level 2 in another month. Now his sniper hit range has been increased to 200 meters. At this distance, he can basically guarantee a hit rate of more than 80%. But his most important improvement is not the range. Simon has been helping Zhang Heng improve his sniper's overall quality and battlefield sense, which is why he is performing better and better. The two are now conducting observation training. Simon has caught 5 snow weasels with a trap. This is a slender animal that looks like a mouse. The girl marked them and released them. Zhang Heng needs to kill 3 of them to complete the training. This little thing is covered with pure white fur, which is very difficult to distinguish in the snow. And it is very alert. Half an hour later, Zhang Heng only found and shot 1. And the other 4 were completely gone. Zhang Heng even suspected that they had run out of the area. 10 minutes later, Zhang Heng finally found a half-exposed little head in a snow ditch. However, the distance between the 2 sides was a bit far at this moment. Zhang Heng did not intend to wait any longer, fearing that the little thing would run away again the next moment. He pulled the trigger, but his stiff fingers obviously affected his shooting accuracy. This shot did not hit the target, and the snow weasel was frightened and disappeared into the snow ditch. Zhang Heng shook his head, put away the rifle in his hand, and gave up this training. He saw Simon sitting in front of the campfire in a daze. The guerrillas had been on holiday for the past week, and the battles in other areas were basically over. They were just waiting for the outcome of the Karelian Isthmus, or more precisely, whether Finland could hold out until international aid arrived. Britain and France promised to send an expeditionary force to Finland to fight, but Sweden and Norway explicitly rejected the Allied forces' request to pass through their borders, and Germany clearly stated that it had no intention of participating in the Soviet-Finnish War or mediating. Finland began to be pessimistic about whether the reinforcements could arrive in time, and whether they could resist the Soviet attack after arriving. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been negotiating with the Soviet Union to seek a ceasefire, but the harsh conditions proposed by the Soviet Union are difficult to accept. It is now February, and the war situation will become increasingly unfavorable as time goes by and the weather warms up. Zhang Heng can quickly put these things aside and stop thinking about them, because he does not belong to any party in the war. But for Simon, her country is about to lose and even face the danger of national extinction, and she may feel a different feeling in her heart. Zhang Heng could feel that the girl had been in a low mood recently, but there was not much he could do. The impact of personal strength on a war was minimal. Even if he had the same strength as Simon, he still could not change the final result. So he could only think of another way to make the girl feel better. Bang! A snowball hit Simon's back. The girl showed a puzzled look on her face. When she turned around, she was hit on the left arm by 2 snowballs. So she immediately bent down to make ammunition. The top sniper's precise counterattack landed on Zhang Heng's chest. But at this time Zhang Heng's 2 consecutive shots also arrived. Simon dodged the first one, but was hit on the neck by the second one. The snow fell on her collar, and she couldn't help but shiver. But this also aroused her competitive spirit. Snowballs flew and spun in the air, back and forth. At least in this brief moment, Simon temporarily forgot the trauma and pain brought by the war. It was already night when the 2 returned to the camp. Zhang Heng boiled water and took a hot bath. When he put on his clothes and walked outside the woodshed where he lived, he unexpectedly saw the female Dr. Maggie there. "You came back very late." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter?" "The war in the Karelian Isthmus is not going well. The Soviet army has broken through the first line of defense. There is news that those guys above are ready to agree to the Soviet Union's request. The war is about to end. Aji wants to talk to you. I wonder if you are free." Chapter 76. Zhang Heng put on his clothes and followed the female doctor to the residence of the lieutenant with a mustache. The latter was cutting a cigar with a knife. Seeing someone, he grinned and said enthusiastically, "Welcome, friends of the Finnish people. Freedom fighters, my yellow-skinned comrades." Zhang Heng sat down in the seat opposite. He had not had much contact with the guerrilla commander in the past 2 months. The last time he sat here was when he just arrived at the camp. At that time, the other party left after a few words, and it was the female doctor who communicated with him. This time, for some unknown reason, she specially called him here. The mustached lieutenant put the cut cigar aside and took out a bottle of vodka from under the table. It was seized when the guerrillas attacked a Soviet supply team transporting military supplies. Half of it had been drunk, but there was still half left. Maggie took out 3 cups and filled them one by one. The mustached lieutenant raised one of them and said, "I have always wanted to thank you for everything you have done for more than 2 months. You fought side by side with us in the most difficult times and helped us defend the country. It's a pity that you are not a real Finnish soldier. Otherwise you should have won a lot of military merits with your performance. John Hung drank the vodka in the glass, and waited for the other party's next words. Sure enough. Soon after, the lieutenant with a mustache continued. You should also know that the war is coming to an end now. I wonder what your plans are after the war is over. John Hung roughly estimated that he should have about a month left until the war is completely stopped. So far, he has accumulated 23 points in total. Except for the initial. Discovering a guerrilla base. Killing an enemy soldier. And later using Molotov cocktail to destroy a tank. Killing an enemy officer. There is even a strange achievement like C's 10 bullet shell lighters. The main mission of surviving in Finland for 20 days has been completed long ago. So theoretically, he doesn't need to stay here any longer. If possible, John Hung would like to visit the UK or the US. Especially the latter, which was a relatively safe country during World War II. It basically fought overseas, and the mainland was not attacked much. Of course, the premise is that the guerrillas are willing to let him go. Now that the war is about to end, the guerrillas seem to have no reason to keep him. However, John Hung still said to the outside world that he planned to return to China, which was also the excuse he had prepared earlier. The mustache lieutenant and the female doctor looked at each other, then put down the cup in their hands and held the cigar in their mouths. We have fought side by side before, so I will say it directly. No matter what time, we will certainly choose to trust you and treat you as one of our own. But unfortunately some people don't seem to think so. What do you mean? The last time you were in the camp, you were seen by the soldiers responsible for transporting ammunition to the guerrillas. The lieutenant with a mustache lit up his cigar and chose his words carefully. Some people are worried that you know too much and will talk nonsense after you leave. For example, the way the guerrillas treated prisoners of war. The female doctor took the cigar handed over by the lieutenant with a mustache and took a puff. We just did what we had to do in this situation. But once this kind of thing gets out, it may bring some bad public opinion influence internationally. Especially now, considering that the people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are negotiating with the Soviet Union. This is a very sensitive period. The mustache lieutenant took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at John Hung. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. But after a moment, he put the pistol back on the table. The good news is that we all know what kind of person you are. Personally, I trust you very much, and you won't say anything nonsense. So what we have to do now is very simple. That is, to find a way to make those guys who don't trust you as much as we do. The mustache lieutenant said leisurely. What else do you want me to do? To assassinate Timoshenko? John Hung's speed of controlling his emotions made Maggie and Aki marvel. Anyone facing this situation would have enough reasons to be angry, especially considering John Hung's contribution to the guerrillas. During this period, he and Simon killed many Soviet soldiers together. Such performance was impeccable. As a result, the guerrillas turned around and turned their backs on him. At this time, John Hung was still able to restrain his anger and just said a sarcastic remark. This psychological quality is indeed strong enough. But in fact, John Hung's heart was not as calm as he showed. He realized that he had indeed made a serious mistake. This is not as simple as playing games on the computer. After choosing to join a certain camp, you become a part of this camp. His skin color and unverifiable past destined him not to be truly trusted by any side. He knew this from the beginning. The guerrillas were just using him to deal with the Soviets. However, at that time, he did need to join a side to survive this difficult war. So strictly speaking, both sides just took what they needed. However, as the situation changed, his relationship with the guerrillas also quietly changed. From being needed at the beginning to being a hidden danger and trouble now. He was not completely unaware. But because everyone got along well, he thought that what he did for the guerrillas was enough to exchange for the right to get out after the war. But now it seems that this is probably his wishful thinking. The lieutenant with a mustache smiled. Don't worry. We are reasonable people. We won't let you die in vain. In fact, what I want you to do is very simple and easy for you. After doing this, the grudge between us will be written off, and you can go wherever you want. The female doctor blew out a smoke ring. Her expression was a little complicated at this moment. It was the first time John Hung saw the emotion of hesitation on her face. And Maggie spoke again after a moment. Do you know that the child's original name was not Simon? John Hung frowned. He didn't know why Maggie suddenly changed the topic to Simon. The female doctor continued to talk on her own. This country has reached the most dangerous time. More than ever, we need a hero to unite everyone. They can quietly wait for this hero to appear. Or, there is a more reliable way to create a hero yourself. Maggie's expression was very strange. A bit like mockery, but also with a bit of respect. The real Simon lived in a small town called Rotjarvi. No one cared where it was, just as no one cared what he did there. He was a farmer who occasionally went hunting in the mountains. He was so ordinary that no one paid attention to him, so his past could be processed at will. Chapter 77. I don't understand. Since there is already a Simon, why create another one? With that kid's marksmanship, she can be a hero. Right? Why borrow an irrelevant identity? Not one. The female doctor took another puff of her cigar. What? John Hung frowned. The Simon that was created was not one. They found 4 people, all experts, 3 of them snipers, and 1 guy with a submachine gun. The 4 people covered their faces and shared the same identity. This was equivalent to taking out 4 insurance policies. Together, they created the legend of Simon, the greatest sniper in human history. He is omnipresent, a wandering ghost on the battlefield, the most reliable comrade, the White Death that the Soviets are afraid of, an unbeatable battlefield legend, inspiring millions of Finnish people and soldiers. Well, to be more precise, there are actually only 3 Simons, because one of them died shortly after the war started, and there are not many parts related to him in the legend. Another one was also killed by a Soviet machine gunner last month. What about the real Simon? Does he know these things? It doesn't matter anymore. He responded to the call to join the army in October last year. During training, he threw himself on a grenade to protect his comrades. If this hadn't happened, there wouldn't have been this plan. However, Maggie repeatedly flicked the lighter in her hand, and it was obvious that she was a little anxious. Now the war is over. There are only 2 Simons left in the world. The person who made this plan should have foreseen this situation. John Hung said. Yes, there would have been a fair chance for the remaining people after the war. At least, they could use the guns in their hands to decide their final fate. But now something has gone wrong. What's the problem? The last 2 people left are the child and the submachine gunner. The latter was hit by a dum-dum bullet in a raid the day before yesterday. He miraculously survived the operation. But someone leaked the news, and then reporters from all over the world rushed to the hospital, where he announced his identity. The female doctor showed a helpless look on her face. I can actually understand why he made such a choice. The child's strength is the strongest among the 4, and he was so seriously injured. If the 2 of them fight, they have almost no chance of winning. So you plan to abandon her now? We have no other choice. Now that things have come to this, we can only cooperate with that guy to continue this drama, and even help him fill in the loopholes in his lies. John Hung looked at Maggie for half a minute. If you want me to believe what you said, you should first explain why a British volunteer in the guerrillas would have these obviously highly confidential things. This time it was Maggie's turn to be silent. I lied to you before. I did grow up in the UK, but my father is Finnish, and he is a senior military official. This plan was originally proposed by me. I recruited them personally. I wanted to witness the birth of a legend with my own eyes. So I came here together, and Aki was sent by the military to protect me. Maggie also looked a little irritated. She stood in front of the window, in the same posture as when they first met, with her arms folded, looking out the window. John Hung suddenly understood what she was anxious about at that time. She must have found it difficult to maintain the same feelings towards 4 people when she was getting along with Simon, which made it impossible for her to remain objective and neutral. After all, we are all mortals. I do care about that child. I even had the idea of finding someone to secretly kill other candidates. But the war was not over at that time. I didn't know if she could survive. In my position, I couldn't take risks easily, especially after the second person died. What's more, the final rule was indeed in favor of the child. But what happened later was something I didn't expect. Now you find yourself unable to do anything. So you want to use my power to solve this problem for you? John Hun's eyes fell on the pistol on the table. But why don't you let her go? You know that child. You should know that she doesn't care whether she can become a hero. I am the one who proposed the plan, but not the one who executes it. Maggie held the cigar, and she didn't notice until the ash fell on her pajamas. I do have a certain say in this matter, but not all. Strictly speaking, my work is over after completing the recruitment. What happens next is my personal behavior. I can't change what has happened. nor can I change the final decision from above." She paused and continued. "The child believes in you. So I decided to tell you these things. You can send her off in person. This is the last thing I can do for her. I heard there is a beautiful lake in the northwest. Maybe we can go fishing there after everything is over." The female doctor finally finished what she wanted to say tonight. "I don't have a choice in this matter. Right?" John Hung didn't hesitate and grabbed the pistol on the table. Maggie turned her back to him and remained silent. John Hung did not stay any longer. He had already asked all the questions he wanted to ask. He then stood up and walked out of the residence of the lieutenant with a mustache and walked towards the cabin where Simon was. However, before leaving, he still said thank you to the female doctor. The guerrilla camp was particularly quiet tonight. Even Ojito, who liked to lean against the kitchen door to watch the stars, was not there. However, the entire camp was brightly lit. Basically, there was a kerosene lamp hanging outside each cabin. John Hung did not turn his head to look in the direction of the forest in the distance. He put the pistol into his sleeve and knocked on the door with his other hand. Perhaps because the female doctor didn't like to carry keys, Simon was not surprised that someone came to visit so late, until he opened the door and saw John Hung standing outside. He was surprised. Then she was grabbed by the collar and pressed to the ground. The two fell into the hut together. Simon, for the first time, did not resist at all. He just lay on the ground and looked at John Hung quietly, with a blush on his face. Everything was just as the female doctor said. If the so-called trust can be quantified, then Simon's trust in John Hung must be full. John Hung sighed. At this moment, if he took out the pistol hidden in his sleeve and shot the girl in the heart, it would end everything completely. But he did not do it. John Hung searched his poor Finnish vocabulary, but he could not find the word betrayal. In the end, he could only look at Simon's eyes and said, "Believe me." After saying that, John Hung looked away and quickly looked around the room. John Hung believed that with Maggie's intelligence and means, since she had hinted to this extent, it was impossible for her to be unprepared. Finally, his eyes fell on the bed of the female doctor next to him. There, and the cabinet were the only possible places to hide things. Chapter 78. The sudden sound of gunfire in the cabin broke the silence of the night. After a while, there was finally a sound in the silent woods in the distance. Several masked men holding submachine guns came out of the woods. They were wearing white camouflage uniforms, but there was no military mark on their bodies. They approached the cabin without saying a word. However, what greeted them was a huge black gun barrel. John Hung didn't expect that the female doctor hid a Maxim heavy machine gun disassembled from a carriage under the bed. This woman was even crazier than he thought. But her craziness came in handy at this time. John Hung was very patient. He waited until the unknown people in the woods were close to the door of the cabin before pulling the trigger. Bullets gushed out of the gun barrel, forming a tongue of fire. The 5 people outside were obviously also on guard against the possibility of someone playing tricks. But even if their imagination was 10 times richer, they probably wouldn't have guessed that there was such a big thing hidden in the cabin. The overwhelming firepower instantly crushed all the possibilities of resistance. The 5 people outside the house had no chance to fight back at all, and their bodies were torn apart by the swarming metal bullets. Unfortunately, although the heavy machine gun was powerful, its ammunition consumption was also amazing. Only 1 round of attack had used up the little stock under the female doctor's bed, and this thing could not be carried with him. After resolving the first wave of crisis, John Hung could only throw it aside, then pulled out the pistol from his waist and shot down the kerosene lamp hanging under the eaves. As soon as he finished this, the opponent's second wave of attacks arrived. The bullets flying out of the forest poured on the wood of the cabin, easily tearing the thin wooden wall. But fortunately Simon had already laid down the bed as a cover in advance. Although the girl still didn't know why the enemy suddenly appeared in the camp, she knew that the 2 of them were in danger. She had already held her M28 in her hand, biting the leather magazine and quickly loading bullets. This wave of violent attacks lasted for about 3 minutes. The house was in a mess, with bullet holes everywhere, and the dishes on the table were all broken into pieces. Fortunately, there were 2 beds to block it. Otherwise the fate of the 2 people would probably be no different from the broken glass on the ground. It was obvious that those guys were determined to kill Simon this time, and they were well prepared. After waiting for a while, the gunshots gradually became sparse, and 3 more people walked out of the woods and began to move towards the cabin tentatively. As a result, They were responded by 3 gunshots. Simon shot and killed all 3 people. And John Hung also fired 2 shots. Unfortunately, he was still a little uncomfortable with the pistol. But then, they were met with a more fierce counterattack. Intensive gunshots came from all directions. And bullets came like a tide, almost completely submerging the cabin. This won't work. John Hung can roughly judge from the fierceness of the firepower that the enemy should have 20 to 30 people. If they continue to fight like this, the bed boards of the 2 beds will sooner or later end up like the wooden walls. However, the 2 of them have no means to solve the current predicament. John Hung is now even difficult to show his head, let alone how to fight back and escape with Simon. Strictly speaking, John Hung was still calculated by Maggie this time. The reason why the woman was willing to tell him everything about Simon was not just to explain it to him out of kindness, but also to cut off his retreat in this way. The female doctor believed that with John Hung's intelligence, he would definitely be able to figure out what it meant to know these secrets. Even if he really wanted to choose to kill Simon, he would not be able to get out of the camp as he wished. That's why John Hung said at that time, "I never had a choice in this matter." But even so, John Hung finally thanked Maggie, because he knew that it was difficult for him to stay out of this matter. He asked himself that it would be difficult to let Simon go and escape after knowing everything. What's more, he still had a trump card, and the wooden sculpture was still lying quietly in John Hung's pocket. He could at least leave the hut by turning into a shadow. But there was no moon tonight, and his range of activities was limited to the place where the kerosene lamp could illuminate, which was a big trouble for him. It was not easy to rush into the forest and get behind those guys. But if the situation continues to deteriorate, he has no other choice. Just as John Hung put his fingers deep into his pockets and prepared to grab the wood carving, the gunshots suddenly became more frequent. However, this time the gunshots did not all come from the woods, but many came from the camp. John Hung saw Weller, who only had one arm left, rushing out under the cover of the light machine gun behind him, raising his submachine gun and firing wildly into the forest. In addition, the lame Ojito also kicked over a table, put his rifle on it, and cursed and shot at the guys hiding in the forest. And other guerrillas also took action. John Hung did not waste this opportunity. He kicked open the crumbling back wall with holes all over it and ran out of the cabin with Simon. As soon as he went out, he heard a whistle from his side, and then received a submachine gun thrown by a guerrilla. The other party made a gesture to him and then joined the battle. Since the start of the war, the number of people in the camp has dropped from more than 40 at the peak to more than a dozen now. Most of them have died in the war. But this has also made the remaining people become unusually united. Although they received orders from above not to leave the room tonight, they still chose to step forward after seeing the hut where Simon lived being attacked. Such a change was obviously beyond the expectations of both sides. However, although they were full of morale, they were indeed at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Except for the first wave of attacks that stunned the guys in the forest, the other side quickly organized a counterattack. Although those guys always hid their heads and showed their faces, their strength was quite good, except for the first wave of heavy machine guns that had no way to deal with them. The guerrillas cooperated well and acted well, so casualties began to occur. Simon hesitated. She seemed to want to turn around to help, but John Hung knew that the group's target was her. If she stayed here, it would only bring greater danger to others. So he patted her on the shoulder. Now there were gunshots everywhere in the camp. Most people didn't know where to escape at this time. But this was not a problem for John Hung. As early as when communicating with Maggie before, the latter had already hinted clearly that the northwest direction should be the flaw in the circle, and it was also their only way to survive. Chapter 79. John Hung and Simon worked together to extinguish the kerosene lamps hanging in each corner one by one. As a result, the camp quickly became dark. The visibility was very low tonight, and only vague figures could be seen from a distance. The two were now about 70 meters away from the northwest forest, but only 40 meters away from the west, and there was a storage room in the middle. So John Hung preferred to enter the forest from the west first, and then turn to the northwest. But the prerequisite was to kill the gunman hiding on the west first. With a rifle, John Hung put away his pistol. He and Simon lay on the snow, one on each side, maintaining their shooting posture. After a while, the man in the woods couldn't stand the loneliness and fired back at Weller, who was still shooting wildly. However, when the gunfire was lit, their position was also exposed. John Hung and Simon seized this fleeting opportunity. With 2 gunshots, a figure fell down in the woods. But Simon did not stop. He turned the gun and killed the remaining man with his terrifying observation and memory. But Weller was also shot at this time. Fortunately, the people in the forest did not seem to want to kill him. Only his calf was hit. John Hung knew that he could not wait any longer. So he rushed to the storage room with Simon. However, someone noticed the situation here and allocated some firepower to shoot here, blocking the way for the two. Simon gestured to attract the attention of the other side, and let John Hung take the opportunity to escape. But the latter refused without hesitation. This group of people came for Simon. He could not just leave the girl here. Instead of doing so, it would be better to stay and try to fight with the other side. However, this was their last resort. They had little chance of winning a head-on fight. And even if they could win this battle, there would probably be only a few guerrillas left. Just when the two were temporarily trapped, Weller on the ground suddenly exploded. He was hit in the calf. But instead of retreating, his ferocity was aroused. There happened to be a body of the masked man next to him, so he used it as a shield, picked up the other party's submachine gun that still had bullets, and fired a second round of crazy shots into the forest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, John Hung and Simon also accelerated and rushed towards the birch forest. Bullets were chasing them from behind, like the scythe of the god of death. The short 3 seconds seemed as long as 3 centuries. Both of them ran with all their might and were about to run into the woods. But then an accident happened. There were clearly only 3 people shooting in the woods on the west side of the tree. But no one expected that there was actually a 4th gunman hiding inside. And he was very close to the 2 of them. No matter how lively it was outside, he had been squatting there motionless. Until this moment, he finally showed his fangs. At such a close distance, there was no possibility of missing. The masked man raised the submachine gun in his hand. But at the same time, Simon took off the rifle on his back. There was no time for her to aim, adjust her breathing, and stabilize her shooting posture. She could only pull the trigger while running. The gunfire flashed, and the next moment, the masked man holding the submachine gun had his pupils suddenly contracted. His posture was frozen at the last moment of pulling the trigger, and then his body fell softly to the ground. Unfortunately, there was no extra time for the 2 people who escaped death to catch their breath. And the gunshots did not stop, because they didn't know who ran into the forest. The masked men could only send some people to surround here, and the remaining part continued to confront the guerrillas. John Hung took the submachine gun from the corpse, picked up a few boxes of ammunition for backup, and turned to the northwest with Simon. If Maggie didn't lie, the northwest direction should be the weakest point of the entire encirclement. But this did not mean that there was no guard there. With a previous lesson half a minute ago, the two had to become much more cautious. Although it is easy to hide in the woods, it is also easy to be ambushed. Simon still doesn't know what happened, especially when she untied the mask on the masked man's face and found that the other party was her compatriot. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. John Hung suddenly felt that sometimes language barriers are not a bad thing. So he doesn't have to tell Simon in person that her country betrayed her. The two did not stay there for too long. After picking up weapons and ammunition, they continued to move deep into the forest. Along the way, they encountered 3 waves of enemies, but they were basically alone. At most only 2 people in a group. Simon has a keen hearing and vision that is different from ordinary people. He can always find the opponent first, so each battle ends quickly. As they went deeper, John Hung could clearly feel that the obstacles they encountered were getting fewer, which also showed that Maggie was not lying. If they continued like this, they should be able to break through the opponent's defense lines soon. However, at this moment, shouts suddenly began to be heard in the forest. John Hung didn't understand what those people were saying, but he could clearly feel that Simon's mood had changed. She suddenly stopped there and didn't move her feet. John Hung could actually roughly guess what tricks the group was playing. They were just trying to discredit him, pretending that this was an arrest operation against him, and then using the country to force Simon to stand on the side. This is actually quite ironic. The latter's country has betrayed her, but now he is making up lies to try to take advantage of her loyalty. If he could communicate with Simon in Finnish at this time, he could naturally tell the truth to the latter. However, the other party obviously knows his situation very well, and now it is obvious that he is bullying him because he can't speak the language. In fact, John Hung's vocabulary is not really that bad, and he can still try to squeeze out some words, but the other party may have expected this kind of thing. and his stuttering defense will only look more suspicious at this time. So Zhang Heng simply shut up and kept silent. In fact, he had already said what he wanted to say in that room. The rest depended on which side Simon was more willing to believe. Although the danger would increase with every second they stayed, Zhang Heng still did not urge the girl. The two stood quietly in the night until they heard the rustling footsteps. Simon looked up at Zhang Heng, who looked as calm as ever. The current situation was not favorable to Zhang Heng, and he had to consider the worst. If Simon was really deceived by the words of those masked men, he could only use some tough means to take her away first. But what Zhang Heng didn't expect was that the girl then raised the rifle again and pulled the trigger decisively, and a figure fell down in the woods in the distance. Simon answered with his own actions. She was obviously more willing to trust her companions than strangers she had never met. Women are sometimes such unreasonable animals, and no matter how much reason they have, it is not as good as their own intuition. Chapter 80. The gunshots and shouts became farther and farther away. After about 2 hours, they finally disappeared. Zhang Heng initially judged that they should have broken through the other side's defense line. The two came to the lake that the female Dr. Maggie mentioned, and found an ownerless small wooden boat near the shore. With this boat, Zhang Heng and Simon could completely get rid of the pursuers behind them, without worrying about being tracked by hounds. However, just as Zhang Heng was about to get on the boat, he was suddenly knocked down by Simon beside him, and at the same time a bullet hit the girl's shoulder. Simon groaned. She and Zhang Heng had experienced so many rounds of fighting, so they reacted quickly. While the other party was pulling the bolt, they had already separated and found a birch tree for cover. The second bullet almost flew past someone's ear. Zhang Heng was also shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Without Simon's reminder, he knew that the two of them had finally met a master this time. The previous battle seemed thrilling, but it actually reflected the fierce firepower of the opponent. In a real one-on-one battle, the two of them always had the upper hand. This group of people has good coordination and discipline, but their individual abilities are not as strong as expected. They are roughly on par with the guerrillas, but not as good as Simon. Even in a one-on-one fight, Zhang Heng is very confident of winning. However, the guy they met this time is obviously not one of them. Judging from the two shots just now, even if the opponent's strength cannot catch up with Simon, it is not far behind the latter. This is a very tricky guy, who can be regarded as an ace in any army. It would be fine if it was normal, but Simone was injured just now while trying to save Zhang Heng, and the arm she was shot in happened to be her right hand holding the gun, although her left hand can also shoot after training. The speed and accuracy cannot be compared with her right hand, which will be fatal in a confrontation of this level. Zhang Heng knew that the two of them had reached the most dangerous moment. With the current visibility in the woods, he could not use the shadow moment that he regarded as a trump card. If the opponent continued to maintain this confrontation and called his companions at the same time, the situation of the two would become extremely dangerous. However, for some reason, the guy hiding in the dark opposite did not do so. After the two gunshots, the forest returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. A breeze blew, and only the small wooden boat by the lake was still floating gently with the waves. Zhang Heng saw blood flowing from Simon's fingers, and the latter frowned. Although she didn't say a word, the shot obviously had a great impact on her. Her right hand should have temporarily lost its combat effectiveness. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and made a gesture of relaxation to the girl. In the past, Simon always stepped forward when encountering such a situation, but this time Zhang Heng knew that it was his turn to stand up. He took out the wooden sculpture in his arms and quietly stretched it out. The next moment, gunfire flashed in the forest, and the sniper hidden on the opposite side pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet flew out of the gun barrel and accurately hit the wooden sculpture that stretched out apart. Zhang Heng clenched his palm tightly to prevent the wooden sculpture from slipping out of his hand. Then he brought the wooden sculpture back to his eyes. From the angle of the bullet, he could roughly calculate the position of the sniper on the opposite side. If Simon was standing here now, he would probably be able to shoot back. But Zhang Heng could only barely figure out the opponent's general range with this little information. If he just stuck his head out rashly, he would have almost no chance of winning. There was already a big gap between the two sides in terms of shooting skills. Only if he could accurately determine the opponent's position could he have a chance to fight. So Zhang Heng took out a shell lighter that he had seized before and used the same method to stick his head out. The opponent was not polite. This time, the shell lighter was directly shaken out of his hand. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry at all. He took out the third thing immediately. This time, the sniper on the opposite side was smart. He had guessed John Hung's intention and was completely unmoved. He ignored the temptation of the other party. So 2 minutes later, John Hung took the phone back. He hadn't used it since he joined the guerrillas. Originally, there was more than half of the battery left. But after 2 months, it was less than 10%. However, this 10% of the battery came in handy tonight. John Hung was just bullying the other party for not having seen high technology. The previous 2 times were just smoke bombs. But this time he directly turned the phone into video mode, recorded for 2 minutes outside without restraint, and used the flash to complete 4 consecutive shots at the end. This time, he finally found the guy's hiding place. The opponent was well prepared. Not only did he wear camouflage clothes, but he also blocked the dead branches and snow in front of him. He was completely integrated with the surroundings. If you don't observe carefully, you can hardly find him. But unfortunately, he was exposed to the 12-megapixel Leica lens in the end. However, the next moment was the real dangerous moment. John Hung knew that his advantage was that he had 2 people. The opponent couldn't guess who would launch the next attack. So his energy must be divided between the 2 people. No, that's not right. John Hung enlarged the photo in his hand again. From it, you can see that the sniper's expression was obviously excited and eager to try. Is this the fun of hunting dangerous prey? John Hung suddenly understood why the other party had not called his companions until now. He was waiting here for his prey. This was a hunt that belonged to him. The pride of a master did not allow him to use any external force. John Hung was quite self-aware about this. He knew that the person the other party was waiting for was definitely not him, but Simon, who best represented the White Death. So it seemed that the shot he fired at the lakeside was also to kill him in order to clear the field for the subsequent duel between the 2. However, he did not expect that the shot accidentally fell on Simon. However, even so, most of his energy was still focused on Simon. John Hung gestured to the girl, who nodded, loosened her injured shoulder, and held the rifle in her hand. Even if he couldn't see the situation on the other side, John Hung could guess that the sniper's breathing must have become rapid. The moment of the decisive battle has arrived. The next moment, a black shadow rushed out from behind the tree. The sniper lying on the ground widened his eyes, and his face flushed with excitement. Prey? No. It's a trap. His brain made a quick judgment, and it took only a few tenths of a second to see that it was just a coat. Although he turned the gun, he resisted the urge to pull the trigger at the critical moment. At the same time, he was completely excited. Since Simon had made a move, it meant that she must be ready to fight back. Now that the latter's trick was seen through by him, it meant that. But then his pupils couldn't help shrinking, because Simon did not rush out from behind the birch tree where she was hiding. But John Hung on the other side rolled over and left his shelter. The unknown sniper made a fatal mistake at this time. He still thought that Simon's side was the main attack point. The clothes before and John Hung who appeared now were just distractions. So he did not turn the gun at the first time. Of course, this was also because he had enough confidence in the hiding place he chose, and did not think that someone could find his exact location so quickly. So he hesitated for a moment. On the other side, John Hung picked up the rifle in his hand at the fastest speed. His condition was surprisingly good. The aiming and fixed posture that used to take time were almost completed subconsciously, through photos and videos. He knew the hiding place of the guy opposite him very well. When he half knelt on the ground, the muzzle of the gun was naturally pointed at the unknown sniper, and the latter reacted quickly and decisively turned the muzzle when he smelled danger. John Hung's ears rang with something. But at this time, he was so focused that he had no time to distinguish. And the 2 people pulled the trigger almost at the same time. However, one person's bullet flew past the target's cheek, while the other person's bullet accurately passed through the opponent's brain stem. Chapter 81. 2 months later, on the Finnish-Swedish border, in an inconspicuous small farm, John Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the axe in his hand, and moved the chopped firewood back to the woodshed and stacked it. When he pushed open the door and walked into the living room, steaming hot bread and freshly cooked fish soup were already on the table. 67-year-old Greta is the owner of this farm. Her husband and only son died in the war, and her daughter married far away in the United States. More than a month ago, she kindly took in the 2 people who came to stay overnight. After learning that the 2 had nowhere to go, she warmly invited them to stay. It happened that the farm was in need of help, so the 2 stayed. Greta only said that they were relatives of the man in the United States. And John Hung fluent English also proved this from the side. As for Simon, she was still silent as always. But as time went by, her somewhat dull personality was gradually accepted by the people around her. The two threw away their weapons halfway, and Simon's gunshot wound on the shoulder was cured by a small-town doctor. She didn't have many relatives, and her only grandfather had passed away the year before last. In a sense, she didn't have much to worry about. After the battle by the lake, John Hung originally wanted to take the girl to the United States. But later he thought about it, and found that this was a bit unrealistic. The distance between the United States and Finland was too far, and it might not be possible to get there in a short time. Moreover, Simon's English was also average. In comparison, it would be better to stay in Sweden, which borders Finland. The former was once one of the principalities of the latter. Many Finns can speak Swedish, and in a small village like this on the border, most people master 2 languages. Greta is one of them. At least Simon has no communication barriers here. John Hung saw the girl coming back from outside through the window. She was carrying a hunting rifle and holding a dead rabbit and fox in her hands. Simon put the prey in the kitchen, then put the hunting rifle back in the attic, and then came down to wash his hands and eat. Grandma Greta filled everyone with a bowl of fish soup, and John Hung thanked her in Finnish. Just like every night before, the 3 of them finished dinner in a harmonious atmosphere and said good night to each other. The next morning, Greta prepared food for the 2 of them early and put it in a basket. Simon didn't wear his usual hunting clothes, but changed into a floral dress that the old man had made for his daughter. It looked a little small on Simon, and the latter didn't seem to be used to this outfit. Greta smiled and handed the picnic basket over, saying to the 2, "Have fun." John Hung took the basket and hugged the old man. "Goodbye, Greta. Goodbye, kid." The old man waved at the door, and the 2 looked like a young couple going on an outing. John Hung rode a bicycle with Simon through the farm fields, the square in the center of the town, and the hospital with blood donation advertisements, feeling the exotic scenery around him all the way. The Soviet-Finnish War has temporarily ended, but the war in the entire European continent has just begun. Sweden is one of the few countries that have escaped from this catastrophe because of its neutral status. It can also be regarded as a paradise in World War II. John Hung parked his bicycle on a piece of grass outside the town. The 2 climbed up the grass slope with a picnic basket and saw the sea of flowers on the other side. John Hung didn't know the names of the white flowers below. Speaking of it, the national flower of Finland seems to be a white flower called Lily of the Valley. Unfortunately, he came at the wrong time. There are still 1 or 2 months before the flowering period, so he should not be able to see it. This was the last day he stayed in this instance. John Hung confessed to Simon that this day was coming very early. The girl didn't say anything, but made an appointment with him for this last outing. The 2 walked through the streets of the town, fished in the pond, played poker for a while, and then shared the caviar sandwich carefully prepared by Greta on the top of the slope. But still didn't say much. This was also the most accustomed way for the 2 to get along. The breeze blew Simon's hair and skirt, and finally the girl rested her head on someone's knees and closed her eyes. John Hung looked at the time on his watch, took off his coat, and covered Simon with it. The sleeping girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. The next moment, John Hung heard that familiar voice. "The return deadline has been reached, and the mission has been completed. Welcome to the Mannerheim Line dungeon. The 3rd round of the game is over, and you will return to the real world." John Hung opened his eyes from the booth and felt as if he was in another world. This round of the game was the shortest, but because of the strong pressure of death, he lived every minute and every second with extra effort. From the war-torn World War II to today's civilized society, he felt like he had traveled through 100 years of time. It's just that there is no one around to rely on. This time, John Hung sat in the booth for half an hour before he stood up. As he stood up, something slipped out of his pocket. John Hung lowered his head and was stunned when he saw that thing. This was a small animal bone necklace that the girl had always worn around her neck. It was much smaller than the bone piece that the old man in Tang Su threw to him before, only the size of a fingernail. There was a tall red pine tree engraved on it, with thick branches and complex roots. John Hung didn't know when Simon secretly put this thing into his pocket, but since he was able to bring it back, it meant that this little thing was also a game prop. More than 140 days had passed, and John Hung originally thought that he would not encounter game props again in the third round of the game. But he didn't expect that the game prop was always by his side. He didn't rush to ask the bartender to identify it, because since Simon had worn this thing for such a long time, it meant that it should have no negative effects. At the moment, he has something else that needs to be identified. John Hung followed the advice of the old man in Tang suit and tried not to expose his relationship with the other party. So he waited until the end of this round of the game before he had the opportunity to give this game prop that was not obtained from the game copy to the bartender. With the latter's usual slacking attitude, when he saw the thing in John Hung's hand, he couldn't help but look up at him more, and said with suspicion, "I know you have a lucky rabbit's foot, but isn't this bonus too exaggerated? 3 rounds of copies and 3 game props? Are you the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck?" Chapter 82 PTSD. This time, because it was already dawn when the game ended, John Hung walked out of the lounge, and there were fewer people reveling in the bar below. He did not rush to sum up his experience as usual, but went back to school to take a shower, empty his mind, and sleep well without thinking about anything. As a result, someone returned to the dormitory to get something, and the sound of opening the door woke up John Hung on the bed. The latter rolled sideways and rolled off the bed. He subconsciously wanted to touch the gun, but he got nothing. Wei Jianlong in front of the door was stunned by someone's series of actions. He was stunned for half a minute before speaking. Brother, are you okay?" John Hung himself was a little embarrassed, although his body had not changed. The 2-month war experience still left marks on him in another way. Compared with before, he now sleeps much lighter, and will wake up from his sleep at the slightest disturbance. This is the body's self-protection mechanism that is working spontaneously to cope with complex and harsh environments. At the same time, he will subconsciously observe and look for cover when walking on the road. John Hung knew that there was a mental illness called PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, which was common in veterans who had experienced war, and was mainly manifested in re-experiencing avoidance reactions and hypervigilance. For now, John Hung's condition was more inclined to the third type. In fact, he had recovered somewhat after staying in Sweden for more than a month. But it was difficult to completely return to his previous state, since he had already gotten up. John Hung didn't plan to sleep anymore. He went to the cafeteria to eat something, and then came to the library with his computer. After spending an entire afternoon summarizing this round of games, John Hung thought of the necklace in his pocket. So he searched for Finnish mythology on the internet. Finnish and Ugric mythology were mainly formed before the 10th century AD, and are quite similar to the mythology of the Somodi people and many Ural-Altai ethnic groups. In the subsequent development process, they were influenced by the mythology of neighboring ethnic groups. Iranian mythology, Turkic mythology, Baltic mythology, etc. all have a certain influence on Finnish mythology. In the late period, there are also shadows of Christian mythology and other myths. It is very complex, with many gods, and because it is not popular, there are not many materials left in China. John Hung had no choice but to climb over the firewall and go to Google. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he finally found a pattern that was almost exactly the same as the one on the necklace. At this moment, John Hung's sleepiness disappeared. He clicked on the web page and found the god in the picture. Tapio, the god of the forest, one of the ancient gods in Finnish mythology, and the red pine is its image. According to legend, it can help hunters who worship it get more prey. Michael, the leader of the religious reform? Agricola's hymn written in 1551 preserved precious genealogical information, which included Tapio. Simone was born a hunter and lived in the mountains with her grandfather since she was a child. It was not surprising that she believed in Tapio. So far, except for the wood carving obtained in the second round of Tokyo Drift, which still has no clues. The lucky rabbit's foot and Molesby before, and the necklace this time, all have related folk legends behind them, especially when Molesby appeared in the real world. John Hung realized for the first time that things might not be that simple. Unfortunately, the Tang suit weirdo had returned to Europe at this time, and John Hung had no one to ask. Moreover, according to the latter, he could not reveal too much because of a certain ancient covenant. John Hung closed the computer and sat at his seat for a while, trying to piece together the clues in his mind. However, after a while, he heard a burst of laughter. There were 3 girls sitting at the table closest to his left-hand side. 2 hours ago, John Hung noticed that the thin and tall girl with glasses was always peeking at him. John Hung thought there was something on his face. But now it was the other two girls, who were looking at him and laughing. Seeing John Hung shift his gaze, the two began to push the thin and tall girl next to them. The latter mustered up the courage to stand up, lowered her head, and walked to someone, stammering, "Classmate, can I ask you a question?" John Hung was a little surprised. He certainly knew why the other party came to him. But he still took the high math workbook from the other party, and patiently wrote down the detailed derivation process. Then he picked up his phone and looked at it, and said to the other party, "Sorry, my girlfriend has something to talk to me about." The girl's eyes flashed with obvious disappointment. She didn't stay any longer, squeezed out a somewhat forced smile, thanked her, picked up her workbook, and walked back to her seat in a daze. After sending the Buddha to the west, since he had started this, of course, he had to finish this white lie. John Hung then packed up his things and left. Unexpectedly, a message actually came to his phone at this time. It was sent by the bartender. John Hung put on his backpack and walked towards the elevator. He opened the PDF and found that it was a long-delayed game points service list. John Hung took a quick look. In addition to the appraisal service, there were also some items for sale. However, they were not game props, but some strange things. The wooden box made of tule tree was relatively normal. Things like the first menstrual blood of a cow and the 45th feather of a crow seemed a bit meaningless. In addition, there were some things that were obviously normal, but they looked weird in the list. John Hung even sent a message to confirm this. "Penguin?" After a while, the bartender on the other side sent a message back. "What? You want to pick me up?" John Hung typed. "No, I'm not talking about QQ. I just saw a penguin for sale in the list." The bartender's performance during this period is probably not very good, but she was a little more energetic after hearing this, and she replied to this message much faster than before. "Oh, what? Are you planning to buy it? It's very cheap. 2 for 1 game point. And a refrigerator is also given." "No, thank you." John Hung just confirmed it. He was not so full that he wanted to buy 2 penguins to put in the dormitory. He had no idea how to raise them, especially since everyone complained that the school was reluctant to install an air conditioner after so many years. When it got hot in summer, people might not be able to bear it, let alone penguins. Then his finger continued to slide down the form, and he saw something that surprised him. "What does an extra round of games mean?" John Hung typed again. "It means exactly what it says, but it requires 500 points, and you can only choose from the previous game copies, and the time is fixed to 60 days. Chapter 83 Wall. An extra round of games is actually easy to understand. Not everyone is like John Hung, who stays in a dungeon for a year or 2. Even if most people can learn new skills from the dungeon, their level will not be too high. This is equivalent to giving them the opportunity to continue to improve their skills in the game. However, the price of 500 game points is also quite high. John Hung has experienced 3 rounds of games, and his points have just exceeded 100. At this rate, he will need at least a dozen rounds of games to get so many points. If there is no other way to obtain them, this product is probably very few people can afford it. However, this is not the most expensive item on the list. John Hung flipped down and saw another item worth 800 game points. Mission Failure Penalty Exemption Card. As the name suggests, this small card can help the holder escape the punishment for mission failure. Even John Hung was a little tempted by this thing. He has successfully passed 3 rounds of the game. The main tasks of the first and third rounds are both survival tasks. Once the task fails, the player will die. The penalty exemption card is probably useless. However, for a copy like Tokyo Drift, if the main task is not completed, John Hung does not know what kind of punishment the player will face when the return deadline arrives. If you have enough points, it is always a good idea to buy a penalty exemption card. In addition, John Hung also saw something called the 137th Game Point Permanent Membership Card at the bottom of the page, which was priced at 999 game points. But this thing seemed a little suspicious. According to the bartender, players holding membership cards can enjoy a 20% discount when spending at the game point. As for whether it is worth it, it is up to the players to judge for themselves. John Hung did not see any game props on this long list, except for the extra round of games and the penalty exemption card. Most of the items on the list are real. Penguins, the natives of the earth, are at most a little difficult to obtain. The game point only requires 1 game point and free shipping, which is quite conscientious in a sense. Of course, whether anyone would buy it is another question. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The end of the semester is approaching. Recently, the school is full of people who are preparing for the exam. The library is now full every day. People who get up early and line up even extend all the way to the cafeteria. John Hung has to change his work and rest habits. During the day, he goes to the gym and archery hall to exercise. At night, he waits until 12 o'clock, enters the still world, and then makes a cup of coffee and goes to the empty library to review. John Hung rarely skipped classes, except for the English class that he accidentally missed. He was usually quite active, so there was no risk of failing the class. However, because he spent too much time in each round of the game, he had almost forgotten a lot of things, so it was necessary to review them all over again. However, his behavior seemed a bit strange in the eyes of others. At this time, everyone was seizing the time to prepare for the final exam, but he was the only one who was still wandering around without a care in the world. Chen Huadong, who shared the same dormitory, also started to get up early. Every day when he was reciting with a bitter face, he couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw someone leaving the dormitory with a bow and arrow. And the worst thing is that John Hung came back very late. Basically, he came back from school when the power was about to go out. Chen Huadong had no idea where he found the time to prepare for the exam. John Hung had a good feel today. He shot at the moving target on the 50-meter archery course and hit the bull's-eye with all 10 arrows. He ignored the coach's regretful look and drank a sip of mineral water. The third round of the game had just ended, and it was still early for the fourth round. He didn't schedule too much time for himself. After finishing archery practice, he didn't go to the gym but fed pigeons in the park for an afternoon, and went to the gymnasium to watch a game in the evening. It was already 10 o'clock when the meeting ended. John Hung did not take the subway and decided to jog back to school. On the way, when he passed an alley, he saw 2 homeless people rummaging through a trash can for food. They seemed to be a grandfather and his grandson, both of whom were dressed in rags. The older one took out half a box of fried chicken and 2 bags of unfinished takeout from the trash can, opened them, and called his grandson on the other side to squat by the wall to prepare for food. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Hung, who was not far away, suddenly stopped and then rushed over here at an accelerated speed. The 2 may have been bullied by the local hooligans before, and they were terrified when they saw this. The older one even dropped the bag in her hand. She subconsciously wanted to pull the younger one into her arms, but the next moment, something dripped onto her shoulder. John Hung could see it clearly from this angle. The whole brick wall behind the old scavenger was melting like heated cheese. The black juice first fell on her shoulder, and then began to cover her body. Her 7 or 8-year-old grandson next to her seemed to be frightened by the scene, standing there motionless with the half box of fried chicken in his hand. John Hung moved quickly, rushed over at the first moment, and grabbed the old man's hand. But the power of these black liquids was stronger than he imagined. This thing seemed to be able to switch freely between liquid and solid. John Hung pulled it, but it didn't move at all. He didn't use all his strength. But it didn't make any sense, because if the strength was too great, the old man's body would be the first to collapse. John Hung was still thinking about whether there was any other way. The black liquid had already taken the opportunity to wrap up half of the body of the scavenger. Moreover, the thing did not seem to be unconscious. Although it had captured its prey, it was obviously not satisfied and attacked John Hung along the old man's arm. John Hung reacted quickly and pulled back his hand at the last moment. Then he picked up the motionless kid next to him. The latter finally came to his senses at this time and began to struggle violently, as if he wanted to run to save his grandmother. However, the black liquid on the other side was faster. In less than a minute, the scavenger was completely wrapped up and then slowly sank into the wall. Another half-minute passed, and only John Hung and the scavenger boy in his hand were left in the alley. John Hung felt a pain in his right hand, because the scavenger boy had bitten his arm. The scavenger boy broke free from his hand, rushed to the brick wall, and knelt on the ground. However, no matter how he beat and sobbed, the wall did not change at all. Everything that happened before was like a nightmare. Chapter 84 Encounter. Name? John Hung. Education? College student. Place of residence and ID number? In any case, John Hung chose to call the police when a living person disappeared in front of him. The police station responded quickly. But the results were not great because it was late. There were no other witnesses besides John Hung nearby when the incident happened. There were no cameras in the alley. So the only way to see the situation at the alley entrance was from the camera of a pharmacy next door. As for what happened inside, there was no way to know. The police officer in charge of the case took the two back to the police station. John Hung waited on a chair outside for about 20 minutes until the fighting couple was mediated. Then someone called him in to record his statement. The female police officer opposite asked him a few questions about his personal information as usual, and then finally got to the point. When she asked how the person disappeared, John Hung hesitated, but decided to tell the truth. The light there is a little dim. I can't see clearly. She seems to have been swallowed by the wall. What? The female police officer, who was recording the confession, suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. What is this? A metaphor? Did a wall collapse and bury her? No. It means literally, John Hung said. The female police officer slapped the gel pen in her hand on the table, looking a little angry. You are a college student. You should know that it is illegal to report a false alarm. Do you want us to notify the leaders of your school? John Hung was silent after hearing this. He did not blame the female police officer for exploding at this time, because no matter who gave up the rest time at night to work in the office, they would definitely not be happy to be teased like this. But since it was a matter of life, he didn't want to make up a reason to mislead the police. So he could only say, maybe I saw it wrong. It was very dark there. But from my angle at the time, she did seem to disappear into the wall. The female police officer frowned, but she managed to control her anger this time and looked at John Hung, who didn't dodge and kept looking at the female police officer calmly. The female police officer didn't see any prank or joke in it. And John Hung had said before that the light was too dim, and he didn't see it clearly. So she finally decided not to dwell on this issue and asked about John Hung's relationship with the missing person. This confession took 20 minutes to record, probably because John Hung was very cooperative. The female police officer's attitude improved a lot after writing the last word and putting down her pen. She also said frankly, there were no signs of abuse at the missing scene. Your testimony is not reliable enough. The child has not spoken. It is difficult to file a case in this situation. But no matter what, thank you. At least we found a minor who was living on the street. We will find a way to find out his identity as soon as possible and contact his family to pick him up. John Hung had done what he could and had expected this result. But he still felt a little regretful. He knew that the old scavenger would probably be hard to rescue. There were many people living at the bottom of society in every city, and few people cared about their lives. Whatever that thing was, it was very cunning and knew which target to attack to cause the least trouble. In fact, if John Hung hadn't happened to pass by, it was very likely that no one would have known that the two scavengers disappeared from the city tonight. John Hung stood up and shook hands with the female police officer. He glanced at the scavenger sitting on the stool. He seemed to have not recovered from the previous incident. He was still holding the half box of fried chicken he found from the trash can. John Hung took out another 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the female police officer. Buy him something to eat. He hasn't had dinner yet. The female police officer raised her eyebrows, but didn't take the money. You are a good person. Okay. I don't need your little money. We are already at the police station. I won't let him starve. John Hung felt a little heavy when he walked out of the door. What he encountered tonight was undoubtedly a supernatural event. He just didn't know whether the source was a monster like Moresby or a player who held game props like him. However, no matter which answer it was not a good phenomenon. According to the Tang Suit Weirdo, some things have existed in the world for thousands or tens of thousands of years. But for so long, everyone has been living in peace. But now the emergence of this mysterious game has obviously broken this peace. John Hung suddenly realized that Moresby's appearance at Hongqiao Airport was not as simple as the Tang Suit Weirdo said, that it just happened to choose a pair of Xia country tourists. It obviously had a reason to set foot on this strange land. But the more troublesome thing is actually the players. As the game progresses, the players who survive will have more or less game props. John Hung doesn't know what mechanism the creator of the game uses to select players. But obviously not everyone likes to keep a low profile like him. How to use this power after mastering extraordinary power will become a choice question placed in front of everyone, especially considering the pressure of death faced in each round of the game. The possibility of players taking extreme actions is also increasing. John Hung didn't want to be a hero, but he didn't want the place where he lived to be messed up. It was almost 12 o'clock when he returned to school. John Hung didn't go through the main gate, but the side door on the west side. This door is far from the bus and subway station, so not many people usually go there. But it is close to the family area next to it, and some teachers pass by here when they go to and from get off work. When John Hung walked to the door, a Mercedes-Benz happened to stop on his right side. Shin Sisi hurried down from it. She was obviously stunned when she saw John Hung, and both of them were a little embarrassed. John Hung thought of the rumors he had heard before, but the black Mercedes drove away quickly, and he didn't see clearly whether the driver was the old man in the rumor. Shin Sisi quickly stuffed the black bag in her hand into her small bag, and her expression quickly returned to normal. But she couldn't help but smile bitterly. "We always seem to meet at the wrong time. You don't have to explain to me," John Hung said. What he said was the truth. The relationship between the two was just ordinary friends. No matter what Shin Sisi did, there was no need to tell him specifically. And John Hung himself didn't really believe those rumors. With the girl's intelligence, if she really did that kind of thing, she wouldn't reveal such obvious flaws and let the other party drive her to the school gate. John Hung was curious about the fact that Shin Sisi herself had not refuted the rumor for such a long time. The latter opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she looked at the time on her phone and finally said, "Let's talk later. The dormitory building is about to be locked. I'm leaving first. The girls' dormitory building is far from the west gate, and the door will be locked in less than 5 minutes. So Shin Sisi really doesn't have much time left." The two said goodbye and then returned to their dormitories. Chapter 85 Christmas Eve. 2 days had passed since that night, and John Hung had not encountered similar supernatural phenomena. Instead, he unexpectedly received a message from Hayes Asuka, asking him to go to the amusement park together on Christmas Eve, and several of her friends would go with her. This was not the first time she had called John Hung out. This girl was a person who could not sit still. She wanted to run away whenever she had the chance. However, what surprised John Hung was that her grades were actually quite good. Although her GPA was not the highest among the exchange students, she had never worried about failing a course, so she could still run around even at the end of the semester. In this respect, she is very similar to someone John Hung had declined several times before. But he didn't expect Hayes Asuka to be so persistent that he knew that water dripping through a stone. He didn't want to refuse her, so he asked the others in the dormitory if they had any plans for that day, except for Ma Wei, who was still studying at the usual intensity. Wei Jianong and Chen Huadong had been memorizing books to death recently and had wanted to take a break. Hearing this, he immediately became interested. "Is it the Japanese girl you saved in the food alley before? But we don't know Japanese." "Yes, but not only her, but also some of her classmates, including those from Shiagua and Japan. And there seems to be one from Ukraine." John Hung glanced at the reply from Hayes Asuka on his phone. "Forget it. I won't go." Although Wei Jianong was quite interested in seeing girls from all over the world, he thought about it and realized that his life was more important. He didn't have the courage to leave his girlfriend alone on Christmas and go out to play with others. On the other hand, Chen Huadong was a little frustrated in pursuing Su Jing recently. He planned to deal with it coldly and took the initiative to apply to join the event. Finally, Ma Wei, the academic master, decided to join in the fun because he had nothing to review. So John Hung told Hayes Asuka about his situation, and the latter welcomed him. The two sides agreed to meet in front of the amusement park in the evening. Seeing that there was still some time, John Hung and Chen Huadong played a few more 2K games. After eating something in the cafeteria, the three of them arrived 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. John Hung went to queue up to buy tickets first, and saw Hayes Asuka and his group after coming out. The girl wore a red knitted hat today, with wool balls hanging on both sides. When she ran, it would shake and wave to this side from a distance. There were 2 boys and 5 girls beside her. One of the blonde handsome guys should be the Ukrainian classmate Hayes Asuka mentioned. But unlike the coldness shown by his handsome appearance, he was actually quite shy when he got to know her. Everyone introduced themselves to each other, and even Hayes Asuka managed to pronounce her name in Chinese, which sounded quite reasonable. But then, we could see the level of Chinese proficiency of the international students. The Ukrainian boy was the best at Chinese, because his grandmother was from Xia, and he gave himself a Xia name, John Wei, and spoke Chinese with a fluent pronunciation. Of the remaining 2 Japanese girls, one was good, and had no problem with most of the communication. But her speaking speed was a bit slow, and the other only knew some daily expressions. Of course, the worst one was Hayes Asuka. After introducing herself, she switched to Japanese. So, apart from her 2 native companions, only one Japanese major and John Hung could understand her. Seeing that everyone was there, John Hung handed out tickets to everyone. Because it was Christmas Eve, there were many people in the amusement park tonight, mostly couples. There were also several Santa Clauses standing at the door handing out small gifts. John Hung and his friends went to receive them. After opening them, they found that everyone had a different gift. John Hung was a small nail clipper. Ma Wei's was a keychain. And Shen Huadong had the best luck, as he actually got a ticket to the amusement park. When Hayes Asuka opened hers, her face turned red first, and then she quickly stuffed it into her bag like a guilty thief. Another boy was still urging her to take it out and show it to everyone. John Hung could probably guess what the girl had, so he changed the subject. Hayes Asuka then looked at him gratefully. The night scene of the amusement park was not as fun as the daytime. The more exciting rides like roller coasters were not open, but there were performances to watch on Christmas Eve. After everyone lined up to play a few rides, they saw that the performance on the other side was about to start. So a girl suggested going to watch the performance first. But Hayes Asuka obviously hadn't had enough fun yet. So John Hung said to the others, "You guys go watch the show. I stay with her." Another boy who majored in Japanese hesitated and said, "Then I stay too." John Hung didn't object. In fact, he could see that the boy probably had a crush on Hayes Asuka. In order to create an opportunity for the two of them, he took the initiative to offer to keep their things. Hayes Asuka was in high spirits and didn't notice anything. But the boy was very grateful to John Hung. While the two were visiting the haunted house, John Hung sat on a bench in the amusement park and received a call from his unreliable parents in Ireland. The two smiled and wished him a Merry Christmas on the phone, and at the same time urged him to show the girl who was closest to him. John Hung took a photo of a couple on his left-hand side and sent it to them as they requested. "This is too miserable." After receiving the photo, the two people on the other end of the phone said heartlessly, "And then naturally entered a rhythm similar to what I did when I was in college." Judging from the background sound, the two should be outside the door of a theater or gymnasium. The ballet or competition will probably start soon. There is not much time left for them. After bragging for a while, the two reluctantly turned back to the topic and told John Hung that they would return to China for the new year this year, and said that they would give him a surprise at that time. John Hung did not comment on this. The two had not gone home for the Spring Festival for 2 consecutive years. The worst thing was that they had a holiday last year, but they chose to travel to Africa. However, he still welcomed them in the end. John Hung wanted to ask them about Moresby and Tapio, and the crow that appeared in his mind when he used the wood carving. After all, although they were not competent as parents, no one was more professional than them in this area. However, thinking that the Spring Festival would be just over a month later, John Hung gave up. This kind of thing may not be clear over the phone, so it is better to talk about it in person. After hanging up the phone, John Hung sat on the bench for a while, but saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He frowned, but when he looked again, the figure had disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 86 Game Hall. John Hung didn't know if it was his illusion. He stood up from the bench and was about to go over to confirm it. But at this time, Hayes Asuka and the boy ran out of the haunted house. The girl patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "I was scared to death. I was walking in the aisle, and suddenly a face popped out and stuck out its tongue at me. Then I kept rushing out with my head down. Sure enough, I shouldn't have gone in at the beginning. You are the wisest." John Hung glanced at the boy who majored in Japanese behind him. The latter shrugged his shoulders with a bitter look on his face. Originally, visiting a haunted house was a good opportunity. When a girl is frightened, she will subconsciously rely on the boy next to her. However, Hayes Asuka did not play by the rules at all. She ran away when she was frightened. He chased her all the way, but nothing romantic happened. John Hung knew that he would not be able to find her even if he went over after being interrupted by the two people. However, he did not dwell on this matter. There are people in the world who look similar. Just one look does not mean anything. So John Hung asked the girl, "What are we going to play next? Should I choose?" Hayes Asuka pointed at an oversized stuffed bear in the window not far away and said, Can I have that one? It was the game hall operated by the amusement park, which had various small games. The three of them walked over and asked the staff in Christmas clothes, who said that the stuffed bear was the prize for the small games. So the boy who majored in Japanese said, "Let me try." He still wanted to prove himself in front of Hayes Asuka. Turned around and looked around. And finally his eyes fell on the shooting game. As for boys, most of them have played some FPS games online, so they have some experience. After watching others play around and understanding the rules, he put in the game coins and picked up the laser gun beside him. He took a deep breath and then pressed the start button in front of him. The game itself is very simple. Just hit the balloons on the screen. Balloons of different colors represent different points. The game time is 2 minutes. And you can see how many points you get in the end. It was quite easy at the beginning. The boy majoring in Japanese kept hitting the most valuable colored balloons. And he could also find time to harvest a wave of the second most valuable red balloons and the third most valuable yellow balloons. His points rose very quickly. If he continued like this, he might get the grand prize in less than 2 minutes. But as time went on, the balloons rose faster and faster. And there were black deduction balloons mixed in. The Japanese major boy also began to find it increasingly difficult. And his points increased at a slower rate. Seeing that he was about to run out of time, he panicked and accidentally hit a black balloon at the last moment. In the end, he only got the last consolation prize, a Christmas sticker. This result made him a little embarrassed. So he decisively started the second round of the game. But I don't know if it was because of his unbalanced mentality, or because he wanted to show off too much that his score this time was not as good as the last time. But he actually hit 4 black balloons in total, causing a burst of laughter behind him. Judging from the appearance of the group, they should also be students. But they may be from a nearby sports school. They all look very strong. The Japanese major boy was a little unhappy when he heard the laughter. But he didn't say anything. What really provoked the dispute was that one of them blurted out the word "weak chicken." The guy's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for people around to hear it. So there was another round of laughter from the group. Although Hayes Asuka didn't understand what those guys were saying, she could feel that the atmosphere was a little wrong. So she took the initiative to suggest that they don't want the stuffed bear and go play something else. Zhang Heng had no objection to this. The Japanese major saw that the other side was tall and strong, while there were only 3 people on his side. And Hayes Asuka was a girl. He was not a sporty boy. And Zhang Heng looked average. He estimated that if there was a conflict, he would be at a disadvantage. So he could only swallow his anger for the time being. So the 3 of them went to the next room to play darts, while the group took over the laser gun and played shooting. Hayes Asuka's luck tonight was overwhelming. She had not received any professional training, but she actually threw 3 10 rings in a row. Although the last dart dragged the target, she successfully won a 4th prize. After receiving a mug from the staff, her mood obviously improved. However, the Japanese major boy seemed a little absent-minded. Most of his attention was on the group next to him, seeing that they only got a consolation prize after playing 2 rounds. He couldn't help but sneer. "I thought you were so awesome." This was heard by a guy who looked like he was playing basketball. He turned around and raised a narrow smile. "Hey, it's you guys. You haven't left yet. Why? Do you want to play?" The Japanese major didn't expect that his whisper was heard by the other party. But he didn't want to show too much weakness at this time. So he could only bite the bullet and say, "What are you playing? Since you all look down on each other, why don't you have a game?" The basketball player paused. "We won't make it difficult for you. The loser just needs to shout 'I'm a weak chicken' 3 times here." He mentioned this group of Japanese majors, and they immediately became angry. He looked at the score on the other side's screen, which was not much different from his previous 2 times. He felt that if he was more careful, he should still have a good chance of winning. So he finally couldn't help but agreed. "Okay, come on." Seeing him accept the challenge, the people there seemed to be excited, and they all looked at the boy majoring in Japanese. However, their eyes were not looking at their opponent, but at a clown who didn't know his own strength. Someone whistled and chuckled. "Wang Bin, you are too unkind. Bullying a fool?" The guy named Wang Bin, who was also the boy who practiced basketball before, spread his hands and said, "What can I do? He thinks we are not good enough and wants to teach us a lesson to save face in front of his girlfriend." After saying that, he pointed at the boy from the Japanese major and said, "You guys go first or us?" The latter also felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong at this time. The guys in front of him were too confident. Their level was obviously average. But they looked like they had him in their hands. Psychological warfare? Although the boy from the Japanese major thought so. He was still a little bit unconfident. He regretted it a little. He knew that he had been too arrogant before. In fact, Hayes Osaka didn't understand what weak chicken meant. But he felt a little embarrassed. In a sense, the guy named Wang Bin was not wrong. He really wanted to show himself in front of Hayes Osaka. He just made up his mind. What was there to be afraid of? We all had 2 hands. How big could the difference in level be? Chapter 87. Can I borrow 2 game coins? There are both advantages and disadvantages for the first mover. If the performance is good, it can bring pressure to the people behind. But it is also equivalent to showing the trump card first. The boy majoring in Japanese hesitated for a moment, because he didn't know if this group of people had any tricks. So he chose to play second. But the group on the opposite side didn't care at all, seeing that the other side had already chosen. Their eyes fell on one of the fat guys. The latter looked ordinary among a group of sports school students. From the body shape, he looked like an ordinary person, wearing a rustic button-down jacket. When his companions were playing before, he stood aside and watched happily without saying anything. When he found that everyone was looking at him, he smiled. You are always looking for trouble. Don't. It's a rare holiday. Everyone should have some fun. Wang Bin handed over the laser gun. I will treat everyone to supper after this. The fat man in the down jacket took the gun helplessly, but added, don't do it again next time. Teacher Gua said it. Don't cause trouble. As soon as he picked up the gun, his whole spirit were different. As if he had become a different person. The posture of holding the gun was different from that of an amateur. The boy majoring in Japanese immediately felt a bad feeling in his heart. But he still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. However, when the game started, the fat man's performance completely extinguished his fantasy. Compared with his unprepossessing appearance, the former's shooting skills were incredibly strong. It was not obvious at the beginning. As the balloons rose faster, he still maintained a terrifying accuracy and kept hitting the colored balloons. The points in the lower right corner of the screen were also rising at a steady rate. The face of the Japanese major boy changed drastically. The opponent had surpassed his previous best score, and there was still half a minute left. Until the end, when the balloon was rising so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. The fat man's hit rate dropped slightly, but it didn't matter anymore. His points could get him the highest prize. A staff member came towards him holding the large stuffed bear. The latter put down the laser gun in his hand, but his expression was a little bit amused. I don't have any use for this thing. Wang Bin patted his shoulder, turned his eyes to Zhang Heng and the other 2, and grinned. How about it? Do you want to continue the competition? The Japanese major looked ashen. He knew he had been fooled. At this point, he knew the fat man was not an ordinary person. The other party's body shape could survive in the sports school. Obviously, he was not a mainstream sports player like basketball and football. His performance just now had already shown what he practiced. Since you admit defeat, then I trouble you to fulfill the bet next. While Wang Bin was talking, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and switched to video mode. The boy who majored in Japanese blushed. He didn't expect the other party to be so excessive. Not only did he want to see him make a fool of himself, but he also planned to take a photo to enjoy it slowly. It was one thing to be embarrassed in front of strangers, but if this thing was posted on the internet and seen by his classmates at school, he would probably not be able to hold his head up until he graduated from college. And more importantly, because of his momentary impulse, he also implicated Hayes Osaka and Zhang Heng around him. At that time, he was angry and didn't notice that Wang Bin mentioned the losing party in the bet, which was equivalent to including the 2 of them. Now Wang Bin spoke, but he deliberately emphasized, you? The Japanese major was so embarrassed that he didn't notice that the 2 people around him had disappeared. It was not until the fat man in the down jacket said him that he realized that everyone had gathered around the game console again. Zhang Heng put the bottle of oriental leaves he bought on the roadside under his arm, picked up the laser gun beside him, and said to Wang Bin, can I borrow 2 game coins? The latter was stunned when he heard this, and then showed a meaningful smile. Are you still not giving up? Okay. After saying that, he took out 2 game coins from his pocket and threw them over. Zhang Heng took them in his hand and threw one into the game machine. while the other remained in the butt of the gun under the screen. Then he said to the fat man in the down jacket, "This one is for you to challenge me." There was an uproar in the crowd. Even the boy who majored in Japanese thought John Hung was crazy. The fat man's performance just now was obvious to all. According to the staff in the game hall, the oversized stuffed bear has been in the store for more than 2 months. And this is the first time that someone has won it. A look of surprise flashed across Fatty's face. But John Hung ignored the boos behind him and started the game. Compared with Fatty, his gun-holding posture was very amateurish. And he just held it casually. And there was nothing special about it. However, after he fired a few shots, Fatty's face gradually became solemn. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. The difficulty of the game at the beginning is actually similar, whether it is a master like Fatty or an ordinary person next to him. The speed of gaining points is the same. But Fatty can see more from the rhythm of John Hung shooting. Especially when the balloon accelerates. This sense of control over the rhythm becomes more obvious. Unlike the fat man's steady performance, John Hung points in the lower right corner of the screen increased in waves. He seemed a little flustered. But after watching for a while, cold sweat oozed from his forehead. His observation ability was much stronger than that of ordinary people after training, which allowed him to quickly find the most valuable balloons on the screen. But in essence, his strategy was the same as that of ordinary players. And he always prioritized to shoot the most valuable balloons. John Hung was different. The fat man opened his eyes, and watched for a while, and finally confirmed that the opponent did sort the balloons on the screen in value in a short moment, and found the most reasonable shooting order. He did not necessarily prioritize shooting the most valuable colored balloons, but he would ensure that all valuable balloons were harvested before flying out of the screen. And you have to know that the balloons on the screen are always changing, which means that John Hung has to keep updating his shooting order. Fatty didn't know how the other party did it, which was why he was shocked. 2 minutes passed quickly. When John Hung put down the laser gun in his hand, he found that half of the people in the game hall had gathered around him, and the game points on the screen stopped rolling. His final score was 2,765 points, 636 points higher than Fatty's 2129 points, which attracted a burst of exclamations from the people around him. And Hayes Osaka jumped up excitedly. This time it was finally the turn of the sports school students to be speechless. Wang Bin's eyes moved to Fatty, expecting him to respond again, but the latter only had a bitter smile on his face. Fatty glanced at the game coin on the butt of the gun, and finally just sighed and said, "Awesome. I can't get this score." Wang Bin and others looked very ugly. They never thought that Fatty would lose, and they didn't think about how their side would deal with this situation. Chapter 88 Auction. The staff on the other side were also in a dilemma. John Hung's score was undoubtedly above the grand prize line, but no one expected that tonight would be a battle of gods. The oversized stuffed bear had been in the game hall for so long, and no one had won it. As a result, 2 winners appeared at the same time in one night. This situation was too rare. The game hall was caught off guard, and did not prepare a second stuffed bear. Therefore, the clerk could only discuss with the 3 people whether they could exchange it for other gifts of equal value. John Hung's eyes fell on the group of people from the sports school. Wang Bin should be the leader of this group. His face turned pale, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I'm willing to accept the loss. Brothers." I shouted out to you. John Hung didn't expect this group of people to be so trustworthy. They had the advantage in numbers. So even if they lost the bet, they could just walk away. No one could stop them if they really wanted to do so. Although it was also embarrassing. It was better than standing in the game hall and shouting that I was a weak chicken who wanted to be strong. On the other hand, the boy who majored in Japanese was afraid to act when he saw that he was going to lose. He knew that he had implicated 2 of his companions, but he didn't even dare to say that he was doing this alone. It was a bit irresponsible. John Hung said to Wang Bin, "No need to shout. You don't need the stuffed bear. So why not give it to us, and let's just forget about today's matter." Wang Bin was stunned when he heard this. He saw that the Japanese major boy who had clashed with them before had taken out his mobile phone from his pocket. He thought that the 3 of them would ridicule him to their heart's content if they won this game. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to give them a way out. This seemed inconsistent with the latter's arrogant behavior of leaving a game coin on the butt of the gun. John Hung and Wang Bin's group didn't have any deep hatred. To put it bluntly, what happened tonight was just a small friction. Wang Bin relied on the fact that he had a fat man as a master to mock the Japanese major. So Zhang Heng fought back in the same way. The game coin was now there. But Wang Bin's group didn't have the courage to pick it up. This was more lethal than any words. Since the situation had been recovered, Zhang Heng was not interested in forcing Wang Bin and his group to shout that they were weaklings. The fat man on the opposite side reacted the fastest, and immediately stuffed the stuffed bear into Hayes Asuka's arms, wiping his sweat and saying, "Great. It's really weird for a grown man like me to hold this thing. It's best if you want it." The others also laughed dryly when they heard it. What happened tonight made the group of sports school students a little embarrassed. In fact, they had caused a lot of trouble because of their bad mouths before. But in the end, they were always the ones who took advantage. It was the first time that they hit the wall like tonight. Seeing that Zhang Heng was willing to let this matter go, they were relieved. But they obviously didn't want to stay in the game hall anymore, and they all walked towards the door. Only Wang Bin hesitated and fell behind. He walked in front of the three people. Zhang Heng frowned, thinking that the other party was dissatisfied and wanted to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Wang Bin said, "We owe you a favor this time. Write down my phone number. You can call me if you have any problems in the future. Let me make it clear that you can hold the scene but not fight. Our school rules are very strict." Zhang Heng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party was clear about gratitude and resentment. He nodded and wrote down Wang Bin's phone number. When the group of people from the sports school left, Hayes Asuka hugged the teddy bear and felt like she was dreaming. "Wow! I didn't know you were such a good shooter. What did you do before? An agent?" When she came to her senses, the girl said happily, and even made a gesture of pulling out a gun. "No. I just play a lot of shooting games," Zhang Heng said. Hayes Asuka had never played FPS games, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. She just felt that Zhang Heng was very good at playing games. On the other side, the boy majoring in Japanese felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He also knew that his previous performance had lost some points. He estimated that he had no hope with Hayes Asuka. Seeing that Zhang Heng had stolen all the limelight just now, and now Hayes Asuka's attention was all on Zhang Heng, he felt very uncomfortable and found a random excuse to go back first. Zhang Heng tried to persuade her to stay, but he didn't say anything more when he saw that she was determined to leave. However, there were only two of them left. Zhang Heng accompanied the girl to play bumper cars for a while, and waited for the performance on the other side to end, and then met up with the main group under the Ferris wheel. It was getting late, and because they still had exams to deal with, they didn't dare to play too crazy. So they decided to end the trip and go home. The one who gained the most from this trip was Hayes Asuka, who held the teddy bear that was bigger than her in one hand and the mug she won in the other, and received many envious looks from other girls. She was not polite at all. When chatting with the other two Japanese girls on the subway, she boasted that she won the teddy bear and the mug by herself. Zhang Heng certainly would not compete with her for this credit. In fact, if Wang Bin and his group had not been aggressive, Zhang Heng would not have planned to show his shooting skills. If Chen Huadong and Ma Wei were also there at the time, this matter would definitely not be covered up by saying that they played a lot of games, especially the former. Zhang Heng and Chen Huadong. Wei Jianong had just played CSGO online a month ago. His level was slightly better than Chen Huadong, but it was limited. Chen Huadong would definitely not believe such a nonsense explanation. In fact, the skills he has mastered now are far beyond those of ordinary people, especially considering his age. Few people can have as rich experience as him. As the game progresses, his skills will undoubtedly continue to increase, and it will be more difficult to explain at that time. But no matter what, this time Hayes Asuka volunteered to take the blame, which saved him a lot of trouble. After Christmas Eve is Christmas, which is also the last day for the auction registration. 2 days later, Zhang Heng received an invitation letter from the game organizing committee, with a gold-stamped cover and beautiful small characters, inviting him to participate in this game props auction at the registration point. Zhang Heng looked at the time on the lower left corner of the invitation letter. It was tomorrow night. He had been curious about other players for a long time, so he would not miss this auction. He could also see if there were any game props suitable for him. He was able to pass the third round of the game, and Moment of Shadow made a great contribution. Without the wood carving, he would have been shot by Simon as soon as he met him. The lucky rabbit's foot on him also helped him a lot. Therefore, Zhang Heng also had a little expectation for the auction tomorrow night. Chapter 89 Full and the Professor Player Identity Verification in progress. Verification passed. Player number 07958 is the invitation holder, and the dungeon is being linked to the player. Dungeon link completed. Current dungeon is auction, special. There is no background for this round of the game, and it is not counted in the number of game rounds. Mission target, none. Mode, multiplayer. Time flow rate, 2. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 4 hours in this game, and the player is forced to return to the real world after 1 hour. Friendly reminder. The game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. John Hung opened his eyes and found himself standing on a luxury cruise ship. He was wearing a black tuxedo that fit him perfectly, and on his chest hung a badge with his player number and game registration point printed on it. John Hung glanced at the starfish on his wrist. The time was now 2200 hours, which meant that the auction would end at 2300 hours. He didn't have to worry about whether the time bug on his body would cause any more accidents. Unlike the previous rounds of the game, this time the copy was not dangerous. So John Hung was also relaxed. He looked around and found that the situation was similar to that at the game point. He could see the players around him, but he couldn't remember what they looked like. The organizing committee of the game has always done a good job in protecting privacy, but this seems to show from some aspects that the relationship between players is not always so harmonious. First time attending an auction? John Hung heard a voice in his ear. He turned his head and saw a short man behind him. The latter handed over a business card, but Ding Si on it was obviously a pseudonym. The short man shrugged. There is no way. The world is not peaceful recently. There are always some crazy people who don't follow the rules. So everyone can only be careful. What do you mean? You must be a new player, the short man said. There was a period of time when the atmosphere between players was quite good. Most people in the same city would leave contact information with each other. After all, it is not easy to survive each round of the game, and everyone is willing to help each other. But later, some crazy guys use this information to hunt other players, causing panic. So now everyone pays special attention to privacy information. As far as I know, the number of people at this auction at the end of the year is much less than before. Hunting? John Hung saw the title of the contact person of the North China region of Fulla Chamber of Commerce below the business card. Yes, there are always people who want to get something for nothing. I don't know which guy first discovered that killing other players can not only snatch the game props from the other party, but also inherit the other party's game points. After that, the situation became more and more serious day by day. The organizing committee doesn't care? In principle, as long as the game information is not leaked to others, the organizing committee will not intervene in the disputes between players. And it seems that they have a headache over there. Ding Si's last sentence was a little vague. He obviously didn't want to continue this topic. He changed the topic and said, "You came to the auction to buy some props to equip yourself. If you don't have enough points, you can consider us." "Why? The Chamber of Commerce still sells points?" "You are really a newcomer," Ding Si said. "Not only are Fulu, many chambers of commerce will provide similar services. You can buy points directly from us, but I don't recommend you to do so, because the exchange rate is very high due to the auction. It takes 42,000 yuan to exchange 1 point, and it only takes about 37,000 yuan at ordinary times. So the better way is to mortgage your props to us. We will immediately lend money after evaluating the value." "Thank you. I consider it if I need it." John Hung put away the business card and said politely. Ding Si obviously knew how to make a deal. He smiled and said, "There is still about an hour and a half before the auction officially starts. You can take a look around. There are many interesting places on this ship. There is a casino, a cinema, and a game room on the first floor. There are performances on the second floor. You can relax and have fun on the second floor. There are also exchanges of major guilds on the third floor. If you are interested, you can go and have a look." John Hung thanked them. This was his first time to enter a circle of players. According to Ding Si, in order to avoid risks, the identities of most players in the real world are kept secret. So it is probably only in large-scale events held by the organizing committee that it is possible to meet so many people. Therefore, in addition to buying and selling game props, everyone will take advantage of this gathering to do something else. For example, the Fulla Chamber of Commerce to which Ding Si belongs is a chamber of commerce that specializes in serving players. The exchange and lending of game points are only part of their business. In addition, they will also undertake the consignment of props and the customization of special items. In particular, The latter will be 20% to 30% cheaper than the game points. They will obviously also use this option to increase their publicity. Of course, what John Hung was most interested in was the exchange meeting on the 3rd floor. But he was not in a hurry. After saying goodbye to Ding Si, he walked around the deck first and received several business cards. They were all similar commercial organizations for players. The scope of business was slightly different, and the prices were also uneven. But one thing was that they were all cheaper than game points. Of course, there would be certain risks in terms of security. In comparison, Fulla was more reliable. The latter was established a long time ago and had a good reputation among players. John Hung put all the business cards he received into his pocket, and then took the elevator to the 3rd floor, which was obviously the busiest place on the entire cruise ship. When he pushed the door open, a person on the stage was explaining how to maximize the game points. John Hung found a seat in the back row and sat down. He listened for a while, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. But he felt that every time he was about to talk about the key points, the other party would evade the important points. A middle-aged uncle next to John Hung shook his head. It's all useless nonsense. The way to obtain game points is the core secret of each guild. No one will disclose it. To put it bluntly, they are just using this method to attract people. He held out his hand as he spoke. Professor. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Don't get me wrong. It's just my code name. After all, it's a bit rude to call someone by their code name. People who come here should either use a pseudonym or a code name. Simon. John Hung held out his hand. Welcome to the game, Simon. The professor's handshake was concise and powerful. Why don't I see your teammates? Teammate? The professor's expression was a little strange. You should be a newcomer. Right? Isn't it clearly written on the game invitation letter you received at the beginning that each round of the dungeon is highly unpredictable? And it is recommended that players form teams to play the game. Chapter 90 Death Dream. Individual power is ultimately limited. Everyone grows up in different environments and is good at different things. Some people like to solve problems with their fists, while others are good at using their brains. The meaning of teaming up is to use the strengths of others to make up for your own weaknesses. The professor wiped his glasses with a handkerchief in his pocket. After all, we are not Supermen. Isn't it also stated in your panel evaluation that is the number of dungeon rounds you can probably pass alone? But the actual situation is often much more complicated. If you encounter a dungeon that you are not good at all, it will be troublesome. However, the professor paused and said, of course, playing alone also has its own advantages. The income of each dungeon is certain. Teams need to share the income, while playing alone will give you all the income. However, generally, only in the later stages will people choose to play alone. And the risk is still very high. If you play alone, after all, the tolerance rate is too low. John Hung was silent. He entered the game directly invited by the Tangsu weirdo. Now it seems that his path is different from other players. He did not receive the so-called invitation letter, and did not meet new players of the same period in the game store. No wonder he has been playing alone until now. However, it cannot be said that the Tangsu weirdo was deliberately pitting him. The extra 24 hours on him determined that he could only take the single-player route, because the extra time also made the risk of most single-player dungeons less high. Unfortunately, my team is full recently, the professor said. Otherwise, I can give you a chance to take the test. But you'd better find a team in the same city, which is also convenient for private communication. This is a long game, not only physically but also mentally. The only thing is that we can't share this secret with even the closest people around us. So we need teammates to share the pressure. John Hung knew that what the professor said was right. But unfortunately, he was destined to bear the secret alone. However, after 2 years on the deserted island, his resistance to loneliness was much stronger than that of ordinary people. So he had no worries for the time being. John Hung changed the subject. Seeing that the other parties seemed to be very happy to communicate, he continued to ask, I heard someone mention the guild on the deck before. What is it? The professor put on his glasses again after wiping them. Guilds are private organizations spontaneously established by players, just like chambers of commerce. But they have different functions. Although you are a newcomer, you should have heard about it. Our situation in the real world is actually not safe. So some players unite to form guilds to protect themselves and agree on the rights and obligations of members. In addition, some guilds will also take the initiative to deal with nearby supernatural phenomena. It sounds good, But if that's the case, why are you so hostile to guilds? The professor started to mock the guild players on the stage, and John Hung could hear the slight hostility in his words. Guilds may have been established with good intentions, but as they developed, many things changed. Before, everyone gathered together to protect themselves, but after gaining such a large force, many people are no longer satisfied with their previous goals. The organization that was originally intended to maintain peace has now become a source of instability. The professor shook his head. But this matter is a matter of opinion. My identity is well hidden in reality, and the team I have formed is basically formed. I have no interest in joining a guild for the time being. The two chatted for a while, and then the professor went to the first floor to play cards. John Hung stayed on the third floor and listened to the speeches of various guilds. After an hour and a half, everyone put down their work and gathered in the auditorium of the cruise ship. John Hung roughly estimated that there were about 4,000 or 5,000 people. There were more than 500 game props auctioned tonight, but only the 12 most precious props were auctioned by raising placards. The remaining more than 400 props were auctioned online. Everyone could bid freely. The system determined the final bidder before the end of the auction. John Hung met Ding Si again here. Ding Si had just concluded a deal and seemed to be in a good mood. He took the initiative to greet him and said cheerfully, "I just got a tip that there is a high probability that a B-grade game item will appear tonight. And there will also be several C-grade items with excellent characteristics. Are B-grade game items rare? Of course. The current stock of B-grade items in the player circle does not exceed 200 pieces, and most owners are reluctant to sell them. If I am not mistaken, this is probably the B-grade item that caused a stir in the player circle a few months ago." Ding Si's eyes lit up when he said this. As a businessman, he did not hide his appreciation for excellent products. Death Dream. A cursed item. You may not know it if you are a newbie. Some time ago, this was a name that made people shudder. It was a terrifying item that could make people die silently in a dream. The triggering conditions were unknown, and the release conditions were unknown. Several powerful masters in the circle fell for it. The president of Silver Wing, who was the owner of an A-level item, did not survive it. In the end, several large guilds joined forces to get rid of that guy. This thing was probably auctioned off because it could not be divided into owners. Ding Si paused. But don't think about it for others. Those big guilds will not let this thing fall into the hands of those who don't know the details. The final winner will definitely be one of them. The rest of the people will have points to compensate. No one can compare with them in terms of financial resources. The two were still chatting, and the auction finally started. The host was an old man in his 60s, with a serious expression and wrinkles on his face like tree bark. He did not cover his appearance. He should be a staff member of the organizing committee like the bartender. After everyone was seated, he spent 5 minutes giving a brief welcome speech, and then he introduced the first auction item tonight in a vigorous manner. Escape Dagger. Quality C. Small range teleportation. Remaining uses 3 times. Detailed information will be available after bidding. Starting price 1,200 game points. Single bid increment 50 points. 3 hammer falls to complete the transaction. Now enter the bidding phase. TSK. Good stuff. Ding Si praised the auctioneer before he finished speaking. Are you going to bid? It's a good thing. But game props like this that are used to save lives have been priced high in previous auctions. I'm here to pan for gold for Fulu, not to buy for myself. Finding props with underestimated value is my goal tonight. Ding Si smiled. But he had already picked up the tablet in front of his seat.